보여주는 것도 없지 않아 있고요. 그리고 근데 거기 상대에 맞춰서 전략이 또 여러 개도 있고, 그리고 뭐 전략만 있는 게 아니라 뭐 홀드 게임 하면서 천천히 풀어나가는 것도 선수들이 잘하기 때문에.
Yes, Classic. Hi, Charles. Hindi pa.
뭐
Well, congrats,
많이
Charles.
보여줬다고 해서
Saya-saya mo ngayon kaya pala nag-AWOL ka na
잘할 거라고 생각하고 있습니다. 네.
It's true.
Akala ko sa Seoul.
I'm worried
Hindi,
that
yung
maybe
Madrid is the
show
champion,
too
is the
much,
master.
but at the same time,
So,
we have
matagal pa yung
different
Champions League.
strategies or specific strategies to counter our opponents as well. And the teammates, I mean the GenG players, they're really good at adapting to their
This is going to be a
opponents,
best
so
of
I'm
three.
not really
So we're gonna
worried
have
about
very long team
TS,
secret games. We're gonna have
strategies.
like what?
Well,
So GenG
word on
versus
the
Team
street
Secret, that's a
was
best of
that
three.
GenG's been
Then later
crushing
Zeta
everybody
versus
in scrims, but it's been a rough journey,
Zeta
compared
versus
to the expectations that people had coming into 2024.
Team Secret. That's also a best of three. So we're gonna be fighting Japan, Korea. Kaya linagay ko dito Team Secret versus the world.
Onto the stage and how much hasn't, would you say? 그러면 이제 젠지가 사실 스크림에서 그렇게 잘한다라는 소문이 돌 정도로 좀 젠지에 대한 기대가 상당히 높았는데 생각보다 그리고 예상보다 조금은 힘들게 올라온 것 같아요. 아직 기량이 다 나온 것 같지 않으신지, 그리고 좀 그러면 스크림에서 보여주는 기량의 몇 % 정도가 현재 보여주고
So we need
있는
those two
건지도
to best of
궁금합니다.
three to qualify.
저희가
Yes.
스크린에서
Let's say if you win
잘하긴
all the
하는데
games,
뭐
if you win against
다른
GenG
팀들도
today,
스크림에서
if you
더
win
잘할
against
거라고
Zeta
생각하고
today, you fucking qualify now.
실전에서
Legit.
잘하는 게 중요하다 보니까.
So all we have to do is
저희
win this game
스크림 아직
and the next game to qualify.
스크린에서 한 60, 70%
All Filipino bang Team Secret. Yes.
그게 좀
Hardcore
잘 되고,
lapu-lapu
잘
blood.
되고,
Ipapaglaban ng Pinas.
스크림처럼 네.
TS lost to
게임이
Zeta
잘
twice,
되면,
but we
네,
did beat
경기를
Zeta
다
too. So group stage
이기지
last year.
않을까.
We only
네.
lost to Zeta in the final
잘해야겠죠.
LCQ bullshit, but it's fine.
We are
We're gonna
doing
avenge
pretty
our
well
loss
in
today.
scrims, but I think the
We will
same
avenge our
goes
loss
for
from
any other
GenG
team.
that knocked us
But
down
I
to
would say,
bracket, and we're gonna
what's
avenge our
important
loss
is to,
from
bring
Zeta.
that,
I believe this is the
translate that
time.
completely onto stage and perform as well as we do in scrims. And I would say we're only performing about 60 to 70% of how well we're doing in scrims. But if we do play the way we do in scrims, I think we're gonna win all the matches. Thank you very much, Lolo. 감사드리고요. Now I'm gonna turn to your words. 워버즈 감독님 만나보도록 하겠습니다.
Ayan na.
Jesse Bash,
Ilalabas
Mr.
talaga
Ray
ni
told me
Jeremy
that you guys
pagkabisaya
didn't
niya.
need to use
Ay,
much of your
yata, oy.
stats against Talon, but now today with elimination on the line, can we get to see more of what's in your playbook? 어제 제시베시 선수가 인터뷰에서 탈론 상대로 좀 전략을 많이 사용하지 않아도 됐다라고 얘기를 했는데요. 오늘은 이제 플레이오프 진출이
I love Jenny.
있는 만큼
So
팀
pretty.
시크릿의 전략을
Jenny.
조금 더 찾아볼 수 있지 않을까 싶은데
Everyone in the
어떻게
chat,
보시나요?
type heart reacts.
Yep, so
Again,
yesterday we
spread the love,
adapted
not the
the playbook
lag.
a little bit to play a lot
Spread the love,
slower,
not the
being
hate,
with
guys.
Tom.
Share
We're
this stream
very
with the hashtag
heavy
TS win.
And for
Laban
today,
Pinas.
yeah,
You
we'll
know,
be able
again,
to
it's a
show
good
off our
time
stats
to showcase
and
the
be able to
Filipino
adapt all
power,
this
you
well
know?
in the game.
It's about time,
어제는
Chad.
사실
It's about time na
상대에
ipakita ang bangis ng
맞춰서
Pinoy.
조금 더 슬로우 템포로 경기를 운영하는 쪽으로 경기를 끌고 갔었는데, 그리고 그렇기 때문에 저희가 준비해왔던 전략을
웃겼던 목
보여주지
니 제니.
않아도 됐었거든요. 하지만 오늘은 또 저희가 준비했던 전략들을 조금 더 많이 보여주고 동시에 또 젠지의 플레이에도
I'm getting
좀
fat.
맞춰 잡는 플레이들도 많이 보여줄 거라고 얘기합니다. Now, Jeremy versus Texture, yeah. Is he ready to go?
Yeah, I think they're both very momentum-based players, so I think it'll be fast and really fun. A lot of really big clutches and a lot
Tama na
of really
bakbakan,
big
suntukan na!
plays, that kind of thing.
Stop
오늘
yapping.
또 타격대
Let's go.
대결이 있죠. 텍스처 선수와 제레미 선수의 대결은 어떻게
Siyempre,
흘러갈
Jeremy yan.
거라고
Jeremy versus Texture.
될것 같냐고
Baka Jeremy yan.
물어봤는데요. 제레미
Baka
선수도
Bisaya
텍스처
yan. Bay na bay yan si
선수도
Jeremy.
상당히
Di
흐름을
makatalo
타는
yan.
정말 무서운 선수들이기 때문에 너무너무 재밌을 것 같고, 또 클러치 상황도 두 선수에게서 많이 나오고, 뭐 3대1 클러치 상황 같은 그런 슈퍼 플레이들도 많이 보여줄 것 같다고 기대하고 있다고 얘기를 합니다. 이렇게 양 팀의 감독들 만나봤습니다. Thank you, coaches, and best of luck to both of you. I'm going to toss it over to the desk.
Thank you, coaches. Thank you, Jen. That was a really interesting interview. That's the interview I was hoping for. Now, Solo was talking about the scrims, and we've heard word on the street that GenG has been super dominant in scrims, and I think there is merit to that. I mean, you're doing well in scrim. I know there's like two sides to this. I'm personally of the belief that scrims
Putang
do
ina mo,
indicate a
durog ka!
bit how their performance will be. But what do you feel?
I feel like that's a no for me. It's more of like,
Why?
okay, it's more because, all right, nobody wants to show what they really got on a script because it kind of showcases too much. You know, you might get counter-stratted when the real tournament comes in. That's why a lot of teams don't even script in their own regions. They play other ones so that, you know, they don't really show off what they got. Again, it's more, I think, of you just making sure that you have that synergy, you're warmed up for that next game. And Coach Solo, I think, said that, you know, they were just 60-70% of what they were capable of on that scrim. So it really just goes to show that they're just warmed up there, and it does somewhat translate later.
Oh,
But
grabe talaga yung
to the
pustahan
extent
nila.
that we're probably
Ayan na
not
naman,
Does that
everyone
mean
thinks
my
GenG is
stream
gonna
box
win
have
again.
no value?
Wala talagang may
Scrims.
wala talagang may tiwala sa Pinas, oh.
Okay.
The pun is hurting me. All right.
Even Chubby.
All right, quiet. All right. Solo is also talking about not really being
What
worried
the
about
shit?
secrets, anti-strategy.
Walang may
I mean,
tiwala sa
Warlords
atin.
is really
we're
good
gonna prove
at
them wrong
anti-strategy.
today,
They
Pat. We're going to
works really closely
prove them
together.
wrong
Jesse
today.
Dash, I mean, what do you think about
To
that?
be fair, yes, really, really good. But I do still feel like GenG hasn't shown all their cards yet, and that's another thing because we haven't seen the map bans, and
Fucking-
GenG, you know, they can perform a lot. They have more versatility compared to Team Secret. You know, Team Secret on some maps where Jesse Vash might not be able to play Sova, Jeremy might have to play a Raze, Envy might have to play Viper.
Caster's Curse.
It's like roles that
How
they're
dare
not
you, Victoria?
as, you know, comfortable on, and sometimes GenG does much better on those maps.
Okay.
So that's why my prediction goes towards GenG.
all right, real quick blasphemy. I feel like Jeremy's Raze is much better than his Jet.
All right. Well,
Cool.
we gotta go to. I was gonna say we're gonna go to stage, but then actually I think they're having a chat more bit there. But you know what rhymes with Solo?
Yes.
Polo. Nice outfit, guys.
No way,
I
Victoria.
love it. We got our polo on. I know. We got the best sponsors in Pacific. We got
Yeah.
dress.
Oh, yeah.
We look nice. We
Why,
got
why is it that you
color.
guys have like the sweater and I have the the polo?
Because the guy from the Philippines isn't cold. I don't know.
It's not cold. That's true.
Yes,
It's
like,
hot.
good
We can't wear the sweaters.
Snowing outside.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, I just want to point it out because you look so colorful and nice here at the desk.
True.
Yeah. Anyway, so Warbirds.
Okay.
Sorry, we're gonna go back to business. I do want to keep talking about our outfits. You know, we were looking at the interview just
Solo,
now. Warbirds
adobo,
was
homo.
discussing, you know, amping it up, adapting faster
Yeah.
to what other teams are doing.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is again a big, I think, answer to what they were what they're hoping to be against Texture that has been such a big player in those solo 3Ks. You know, once you start hesitating, you miss a call and then you mess up just ever so slightly. Texture's just there to
Pinoy
rip out
underdog.
open an opportunity
Omsim, we
to,
always like
again,
being the
win
under-
that round.
guys, we
I think
always
Secret
like being the
here
underdogs.
realize
Being
this.
the
They know
underdogs is
that
the best
he
thing
is
ever.
such a big problem to be reckoned with, and them
Oh my
being
God, I have
able
so much
to
pimples.
secure these better executions is just a part of
Sangyup
their
versus
strategy
Chicken
to
Inasal.
win this series against GenG.
And you were talking
Dude,
about
kakainin natin yung Sangyup
Raze
na yan.
earlier before I cut you off.
Alam nyo, walang Korea o walang
I just like how he
Pilipina.
uses the his satchels and stuff. I'm not a believer of Jeremy's blades more than I'm a believer of how he does this double satchel showstopper.
That's true.
All right, that's
That's
it.
a fair point. All right, now it is time. I
Ayan
hope
na,
you guys
guys.
are ready for
For
play.
those who are
It's
watching
sort of
again,
like a
make sure
gladiatorial
to share the
arena where only
stream.
one is going to
Spread
make
the
it
love,
out
not the
alive.
legs.
I believe the teams
Spread the
are
love, not
ready
the hate.
for their walk-ins.
Share
I hope
this
you guys are ready
stream,
too.
chat.
Let's go VCT
TS win,
Pacific.
type 1 if TS, type 2 if GenG, type 3 if lonely and sad.
안녕하세요. 젠지 e스포츠 소속 라키아 김종민이라고 합니다. 일단 올라온 팀들 중에서 그렇게 잘한다고 생각되는 팀들은 없기 때문에 크게 경기하는 모습은 없고요. 저희 팀이 아직 조금 더 조직적인 것 같고 좋은 전략들도
Bakit
많은 것
1, 2,
같고 좀 더
3? 3
잘하는
na
것
lang. 3, 3, 3, 3.
저희
Yikes,
팀은
medyo mahirap tong kalaban tong
플러스
GenG.
개인기라고
These
생각해요.
GenG people they actually kind of scare me.
기본적으로 필요한
with,
게임이 잘 안 풀릴 시에
with freaking-
개인기로 결국에 게임을 이기는 거다 보니까 이
With
두 개가
freaking
굉장히
texture in the map, he's so
저희
good.
팀에서
Texture is
개인기가
so good.
뛰어난 선수들을
It's gonna be
짬을
difficult to
합쳐서
fight this
그런
guy.
메테오 선수인 것 같아요. 게임이 안 풀릴 때나 혼자서 해결하는 모습들이 많고요. 그리고 그 콜로 인해 저희가 이제 게임을 위닝 포인트로 가져가는 경우도 많아요. 플레이인 남게 되고 이제 플레이오프 진출까지 한 두 경기 남았는데 남은 경기 잘 하고 좋은 모습으로 올라갈 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
Hi everyone, my name is Noel.
Yon,
PBD,
NDG.
also as NDG,
That's my
and I'm
favorite
playing for
thrower.
Team Secret as
Joke lang.
Sentinel. We're preparing our fight through the future matches, and then we're just gonna check reviews their stuff of other teams, and then we're just gonna reflect on one another. It's all up to them, honestly. Whatever the bracket is, we're gonna face everyone who's in the
Yeah,
play-ins,
there's PS
and
capsules.
we're just
I
gonna
haven't-
prepare for them.
I haven't
Thank
really
you to all
opened
the
my
fans
Valorant
that
yet,
supported
so-
me and
so yeah.
Team Secret throughout this journey, and we're just gonna do what it takes to win, no? And we're gonna do our best every time.
Ayan na guys. Ayan na guys. Ayan na. Ito na ang walkie na mga kaibigan. Two whiffs a day keeps the win away.
Playing for the home crowd in Seoul, South Korea. Make waves for GenG.
Daming GenG fans. Where's the old walk up the stage with the robot voice? Geng, durog na naman ang geng. Durog na naman ang mga geng mga kaibigan.
Their opponents representing the Philippines. Give it up for Team Secret.
Yeah! Magingay! Everyone, type 1 for Team Secret. Yes, sir! Yes, sir! Let's go! Let's go! Oh, my goat in B! Ay may... What the... Is there a penguin? Jeremy, wala na tayong penguin sa Pinas eh, gago. That's my goat. Yan yung nasa banner ng Team Secret mag-penguin. Manok lang dito, Gar. Din. Secret sana manalo para tiba-tiba. Guys, I will start betting on Team Secret with my left nut. I have 3 nuts now since all my bets won. So I have so many nuts right now, guys. Seoul versus BGC Thailand. Omsim.
Alright, so we'll begin our map ban
And
for
here
our first match.
we
Grabe, lamig na lamig mga
Now, this is
Koreano.
the
Eh,
first
si
time
Boss
these two
Jesse,
teams
parang
are
normal lang sa
facing
akin
off
eh.
against each
Naturalized
other,
Korean.
during this kickoff, but of course they've both been around since last year. And all of Pacific last year, GenG was mostly dominant over Secret until LCQ.
Until LCQ, that's right. And then they had that best of 5, and GenG somehow
Gago, aadobohin natin
make it
itong
over
mga
the edge.
geng-geng na to.
They had really close maps, but Team Secret adapted again, and that's always thanks to Warbirds. However, kickoffs, new year, I do feel like GenG might have some tricks up their sleeves on some maps, like, well, Split, for example.
Okay, Split
Yeah,
aside,
that's where
Breeze
Sova
na
isn't as
naman.
good, and I feel like
You have to
Lotus
be
is another
kidding
one
me.
of them.
Yes, exactly. I think that's
I
super
fucking hate
interesting,
this
all
map!
these, split bans by
I
Secret.
hate Breeze.
You're saying about Sova.
But it's okay, we won Breeze last time. It was a little bit shaky, but we won it anyways. Whatever,
Split, for
right?
example. So I think GenG would want to go onto one of these maps and force Jesse Vash to play something like a Sky, something like that.
Here's another interesting thought. I think I remember from yesterday's
interview with Vash was that he
Ooh,
actually
Lotus,
likes that they don't
okay.
have a
Okay.
sentinel in some of their comps, where he's just saying it's just much easier for us to focus on what's in front of us. And Breeze, I
Breeze
feel
map
like
pick para may thrill.
could be one
Optimize.
of those maps, but I mean NDG still plays a Cypher there. Anyways, another thing on the side for GenG, just moving away from that point, because now I think I made a mistake. But yeah,
But GenG on Lotus has been phenomenal. I'm not sure how Secret is going to be able to respond to how GenG's been playing.
I mean, we are going to be seeing double Jeremy and Texture probably on, what was it again? Raze versus Raze, so that could be something fun. But this is also, at least the Breeze map was also the map where Texture was really popping off against Paper X, if I remember correctly, with the Ops.
That's right. And Lotus was a strong map for Paper Rex, so to see that happen coming from GenG, I mean, maybe they're right about their scrims. They got something there. Now, the decider is Icebox. I actually really want to see Secret on Icebox, so I'm kind of hoping for a game 3
shit,
here, and we got our agent
Envy.
select up on
Okay.
3.
Same lineups usually on.
Yeah, it's the same
This
composition.
almost looks like a
JG,
mirror
that
match,
double
but there's a
controller,
sky on there.
Karen on the Astra.
And Astra.
And Team Secret, of course, double initiator, Jesse Vash on the Sova. And
Interesting,
on
chat.
KO.
Interesting.
Envy had a phenomenal game yesterday. If he can carry forward with that performance today, on a
So
map
GenG's
like
a totally
they
different
might have
team
a better
now.
time. But then again,
Yo,
like you guys
hi,
mentioned,
Im. Thank you
GenG
for
has a
the
really
month.
strong breeze too.
Sabi.
Yeah, and there's also going to be how much NDG can survive when he's alone, when he gets pressed on that side. Because usually he needs someone else to make that site defense that he has successful. So if he gets
Oh my gosh,
pressed again alone,
na-stress
what can
na
he
naman ako,
do
guys.
right now? Has he learned
Na-stress
the
na
past
naman
couple
ako.
days, or is it not going to be enough? Or is it not
Gotta
enough?
match up against someone
Ano,
like
naalagaan
Meteor
ko yung
because you
mouse.
know Meteor can handle sites
Mouse
by
giveaway ulit
himself.
tayo,
You know
guys.
that Meteor is that good.
Gusto nyo ano naman?
So again, I mean, my
keyboard
money's on
giveaway,
GenG,
chat.
but we'll see if Team Secret
Papamigay
does
ko
a
yung
bit better.
keyboard ko.
With Team Secret and this Asian comp, yes, we've seen both these teams play it, but looking at how it's kind of
Oh,
lining
push-up
up right now,
gago, ayaw,
Team Secret,
sakit na ng-
they want to be more
sakit na ng
adaptable,
chest
they
ko,
want
bro.
to be faster, they want to respond faster, and judging how this is, you know, with the single controller instead, this seems more suited for that kind of style.
One big thing as well for Team Secret here is they're starting to learn. They're starting to believe that mid control and Hulls control have been
Penguin.
pretty important on the Breeze map, which we have seen
Motor
them do
giveaway.
in the past couple of days.
Yun,
They have
papamigay ko
played
yung
here as well, so that's
S1000 double
something
arrow ko, guys.
Some of the teams, I think,
Ipapamigay
we
ko
started
sa
playing
mukha,
Breeze,
no? Ibabangga ko
didn't
kayo
even
ng
give a
S1
lick
eh.
of attention on mid. So that's something
Ayoko,
I think
gago.
has really
Tama na, ayoko
also,
mag-workout.
you know, put focus on.
Katawan ko.
All right, guys, I hope you guys are ready for the game. It's time to kickstart the gladiatorial arena. Let's go into the first map. Breeze over to our caster.
Oh, TS
Will
capsule
Joe
giveaway. That's a good idea. I'm broke though.
Thank you very much.
That's
That's,
the
right.
problem.
William here with Paper Thin, and we are going to bring you all 3 best of 3s for Phase 2, the play-ins.
Oh, it's going to be a great day. I mean, a really tough day for these teams.
Yes.
It is, you know, one team can only come out of this. It's whoever can play the best. And because of the way it's going to work, because it's a round robin, every round matters. Because as we break down, if it happens to go 1-1-1 across the board, then it is going to come down to things like map differential, round differential. So everything, every round, so crucial today.
Yeah, exactly. Round by round as well, not just maps. So, especially for the 2 teams that are starting on stage, it's going to be GenG versus Team Secret. Getting that first step in the right direction, that's going to matter a lot for this long,
Soju
grueling
versus
day.
Red Horse.
Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
panalo
And
Soju
this is
natin
a
dyan. Ay,
really,
Red
really
Horse, mga
exciting
kaibigan.
matchup. Both teams seeming to be able to bounce back from some tough losses. You know, GenG coming up short against Paper X, Team Secret having a tough go of it against Talon the
BTS
first time
versus
around.
SB19. Siyempre,
They're looking a
SB19
lot
tayo
better
sa mga
as we
kaibigan.
go. Team Secret really seems to have found their form, found their mojo again. GenG has looked really strong
5
throughout. Their
push-ups.
firepower
Okay,
has
guys,
not been
mark
in doubt,
my
not
fucking
been in
words.
question.
Mark
kind of what
my
we
words.
expected from some of these
I
players,
am
in particular
going
Meteor
to
and Texture have
give
really
away
been popping off. Karan has been such a pleasant
Jesus.
surprise. Kind of
Gusto
looking
niyo ba?
towards,
Joke
you know,
lang.
Lakia and
Hindi guys,
Munchkin
pag nanalo ang
pick it
Team
up a little
Secret,
bit more.
if Team Secret wins
that's the big
playoffs,
question, right? Obviously, Lakia, a big
I'm going to
part
give
of the
away
strong finish at the end yesterday against RQ in that rematch
maybe
with GenG, but
3 capsules.
didn't
How
show
about
up
that,
as
chat?
much on screen in those highlights for
3
the first 2
capsules.
maps. We'll see if
3
he can have
Team
a stronger
Secret
start.
capsules.
And then
I'll
you
give it away
mentioned
for
Team
you
Secret
guys.
just looked all out of sorts on day 1, but here they're
G.
trying to look that they've just
Mamimigay
revitalized
tayo
day
sa stream
1,
na
which
to.
was
Just
a blip
type
on the
1.
radar. They're back
Share
into
the
that
stream,
form that we
leave a
know
heart
the giant
reacts.
killers. Team Secret.
Hashtag TS
Exactly.
win.
I mean, no doubt.
Hashtag
that Team
mahal ka ba
Secret
na mahal
get this
mo?
done. I'm
Hashtag
really
laban
excited for
Pinas.
this. One thing that I
Game.
keyed in on for GenG
3 lang.
in their last
Di na naman.
go on
Putang ina
Breeze
mo ako
that
si Steve
kind of
Jobs.
caused them some issues
I'm
was
broke.
if Lakia dies,
I'm
they
broke,
have a real
dude.
problem going for retakes.
The
and
only reason
executes.
why I can
Gotta
give it
make
away
sure
is because every
that
time
he's
TS
not
wins, I
kind
win
of
too.
leading the charge sometimes and getting picked off earlier,
legit
trying
yung mouse.
to set up some aggressive
Namimigay
pushes
din tayo
out
ng
of
mouse
A
this
and
stream,
things like
guys.
that. But
Live
on their
mouse.
attacker side, GenG has
with
been
extra
very,
3
very good.
diseases. But here we
Yeah,
go.
of course, they'll
Game
also
na.
have to deal with that KO that Team Secret has still been running throughout this
Oh,
kickoff.
tapang ni Jeremy.
Just a bit of contact in mid, but both teams not ready to push
Nice!
just yet. And
Jeremy ang
with a deep push
tapang!
into Halls
Dude,
early
Jeremy's
on,
such a
eliminates
different
the entire
player
right side
now.
of the map.
Like before, he used to be like scared, like, you know, not confident. But right now, he's just super
Already
confident.
off to a really
Yan,
nice start.
DG lineups mo to.
Collapse towards B.
DG all alone, just has to anchor, stay alive. Jesse Vash waiting for the rest of the team's backup, and GenG, they're wise to this as well as they want to make sure they're able to clear the site safely. But they still
Pistol
have
rounds are
time
looking
to
good.
push in as
Oh,
Vash
not
already
looking good.
arrived and surrounded them.
Tang
Guess
ina,
what?
inubos
If
sa
you can just
texture.
click the heads, that's all that's going
What
to matter.
happened?
GenG holds their ground before they enter to pick up the pistol.
And this is
Wow.
something that you have to be
The
concerned
BM.
about if you're a Team Secret fan. Is that Texture, if he starts popping off, things start to go sideways for
Sinolo ni Texture,
GenG's opponents
gago.
really, really fast. And this is a hot start for him. Getting some really important headshots here. Quick to turn, gets the double dink. Or the single dink into the body shot there.
Yeah.
Unbelievable from Texture.
I mean, Texture has basically been playing the tournament of his life, which is saying something because we've always praised Texture's individual performance.
Okay.
But for him to shine so much on a roster like this for GenG, now picking up that Guardian
Bebe Galma.
alongside Munchkin, they're looking
Oh, Bebe
to snowball
Galma.
the lead as much as they can in this anti-eco. 4 rifles and just a ghost for Meteor.
Yeah, nice call here to pop a smoke towards mid, anticipating some pressure from Team Secret, buying themselves a little bit of time to rotate over towards A, delay this out. Texture, often pretty good for these, especially with a Guardian in hand. We've seen how accurate he can be with those one-tap weapons.
Yeah, just
ano
a
na
hold from
Texture eh.
GenG, though, as you mentioned, just waiting to see if there's any aggression, if they can
Come
bait
on,
out
let's go,
any
TS.
sort of that response. I
Let's
mean, even
go.
if it's not contact, if you're able to
Oh,
maybe
playing
draw
it
out
slow
some of those
right now.
precious skills that Team Secret's going to have.
Too
on
slow
an
right
eco
now.
like
It's up
this,
to
as
GenG
they
to
only run
rotate.
the one sheriff on Jeremy.
Hello,
Jeremy,
Hakel,
he's
Gabit in
really
6
been
months.
revitalized yesterday, picking up a lot of kills, really climbing the power ranking as well.
Dog.
We'll see if that comes
Nice.
to fruition
Looks like we're
on the sheriff.
Some nice shots there to delay that Trailblazer. It's not going to get through the toxic screen, so no info here for GenG.
Nice.
Oh, and it's going
Nice.
to be a double
Oh
step
my
right around
Jesus.
the corner.
Oh.
He didn't quite check it, and it's going to be
3v2,
one kill
3v2.
each for Jeremy. Jeremy picking up a second as
Wait.
well. Spike dropped at the entrance. Sure, it's just Classic Center Sheriff, but it's way too dangerous for
30
GenG.
seconds left.
They want a long-range battle. Drone trying to just aggress onto
Yes!
the roster of Lakia. And NDG on the flank. Lakia just has too many targets. He wants to isolate 1v1, trying to pick up NDG. He's so concerned about his back. And Team Secret just will not budge time on their side.
Nice!
Cannot
Good
swim onto the second.
Thrifty! Let's
Maybe we'll
go!
give him Another kill to his name, and they will
Oh
get
my
another.
God!
Great planning here from Team Secret,
Bawing
making
bawi
sure that
ng
no
Team
info
Secret
is
ang
given
pistol
over
rounds,
behind
mga
the toxic
kaibigan.
screen, and able to
Huryan na
punish
yanig
GenG
na
when they try
naman!
to push through the doors to get into the site. Just really well drawn up, great patience, not overextending, not using any of that
Oh,
utility like you
kalma.
talked about, Will. Just
Bebe
really,
kalma.
really solid stuff. I mean, that is a super encouraging sign here for Team Secret, and a devastating blow for GenG. A couple of marshals going to be picked up for them, but that's
Sarap.
about it. And a lot of rifles abound here for Team Secret.
Gen,
Not quite a
gen,
full buy,
gen.
but still plenty of firepower available.
Yeah, and full armors as well, right? Just in case there's any cheekiness that might have come out. Of course, Meteor would have been able to buy up to that Outlaw if he so wished. But we're not going to see that this time around. So GenG just relying on the sharpshooters, Texture and Meteor, a Marshall
Kailangan words
each.
of affirmation.
If they
Kalma
can
lang,
return
maaga
the
pa.
favor, sure. In the grand scheme of things, we often see then the second team who gets that thrifty will be able to carry the momentum
Tinutog ka
just a
kay
bit
Invyang
further,
relay
maybe
cam.
one extra round. But so far, you mentioned it, all rifles the side of Team Secret, and being on that defensive side, they have no reason to give too much
Nice
information.
Envy. Oh.
And if there's any two
Wow,
players who
grabe
can
sa
get it
Lakia.
done with marshals, I was just about to say, it's Meteor and Texture for sure, and Meteor already finds one.
I mean, of course, the early kill onto mid as well, kind of forcing GenG's hand to move forward, but Meteor is going to make sure that they can stabilize. Still holding onto mid with
Okay,
Texture
they only have marshals.
lurking there.
Chill lang.
Is he aware that the potential push for Envy is going to come out? He just is not. They're neither of them checking next to them, hiding right behind the box, just in
boy.
between them. And
Putang
Envy
ina
was
ka!
right in front of him, but it's going to be just slightly
Shit!
faster
Buti
firing.
hindi nag-whiff dun si
Going to
Envy,
make the
gago.
headshot
30
onto
seconds
Texture.
Well, this is something that has plagued Team Secret
Oh, kalma.
throughout some of their matches.
Bebe,
It's not checking
kalma.
those corners. This time around, it works out in their favor because he somehow
Poison.
sneaks behind Texture without either of them noticing. Now over to Borkum.
Nice.
So lock down this A site. Gonna
Nice,
invest
tags.
in
Nice!
site.
Tags silang
Bit
lahat.
of utility thrown.
Yeah, a lot of damage done. I mean, this is
10
already back
seconds
up
left.
all around
Patay.
here. Even the plan is going to be tough with
Putang
that
ina
grab
ka!
to let go and just
Kinaan
find
yung
the engine
bomba eh.
for his
Baka
Guardian.
specialty ng mga Pinoy
Long
yan.
range. Sure,
Kuya,
from
bomba!
hiding the smokes, Meteor will be
Boom!
good for another shot. Bork is going to take down one more member now. Just
Good
Meteor
job.
time goes down, and he will have to drop
Bomba,
that
kuya,
Marshall
bomba.
as well. 2-1 lead for Team Secret.
Yeah,
Good
nice
start,
hold here
chat.
for
Good
Team
start.
Secret.
Good
Couple
start for
crispy
Team
shots
Secret.
from Meteor, but not enough to break through their defenses. So stalwart adaptive play here so far from Team Secret. But they're doing their job.
What the freak?
We don't see Envy shaking up that often.
No.
but-
The Texture too, completely shocked that somebody was behind him there. I mean, yeah, you can see he's holding his heart there a
Nagulat
little
daw
bit.
siya
Like,
nun.
oh boy, wasn't
Yeah.
expecting that.
That could have been a risky one, but at the end of the day,
Tarantado talaga
of course,
to
it's
si
going
ano.
to be the round win. Lots of
Si
weapons carried
Indy.
over, so Team Secret trying to continue this. We do see a couple half armors on the side of GenG, so they desperately need an actual round win if they want to claw their way back in economically here on this first map of Breeze.
Yeah, and you'd love to find a way to get a pick somewhere on the map to get this neural theft
Gulat siya
available for usage for GenG. Just going to see if they can get into it. Only one away from the Blade Storm as Jeremy
GenG
not gonna
playing
be
so well
super
right now.
important this round, but potentially in a few. Lakia, you know, if you could feed him an orb and a kill
Look
here.
at the angle here from
sure,
Jeremy.
The Seeker's available, so but GenG looks to be setting up
The
for
hell?
another, probably a B hit.
Oh, they
especially with
know
that
they're gonna
toxic
go
screen
from
coming
mid to
down.
B.
Yeah, and
Really
the cloud
starts
as
to
well.
indicate it, yeah.
Covers the nest. It's going to be a pinch onto B. The time is going to be crucial because they're not aware that there's a bit more weight here, but a good
Uy!
flash onto Jeremy. He can't
Nice!
escape, but
Nice!
not hit
Oh,
by the
sarap!
flash. Jeremy can recover out of his own
Jeremy
numbers for a
kayataw
double.
eh.
And that's
Lami
the
sa
entire
imo.
push shut down.
Kalami.
Spike stranded once again at the
Jeez.
entrance of the site.
Luis.
Only 2 members left for GenG, and they just cannot approach.
And we have
this
the
site
spike
on
too.
the
We
B
don't have to
side.
over-rotate.
Yeah, I
We
mean,
have the spike on site.
Contact there.
Spike on hand.
Texture tried to take, kind of backfired on him as there was NDG
30
lurking in the
seconds
back of the
left.
site, ready to crunch. He's been great back there. Day one was a little rough
Yikes.
since then. He's been good, but that's a very, very nice shot from Karon.
That's the aimer, Karon.
One
That's
enemy
what he's
remaining.
proud.
1v3.
But it's going to be, of course, another trade back. Or
Nice.
back here. Yeah, the flash
Oh my god.
from
You know,
range
even
as
if
well.
GenG is like
There's a
losing like
reason
that,
he plays so
their
much
individual
KO
aim
on
is
any of the
scaring
maps
me.
that Team Secret picks, and that's going to be a third round
Da-
win.
oh,
for Team
I-
Secret.
And we saw it yesterday.
Jeremy.
Envy really starting to be that 2023 Envy that we were expecting, where he was able to have just such an impactful performance on the KO. It was on Ascent, of course, but
Good
still,
crossfires here from
having a very,
NDG
very
Jeremy.
solid
I like
day.
the angles.
And the late lurks from Borkum were devastating.
Chill lang si Jeremy.
Devastating
No reaction,
yesterday.
no
Keeping our eyes
commentation, no
on him
sweat,
surely
no
throughout this
expression
map.
from Jeremy.
And of course, with a weapon dropped and enemies on low creds, it's going to be the Outlaw coming up again. It seems like once a couple of the teams started kind of experimenting it on those anti-ecos, more teams are like, oh yeah, we should really keep track of the credit situation.
Nonchalant.
And you can see it on your screens as well.
Baka
All
nonchalant
half
yan.
armor.
And he's
Might
got
as well.
the Blade Storm to back it up.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a really nice setup here for Team Secret.
Ni
Really well
basic
thought out.
Omsim, sabi ni
in
Van
terms of
Dijk. Basic
the
ka lagi.
situation that they find themselves in this round.
Gahi ng akong
GenG,
otin.
once again, going to be fishing for some of those picks with the Marshall. We saw Meteor hit a couple good ones. Maybe Texture's got a few in him this time around.
Wow.
Ooh, I thought
Deleted
Envy
siya
was,
dun ah.
yeah, I thought Envy was going to have the advantage there, but Meteor just flicks
Ano
right up
naman?
to headshot level. And you can tell, other than Envy, I mean, everyone on the side of Team Secret, they don't want to give away these angles that you could potentially get picked off. I mean, even here on
Deleted si
stairs,
Envy dun ah.
just peeking right over the edge. Borkum hiding around the pyramids, just trying to buy time. The
You have to
tripwire
respect them,
soon
man.
to be broken in halls if Munchkin so chooses to push up, but he's just going to hold next to
Let's
doors.
go, Razuling's
Could be
best pick.
an
Yan na naman si
instantaneous
Amara.
pinch here as the Seekers come out. They're going to have sight. Jesse thinks it's the main force coming out from Metal Door, but it's actually going to be all
Wow!
swarming onto Borkum. Pyramids taken down, and Munchkin just drawing the attention of Jesse Vash so that he could not provide backup.
Spike
Yeah,
planted.
this is really, really rough
Yikes.
now as they get that neural
They have
theft
guns as
online.
well.
See Meteor
Suerte ah.
trying to fish for some Cosmic Divide invested here for GenG. Try to really make this unassailable. Texture going to be watching mid, but you can see Jesse's already kind of
Nice
snuck
trade.
between the defenses. A trade.
Yeah, back and forth on that long range, but that is going to be another member down for Team Secret. They only have two.
Oh.
NDG has to pick off the 1v1s, and Munchkin just hiding right around the Cosmic Divide. Now, Jesse Vash, sure, he's not spotted, but it's going to be very low on time, and you still have two members in mid. He's going to have to get instant 3 taps. And they're just not showing themselves.
Sayang.
They know time is on their side.
Tangina,
Munchkin even winning it with
pistol
the
round din
Sheriff.
tayo.
And GenG will finally
Gago.
stabilize with a
Ganda ng
thrifty
tutok
of
ni
their
Meteor.
own.
We have to
Yeah,
respect that
and it's-
Meteor kid.
On the back of Meteor's opening pick here. Now, and this is no fault of Envy. He just gets
Ganda ng
outplayed.
tutok nun, ah.
I mean, he's holding a great angle. It's the
Wow.
right angle. He even gets a shot to land onto
Yeah.
Meteor.
What?
But Meteor's just too fast, too good. and that opens things up. You're able to get the neural theft. You're able to use that cosmic divide to buy a lot of extra time here. Yeah, Jesse slips the net a little bit. That might be something to consider for GenG in future rounds, but overall, you gotta like what you're seeing here.
Siyempre, lalo sa mga haters dyan, wala na, talo na, siyempre.
Yeah, and of course, a success on A, and now GenG looking to pressure B once again. That's been their default hold. Now, they will all get tagged by that 0 point, so Team Secret, they're going to be very happy with this mid-push out of Jeremy. So much area taken over. I mean, even now creeping up on halls as well. They should have a very
Siyempre,
clear idea
baka
that
Korea
this
yan.
has to be
Top
eventually
10
a B
GDP
pick
in
coming
the
from mid,
world.
and of course, B main.
Yeah, exactly.
caught
I mean,
out.
especially since you're catching Texture and Lakia, two crucial parts to GenG's executes in
Decides
that,
to hold the angle.
in that knife. I mean, it's going to be really, really tough here now. You would think for GenG, but NDG is still all alone.
NDG is
Mid-control
like
taken
so
here by
scary,
Team
man.
Secret, so the rotations should be able to come through quick. Let's see how long he can hold on.
Yeah, it's just to execute. Now Texture just trying to stay alive
nice
from
try,
Maverick. Lakia with a
Noel.
good swing out right around the pillar.
Patag na
to
naman,
pick off that
pero hindi
headshot.
namatay.
Now this site always meant to be empty. NDG was always meant to just buy time for the rest of Team Secret. We'll have to take a look at what the retake looks, but Charon is distracting Jesse Vash. He cannot come to provide that so valuable recon support on that Sova. Now entering
Nice.
into tunnels, and Texture is just going to be spammed through the boxes and the wall there. Not going to be able to survive in amidst the toxic screen. Recon pings him, Meteor staying alive.
Nice!
Trying to
Ang ganda
exit
natutok
1v1s. He
Envy
can't
ngayon.
land the shot onto Envy, and now just looking for that post plant, but the 0 point, and it's going to be
Nice!
the command as well. That's just
Nice!
They cannot use their skills, and Envy's just pushing out, knowing that they can't do anything to stop this defuse. The half has been done. They're still able to try to continue it, and still so much time left on the clock.
Yeah, this is
Oh
just a
shit! Let's
throughout
go!
the round here for
Let's
Team
go!
Secret, and
Good
Envy's
job, Team
utility
Secret.
so
Gandang
valuable
tutok.
in this round.
Good
particularly
shots
the 0
right now
points. The first one
from
to get the
Jesse
info
Vash and Envy.
on that
Envy and Jesse won the round.
push. And then they're able to use that to take space in the mid to set up for this retake.
Lot
and then
Envy, man.
immediately they identify the positions, the late post-plant positions of
Oh,
the two
ganda ng tutok
controllers
ni Boss
who are
Jesse.
looking for those
Grabe
lineups,
talaga si
looking for
Tatay.
those deep positions to be able to set up the gravity wells.
No
the
reactions
stick
again
bites,
from
those kind of
Jeremy.
things.
Nag-smile lang unti.
And they are able to identify and isolate and eliminate the forces of GenG there. Really, really nicely done by Team Secret.
Yeah,
I
mean,
wonder
this
why
composition of Astra,
NDG doesn't, like,
we've seen it a couple times
put
in the
all of
past
his
as well.
traps
Obviously, a little bit of extra post-plant power, but that's where that KO comes in so handy. You see that on the Icebox maps too, whenever teams try to counter out with the KO. And Team Secret making great use of the compositional differences as they lead 4-2 in this first map of this best of 3.
Yeah, I'd like to see if GenG is going to try to hit B a little bit more, is to use a little
Pat,
bit of
tigas
that
ka lang,
Astra utility to displace that
Relax
NDG in
lang
the
diha.
back. He had opportunities there to get some kills. I mean,
Yan na
fortunately,
naman, dyan na
Lakia,
naman yung buong national
very,
heroes.
very clean with his aim in that last
Dyan na
round to
naman
open
yung
up the site,
the
but
whole Philippines.
left unfettered,
Antonio
NDG
Luna,
can
si ano,
certainly cause problems.
Yeah,
Jose
but
Rizal,
they've
lahat
been leaving
loads.
up that hall's quite open as long as he doesn't go all the way through bridge. The tripwire just set up right next to the barrier at the start of each round.
Look where Jesse's
He will
holding.
break that, just trying to make sure that Team Secret has to shift their weight, but they're not budging. Jesse Vash is sitting so far behind in spawn, and we've seen him do this last year quite a few times as well, kind of taking that commander position to make sure that they can still rotate. They have a safe rotation if the execute comes out.
Yeah, and he's got lineups for days from back there too, so a lot that he can do
They're
from
calling
that
it.
position.
Jesse knows it's B.
Blade Storm
Jesse knows
at
it's
the
B.
ready
I mean, this
for
is
Texture.
not a setup that Secret has shown
20
yet.
seconds here.
This map, of course, not completely ridiculous to expect, but Jeremy just hasn't taken this close angle for the double. He has been spotted. The flash has come out with the Cloudburst. He's going to escape, which is exactly what's needed, so NDG can start
Nice!
at the entrance.
Ganda ng setup
Go
ni
back up the
NDG.
site, but
You don't have time though,
Texture
5
will
seconds
still
delay.
force his way all the
Delay
way
lang,
through.
delay
In the
lang.
back, Bladestorm still
Delay
online,
lang!
trying to get
Delay lang, Noel! Delay lang! Let's go, NDG! Let's go!
Having trust in Texture, but he
Noel,
can't get
the
there in
goat!
time, and it's going
The
to be a
legend!
4K for NDG.
Yeah, phenomenal movement here from
Good
Jeremy.
hold.
It's a
Yan
big
ang gusto ko
part of
makita kay
what makes
NDG.
this so difficult for GenG. The spot with the trapwire as well. Good setup, good anticipation here from Team Secret. And I wouldn't be surprised if this is a timeout from GenG, because it might be time to pump the brakes a little bit and reassess here. As, again, no real utility hits NDG. He's able to just kind of walk around the site and do what he wants. And
Ayan,
that's
asan na
going to
yung
be a real
haters niya,
problem.
no?
He's gotten comfortable. We've seen
Asan
it.
na
Yeah,
mga
day one, some jitters for
haters?
sure. Team Secret talked about it in the interviews. But since then, he has looked really solid on this B defense.
Yeah, very calm, and I would go as far to even say that Team Secret perhaps expecting that some utility might have been used, right? NDG and Jeremy both
Asan
holding close
na
for that
mga
cross angle,
haters?
trying to make sure that they're the ones throwing a curveball. And GenG perhaps relying a bit too much on the fact that it does seem they've identified, okay, it's always this NDG anchor solo on B side. Team Secret generally so far at this kickoff tournament, they seem to favor that 1-4, 1-1-3 setup on a lot of these maps. So let's target it. He's the newest one. He's the youngest one. Let's target him and make sure that we kind of rough him up to make it an easy side entry.
Good shit.
But he has not been shaken at all on B side.
Yeah, the idea is not bad at all from GenG. It's just Team Secret is a step ahead of them in most regards. So looking over to this now, finally, GenG going to be able to get another full buy-in. Viper's Pit is available here, but Hunter's Fury, Neural Theft, Bladestorm, a lot of ways to combo that Hunter's
Noel,
Fury
ginulay
off
ang
of GenG's
mundo.
utility. And then, you know, for GenG, it's just trying to get into a position where you can actually get that Viper's Pit down. The plants have been mostly few and far between. I mean, that one round was all that they really got. The other one was a pistol win off the back of mostly shooting of Texture. So
pauwiin mo na yan, NDG. Sila yung nasa Korea.
what they're doing. They're
home court to eh. Korea home court to
They
eh.
haven't really done that a lot so far has GenG. Other than that one time Texture pushed up and had that little bit of a, you know, whoopsie daisies with Envy. We'll call it that. A little bit of a loop-de-loop. And it's going to be interesting here. But that, look at that, where that one was.
No,
they see him, and that's a great
dude, how
setup.
many angles is Jeremy playing? Pang ilan angle na ni Jeremy? Kakamasutro niya yun eh.
Knows exactly how that poison cloud operates. The lineup from the attacker side uses it against them.
How aware they are
And now
where
Secret,
they're going.
very well aware that this could have been a pinch onto A side. Or just trying to stay alive, trying to create space for Envy. And Envy is holding on to his utility until the actual execute happens. So much patience from the Filipino squad.
Yeah, I love what I'm seeing.
Look at us, we didn't even use a recon
what
yet.
we saw against Talon, where they just kind of let the players come to them and then try to react.
Pag
based off of
nanalo
that
tayo
on
sa
their
Nilong Paris,
defender's
okay,
side.
Migos, game.
Nobody going for any crazy lurks.
Ano
just
pre,
nobody
victory
doing
ride tayo
anything,
pagkatapos, ride tayo, ride.
Unorthodox on the side of Team Secret. Jesse Bash now
30
be
seconds
leaning
left.
in, expecting this A hit.
Oh, but Envy's position is
Shit!
so good. He does
Ganda
get
ng flash
flashed
niya
though,
dun.
right off on the
Nice
bomb
recon.
flash. The
Oh, but
Hunter's
may
Fury
mid.
was awaiting.
Nice!
Can it delay? Oh, it's actually
Uy,
just going to get a
huli.
kill. Even gets the second tag
Luck
as
is
well.
low. This can be
Sure,
good.
the spike will be
This can
planted,
be
the pit will
takeable,
go up, but
retakeable.
This is a risky endeavor for GenG, but they desperately need it. No way out of this pit.
NDG with the
Now
ulti as well.
They know that both are sitting in the site. There's no exit. They've got him surrounded. Second ping as well.
Oh
Shot
shit,
dart, a
oh
lot of
god.
damage onto Munchkin. Both of them now so low. It's
Nice!
a fight in the
Poison
pit.
down!
He's going to take the pit
Si Lakyan na lang hanapin nyo.
Lakyan. He's wrapped all the way around, but they should have a decent idea. The last time he was pinged was in that pit. Can he line it up? He cannot get the second and third. But now, it's still a 1v1, trying to go for that pop flash. He rotates over, he can't find the kill in time, and NGG
Let's go, Jesse!
Jesse Bash finishes up. And it's going to be Team
scared.
Secret leading 1-2.
Nag-line up sila kanina.
What
Oh my god.
beautiful
Buti
reactive
nag-whip si
play
Lakya.
Especially
Pisti,
for Jesse
yawa.
Bash. Right before the second ping
Oh.
of the Neural Theft,
Oh.
he expects
Let's
that
go,
there's going
Jesse,
to be
let's go.
movement towards the other side of that Viper's Pit. Let's loose.
Muntikan na,
With
gago.
the shock dart to soften up Munchkin here. I mean, Jeremy probably had him dead to rights anyway, but it's still better safe than sorry. And the Hunter's Furies, just absolutely beautiful. Finding a kill and a second
Kinabahan
ping
ako
onto
dun,
that.
gago.
And that round right there, you got to tip your cap to Jesse Bash. He played that brilliantly as the Sova.
Yeah, I love that he just sent the Hunter's Fury as well.
Putang ina,
before the
damage
ping
kaagad eh.
happens. That we've seen kills come out from
What is
that
that dumbass
before,
lineup?
So Texture just barely getting out of that one, not getting hit with the bulk of the actual
Asa na
combo,
nagsabing
smoke
mahina,
bite
ano?
and the shock dart.
Sana yung trash talkers dyan na
Secret
nagsasabi
continue
ng
to hold some mid
Team
control.
Secret
It's back to
mahina.
NDG,
Dot,
solo
dot,
and
dot.
on B side, and this is just such a safe default setup from Secret. No reason to budge.
See if they're going to push out of Karon's smoke through mid, though. Sitting right by the pillar in the smoke is Jeremy, considering it at the very least. And Makia now starting to reaggress, going to use a flash to check, confirms.
Oh my god. Patay si Jose
The
Rizal
hallway,
na
it seems like they're
pa-Koreano.
going to set up for a
Dude, Jesse's
doors
dealing so much
crunch
damage
onto
with those
A
shock
here.
darts.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the Seekers at the very
Baka
least,
naglalabasan
right?
mga Philippine
So,
heroes.
make sure that
Siyempre,
early guide
baka
flash
national
used,
event
only
to.
one flash
Kada may
but
laban ng Team Secret, walang
got the
pasok
ultimate
mga
to
mga
cover
hayop.
a lot of that information. Now we'll see what the preparation is. It seemed earlier Team Secret was well aware of this potential pinch. The Seekers come out instantly out of the cloud burst, and it's going to be a flood onto the site. Three members jumping all the different angles, and each of them picking up a kill. Now Texture eventually gets straight in, and
What the
MVC so
fuck's
quick,
going
but
on?
Munchkin coming up
Oh my
from
god,
the
that was
rear
so close.
on A main, picks up a double.
Nice execute there, but Envy able
Pag
to hide
na-clutch to
in the
ni
spot.
NDG,
Nobody's
tangina talaga.
really able to identify him until it's almost too late. 1v2 now.
Oh, that is a wide jump swing, but he'll get the information that he so wants, and Munchkin still safely stationed. Just keeping him at bay with the Trailblazer as well, and Munchkin just standing way out in the open. Hard to expect that one.
NDG.
NDG gets taken down. GenG
Sayang.
back with a 3rd round.
Yeah, this is one of those
Sayang.
executes that GenG keeps in the back pocket until they need it, until they need to kind of reset themselves, find their groove again. We've seen it a couple times here on their breezes throughout this kickoff. And it's the Seekers through the door. Everybody jumps in. I mean, the Seekers do hit Envy, but again, no one's able to identify his position. They get a ping
9-3, let's
from
go.
Jesse's utility as well to set up Envy for the first one, make it a little bit easier for him. So, you know, things go GenG's way. It's tooth and nail. It's a lot of damage done to them.
Oh, and this is another switcher from Secret. Whenever they wanted to take the tempo back, a little bit of extra weight onto the B side, trying to assist Jeremy as he pushes out. The camera almost acting as a distraction here for Texture. I'm curious if GenG's able to kind of go through the mental hoops to figure out that this might have been a setup for a push out.
Yeah, they did clear the camera, but are they going to be able to suss out Jeremy's position here? Munchkin is taking his time. And they've got a crossfire here with NDG as well, so it's even doubly difficult. I mean, ideally, GenG, they just don't even try to go this way. But
Yeah, they're more scared about the elbow, right? I mean, thinking that maybe the camera is spotting for an elbow push out, maybe a pinch out from the B side as well. They've now cleared elbow, but they have no idea about Jeremy. We'll see if that comes into play.
Know how much info denial we're seeing right now.
Here on the 10th round.
GenG is like one of those teams na they play with straps rather than playing with
those footsteps.
Yes,
so
I mean,
he's going to know.
with pure
That's why
aggression.
this position is so crucial as well, right? No matter who goes out there, you have information that the exit has happened. Maybe they went mid, maybe they went A, but at the end of the day, they're not coming B side, which is why Jesse Vash now able to try to provide support from behind. Tripwire still holding halls as well. Fragment to buy time. They cannot rush through just yet. The door opens up.
Nice!
Can he get the kill? He takes out here, and that makes the defense just oh so easier. Snakebite cuts off the backup. Texture down the side alone. GenG creeping through, but Texture gets taken down. 1v1s.
Nice!
It's going to be
Grabe si Jesse Bass 1!
And secretly
Tumatanda pa ba to si Jesse Bass? Baka doon na yung next
and
really natin.
Here by Team Secret, keeping track of the movements of
No
GenG
sweat,
all throughout.
no commentation.
Morcom trying to sneak in through A main a little bit, but even though the
Lahat
trap wire's
headshot
there, it
kay
doesn't
Boss
matter. They
Jesse.
still have all the information they need. Envy
Boom,
quick
1,
to get up there.
2.
Snakebite just a little bit out of Jesse. Still has the angles he needs to pop some heads, and clean shooting from the IGL of Team Secret. Give them that 7-3 lead. Now they have a Viper's Pit to play around with. Let's see how Borkum wants to play it. If they're just going to try to gum up the front of A here a little bit and try to force things to the other side of the map. It's going to be, looks like it's going to be a little bit more reactive this time around. Neural Theft and Cosmic Divide again for GenG. We saw that work a treat quite a few rounds ago. They were able to combo that to get a round win, and certainly feels like they might need it again on another eco with a similar alt setup.
Yeah, I think what we're starting to see from
Gago,
GenG
kalibangon ako
is,
eh.
I mean,
Gago,
obviously their executes
kailangan
look
tumae,
good, right? The
tatay na
teamwork
ako.
looks good, the
Pwede ba
comms are
tumae,
there, the
guys?
aim definitely to support it, but if
Tumitigas ang
they're not
nipples ko
able
eh.
to creep up and really set up for the execute in the most perfect manner, they're starting to shuffle a little bit, and they're scared of using their utility to gain more information before going in, because they have these playbooks where they need the entire set of utility other than that initial guiding light. But this time, like you said, the ultimate is there. Even if the firepower is a little bit weak, they'll get scratched up. Now they're starting to use the Nova Pulse to try to clear it out, but Jeremy's up top this time. He tailwinds back, and now it's the bait and switch with NDG. Lockyo will clean that up, but Jeremy, he's just too quick. He's been warmed up here at kickoff. He's here to prove that he deserves to be the primary duelist. Still holding onto the site. Spike is down. 30 seconds on the clock.
I love that Jeremy doesn't even overheat, man. The composure from this dude.
Just so impossible.
Sabi ni Jeremy sa akin, di ako mananalo pag ganun kasi ako, hindi ako makakuha ng sports car. Ayan na, sports car ni Jeremy!
Get some damage.
Lang style lang ako, gago. Natatay talaga ako.
And Team Secret goes up 8-3. It's just, these B-side hits are just unassailable. I mean, every time the utility from GenG is either late or just isn't hitting what it needs to for them to get in, to set Texture up, to do what he needs to do as that duelist. And that angle is beautiful there off that cyber cage, able to see the heads of his opponents, find some damage, and Jeremy letting them know at the end.
Yeah, spoke a little piece of his mind there.
Yeah, well deserved. I mean, it's, you know, a lot of people felt like Team Secret might be the underdogs coming in here, and they certainly have something to say about that.
Yeah, a lot of people question.
Oh,
Oh,
my.
Jeremy just putting the nail in the coffin almost in this first half. As he takes out Lakia, the only way to securely gather information for GenG. Initiator down, no flashes on the board. And now you really just have to duel your way into this site, but there's a pit on the A side. B just hasn't found success. If you're one of the players on GenG's side, I mean, we see Munchkin, he's trying to put out whatever calls he can as IGL, but you got to imagine you're running dry.
Well, that's absolutely the worst player to lose. I mean, now you have almost no ability to clear this Viper's pit easily. It would take a coordinated push of some kind. You have no flashes. You have no Trailblazer to get in there to isolate the Viper and really do anything about this. So, sure, Meteor's going to hang out by it and see if maybe, you know, he could catch Borkum slipping a little bit, but I doubt Borkum is really interested in doing anything about that. This is
It's a full send fake.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, just doing whatever they can without their flashes, but you didn't clear the Cypher utility. No reason for Team Secret to move away from it. As I see that, Borkum just kind of charging through as if they actually fully bit the bait. And that's going to be the A site emptied out.
I know.
That's a great fake. I mean, what an interesting usage of that Cosmic Divide. Of course, now you get the information off the Neural Theft as well from Meteor, so this push from Jesse should be accounted for and dealt with.
And now it's going to be Munchkin on the lurk as well, and I don't think Team Secret really have the leisure to account for that one. Takes out Jeremy, and that about shuts off the round. Like you said, the fake really sending it part of that big one. Perhaps Munchkin also jumping through those cyber cages, making so much noise as if it's more than one member after he tosses out that poison cloud, trying to sell the idea that they've been bottlenecked, and Team Secret starts to just bite. Now, just two members. They put up the cyber cage trying to stick to the half. They want to get one kill, though, and it's not going to happen. And GenG, when things are all said and done, 4-8, not as bad as we would have imagined when the map first started.
Yeah, no, and I mean, this is tough, though, for GenG. You came out winning the pistol, probably feeling pretty good, and then immediately losing the eco after that to Team Secret, and that's where things really started to kind of unravel for them. Really not able to find that comfort, that coordination. I'm just not seeing a ton of impact from Karon on his utility with the Astra. I can't remember a single gravity well that was impactful in a round. Things like that. If you're going to be playing the Astra, those gravity wells have to be on point. Now, part of it, obviously, on the attacker side is so that you can use it post-plant to, you know, disrupt, delay the spike diffuses and things like that, but they frankly couldn't even get into that situation very often. So, I mean, regardless, this is just a really clean half here for Team Secret.
This fan just asking the GenG players to please let them breathe a little bit more comfortably. They've been holding their breath here in the stadium. I don't blame them. I mean, all their matches are going to that third map. I mean, sure, while the players individually looked explosive, even that rematch against RQ yesterday really could have gone either way in that third map of Icebox. So GenG fans just teetering on the edge as Team Secret, they've just been gaining confidence map after map.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It is, you know, GenG has had to fight such a hard battle to get here. Both teams have, honestly. And for GenG, they have played, you know, max maps every single match that they have played. So a lot of their playbook is going to be tipped towards Team Secret. And another concerning thing here for GenG is they were like 66% on their attacker side on this map through the first two times they played it this year. And only getting 4 rounds is concerning.
Yeah, that's not a good stat that you want to kind of follow up with there. So GenG, for now, they'll have to forget that, though, as it is a thing of the past, now focusing on the defensive side. We mentioned again, if it does come down to tiebreakers today, after these 3 best-of-3s, I mean, map differential, round differential, all these small things are going to matter. So GenG really want to take the lead and run with it here on Breeze.
Mid push for Borkum, seeing what kind of information he can get. 3-stack towards mid for GenG. Already sneaking texture in towards that wall, that new wall that got created on the update to Breeze. Everybody expecting, you know, something that Team Secret seemed to be favoring on their defender side with some mid pressure. And GenG here kind of trying to anticipate that, just leaving the A site wide open. Only Karon with eyes on it right now from mid doors.
Yeah, and ready to exit as well, right? So just texture watching his back. Looks like it's always meant to be a full retake onto the A site. Should hear the
dump in the world, dude.
Oh, and now they want to take out the lurk as well. They're actually going all the way.
Here we are again, attacker sided
through elbow, but NDG not
oh,
quite
here's
in
the whole rotation.
He should hear all these footsteps. He hears more than one, so he's just going to hold. He doesn't want to get picked off. He knows that he can give the information to his teammates. The tripwire tripped. He's going in. He sees way too many members, and he's going to get no.
Okay, gets one kill. That's good.
Will survive as we do see Borkum trying to come up as a distraction. But the biggest thing is now they have to worry about that flank. Jeremy pushing his way out. And that will
This
free
is
up
big,
Team
this is
Secret
big.
to now keep all eyes on
This is
A
fucking big, chat.
The forces
Big.
arriving too low for Munchkin. Envy gets one. Does
Big.
find the defuser, has to stop. And
Big.
that's just the timing.
Big
the
nut.
long back and forth for Jesse
Woo.
Bash. And a clean pistol win for Team Secret.
You can see why Team Secret very happy to play this map. I mean, reading GenG every step of the way, from NDG's position to the way that Jeremy pushes right into the cyber cage here of Meteor, expecting him to be right around that corner as the door is opening. And then Jesse hanging out in Charon smoke waiting. So this is incredible, the way that Team Secret is using the smokes of GenG against them, finding these positions where GenG just isn't expecting players to be.
Saw it in the first half as well, using that attacker's poison cloud to create, in essence, your own one-way on that jump up to the boxes for Nest, things like that. And this is where a lot of that counter-stranding comes into play.
Nice.
You know the tendencies of your opponents to try to say, okay, well, they're always going to use that utility. How do we react to it? How do we use it against them rather than just back out from it?
What's up?
That's what makes Secret unpredictable, a little crafty here in VCT Pacific, and to some extent makes it tough for teams like GenG that like to play fairly textbook, like to play execute heavy, to figure out how Team Secret will react.
NPC moments. I can't believe Chiron is getting shot down. This dude has like one of the better fragging rates on GenG.
But now as a team,
he's not even fragging. He's like
they
5-12.
downloaded Talon after losing to them the first time. Really just used Talon's own game against them, and just had a phenomenal run back. Now here against GenG, kind of looking like a similar type of play style where they're just willing to let GenG be the one to make the mistakes and then punish.
They gotta
them,
check that corner, dude. They gotta check that corner.
Setups can be used against them as well.
Oh, gonna check with the drone. Does he check both angles though? He finds both
nice.
targets, and they've all been spotted.
I love
Only
that
Classics,
awareness from
no
Boss
way
Jesse Bash.
to react to that
He
and
may
fight
be old,
back.
but so is his
Secret will
experience,
find
man.
a free B site.
100 years
As
old
the members
experience,
of GenG
right
dwindle
here.
down to 3. One sheriff in the hands of Texture, and because it's Texture, sure, we never know. But now they hear it.
Texture
Sheriff in the
has
hands,
not
giving
loaded.
an easy angle, trying to set up a double there. Can't
Oh my
find
God,
the low
India
target
almost
Envy
died.
either. And you gotta imagine at a certain
They
point,
don't have to
GenG,
peek,
they're
man.
just
They
holding.
don't have to peek.
It's just Texture trying to get kills with the Sheriff at long range, but they
Nice,
accept their
Jesse.
fate. The rest of them just classics in hand, waiting for the spike to go off.
Yep. That's
Generational experience.
Secret doing their due diligence.
Yes, sir.
Jesse
Got
Bash,
the old wine,
their
the
drone,
older
being
the
like,
wine,
they
the
could be here on this
tastier.
corner. We haven't been here. We haven't checked
Nice.
it. And Jesse also good with the Guardian. Locky that gets a dink, gets a kill. That's not bad.
Yeah,
Putang
I mean,
ina ka.
hey, you just had a classic. You heard
Di
that
mo
they were
minura
coming
ni
out your
Envy,
way
minura ni
anyway.
Envy.
You gotta pick up whatever kills you can. Should be able to get out with all the weapons that they want
Dinurog
on
na
the
namin
side of
ni GenG
Secret.
last year. Dudurog-
Now a
dudurog
10-4
na namin
lead, a
yun.
pretty hefty one. Mostly half armors on the other side of GenG as well.
Man,
Very
Jesse's so
concerning
good,
now
ah.
for GenG.
Grabe.
Seems like they're going to have to dial up
He's
something
teaching the young ones a
special, try to find
lesson.
a way to get fired up, but Texture, his impact severely minimized here. 7-12 right now. Munchkin, the top fragger for GenG so far. That is very concerning.
I mean,
very concerning.
kind of goes back to the memes of the old days with Optic, right? If you got your non-fragging IGL starting to top the board, something's not going right. Star Duelist not with that Gary Power in this map. We won't name names, but I'm sure it's all of our favorite IGL. So, well, Secret, I mean, they can match the firepower fairly well.
Gago
And
ayo,
of course, even if they don't,
The
Archer Scurry
All-Father.
will come online the next round. I mean,
Jesse Bash, the
very
LeBron.
close to his null command as well. They've got what it takes to just push right up to the finish line in map 1.
And it feels like so much of what GenG is playing for here is off of contact. No push-outs, no proactive information gathering, but Charon there just steps out, takes a
ready for
peeking
these
Jeremy
shots.
out. Now the information Team Secret attempted to be gathered. Charon going to be sitting on the back of Pyramid there. Use that gravity well. That one at least delays. That's not bad.
Yeah, especially with the jet down as well. They know that they have this advantage, but no one aware of mid doors. Now there isn't a backup. Okay, we do see Munchkin trying to keep his eye on it, but there's just too much time. The timing in favor of it. DG picks up one, and Munchkin goes down instantly as well. The entire site. I mean, they just all get hit at the same
love the
time.
timing
The
here from Team
comm's
Secret.
perfect for Secret.
And takes the
as
site
MDG,
just like
the
that.
newcomer, helps open up this round.
There just is no mid pressure, no mid control, no mid information at all for GenG this round.
That
Not
angle
a
is so scary
single
from-
ounce of energy was expended to check that part of the map, and it pays dividends for Team Secret, who find once again Another weakness in their defense.
Nice timing,
Gonna pick
NDG.
off texture, and that
Yikes.
is not going
Tama
to
na,
feel
tama
good.
na. That's Meteor.
The star player of Gen G. We've been talking about how he's had the tournament of his life, and Meteor now trying to scrape together whatever he can. The only remaining member of Gen G from 2023, but time is not on their side, and neither are the craftiness of Team Secret as they win the 2.
Nice!
11-4 lead,
Yes!
7-point difference,
First round
and
shot.
Gen G still
Korea
not
versus
catching clue.
Philippines.
That's the bonus now.
Man, I don't
for
want to
Team
jinx it,
Secret.
but this would look so
And
good.
It's do or die time.
This would look so
for
good.
Gen G. This is
Lahat na naman nag-vote
looking
para
like
sa
it
Gen
could
G.
be
Everyone is
quick
sleeping on
map
TS,
one here.
man.
Gen G has looked pretty solid on Breeze, but Team Secret now looking
Huh?
like they.
Yeah, get those nerves out, get those nerves out, get
What
comfy.
the fuck is that saying, bro?
I guarantee he's feeling really comfy right now.
What
This
did he
is
say?
Going very, very nicely. A couple marshals, some sheriffs for Gen G, full vandals in the hands of Team Secret. You've got the Null Command, you've got the Hunter's Fury. Munchkin able to dodge.
Ano
0
daw?
point. Now up and over goes Team
The
Secret
king has
once again,
spoken.
going for a mid
Mga Baymax
explore.
Pinas yan.
Do you see Munchkin at least considering this from the double doors? In fact, they're considering it from both angles. They're expecting this, and they were setting up to try to punish it, but the early pressure from the Marshals is going to back Team Secret off more towards B.
Yeah.
Now over into Meteor. I mean, this is a guy you wouldn't mind having this situation.
Nice,
He's
Jesse.
busy shooting, so he
Baril ka kasi
can't
ng
get the
baril.
information with his camera
Nice
either,
trade in
and
V.
Team Secret
Ang bilis mag-trade
punishes
ng Team
that
Secret ngayon.
instantly. Realizes if the
Jesse.
Cypher is scoping down, there's no way to react to
Yikes.
that. Munchkin will pick up a
1v3.
consolation kill, but that's all that's going to be. And you gotta imagine
The
with all this
Hindu
utility, all the
manuscript.
weaponry, and of course the timing in favor of Team Secret.
Oh
that
my-
leads
Chat,
them
look
right
at this.
to map point with an
13-4,
8-round
man.
lead
The round
for Team
differentials are
Secret
so
in map
big.
1.
I mean, it is an eco, but it's an eco you have to win at this point. So the concerning thing for me here for Gen G in terms of just an overall perspective is that they're kind of tunneling in on stuff. I mean, from the macro where they set up for this mid crunch and they kind of tip their hand maybe a little bit too early with those Marshall shots to just Meteor not expecting somebody to already have flanked over to the left-hand side of the site because he's too busy popping shots through a smoke trying to catch a freebie that he misses the even thought that a player could come over from that side of the map. And this is a little bit concerning for Gen G, and just great play from Team Secret. Just absolutely phenomenal stuff from Team Secret. Do not take anything away from it.
The speed, it's a little fast, but Karon, that one singular gravity well right before the Milkman hits him, it's actually buying just enough time for backup to arrive. Of course, the weakness being applied to Envy helps pick up that initial kill. Meteor.
Whoa.
Now we'll just wait until that
What?
KO eventually
Jesse
goes
Bash
down.
is
But
so
Jesse
hot.
Bash, jeez, Jesse. I mean, he is trying to clean up house. They're switching positions as well. The pop flash is good.
Grabe
Lucky will
pop flash
pick
ni
that up, and
Lakia.
they will eventually pinch on to Jesse Vash. Gen G desperately holding on to this map.
What was that top
I
from
mean,
Lakia, dude?
Jesse's so good today, man. He is looking like his birthday buff is carrying over today, man.
Oh, it's the
Like,
birth year
he's-
buff. Yeah, 2024, the year of Jesse Vash. Better watch out. 34, that's it.
That's right. This is his best year yet for sure. I mean, he is looking phenomenal. Great to see Karon having some impact with his utility. Something kind of felt like was lacking maybe a little bit earlier on.
Okay,
Now
maybe
starting
Breeze
to
is
get
not a
little
curse
bit
anymore,
more
guys.
Dialed in. Trap wires once again, as always, being set up on B, and now this time Gen G leaning a little bit more towards this B side, potentially expecting a switch up. A lot of anticipation for
Looks like
Jeremy's
B's the call
landing
here.
zone at the front of the
Change
B
it up.
site there, with the Cypher utility, trying to see if they can punish.
Nice,
that position. I don't know
Jeremy.
what happened there.
Wala ka na,
Just
Lakia.
peek out.
I don't know why Lakia is.
Why are you
To
peeking,
be
huh?
fair, yes. Why was he standing
21
right in the middle of the
kills si Jeremy.
stairs?
Oh, grabe
That is
magsag.
a question that we will never discover the answer to. But Jeremy with a quick peek out gets the kill. Perhaps Lakia just a little lax on the timing. But either way, that leaves Meteor all alone. So Munchkin just trying to pinch together. Now Gen G's moving across the map. They're trying to pinch into this B site, but unbeknownst to them, Hall has been taken over by Secret. So the real tail in this loop around is going to be Secret when it comes to it.
And Envy was ready for this. I mean, he knows that, sometimes Munchkin, especially when things aren't going their way, starts to press a little bit with these lurks, tries to go for some cheeky hero plays, really pan out. Now Meteor just in a world of trouble. Yes, he has some help. Well, he had some help.
Oh, well, that goes down to the Hunter's Fury. Meteor just trying to stay alive in the Cyber Keys, but
Meteor
they wait
scared.
until he has to push out.
fuck.
And now
The flank.
Texture on the flank, but it's going to be a flank for flank as well, as we do see Borkum wrapping all the way into defender spawn. Now Spike is down, time somewhat favoring Gen G, but they have so few members, and the peek out from NDG doesn't get the kill. Charon has to wait until the screen goes down.
No,
He goes for a quick
what?
peek, and it's going to be the timing on DenDG on the reload.
What's going on? I'm so
They've now entered
confused.
the site.
Nice 1v3.
Just
Yeah,
Texture
let's go!
all alone, and all three members spread
Oh
out
my
across
God!
13-5. One-sided
One round
victory
closer
for Team Secret
to
as they
getting
go
to
up
playoffs.
1-0 in this best of
Oh my
three.
God, guys, the
Thoroughly
Madrid dream,
impressive
the
performance here
Spain
from
dream is
Team
real.
Secret. Looking so
Oh my God,
good
if-
at
if-
every
if we're
twist
really
and
going
turn.
to Spain, that's
Never
crazy.
giving GenG much breathing room at all. It took some really creative executes on their attacker side to really accomplish much. Otherwise, it was Team Secret all over the map.
That's
always
one chance.
finding
One
gaps
team
in
down.
GenG.
We have a big chance.
Every time
Ay, hindi
there
pa
was
pala team
somebody there
down.
to hear
We
the
still have to win.
rotations,
Best of three
the
pa, best of three
footsteps,
pa.
to see the
Best of three
rotations,
pala. Sorry.
anticipate the maneuvers,
Kala
to
ko
have
best
a
of one,
setup
gago.
where GenG's
BO3, BO3. May
executes
next
were
step,
able
may
to
next
shut
pa, may
down
next pa.
quickly.
Well, that's it for map 1, but we do have the Death standing by to break down the action before we get ready for map 2.
Oh my goodness. Meron pa, meron pa.
And it is a 13-5
Tuwang-tuwa na naman si Asoray. Baka Pinoy
Team
Pride yan.
Secret's favor. That was a very quick first map, and Team Secret definitely turned things around and proved exactly what Warbirds had said, that they were ready. They were ready to adapt quickly, and it looked like GenG just wasn't prepared for that, Asoray.
Yeah, you talk about how there's a lot of
Ayan na.
adaptation here.
Sasayaw na ba si ano, Apolinario Mabini?
Was adapting fair enough. There were so many intervals where it just felt like there was that one thing that was off from GenG, whether they're going for that split push on A, opening halls, and then they just lose that halls control, still push up, and not really be able to readdress those issues that kept happening over and over again in this first game.
Yeah, I remember that round. Envy knew exactly what was going to happen, right?
Yeah.
Jumped up on the box, got the drop on some of the GenG players that tried to execute out of halls. It just doesn't quite work out. I mean, some of their textbook classic Korean flash and dash executes just get completely anti-stratted. Team
Basic,
Secret, you know,
yeah.
Jeremy, I think, had a great
Look at that
game
first
in this
skills,
match.
man.
On this
Jeremy
map.
was on
And
fire.
it
He
came
has
from a lot more
his confidence
direction
is going
from
through
maybe
the roof, dude.
Warbirds or Jesse
Going
Vash, the
through the freaking
IGL. He
roof.
seemed to know exactly what to do in every situation, in every round. And anytime, you know, he hears a dash come in from Texture or the bird flying out.
Look at that 13
He's
first
just
kills.
like,
That's
cloud
crazy.
burst on the ground, I'm staying inside, I don't get flashed, I'm okay. And then NDG comes in to help him out. Or he pushes himself, you know, under window around B main, and he gets so much information off of what GenG is trying to do. They just look like they had so much more direction in this map.
Yeah, and again, as I mentioned, you know, mid and halls control, that was one of the things that I felt like
Okay,
was
let's go
lacking
pa
from
TS
Team
capsule
Secret
Kirazi.
in some of their
Gago,
games.
sinabi
And
ko
now
ba
it
yun?
looks like they were able to make it happen a whole lot better now as to why, you know, Texture had to go super hard to get that pistol round in there.
Grabe si Jesse, oh. Grabe pagka-initiator niya.
Pistol as well.
Now, the
Laos
casters are
na
talking
naman ang
about
GenG.
the Jesse Vash buff, the birthday buff. He has
Pero we have to chill.
performed
Chill lang, guys.
phenomenally this
May
map,
map
you
to
know,
pa.
the
May
Sova
map to
that
pa,
we
mga
know and
kaibigan.
love from Jesse.
We need
But
to keep up our
Jeremy here
confidence.
at
We need to
MVP,
keep up our
you know, we were
confidence.
talking about this in the green room just now. It seems like Team Secret has kind of repositioned their players to make sure that none of them really fall through the cracks, like MDG anchoring on side A.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really like how he's maneuvering right now. Again,
Si
it's
Invi,
not
eh, palong-palo
as
si Invi,
clear-cut
eh.
or as explosive as what we were
Grabe
kind
talaga
of
si Invi.
in their
Look,
matchup
Invi's
against,
so
you know,
consistent,
Meteor
dude.
when he was doing
But
his
Jeremy
amazing
on the
plays a couple
jet,
days ago.
he's
But
on
it's
fire,
super solid.
dude.
He
That's
always
my
has Jeremy
boy.
there with him. They
That's
have
my
that
boy,
kind of
Jeremy.
back and forth duo between the two of them as they get pushed on B. And when he was alone on B side, he's not overextending the fights anymore. He's utilizing his traps a whole lot better, and he's waiting for his team to rotate. So these little bits of adaptation have been really good for NDG's site anchoring.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. We gotta look at this. This is the first time Texture is not dominating in terms of the ACS and KDA. Jeremy is like, look, I've had enough of all this Texture talk. I'm the better jet here.
Complete flip, right? I mean, not only is Jeremy 300 ACS, 2.3 kill death assistance ratio. I think he ended like the first half with like 17 kills and only 8 deaths. That's already a really big number. But what stands out to me the most is that Texture has
Look at that.
0 and
Look at that Jeremy
for
stats, dude.
first bloods in this whole
Texture has
map.
no first
That
blood.
that has not happened at all throughout this entire kickoff.
Literally.
So yeah, it's just
Texture has no
completely
first blood, dude.
anti-stratted
That's
by
crazy.
everything that, you know, Warbirds prepared. Any execute that GenG tried to throw just didn't work out at all.
I just wanted to add as well in
Bakit
terms of like the
malungkot
stats.
si Jeremy?
You know, looking at
Jeremy,
the
okay ka
zero
lang?
plus for Texture, all of his stats against every single player of Team Secret minus Borkum have been negative. So he's lost 4 of the 5 fights that they got against NDG. He's only won 2 of the 6 fights that he got against Bash, and then so on and so forth. So Texture really is struggling this first map.
I think Secret has been really, with every day that passes, and again, it's been 6 days, and every day that passes, Secret has been gearing up. You can tell they're warming up. You know, maybe they were like you, adjusting to the cold, landing back here.
Malamig lang kaya, malamig lang sa Korea, kaya naglalamig pa yung kamay nila.
But you're right, they've been anticipating every single move, every single maneuver that GenG tried to throw at them, and even in the second half, they just strolled in through mid-doors.
Oh my God.
That was so painful. They're just, you know, there are gaps in GenG's gameplay right now. I don't know if they're panicking or what's happening. They're moving too quickly for GenG right now.
There was only one timeout called by Coach Solo as well, GenG, and it just looked a little bit off. They couldn't adapt. They had no idea, and almost felt like they lost a bit of confidence. You know, they got so distracted by that push coming out of A main that nobody was looking at mid doors. NDG came in, and the way that they held that post plant, NDG was so chill. they had such a much better
partida, di pa ako pinapasok.
Jeremy, but then
alam
by
niyo guys,
that
pag ako
last
pinasok sa Team
NDG
Secret,
just had a
tapos
camera,
talaga ang ball
hiding
game.
around orange, and he just had one hand on the mouse.
Pag pinasok talaga ng Team Secret, tapos talaga ang ball game, mga kaibigan.
I'm just watching the camera. It's all right. I don't care whoever comes to strolls along. It's
You know, they had
all good.
full control of the game, right?
Yeah.
Also, I just wanted to add as well, I don't think we've talked about this here. The second round in this first map, it was a thrifty pistol from Team Secret here. What was happening there with GenG, right? Where they had full contact on A main, and somehow in like the 3-second standoff that they had looking at each other, it was Team Secret that was coming out on top with just, again, 1 Sheriff and all classics. So, you know, very iffy.
That might have been the
Pag
moment,
pinasok si
actually,
Razi, medyo
when
maluwag
everything
na yung
just
laban.
kind of got thrown off. I don't think they
tapos
expected
talaga,
Secret to all be
you want
there
me to
and ready
think.
just to pounce on them with classics. You're right. Most of them, I think they all died to classics. I don't know how many Sheriff kills we had in that round. It was unbelievable, and Lakia standing all alone. It was just...
I think they underestimated them a little bit too.
Yeah.
And then, just dying to the classics in those positions that they weren't expecting Team Secret to be hiding in. But then they did kind of do the same thing back to Team Secret for just like 1 round. Meteor opened them up with a Marshall, and the rest of them tried to go for those refrags, but it didn't quite work out. But as it all plays out, you know, Team Secret starts to build out that momentum. That's the main thing. Coming up with that thrifty win really killed GenG's momentum, killed GenG's confidence. They couldn't come back from the game after that point, which worries me a lot about the next map, because I do feel as though Warbirds has tricks up his sleeves.
Yeah, speaking of momentum, exactly. This is going to carry on into Lotus. So far, we've only seen Secret only play Lotus once against DFM. But before we get into that, let's look a bit at the replays of what happened just now. Some killer plays.
There it is.
Guys, yeah?
Wala, intro boy lang to si
There
Texture.
was a moment, that was
Texture,
the moment for
intro
GenG
boy.
where it just looked so good in the beginning, and then it just
Lahat
all
naman ng
started
kalaban,
falling
TS,
apart
intro boy
here.
eh.
This is the round you're talking about.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I don't know what's happening here for GenG. Maybe they just woke up on the wrong side of the bed. But every single time that, you know, I was mentioning when we were doing our pregame that I thought it was Secret that was going to have issues with their setups where they're just slowly getting into the site. This time, it's GenG that's actually the team that is slow to get into the site. Whether maybe they're just afraid that Team Secret's too near the smokes in front of the entryways or not. We don't see that explosive entry that we usually see from Texture. No proper support here from Lakia's flashes, and I think you were mentioning this in the green room where you saw like Karon's setups as the Astra was just a bit too slow. Maybe that's also a factor here as to why this felt so disjointed, I think is the word, for GenG.
Yeah, that's right. And, you know, they really need to shape things up going into Lotus. Now, GenG was fantastic on Lotus. You know, they only lost once to Paper Rex, but even then, I'm pretty sure they made Paper Rex sweat a bit. It was a 10-13 on that. Now, both of these teams seem to like playing double controller, but like you said, Quack, Warbirds surely has more plans up the sleeve, and let's look here. Looks like it's the same. You know, the only difference between our two initiators, Fade and Jesse, back on the Sky.
Yeah, Jesse on the Sky. You got Envy on the Viper. That's what I was a little bit worried about for Team Secret, but after seeing that first map, I do feel as though Warbirds has plans in mind. The main thing is, as long as you know how GenG executes, as long as you know their intentions, which is why some of the times you see Jeremy go into deeper positions, if they get that information and they know how to adapt against GenG, then GenG might have a tough time. It becomes a whole game of an adaptation. GenG, you know, they need those timeouts from Coach Solo. They need Munchkin and Lakia to really adapt on the
I don't know,
fly
guys.
and figure out.
I'm saving my energy
Plans
because
because
the game's gonna be lasting. It's gonna last long.
Again and again. What does
We're gonna fight
definition
GenG
of
then
insanity,
Zeta
Asteroid?
later.
Yeah, doing the same thing over and over.
Okay, let's go to map number 2, baby.
All right, let's see the insanity for Lotus. We're gonna go back to our casters, Paper Thin and Wilcho.
Yan na.
Thank you very much. The thought just came to me. If Insanity is doing the
Ito
same
na.
thing over and over again,
Lotus
are we all
map,
insane
mga
for
kaibigan.
going back to the analyst desk after
Morcom,
every
Jeremy, Jesse,
play?
Bash, Inby, NDG.
What are we doing out
Jeremy
here?
on the raise.
But then they keep coming
This is gonna
back
be
to
good.
us.
Oh no, it's
Baka
all
daan
in
yan.
the loop of
Baka
Insanity.
Jeremy
Well,
special
hopefully
yan.
that's not the
The
case for
Bisaya
either of these
special.
teams as we do face Lotus
Isang
on map
showstopper
2.
dyan,
Now
Jeremy.
GenG, a great
Pakitain mo.
showing on Lotus yesterday against RRQ. They've consistently favored this map, but that also means that there's a lot of tape to be studied, and we know what Secret likes to do with that.
Yeah, no doubt about it. They seem to have really gotten GenG's numbers so far, and another
Anong
map
Jeju
that they'll
Island?
have some info on.
Batanes versus
Certainly
Jeju Island.
has alarm bells ringing in GenG's ears. There's no early pressure, early aggression. A little bit of a mound push here for Munchkin to potentially deal with, lining up with the snake bite to try to slow things down a bit. Keeping a couple members over on the other side. I think looking to see how much contact they get here as Team Secret before they really fully commit.
Yeah, but they're not quite aware that the backup's already arrived on Waterfall. Now the Poison Cloud will actually push them back.
Nice call
And now
to just
GenG
wait and
looking
hold.
for timing on the counter push. It's
Nice
going to be the
call to
paranoia.
wait
It
and
doesn't
hold.
quite catch anyone
They're
as
so
they all
smart.
jump right around the wall. But that gives the idea to Team Secret that this was a rotate, and they will just hold. They know that they can't win the timing fight if you rotate at the same time. Just
Oh
looking
my
to
God,
re-aggress, make
basang-basa na
sure
naman
that they're
tong
not
GenG.
losing control of Mound. You love to see this type of operation from Team Secret.
That's just delayed here from GenG on that attempt to punish the orb push. Munchkin, once again, under a ton of pressure, has to get the heck out of there. All the utility forcing him back, but he's going to re-aggress on this angle. Looking to see if anybody's going to try to push in.
Nice,
Push
Jeremy.
Out, yeah,
Nice,
Jeremy
Inby,
coming in. It's gonna be a double team as well.
Nice.
I mean, Munchkin not quite finding out that it was two members, and it's just kills on all sides, and we see a flawless on the
So
pistol
good.
round
Like,
for Team
seriously.
Secret.
Yeah, it's just
That was
every
clean.
time
Wait,
GenG
that was actually
wants
really
to do
clean.
something, has a
The-
tendency
Yung
to
delayed
do
push
something.
nila sa C,
Jesse Bash and Team
they
Secret
provoke
are
C,
just a step ahead.
then they go back
GenG a step
because they know
behind.
GenG will use
util
util to
dump
push out.
onto that
Then
orb.
they re-hit
It's just
C.
way too late.
That's
By the
so
time
smart.
they even get the paranoia and the fade util out there, Team Secret's already around the corner, and then they're just waiting here, and Munchkin trying to do what he can, tries to go for an aggressive play into the smoke, seeing if he could maybe do what Team Secret was doing to them a few times on the previous map, but did not pan out.
That was nice and
the
clean,
hot
man.
nade combo here from the side.
Nice and clean from Team
GenG to
Secret.
try to gain a little bit of extra space, try to put those classics, those brand new, very awesome classics that we
GenG
have.
mental health
I
down.
know. I'm still kind of torn on which one's my favorite, but maybe their success rate with classics would change my mind. we do see some cheeky kills with the classic.
So you're
now
a
and then.
GE fan then, if
Well, they're definitely up there. If we ever get Frenzy team skins, right, team capsules, then GE definitely rising all the way to the top of that. But here, GenG, I mean, not trying to use any of the utility that costs some credits, so making sure that they're aware of how to claw back into this. Now a reverse stack onto C site, but Team Secret, they still have a minute on the clock. No reason to push this out. Bork very
Yan na naman yung
well aware, and he's going to be able to
angulo!
mow down
Mowed them down like
everybody.
they're
Jeremy picks up the last
weed
cherry
or
on top
something.
with the Vandal. And I mean, no reason to go to the other side. You might as well make sure you're holding the site here for Team
just
Secret.
mowed them
What
down.
a disaster for GenG.
To GenG's credit, there was one player who was aware of it. In the midst of all that chaos, I couldn't quite catch who it was, but kill for Karan.
What the
Gets
fuck?
a second. Get some dinks in there. Nice,
Was
nice
that
piece of work
classic?
with his brand new fancy classic skin. definitely adding a little bit of a buff there for Karan. But I mean, there was recognition that this corner could be here. You can see it's actually Texture watching him and Meteor. It's just people are walking all over the place in front of him, in front of them, and making things a little bit tricky. Of course, the crossfire as well from Jeremy makes it unassailable.
Malinis to malinis. I like it. I like what I'm seeing.
I will say, for GenG's credit, they are at least aware of that position of Borkum.
Sure. Obviously, the
Pag
far part
champion
not
team,
in the favor
papakalbo ko.
either,
Hell
but
no.
the results will
Hindi
favor
bagay
Team
sa akin ang
Secret. Now
kalbo
just a full clash onto Rubble. No means of stopping here for Team Secret either as they just
What
keep
the
pushing
freak?
through. Borkum perhaps overeating just a bit further. Wanted to
Oh
create a better
my
angle,
God,
but his teammates
it's
not
just
able
a
to
fuck
counteract
fest
that. Jeremy
at
will
this
finally
point.
follow through the
What's
snake
going
bite, doing
on?
work to cut off Lakia's exit into lane.
Good 4-4. Good
Pump the
trades.
brakes a little
And
bit
we get a
here.
free
This
gun
time,
too. That's a
GenG
win for us.
Not going to fall for it. They're going to keep their feet planted as well. Not going to anticipate the rotate this time. They're on at Baby Door. Texture on site. Munchkin in here as well.
Grabe.
Oh, but Jeremy's just so
Jeremy,
fast on that
man.
swing, and now the backup being
Jeremy
called
is
over,
a
but
wake
Munchkin,
wake.
he knows he just needs to stay alive. They have to regroup. Texture on an island in tree. They don't have quite the hard sell information yet, but they do still have their suspicions on the side of Team Secret. Very wary of that tree position. Looking for a pinch, and it's going to be the showstopper
Nice,
to make sure that he doesn't get traded out.
Pucha,
And
sarap.
Texture taken down. The site taken over by the Filipino squad. Low health not an issue as you get the site. Munchkin trying to come back around, and it's going to be Envy, who was a little too focused on trusting his teammates to push out a tree. That does give an opening for GenG. Already a tough round, but Munchkin trying to make the best of what he has left. 2v2. Jesse Vash still remaining. Can't win the fight yet, but time in the favor of Team Secret. As Munchkin just can't get the reload in time, and another bonus round
Bonus
win
round
for
win
Team
pa.
Secret.
Even though Envy dies there, I like the
GenG,
trust
mga
that Team
kaibigan.
Secret has in each other to hold
Zero
these angles,
economy.
and one really
Zero
key
rounds.
factor that allows them to, really
Siyempre tayo, sira na tayo.
rip that
Sanay na tayo sa sirang
showstopper and
economy.
think, okay, we can
Mga
get this
resilient
done.
yan.
Is that there's a quick
Kahit ano
check
ibigay mo
up
sa
into
amin, kaya
heaven
namin
well
yan.
before Munchkin gets there to come in, and they know that they have the freedom to make sure that they can cut off this extra flank angle, and it is well worth it to make sure that you really only have to worry about one other half of the map, the northern half. You don't have to worry about the southern half anymore.
Jeremy
You got
clears
that dealt
this
with
kid, not gonna
Texture
lie.
down. You can turn your attention towards the other forces, and yeah, it didn't quite go exactly how you drew it up for Team Secret, but still, job done. Very, very nicely handled as they are really starting to roll with this particular match. And this is concerning for everybody else because, again, obviously if you 2-0 this group,
Nice
you're going to
job,
win. And
talaga.
Jeremy's going to win that duel.
G na G na
And
si
I was a little
Jer.
afraid of this looking at the
He
minimap
wants
as
his
well.
sports car.
We've seen this type of pinch, the trap play from the defense as we see Team Secret just regaining control. But
Sanayan lang
with
yan,
the
Lods.
weaker weaponry as well, Team Secret
Sanayan lang
very
yan, mga
aware.
Lods.
They only send Borkum, who does have an exit with that Shadow Step to try to pick up that orb. See if you can bait out some of that utility. Secret is very well
Look
aware
at the whole
of the
rotate
options that
towards A,
GenG
man.
has shown so far, and they're not showing anything new just yet, so it's just a process of elimination.
Exactly. And
Look at them. Not them
it's
respecting
just
the rounds.
incredible
Kahit
the way
gun
they're
round
just
lang, kahit
dismantling GenG here.
save round to
Doesn't
mga
seem
to.
like the firepower
The
of GenG
respect
has
they're
any
taking
real
right now
say
from
in this, or they
GenG.
can't even get it going. Meteor gonna drop down. Heard the spike plant.
Planted.
Gonna see if he can get a few punishes with this Sheriff.
United
he was
swing lang
ready,
ni
but
NDG.
NDG swung wide.
Gotta find that first shot. It's just a stinger and a Sheriff. Sure you
Siyempre, si
even out
Jeremy.
the econ
Jeremy
for the
has,
next
like,
round. So trying to figure out what
used
the
to
best
this,
course
man.
of
He's
action
used
might
to
be here.
warfare,
Obviously,
dude.
the most ideal
He's
would
used
be
to
a couple
tutukan.
exit
Sanay na
frags
to sa
here, but you
putukan si
also have to
Jeremy.
consider Jesse Vash now on the hunt, only 3 points away from those Seekers. If he can get the double here, that would be the most ideal scenario for Team Secret. He gets one. He's trying to swing around. Lakia will
Baka
eventually
bukid
shut
nun
down the
represent
Sky,
yan.
leaving him 1 point away from the Sky Ultimate, but the round already escaping GenG's hands, and perhaps the match as well, as they
Sobrang
will now be
confident na ng
down
Team Secret, oh.
0-4 as the spike goes off.
Damn.
And again, this is
Oh, pre, sound
very,
trip
very
lang ang,
concerning
ano,
here for
sound trip
GenG.
lang ang putukan
Again,
dyan.
obviously, if Team Secret just goes 2-0, if they're able to beat GenG here, beat Zeta, they move
Bisaya
on.
pride.
There's no question about it. However, again, if it comes down to the tiebreaker, the rounds start to really
Kung
matter.
sa ano,
And even potentially if there's
kung
some
may
really weird
K-pop tayo may
where the
ano,
round
Unli
differential
Pops.
is tied, comes down to how you did on your enemies. Map picks did not go good on Breeze at all. So this is just snowballing GenG's
Boss
chances
Jesse,
of
chillax
potentially
lang eh.
making it out of the play-ins. Just right right out of any possibility of having a chance. It's amazing what Team Secret is doing.
Yes, obviously a grueling schedule and a brutal tournament format, but at the end of the day, going down to that lower bracket in the groups, you do have to play your way back in. All three teams today facing the same scenario, and it just looks like Team Secret came prepared for this moment. Almost as if to say they've always been used to having to claw back in to prove themselves back again once maybe some fans or us along as well for the casters started to lose faith. They always say, no, it's just one opponent, it's just one day. Now clearing out those angles that GenG loves to hold. They often have that cross angle set up with the Killjoy utility, so Team Secret noticing that it's a change, and that gives them the confidence to break in. The Seeker's not going to defend Meteor in time, and Jeremy stranded on the entry. Still too much utility left to be able to swarm the site. From the shadows onto the A site. This is a risk, but he's going to just stick it all the way through, and Jesse Vash will catch the rotate on Meteor.
Spike planted.
He had him read. He knew that Meteor likes to try to push out immediately. Of course, with Borkum's TP as well, a new wrinkle in Team Secret's attack plans. Texture, though, good for one, not good for the other.
Yeah, that's going to be envy holding time until Jesse Vash can get through. If Borkum can just stay alive, maybe even win this 1v1 against Lakia. No, Lakia with a nice swing and a crouch.
It's not planted for us.
Clear out the site. They have information about Rubble. They know that Jesse Vash was still on C site. Will they start the defuse? They're going to look for the stick. It's going to be the Paranoia on one side. Karon still trying to defend the diffuser. They're just going to barely be able to stick it. And finally get a precious round win. Envy
it's okay.
Gets a nice extra
GenG eco's broken
to his name.
Still very costly here for GenG.
Yeah, very costly. It's okay.
And again, a different look from Team Secret, and it almost works, but when Borkum TP's over there, that starts to spread out Team Secret, and then Jesse stays around for that lurk. Yes, it works. Yes, you kill Meteor. Yes, you're reading the way that Meteor likes to rotate out of there. We see this all the time where Meteor wants to get out of that C site quickly and start helping out towards B if he possibly can, and Jesse punishes that. However, everybody kind of gets a little bit disjointed here, and that allows that firepower of GenG to really shine, where they're able to win those isolated battles, something that GenG is going to need that of and more if they are going to be able to win this map.
It's looking like a very tough match overall. Secret not only coming prepared in the strats, but the firepower, none of them really backing down from the likes of Texture, Meteor. I mean, even Karon, who GenG has been touting, has aim second to none. Now, the push out from Mound allows GenG to hold a bit more of a frontward line.
Slow but surely
tayo ngayon.
Slow but surely.
Just being anchored down by the
slower the game goes, the more that GenG has to think.
Seemingly prepared to empty if need be. You do have that Nightfall on Lakia for a potential retake or to delay.
I mean, he's going to have to find a way to get out of there potentially. Yeah. He's in a really tight spot.
And Texture as well. That's his only exit plan. Lakia now just has to fight, but gets hit by the Paranoia. The paint shell's doing some damage to him as well. Scratched up, can't take the rope anymore, son. As he's just stranded in the middle of the site. The Nightfall will buy time, but Jeremy has not been hit. He takes that full health to try to break it open for his teammates on Team Secret. The smoke comes up, but they spotted him right under it, and Borkum will get the spray. And Jeremy hiding in the smoke already. Munchkin barely surviving, but too many members of Team Secret already on the site, and it's going to have to be a save for Meteor.
Yeah, this is just a great play here. Texture maybe getting a little over-aggressive or just getting beat at the point. And then that puts Lakia on an island. Great combo there with their utility, with the Paranoia and the paint shells, knowing that the only exit for that player from tree is going to be towards that ramp in the back of the site.
Patayo na ba si Apolinario, mga kaibigan?
Lakia's life miserable, even with the Nightfall invested, just not a lot they can do.
Yeah, I mean, the Nightfall investment's the one that hurts the most, I think. I mean, you were already stuck. I don't mind the timing of it because obviously Team Secret tried to stall a little bit, tried to wait for their own utility for that set execute to come out.
Sana si Apolinario tumayo na ba?
Just enough time to get that decay onto his opponents,
Panalo lang
bring
para
the
ng Team
backup
Secret para
together, and scare off Team Secret. But Jeremy just barely backs out of the Nightfall.
Oh my god, ang sarap, guys!
Says, I will be that scout. And the
after nito, we're going to fight Zeta.
That's all they needed for that
Wait,
round.
but we have to close. Let's close out GenG first.
We
close out GenG. We move on to Zeta, and I swear to God, this will be a match of the century.
Not great here for GenG.
And look at GenG. They are worried, man.
Sooner rather than
they
later.
Are worried,
GenG is going to have some
man, you know, it's so satisfying to see Team Secret players come to fruition. They've been practicing for 6 months.
course, it's
They've been
very tricky here
screaming.
because
They've been
a
eating
lot of the things you've been able to
samgyeopsal.
get away
They've
with
been
as
going
Gen G
around.
so far here
and they've
throughout
been,
this event
you
are
know,
now starting
cooking
to
up
be
stuff for the past 6
just
months.
completely
And
dissected.
seeing them
by
perform
Team
like this
Secret.
is
A lot
so
of these,
satisfying, man.
you know, individual
You're gonna make
hero
me
plays
bust.
and things like that just aren't being given an opportunity. The sloppiness sometimes
Si
with
Warbird
the utility
nagsasalita
from
na.
Gen G where they're not really all together on the same page, or the timings are just a little bit off or a little bit too late, things like that. But you know, here it's
So
like Team
after this
Secret
hurdle, we
is
have
just more
Zeta,
proactive,
but we need
just
to finish this
understands the
fast.
positions
I
better.
want to
Their
end this one
utilities
fast
landing
and go
in
next to
more
Zeta.
impactful
'Cause
situations.
Zeta,
Like you said, you know, Lakia
scary.
there just misses a player. That makes it even worse that someone's free to just run around on the inside without those tethers attached.
Can you believe
without
it?
any
EA is out.
information on that player's position.
El Diablo, more
really
like El Diablo.
Confusion and chaos. What Gen
Dude,
G's trying to do to try
I
to
clear
hold
El
on.
Diablo.
Now,
I'm not even
Munchkin,
immortal,
yeah,
bro.
Munchkin's got
Pero
a
Jabol
Viper's
lang
Pit, you've got the
ipapagkapat ko kay El
Rocket for
Diablo.
texture. So this
El
round
Diablo versus
feeling
El Jabol.
very, very
No cap.
important here with those two big ultimates in hand, even though you're on a
Yeah.
very weak buy.
Babawi tayo sa Zeta, guys.
right? I mean, sure,
Revenge
you could
match.
go
Alalahanin
for a
nyo,
broken buy
di
in
namin
some way,
nakalimutan
shape, or
ang
form,
ginawa
but they
nyo,
know that
mga
that
ano.
hasn't been doing them any favors so far in this
Zeta,
matchup against Team Secret.
last
so
year, ninockout tayo
will
papuntang
choose to save
out of the
just
whole
that
season.
one Phantom carried over
Zeta
from
was the one that
previous
locked us
round.
out
And
the whole
Secret should have a
season.
fairly good read on
And
this.
after this, we're fighting them.
Timeout, giving both teams a chance to regroup.
Pero chill lang. Tong si Jeremy, chill lang.
I'd really
We
like
need to win.
see, honestly, Gen G go for it here. Like, try to set up a play where they can use Texture's Rocket to grab a gun.
Let's not jinx it, guys. We still have Gen G to overcome.
It doesn't look like it. Look how far back Team Secret is playing, other than their 3-man stack. So
What?
they're aware that that could be a possibility
ba't
bouncing
di
in.
siya
And a
nakita?
little
Gago.
ambitious there from Jeremy.
Yeah, I mean,
Yikers.
perhaps just trying to get the scout on
Na-jinx
how
ko
many
pa nga.
members are stacked up here, and he gets the information, but Meteor still gets 2. Now, is he aware of Borkum having crept in now? He's very well
wait,
aware.
Meteor,
the Prowler
man.
providing the backup that will be
Grabe
weapons
naman yung
recovered
ano
as
ni
well.
Meteor.
And
But I don't get it.
mean,
Why
this
does
is
Jeremy
the
not
dream
get any
scenario
backup
for
there?
Gen G. You mentioned perhaps using the showstopper to recover a weapon, but they're just going to get it for free with Meteor getting the double on
How
the
the hell
entry.
did Meteor get
Yeah,
that?
I'd say this is probably the first round of the entire match that's left me scratching my head a little bit with Team Secret. That one a little bit ambitious. Not much help
Nice.
for Jeremy. Envy, though, good against Karon.
That should lead to the spike plan as well on one side or the other. Oh, having a little too much faith that B site was open though, as Envy still trying to check onto the A
Tangina
side.
mo
And
talaga,
that's
hindi
just
natin yung
walking right
NDG.
through the K. The frenzy finishes the job for Munchkin.
NDG picked up the wrong
And
angle.
Envy now just looking to get maybe the Viper's Pit up and ready for the next round. As
Vipers,
time not on
NT.
his side. He won't even be able to finish that as Lakia
Nice try,
will
nice
get
try.
the last kill. A thrifty for Gen G.
Very well may be the spark for them that
Anti mga
changes
kaibigan.
their destiny on this map, because it certainly felt like it was going the wrong way with that with that poison cloud there. Nobody really able to feel comfortable to get in to try to help and attempt to take Meteor out, try to cut off his angle from
350
Mound,
pa yun,
but
gago.
Meteor was well ready for it. Not fooled by Borkum's TP at all. Now you've got the op. Now you've got a bunch of ults available. Team Secret with their showstopper lining up towards C, but the push out is going to be tough for Gen G potentially if they go for this.
Well, yeah, they've got a double set.
Mag-whiff ka, putang ina mo!
Just gonna hide away in that box. It's gonna have to be
Nice!
there, and he's not gonna find the kill.
Nice!
For Munchkin, he gets
Let's
stretched
go.
up through the
Nag-whiff nga.
wall.
Buti
The
nga
trap
sa'yo.
play from Gen G dismantled by Team Secret. C site now open. Gen G scrambling to reposition, but they just don't seem to have a good answer as they are now spread out, one on each site.
I mean, Borkum's just holding that angle. He's just ready for that player to be there. It's just great protocols, great discipline.
And now just the fake out on the door. Meteor, high intensity. Not quite sure how many
Come on, take
members
this
would have
round, Team
rotated
Secret.
through
Let's
that.
go.
Lakia also prepared to fight for his life on C site. But Curiosity has killed the cat, and Meteor can't afford that in this round. Same goes for
Nice
Lakia.
trade,
He'll
Envy.
find one, but can't escape with his life. 45 seconds still on the clock. So much leisure for Team Secret.
Meteor has to win this battle.
Nice!
One
NDG!
round, no.
Nag-whip si
the swing
Meteor!
out from NDG.
Buti nga sa'yo! Balik ka Meteor Garden, boy.
I mean, great movement as well. Just
3v1,
quick react
nice one.
on that first contact.
Good. So good.
And Karon, while they don't
So
have
good to
solid
me, so
information of
right.
where he might be,
I'm Mr.
process
Tansky, your
elimination
sweet
in the
smile.
favor of the 3 members left on Team Secret. Now Karon clearing every corner. The Poison Cloud will go down at some point, and Smoke's there as well, and decides rather than going for a hero play, might as well play it safe. Don't want to lead NDG a little bit too close to that lockdown either, it seems.
Gun here.
It's going to be a save.
Gun
For sure. With a you know, there is some bank account here for GenG to work with, and he's able to recover that op. Jesse had picked it up, but with Lakia finding him, they're able to come back over and at least carry that very, very expensive weapon over into the next round as Team Secret will claim their
Sabog.
6th. Go up
Why did
6-2.
si Borkong kinain ng bomba?
Things, you know, you felt like maybe
No,
there's a
please
glimmer
stop,
of hope
please
here
stop.
for GenG. You're finally able to get that operator into Texture's hands. And once again, Team Secret just tearing them to shreds. Look at that. They're just so ready. Everybody on Team Secret knows their angle that they need to be covering, knows their job, and they execute it nearly flawlessly. So
yeah, I mean, especially with it not being a jet either, right? You gotta imagine there's some sort of backup. Now, GenG in this coming up round, they go back to their default setup that they've shown so much here at kickoff with the turret over in that new corner on C site. That's something that Team Secret has been checking for. Every time they attempted the entry into C, obviously it bites them back a couple of those rounds. The 2 rounds that
ulti pa si
GenG actually
Jeremy.
does get the round win.
well, you can see here that early on for GenG, it's a push towards A main to make
Forced
sure
buy
that this
here
is going to
from
be a C
GenG
hit.
as
Now you've
well.
got Munchkin and Meteor here. Tons of mollies, tons of delay, tons of damage that can come through. And you got the Paranoia at the ready as well for Charon. So this hit comes through for Team
they're
Secret.
still waiting for
As
the
long as
fake.
the utility usage is good here for GenG. Should be a fight in their favor, but seems like for now, Team Secret isn't fully
Lotaron
convinced
is
that
so
this
ready
the direction they
to
want to
flash.
go. Alarm about to check for Texture over on the other side.
Yeah, and this is, I'm very curious about this because one of the things that plagued GenG's opponents yesterday is that even if you knew the setup, you couldn't break it. This time it's going
Boom!
to be guiding light
Sabog!
that actually denies
The
turret that frees up
specialty!
Jeremy to fly high with the
Sabog si
showstopper.
Gago.
And that
Ang
is
bilis eh.
going to be the site
Yan ang
broken
gusto kong
open
makita.
and actually cleaned
Grabe
up
si
as well.
Jeremy.
Jeremy and Bork
Bukid
continuing
nun
to fire on all
represent.
cylinders. And it's just Texture
Kuya,
left
bomba.
with the operator in hand.
Mindanao
and has
special
to
siya
see
eh.
once again one
Bro
of the
ate
worst
the
scenarios for
rocket
your
launcher like a
operator.
champ.
You're just holding on for dear life.
Yeah, this is just is painful. I mean, Texture's 1-7 right now.
tragis.
To make everything just really apparent
Oh,
how
no.
sideways it's going. Yeah, NDG should have him dead to rights here, to be
I mean,
honest.
it's so quick, right? It's so hard to predict that NGG would have just been chilling the entire time into the middle of the map. Oh no, is it gonna be? Yeah, it's gonna be the
Oh my God!
Welcome to Team Secret. You have now been initiated.
It's Tondo Gaming time. Let's go. And that's usually when you know that it is going to
NDG's
be
first
a Team
nice kill
Secret match.
in
When the
VCT.
Tondo Gaming rears its fearsome head.
man.
I mean, just getting right over all the util. There's
No,
no
no.
extra help there for Munchkin. I mean, you expect to be able to cover everything with all of those mollies and others. And that is just amazing here. I mean, just beautiful
shit.
stuff from Team Secret.
Nagngangaw-ngaw.
Classic secret round. Good counter prep.
Saan ka natingin
Good
ba?
trades as well.
Texture,
And then, of
gutom na
course, the
gutom
finish
na.
off
Galit na
Tondo
galit
Gaming.
na.
Now leading 7-2, and you called it, Paper Thin. When that happens, when the knife kill comes
Bro
through,
got
that's when
served.
the squad just feels unstoppable, no matter the opponent. And you got to imagine the mental damage done to someone like Texture, who's
Wala
just
na,
been
mentally down na.
fragging out this entire tournament. Everyone around the world saying this is the moment that Texture's been waiting for in his career, to have teammates who can follow up on all those frags that he's had the entire career, and now he's the one being shut down.
No doubt. It just feels like off the rip.
Tondolens.
Team Secret
Everyone that
able
chat
to
type
take the
Tondolenses
reins
for
of this
Texture.
and really just
Wala, hindi pa nag-load yung texture niya
just
eh.
punish GenG in a way that
Low
has
textures
sent
ngayon.
them mentally back.
Mag-upgrade siya
They
ng
seem
graphics
exhausted.
cards
They
para
seem
high texture siya.
Not as snappy, not as
Pangit ng
reactive, on
graphics eh.
top of just being outread in a lot of situations. And it has become do or
Sucks,
die
man.
for GenG.
Man, I would just
they
quit
need
on
to
the
start
spot.
getting rounds, and they need to start getting them soon.
Yeah, a little bit of a different setup for GenG here. Charon does have the option to back out if things go south on C site. Now one more Nano Swarm waiting, as they do know they like to
What
bait
the
this
shit?
out, and Meteor just
Meteor
going to
is
be
really
holding
good
that
in
off
holding that
angle.
angle,
We'll
dude.
snipe him out of the sky, so GenG a good bit of an adaptation after
What
the
the
last
fuck
one.
is
Borkum
Borkum doing?
gets a little dicey on that shadow step forward, and Meteor answers
Meteor
back.
Garden.
Here to
Bagging for
support
free.
the team that he's been fighting for the past 2 years, but it's a collab for Jesse Vash. Round still in favor of GenG, but mental damage absolutely delivered.
Yeah, and I'm hearing some GenG players
Hirap
trying to
mag-entry
get
si
them
Si
fired up a
Jeremy
little
dyan, ah.
bit on stage, trying to see if they can get themselves back into it. And yeah, a little micro adjustment here from Meteor's positioning allows him to bail out that player. You can see able to track a nice shot too. Goodness gracious, Meteor. Absolutely starting to feel it.
Did he just see what I think he said? He said they're bad. Okay, I mean, listen, you got to do what you got to do to hype yourselves up.
Yeah. I mean, look, it can still happen. You're not out of this by any stretch of the imagination. Well, they're going aggressive.
Well, I mean, if they have that confidence off of that trash shot, they got to deliver on it. It's going to be a triple kill for Karen.
Where's that recon?
Still holding on.
Wait, that recon tagged everybody.
Is Secret aware that there's more
Oh, but
forces?
the 1v1
absolutely
differentiation.
A 2-for-2
2 for
trade
2.
in
Bigla
favor of
naging 2 for
Secret
2.
as they now equalize.
Ang ina nyo, ha?
2 ults on both sides as well. Both sides, Viper and Killjoy. But the early rotate from Munchkin. The lockdown, he wants to find a timing here, wants to isolate the 1v1.
Nice!
He's gonna find it,
Ang
but
linis
Envy
ni Envy,
lines up the
gago.
headshot.
Envy is so on point right now. It's up to meet your on and off to win.
Munchkin gets shut down. Trying to see if he can cut off both these players.
Timing!
Timing.
Let's go,
Gets
NDG!
one.
Di pa nag-line up.
Quick
Buti
with
di
it.
nag-line up
Still got
yun.
it with the scope, but doesn't
Oh,
get the
that's so
collapse.
good!
But NDG will
They
finish
almost
the
lined it
round.
up too. That was scary.
I like the idea from GenG there. Roll with the confidence, and it almost worked, but NDG swinging that
Yan!
corner so
Look at
aggressively,
them.
so effectively.
Naging
We saw him do
2v4
it to
by the
Meteor
way.
earlier.
It was a
Now he's
2v4
just right
and we
around the
still
corner
won
with the
that.
extra cover fire. I mean, it's so tough right now for GenG because this Team Secret team, not only are they
Kit
reading
nilang
the
dalawa
maps
eh.
well, but their aim is
NDG's
crispy. They're
smile
playing
is
off
so
of each other
cute.
very nicely.
It's like,
this is
Mom,
something
you saw me do that?
really impressed me against Talon was their teamwork, was the way that they just played for trades. They weren't afraid to just stick close enough together where they can cover each other a little bit. Jeremy's going to maintain that op. A bunch of ults everywhere in this final round of the half.
Yeah, just some aggression from GenG as they don't have the best weaponry. Now they do have all the ultimates they would want. In fact, the entire arsenal of it for a retake. So taking strong control of Rubble. You don't mind it, you don't hate it, but they will have to at least delay, take out some of the other counter utility as well, because Jesse Vash still has the Seekers. Borkum with the From the Shadows as well can really throw a wrench in your plans.
And I don't think they've ever identified this alarm bot positioning. I don't think Texture ever fully pushed through enough to know. Now you're going to expect one in there in some aspect or another. Seeker's going to be committed here. Lose sight. Borkum,
Hello, Magi.
information check. Lockdown to try to delay. And
Yeah,
Meteor
he was
able to step
vulnerable
up
there.
with a stinger and get
You have
Jeremy.
to go out
That
from
should
the
be a weapon
ulti.
recovered as well with this lockdown in favor of them. He will get detained, but teammates on standby.
Or 8.
GenG's surely aware as we do see Jesse Vash just trying to get his energy back up after his birthday. Trying to get back into forward. The pit goes up though, now that they've been pushed out of that C site. B closed down. Now regaining control of Rubble, but the timer not in favor of Secret. Only 20 seconds left. Jesse Vash is here to try
We
to
have a
sell the
flasher.
fake. The Nightfall, but it's going to tag 2 members, and GenG should have
What
a strong
the
idea. The
shit?
run and gun with the stinger.
Ban that
And
dude. That
Lakia
gun
does
is
it
so
what
dumb. What the
GenG
heck?
needs it most. Shuts down the round. No time for a spike plant. No way to get the ace for
Wait, that
Borkum.
gun is so
There will be a
dumb. What
4th
the
round
hell?
win.
I mean, that's nice. Getting those stinger kills is a really nice little extra treat there, and no
It's okay,
falling
guys.
for the
We
bait
lost
here.
that on
Jesse,
purpose. We don't want to hit the 9-3
probably
curse.
purposefully taking the detain
ayaw
from
natin
the
ma-9-3
lockdown to try to
curse.
see
It's
if we
okay.
can bait somebody out, see if somebody would get over aggressive on GenG. Not going to fall for it this time. Ready of Jesse's tricks, but still an 8-4 half for Team Secret. Concerning for GenG, but now they go over to the attacker side. Again, they're better on this side of the map typically, and they're going to have to be if they're going to keep this match alive, because right now definitely feels like all Team Secret all the time. And there's some good rounds here and there. That last one being one of them. Some nice trickery, but they had all the ults to work with, right? Like coming into that round, like if you're not winning that round, then it's not great. You're feeling kind of bad.
Yeah. And the one on the very top, it's a little poem for Munchkin, trying to use his name as an acronym, but it just completely does not follow the letter, and it just says, Sangbum,
Damn,
which
bro.
is a great
TS
name.
is looking so
Wake
good.
up, please win.
Man, I can't wait to end this match. Can we just win this match, please?
Please win. Wake
Okay,
up.
we're gonna be on attacking side. This is
That's what's needed, though.
NDG's
right?
playground. Lotus was his playground. He was top fragging on Lotus
staying one step ahead
yesterday,
of
so this
Munchkin,
is
the
his playground.
IGL
We should get this
GenG.
round.
And while you have some other veterans like Lakia, like Texture to help with a little bit of the calling, I mean, Munchkin, we've been told, you know, leading up to kickoff after some experimentation
Texture,
in the offseason,
bottom
now the
fragging.
primary IGL, he's spoken about how he
That's
wants to
kinda
prove
sad.
that the difference in direction that he chose
Hashtag
away
let
from Team
Apolinario
1,
walk.
he wants to lead GenG with that color, with that philosophy, and to do that, he's going to have to get out of planes, get to phase 3 in the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, he needs to keep his mental in check. He needs to get creative. He's going to have to dial up some unusual plays, some plays that are going to be off script, going to be dealt with by Team Secret. But he's going to need to find stuff that isn't in their playbook, stuff they haven't practiced potentially, to try to find ways to break through Team Secret. Because right now, Team Secret has their playbook downloaded. This is something that, you know, GenG certainly had to be concerned about coming into today.
Oh,
They've showed a lot.
They're all push
and
up
on these
towards
maps
C and
that
A.
both
They
teams
want
are
to
gonna favor.
sandwich them. Look
Yeah,
at them. They're
particularly on
getting so much
Breeze.
info.
Now
They're
you're
getting
seeing it
sandwiched.
here on Lotus as
Oh no,
well
Envy's
that
going to be stuck here.
There's info. They've already had to tip their hands quite a
Okay,
bit.
backs
GenG
it up a little bit.
just going to do a little
A
bit of
little
damage.
rotation here
Envy
from
meter
Secret.
takes a little bit. Everybody backing off. Jeremy going to be point of contact. Back up from Borkum.
Yeah.
On the other
Nice.
side, Paranoia at the
Borgum's ready for that flash.
At the minute mark as well, trying to regain control of Robo. It's still a lot of utility, like you mentioned, available to push back the aggressors of GenG. Now the Haun's going to come out. Jeremy pops it out, but the Prowler to follow.
Takot
But
na
it's
takot
just
pumasok
utility
yung
drain,
GenG,
and at the end of
gago.
the day,
They're like, fuck
not
it, we're
much
going
area
B.
gained. Eventually, it's just
We have the traps here,
retake
too.
onto B, but there's still an alarm bot, a Nanoswarm, and the Toxic Screen as well. Jesse
Oh,
Bash
they
is so
walk
prepared
into
for
the
this,
traps.
just
What are you
walking
guys
right
doing?
into
We have the
deadliest
spike,
trap, the
too.
pistol round, spike down past the Toxic Screen.
Oh, he's so
He
dead.
chose to push him out alongside Snakebite. They'll get that kill, but they have no idea how many more members there might be.
Dami nila.
That's good news for GenG as it's just one member on the site. Now a 3v3. Not aware of Baby Door. It's a quick
Try.
swing from Texture. He pulls it out. NDG tries to find a timing. That's a risky move against the likes
nice
of
try.
Texture and Munchkin.
That was so
and
close.
the entire crowd here at the S Factory trying to cheer on the home team of
Sayang.
GenG.
Able to find a much needed pistol win at an opportune time. And I like the way GenG
End
plays
it now,
this. So
end it
a lot
now,
of
boys.
the beginning part of this round is them baiting out the utility of Team Secret. They basically have nothing left except that Nanoswarm at the door of B by the time they get here. So yes, they lose a couple players on the initial attempt, but they have the
Oh,
ability.
no, I'm gonna
they
have
still
a
have the paint
stroke
shells.
again.
They still have the paranoia. They still have everything they need to get the job done here, and they're able to do it very,
Gising
very
siya.
effectively. And that's encouraging. If Texture can get into this game, then things can get real scary real fast.
Nice.
Now you want to get him fired
Pistol
up, but
rounds
Jeremy
na naman.
shuts him right back down and says, I've been climbing that power ranking here for VCT
No, what?
Kickoff.
Oh!
Gets another shot through the smoke. Nearly a
What?
run with the Sheriff. Karen's not going to feel good about that one. GenG now stuck at door. Jesse Bash with a cheeky timing, but the Prowler will spot him out. Not going to be able to use that to his advantage this time. Envy even. Another Prowler as well. Full util usage. Getting that value for
Whoa.
Lakia, but Envy is too quick with it. I mean, this round not going in any way that it was
Wait,
supposed to on
NDG has
paper.
a timing here.
And NDG has found a timing. But so has Meteor. Now, unbeknownst to each other, we'll walk through, ring around the Rosie. It's going to be hard to recognize that NDG might be in the site.
Oh, wala
but
yung
Meteor,
timing kay
he does
NDG
make sure he's
palagi.
thorough, and we'll bring home
Shit.
the round win.
Still a painful
But yeah, that was a
round
painful round for
GenG.
GenG, man.
They lose 3 of their guns. They lose a lot of armor on the players that survived as well. So that's a lot of
Good eco.
economic damage done here. So yes, they get the moral victory for sure. At least it doesn't go the way the last time they won a pistol on Breeze did, where they lost the
Ayun yung
eco.
timing kay NDG.
And nice hold here from
Come on,
Meteor.
gun rounds for us, boys.
But again, if you can get the firepower of GenG online, if you can get them in the game, things can change very quickly. But still, Jeremy not missing a beat there with those Sheriffs, picking up 2 huge kills for Team Secret. He's out the gate. Jeremy claims the orb. A little push out here from Jesse Vash, trying to sneak himself around the side of the wall, trying to find another tricky position, but going to be backing right off as there's no contact from GenG.
Yeah, I mean, 1 point away for Jeremy, though, off of that orb on the showstopper. So if they do go for the flank, a kill, that will be the showstopper for that retake. Team Secret on the defense, of course.
God,
Trying
guys,
to
I'm
funnel
so
them to
quiet.
the other
Sorry,
side
guys, I
of
have
the
no
map, and now
comments.
with enough pressure down,
This
it's
is
going
like
to be a
stressing me out,
repositioning.
dude.
Trying to leave
Like, it's actually
Jeremy
stressing
alone
me.
on that rubble to
Stressing
hold
me
on.
out so
If
much.
he gets a kill, he has that showstopper
Oh,
for the
what is
exit
this
as well.
position?
This is just a walk in, but NDG just right next to that one-way. Now a reposition as well after that corner's been cleared. This is
You're
going to be
stressing me
so
out
hard
so
to read for
much.
GenG if they want to go into the C site.
I just love NDG's positioning there, trying to punish GenG again with those smokes, with those tricky positions that maybe GenG won't expect. They now make their way in. Meteor once again going to be watching for the lurks, watching that B angle.
Oh, this crossfire could be deadly. Both of them elevated
Nice
as well.
poison.
Not sure if GenG is going to check the left side. And
Whoa.
Texture, he's going to make sure he's thorough, but it's Envy one more. Texture not able to get the 180 swivel as he has to get the kill. Snake bite down as well. Time in the favor of Team Secret. 15 seconds on the clock. It has to be a quick rotate to B, but the backup has arrived. Jeremy, if he gets one kill, once again, it's the showstopper. That Raze ultimate that's going to ruin the show for GenG. They will be able to stick the defuse. The kill not coming through for Jeremy. A Meteor keeps GenG's hopes alive
fucking
once
Meteor, man.
again.
Kanina pa si Meteor.
Unreal from Meteor here. That was a tough spot to be in. That had to be some kills, so they had the time to get that plant down comfortably. And he's able to come through huge for GenG.
And the wraparound.
1v3.
Munchkin,
Envy's so
a little
good.
shaky on that, but Envy, of course, well aware of the possibility.
No time, he has to
He's
save.
got that full year of experience
okay.
last year.
GenG Eco's
in
still
VCT
broken.
Pacific and has grown as a veteran now for Team Secret.
Damn. Yeah, we can do a timeout here.
Just going to have to wait this one out at this point.
Yeah, I'd love to see a timeout here,
Meteor
chat.
trying to look for a kill on the exit, perhaps.
An upgrade on the Vandal as well.
Yeah, just barely gets
Timeout?
out.
Question mark?
Won't finish the lockdown with it, but will get the round win, and that's all he ever really wanted. The lone remaining member from last year's roster trying to uphold the name of GenG.
And it's good patience here from GenG. A little bit of a different look, and some snappy shooting as well is helping. Texture finding that opener.
Robinson Meteor.
Oh, Meteor.
Whoa,
Ooh,
Meteor was crazy.
That is not normally. That is not normally, my friend.
But it's great to see that Meteor is now in this position where he
Okay,
can
chill.
kind of keep his mental in check, right? He's also one of those players that has other members like Texture joining him to support his firepower, so when things go south, he's the one who can bring up the rear end rather than always having to lead the charge.
It's a bonus one here for GenG, so things starting to slide potentially in the other direction. Let's see if Team Secret still has some depth into this playbook. Envy have to dodge that Prowler. Paranoia now to follow, so has to get out of dodge.
Yeah, they will barely get out with their lives. A little bit of a scratch
Okay, initiation
on
here though.
NDG,
That already
but
uses
I
up
think he'll
one
count his
smoke.
lucky
We need
stars
one
that he's
round.
alive. Secret losing control of Mound, but they will still be able to flood the site. Of course, bit of a half buy here with 2 Marshals and a Vandal.
Still that showstopper to be considered for GenG, so they're really playing patiently. Still the Haunt, another utility available. Jesse Vash
He's
gets
almost
spammed
got
through
the head
wall.
too.
Yeah, you gotta imagine Meteor's also been on the receiving end of that wall quite a few times, so the experience coming through and Texture will just blast back through.
Wow.
Timing not in favor of Borkum, hands out for the Paranoia and the Shadow Step, and a nice headline search for Texture as he clears out Heaven as well, keeps the defenders at bay. I mean, Meteor bought the time and Texture has arrived. GenG trying to tie things up in what seemed like it would be an impossible map here on Lotus.
Doubt they're looking so clean. Turret, check positioning. Meteor gonna try to get aggressive on the back of it. Knows the Marshall's there, and he's got the double 3 in the round for Meteor. And GenG has tied things
side up na,
Will. This
grabe,
has
for the
been
first time.
an incredible comeback they've had.
And this is something I was
Come
always
on.
concerned about with this team. In some ways, it's good that they're all great veterans that have had their moments, that have had some titles here and there. But at the same time, you have to imagine there's a lot of pride on the line, a lot of individual pride where they come from all these different rosters. When things go
na.
south, can you keep it together?
Fuck,
And
4-8
you look at
yan kanina.
the likes of Texture Meteor trying to keep calm. I mean, Munchkin
We
still
got 4
trying to
rounds in
come
a
up
row,
with new
man.
ideas on the calls. It's great to see that they're able to claw back 5 rounds in a row if you count the last one of the first half.
No doubt. And the other thing is they got 2 huge ultimates online in that last round. They've got the showstopper, they've got the lockdown for GenG. Jeremy, though, on an operator and a showstopper of his own. The Odin in play for NDG as well. So you can see the stack towards A. Really, really strong here for Team Secret. This looks to be a trap in the making. Look where those nanos are, too.
Yeah, the Deep Alarm bot, it is going to signify, but the Prowler pushes him
What?
out, and the
Sayang,
reposition
he's
Meteor on the
free.
timing. Texture all the way up into Heaven.
What?
Does the foul? Yes, he does. I will eat my words as Borkum gets taken down by the showstopper. Thought it was going to be another moment for Texture where he misses an opponent, but it's a 180 swivel with the rocket in the air.
able to get it down just in time. But now you got to
Oh,
save
boy.
here, I think.
This is
I
getting
mean,
stressful.
You have to. You invested into that operator.
Oh, boy,
Sure,
we're
you
getting
have the
rolled now.
showstopper, But now it's absolutely a call. Perhaps thinking they could inch through, maybe get one fly through with a showstopper, but this is not the moment to play with theories, as GenG has very much made the comeback a real possibility, now leading 98 as this round comes to end. They're on the hunt for these remaining members. They have the credit lead. They've got it banked up. They want to break Team Secret's economy. The real question is the operator, can Jeremy stay alive? He's trying to stay as far back as possible. Not going to be spammed down.
Nice.
Doesn't want to take that risk as Jesse Vash will pick up 2 to his name. That's the Seekers Online.
Yeah, that's fine. You know, getting the Seekers isn't ideal, but if you're GenG, but at the same time,
Nice.
you're still
Come
just
on, let's cook.
rolling
Let's
away
cook.
with
Let's
things.
cook.
So
Come
you've
on,
got
man.
plenty of money, like
Come
you said.
on, not
and
looking good
now
for
you've got
everyone in
another
the
ult
chat. We need
behind
your
that
support.
lockdown, so things are
Type
starting
down
to
below
really
exclamation
cycle
double. Just
really
kidding.
nicely here
Exclamation
for GenG.
notify.
Not just the
TS
round
win,
wins,
man.
but also
Hashtag
getting those
TS win.
ults continuing
Exclamation
to
notify,
ship through,
whatever.
especially the big powerful ones. You've still got that lockdown
Hashtag
behind
win.
you.
Let's go.
Yeah, you've got a few for the side of Team Secret as well, and this is a good time to take a timeout, reassess here. Is this the first
Come
Team
on, man. We
Secret
had our night
timeout?
kill. Let's not throw that
It
away.
might be.
I think it is,
I mean,
right?
They've never really had a need for
Right,
so
exactly.
far. And Breeze even comfortably in the lead the entire map, ending at 13-5, a very one-sided scoreline. And the first half, 8-4 here on Lotus as well. Now, the big question is off this timeout, you mentioned they have some good ultimates. They have the operator. Do they use the ultimates to kind of counteract what's going to look like a broken bye here? Or is it just going to be, all right, save up, make sure the operator has support, keep that alive as we get ready for the remaining rounds? We'll have to wait and see. And it is just going to be Bulldogs and half armor. So they want to buy up, they want to match the firepower as much as they can in this round, trying to make sure the lead doesn't get out of hand.
Yeah, I'm fine with this. I think this is a really solid idea. You've had some okay reads. Like, frankly, they had a good read on what GenG was going to do that round. It's just GenG is starting to feel it, and that cracked firepower that we've come to expect from them so far here in Kickoff finally is shining through, and players like Meteor are able to win battles that look like they should be rather tricky. That is a little bit concerning here for Team Secret. Some smokes gain a little bit of space, but the toxic screen is going to stall them up for now. Just a little bit of spam back and forth, nothing connecting.
Yeah, and we do have Meteor on the lurk in B main this time as well, so GenG could be very well prepped for a pinch onto B, depending on the util setup, seeing if they can bait out any of their crucial utility, maybe an off shot, maybe an ultimate, whatever it can take to gain an advantage and some information.
The nanos are a lot further back this time, so Team Secret is going to want to absorb the pressure a little bit more before they spring their trap.
Yep, baby door being broken, so putting some pressure onto the B side. The paranoia as well, they actually just want to speed on through as Meteor's already taken up all the space up to the entrance. Texture in. The real question is, how do you get out? The Seekers have come through. Texture is hit. He's just trapped in the middle of the site. Spike can't go down. Eventually it does. The Snake Bite's just doing a little bit of damage onto Charon. And now a hold on the site. The lockdown early to make sure that they can buy time, and that's going to allow the pit to come up as well. The showstopper has to be used on one part or another, but the lockdown buys so much time as Jeremy just can't find the approach.
NDG going to try to find a way to sneak in the backside, but Lakia on guard duty there through Baby Door. Texture pushed up far enough, trying to see if I think he can cut off this blast pack showstopper angle if it is going to come through. But I think already Team Secret is saying, well, they invested their ults. Let's really keep our guns because we invested a lot into this round as well. Let's not let this slide any further away. Ooh, a leg tag there. And the finish from Jesse.
All right, I mean, I don't mind the aggression from Texture as well, of course, trying to take out that operator as he survives one shot, but it's a good setup from Jesse Vash to keep the young duelist alive. Jeremy sitting at 14 kills. He's been a little quiet the past couple rounds. Just wasn't part of the action, really, as the operator has been avoided by GenG. And now that they know that that's the focal point being carried over, it's going to be on the side of GenG to figure out the next couple rounds.
And now you've got some toys to play with for Team Secret. Now is your turn to try to punch back with those ult rotations. You've got a showstopper. You've got a Viper's Pit. Jeremy's been sitting on this showstopper for a while. See if he can find some value in it. Right now, though, just covering Mound. Once again, a very similar setup. Jesse pushing way out in the mid here towards the spawn of GenG.
I mean, this is a big curveball, right? Even if he doesn't trip that alarm bot, he definitely catches vision. of a potential lurk rotate. He knows he has control of the middle of the map. The Meteor just bouncing back and forth. It does feel like GenG at some point, if they don't get an easy entry into A, they have plans for a C rotate here, and that could spell trouble given the IGL's position of Team Secret. Now Munchkin just inching forward. You called out the deep, kind of further back utility from the Killjoy last round for Team Secret. It remains the same.
Come on, catch him.
Sprung.
I hope Jesse catches him.
The trap is still going to be
Look at Jesse.
a little bit.
Holding onto the Nanoswarm, but that's not going to pay off, and it's just a walk right through as Texture with a wide swing
Nice
on
one,
GenG.
One.
Opens up the site. Lucky and Karen following suit. A site broken open, and Jesse Bash just will not find the timing. It does seem like Meteor got a little bit of audio cue there and a little bit of a duel against Jesse Bash. Oh, the timing not in favor, but still the numbers absolutely advantageous for GenG. And this has been the switch-up, right? GenG in the last couple rounds, it's just been quietly walking up until they're ready to spring the execute. And this time, as they see no reaction to the alarm bot, they say, let's just push our luck a bit further. I mean, it looks like Team Secret really wants to wait until the last minute, and they're into the site.
Nice.
No doubt. It's nice shots from Jeremy, but the money is no problem, no concern at all. Jesse gone.
Okay. No chance for Munchkin. But, I mean, listen, Jeremy's proving that if they ever did come to his part of the map, then he probably would have gotten them.
Yeah,
Come on, just one more round. We have lost 6 rounds in a row.
It's not ideal, but in a way, you're fine with this because, A, Jeremy's already got the showstopper. Who cares if you feed deaths over to him? You're full buy. You might as well gain ult orbs any way you can. You don't care if you drop a few guns in a few rounds. This is, you could throw bodies at this all day. It does not matter. As long as you got the round win secured, go for it. Yeah, there you go. Now Munchkin's in it.
Yeah, he was looking very pressured, of course, as the leader for this squad. But the last couple rounds, absolutely good reads from GenG, and now they see the strong push back onto Rubble. And they were fairly prepared for it. The spike wasn't picked up at the start of the round.
The Haunt as well, getting so much info on what's going on over there. Wasn't cleared quickly by Team Secret. So GenG identifying immediately. Tons of pressure on that side of the map. Let's try another side. Texture now with an op of his own to counter the duelist. Munchkin might be crossing paths with Jeremy here in a second as this execute is about to happen.
Yeah, it's just going to be quick clear on the
nice, Jeremy.
Oh,
that's the big first one.
Very far out, though.
The start of the comeback.
Off the tail end of GenG, and that forces her hand a bit. Sure, you have a minute left, but either you need to regain control of A main, or you're going to have to go for a fast push onto C. That latter part, of course, timing not in your favor. A Prowler draws out the showstopper. He doesn't have his goal.
What the fuck?
Lakia, you madman! The acrobatics.
Wait, are you serious?
As he keeps the hopes of GenG alive in this round.
Unbelievable, Lakia. Unbelievable.
30 seconds.
Where does that come from? Never misses a leg day, that's for sure.
For sure. I thought he was crazy for keeping his knife out, but maybe that's just what you needed.
Delay lang ang kailangan. Delay lang ang kailangan.
And now the Nightfall as well, just keep them tied up on the A side. GenG, you might be cooking a bit too much though, as there's only 12 seconds on the clock. Kieran's gonna have to jump through and the site is not open. Now it's the From the Shadows. Chooses elsewise. You already saw the pit on A. It's the only site that was open, and he will barely get the plant with 1 second left. Meteor holding the angle. They have to hold on 2 members for now. Backup has already arrived. Lakia still on the lurk. He's going to run into Envy. That's a death on the side of GenG. Texture now holding from main. Meteor trusts his teammates, gets the swing. Contact there. Now contact.
Nice, Envy.
And
nice.
Going to start pushing
nice.
Texture all alone. A
Let's
little
go.
late
We're back.
to the party with the operator, and despite the heroics of Lakia, it will be Team Secret clawing back.
Final. Team Secret is able to find a win in this half. It has been so difficult for them, and it looked like it was going to be again. It looked like GenG was going to find a way to best them. Munchkin somewhat aware of the possibility. I don't know if he was necessarily expecting the op to be there. Challenged it anyway.
Stress na ako, gago!
Lakia felt like that might be the moment that spirals this round out of control. After 7 rounds in a row for GenG, Team Secret is on the board in their defender side. Can they find more? Got the op back. They've got a judge for Jesse, expecting a player to potentially blast back towards B. We saw this previously with Jesse in that position.
Yeah, and I mean, a little bit of a ego battle there between the Odin and the Operator as well. But barely missing shots on each other. Just a little bit of a scratch up on Jeremy.
Oh my god, I'm breathing so hard.
And I love that GenG is taking their time now. It's been working really, really well for them on this attacker side. Not many fast hits. They're really working the map, really trying to figure out where the players and the setups of Team Secret are. Or at least getting enough space that they can just kind of execute so quick that Team Secret doesn't seem to be able to react sometimes.
And Texture. I mean, constantly spamming the Odin too. We see it with teams that are good at using the Odin on this map. I mean, for one, obviously you're clearing angles, but two, the sound really helps mask anything else you're doing. Slow creeping up, taking control bit by bit. Absolutely. Now, on the minimap, we can see this is pretty much a full send on to A. Maybe a rotate altogether in through Baby Door if things really don't go their in the way of their ideas.
Nice!
Oh, Jeremy finds a nice timing shot. The showstopper still goes through, but the paranoia holds him at bay. Borkum hiding in his own smoke. The site has been cleared up, but it's going to be Texture answering back against the earlier op shot from Jeremy. A nice clear on Devin, and he's now taking control of the enemy smoke. A deep smoke out from Karen as well will keep them at bay a little bit further. Jeremy just trying to pressure if anyone's here. Texture wants to go, and he sees the barrel, but he can't find the kill. Yes, he does right at the edge. The Operator down, the Raise down for the speed retake, but they will start flowing through. Lockdown. Meteor can stay out of range in tree. Just opening the door. Will he actually exit? Yes, he will. They want to hold from outside, just in firing range onto the spike. Now the locked in over, and it's going to be a quick peek out, but the judge is not what they expected. A 1v1 Kieran solo. The judge, no, it's the Vandal switch up at long range, but he does not have time. Jesse Vash will try to stick it, but it's going to be too late as GenG reaches map point on Lotus.
Unbelievable. What incredible rounds we're seeing from both teams fighting to the nail for this. Texture there heard that blast pack and knew exactly where Jeremy went. He immediately was looking up, sniffed out Borkum inside of this smoke as well. Well played by him to give them the chance. That Nano popped at a great time here by Meteor during the lockdown to make sure that they couldn't start defusing it, getting it to half, and that's a key point that keeps that round in GenG's hands. That allows them to delay enough. A nice attempt by Team Secret, but the point of attack by Texture too good, reading those situations so nicely.
Oh, and I love the way that they've been taking control of this rubble as well. I mean, a bit of a different blast pack just to make sure you get out of the head of the paint shells. Haunt onto the side of rubble as well.
Tito, guys.
So GenG fully in control of the A side. Once again, it's a 5-man stack. Do see a Bucky for Jesse Vash, and he found some fun with the judge, but it does get a bit more difficult with the pump action. Karen in the lead for GenG. Had a great save in that previous round, buying just enough time. The second to last kill. The rookie, all eyes on him as an unknown factor. Has been putting up some numbers, but would love to have another map to showcase even more of what he's got.
GenG just waiting on some util here. Toxic Screen and the Haunt going to be available. That might be the go time. Still the boombot there for Jeremy to maybe cause a little disruption because he's going to push the smoke.
Oh, and it's just not going to pay off. His Texture just finds him right away, and now it's going to be the C's. They know that it's caught on to somebody. The Prowler there, they hear the Bucky, and that's timing for Meteor to swing around and get an easy double kill lined up. B site is now open. NDG and Borkum left alone. NDG will swing through with some heroics, but Karen rookie for rookie, and it's going to be the last kill for Texture as S Factory blows up. And GenG bringing us to a map 3.
What an unbelievable attacker side here for
They won
GenG.
6 shows in a
It
row.
looked like it was going to be all Team Secret, and we were in store for a fast 2-0, but they had something else to say.
Shit.
The superstars for GenG really heating up there in that second half and really starting to download and understand
It's Icebox.
what
We got
Team
Icebox
Secret
in the
was
back,
doing.
boys.
Playing very patient, waiting out for some of the utility.
Believe lang, guys. Believe lang. May
Team
map 3.
Secret sometimes get a little bit over aggressive, but also starting to understand the way that Team Secret was attacking the smokes and other positions like that. I mean, you saw a Texture with that showstopper, just read Borkum like a book.
Yeah.
And oh my goodness, what a map.
What a map, and we all knew this was going to be a long day, but GenG guarantees it will be extended. We have the analyst standing by to break down the action from Lotus.
We've got a series on our hand. What a way
Oh,
to
no,
start
I
off
don't-
play-ins. We are going to go to a map 3. I have to say, even though GenG totally turned this around in the second half, we thought it was going to be over. I do have to give some props to Secret for getting the very first knife kill of KICK-OFF. Tondo Gaming, you were making fun of our accents and how we were saying it all wrong.
It's Tondo.
Tondo.
Yeah,
Tondo Gaming.
you gotta feel like you're from the streets.
All right.
Damn, bro.
Well, over at Lotus, which is not so much the streets, a lot of grass and like waterfalls,
That
which
is
is
hella
really
stressful.
nice.
But I'm gonna get
yeah,
some water,
I mean, they
guys.
completely turned this around. Team Secret looked like they were continuing that momentum from the very first map. You know, they're just predicting every single move that GenG was gonna do. But on the flip side, after halftime, GenG started reading them right, starting to understand their tempo and responding correctly.
Yeah, absolutely. The rhythm was just so much better. And I think it was pretty much spearheaded by Meteor, who I think for the most part survived the first half of this game when Team Secret was somewhat dominating the first half. He has an overall kills. I'm getting too far forward of the stats that you're looking at right now. Just 23 kills in that entire game. And a lot of the impact plays that really saved GenG were those, 2 rounds on the first half where he was the only one that defended that C side when Secret was pushing in. And then after that, you saw, I think the casters was also talking about it, that they were downloading Secret on the second half. And a big part of that was just how Meteor was able to create tempo by himself. He was lurking on C-mount, he had utility so that Team Secret couldn't really flank as fast as they wanted to when GenG was pushing onto the site. So yeah, definitely Meteor had such a huge impact in that Lotus map.
In the whole game overall. I mean, like you mentioned, he was the only one in that first half getting frags against Jeremy, putting a stop to some of Team Secret's executes. But that said, also, you know, things looked kind of rough for Texture overall. I mean, this never really happened before, right? Texture getting only like 2 kills in the entirety of that first half, and then that was that one round, like all of his teammates died, and he just like sighed in front of the camera. He's like, oh god. And then he gets knifed.
It was so tragic. You pointed that out. He was like this giant sigh, like, what is going on with my life? And just when you thought it couldn't get any worse, he gets knifed in the back by NDG, no less. You know, initiation for NDG into Team Secret's regular knife plays. But it looks like both these teams are really strong on the attacker side.
Definitely a lot more so. And you can see some of the slight differences, I will point out on the scoreboard pretty soon, because NDG's performance as Team Secret's anchor or Killjoy right now, not in comparison, not on par with Meteor. Remember, once we swapped over to the second half, especially on some of these sites around A, Team Secret, NDG trying to hold off the tree or trying to hold down the site, wasn't quite able to fend off GenG's advances. You know, you had so many moments where Karen would throw out the paranoia, and there's follow-up from Texture or Lakia coming in to trade with the Prowler, and NDG sometimes just falls apart. He gets pressured too much. There's no support from, like, you know, Jeremy, unlike what we saw in Breeze, and it just kind of starts to crumble and die off. Meanwhile, you also have Meteor kind of lurking around, right? And that just prevents Team Secret from coming in with a retake. So the post plant started to look a lot better for GenG on that second half.
Yeah, and the second half coming of Texture, right? We saw the showstopper play where he just went into the side. I know, the second coming. Exactly, because his first half was very much, you know, non-existent. You mentioned about the side and everything. He got paranoid by Borkum. Pushing into the A site, dude was full blinded, didn't know where Borkum TP'd, and his instincts told him just shoot up on heaven, you'll get one, and he gets Borkum, right? Borkum didn't even respect that, so Texture definitely.
The showstopper.
I like how you.
Oh man, I'm back.
Yeah,
Grabe ang stress.
Unfortunately.
Followed by, you know, nailing Jeremy straight after that too. He was just reading that really well, and you can see that they're getting confidence back going into the second round. And it almost looks like you said, having this big sigh at the beginning, and then it completely, you know, and then he found his momentum later in the second round as they started building up all those kills again. Now we got to look at NDG and Meteor. It looks like a lot of these players are starting to fight for that, you know, power rank spot.
There definitely is a little bit of that competition between the players, right? And you always want to be better, or you want to perform better. But that said, despite the, what was it, the Tondo initiation? Tondo initiation for NDG. Yeah, there we go. Even though he did get the knife kill, performance-wise compared to Breeze, you know, it's just still not quite there. And I think that's kind kind of harkening back to that point of, that you mentioned before, Aster, right? You know, he's still kind of the newer guy coming from Now Esports onto its Team Secret. He can't really fully rely on him to be that sole anchor. He can anchor, but he needs a bit of support. Yeah. Unlike Meteor, who's just able to do it by himself. He switches up the positioning sometimes. Sometimes he just holds out from the stairs area of C site, gets the shot onto Jeremy because he's trying to play an anti-flash position or something. Or maybe he repositions off to an off angle, anticipates the positioning at which the landing zone at which Jeremy would land. That's what Paper Thin was talking about.
So I just wanted to add. I just really feel like a TLDR to that as well is there's just such a big difference in pedigree between Meteor and NDG here that it feels like NDG he has to first lose the map first, talking once with his team, and then he starts building up rapport. Right? We saw that on the Breeze map, but since he's untested on Lotus and what is upcoming to be Icebox, that this might be the the secret that we saw say a while ago. We want a quick day because this is exactly what they didn't want to happen. Go into a game 3 with a very heated players of GenG.
Yeah, your point about NDG is great. I mean, we kind of saw that throughout all of Secret's series over the last couple of days. It looked like they needed to warm up, and NDG himself was looking how to fit in with the rest of them. This little tribe that's just been there for so long already. He's been finding his own footing, and he has been doing well. But you're right, there are these moments where, when the playbook is all used up, what happens after that? What's next? And they need to convene and talk about that. I would like to see more timeouts coming from Secret to maybe solve these problems. Now, going to Icebox, like you said, we haven't seen Icebox from Secret in a long, long time. Like, the last time was only literally here in the stadium in this physical Icebox stadium. It's the only time we've actually seen Secret in Icebox. But before that, let's look a little bit at the highlights of what happened just now on Lotus.
I mean, again, you just kind of come back to how Team Secret was popping off on the attack. GenG not quite able to defend. He didn't have the reads. Texture couldn't get the opening picks. There's your knife kill. Look at how frustrated he is. Oh, that did not feel good.
That's how he wanted to bang on the. Not as much as
as Alex.
Yeah,
certain coach that's hitting desks.
Yeah. The best. There's actually a Twitter profile that's Alex's desk. Man has a durability of 99 at the moment. Anyways,
the Meteor carried the shell of that map.
See, that's the and then Meteor not Meteor. Texture pushes up on Heaven and just has these angles that Secret are unaware of because they're thinking that, okay, GenG already got an advantage. They won't overheat or overreach for something, but Texture is just again feeling the heat of things, wants to keep going at it, and now we're here.
Look at his Texture's face at the end. And you get to see this relief.
He got so frustrated.
He looked like he was struggling so much on that raise. It's such a huge difference compared to him on Jet. So I think he's gonna go back to where he's comfy, flying around, dashing around as Jet and his
Envy on stage. I like this.
So this is it. This is Team Secret on Icebox.
Double.
Okay, so TLDR, last time it was Jeremy as the Killjoy, and not Killjoy, but Sage. They didn't have a duelist in the very, very last thing that we saw them on Icebox, so it seems like they're coming back to a more kind of standard comp, I would say, on Icebox right here, and I do like the Sage, and if you
have Gecko as well
for those two things, just because you have the wall for a safer plan.
Well, I'm really excited to see Secret on Icebox. We're going to go into the third map of this first series. Let's go over to our casters, Paper Thin and Will.
Come on!
Thank you very much.
Come on,
now
Labang
on
Pinas!
To the last map of the series. Now, of course, we still have 2 more best of 3s left in the day, and both teams will have to play another one at some point later on, but they would like nothing more than to start the day with a series win, try to get that lead to make sure they secure their spot into the playoffs.
Let's go, guys. Let's go.
I mean, no doubt about it, and for this particular comp here, I'm really excited for the Sage because a lot of teams have strayed away with it. Obviously, you can sneak the Harbor in there for a pseudo-Sage-esque guard of your plants and post-plants and that kind of thing, but GenG doesn't run that, and the sites themselves haven't changed on this new Icebox. So the Sage walls are basically the same when it comes to how you want to set them up, how you're going to play with it. So let's see how well GenG can remember exactly how those lineups need to work to get around those walls.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the biggest question is how do you combat the wall? And, of course, a bit of an aggressive push. Now, a lot of teams favoring taking over that snowman now when the site changes on B. It's going to be entire
Whoa, what a
control, but
strat.
they realize the site's been empty,
These are nice
so
strats.
a little wary of this retake, and it's going to be the delayed Dizzy coming out, and it's going to get the flashes onto everyone. Munchkin set up for a nice double kill. Envy just trying to stay alive.
Grabe
Meteor
yung
has
flash!
wrapped around, and it is a
Wait,
very
they had
quick
Munchkin.
retake for GenG.
They had Munchkin and Dizzy on the flash.
The wall is
Double
attempted.
flash.
Gotta catch some people off guard, but Meteor plays it great. Doesn't really try to punish this much. He throws the Nano Swarm in there early. It's quickly dealt with by Team Secret. That's when the wall comes up. Just seeing if maybe there's somebody back in Snowman or somebody up in the top of the site they could potentially punish up towards Kitchen. Not going to be available. Great patience here from Meteor, and then the double flashes work a treat. I mean, Team Secret is wide out in the open. That's just what you love. That's what you feast on as initiators with flashes. Is players out in the open like that. The Dizzy connects, Munchkin's flashes connect, and then it's just fish in a barrel for GenG.
Yeah, Outlaw's out for Texture as well, and he started to heat up a little bit towards the end of Lotus. Obviously had a rough going for the majority of that map, though. See if he can regain his confidence a bit more as we see no armor on the side of Team Secret, just a Sheriff for Jeremy. He's aware of this angle, but Munchkin just drops down, resets his aim with the Guardian. It's going to be a quick double kill. Actually, just pushes forward for the third as well. Envy catching strays a little bit. Jesse Vash and Meteor in a battle to stay alive more than anything, but Meteor will clean up that kill.
Great finish here by Texture. I just love the way that Munchkin just drive by the Guardian to keep Texture. Like, not even able to get that kill with the Outlaw. He's just like, nah, I got this, bro. I mean, he's feeling it. Backstage, Munchkin was fired up. He was so ready for this, and you can see
Calma lang, guys. Calma.
Mentally very much in this game. Accuracy there, too. Texture's got the final, but
Calma.
I mean, just pre-fired every single possible
Copy-paste ng calma dyan.
trade angle there. So good for the IGL of GenG. Now, no command already online. You've still got 2 Guardians and an Outlaw. Some Bulldogs as well. But, of course, now the buy round. Mostly full armor. Envy the only one. Has to make sure that he secures that Sage utility to try to force the plant.
I mean, if you can get Munchkin here in time, you can make even getting a plant down here so difficult for Team Secret with that no command. You're not going to be able to put up the Sage wall. You're not going to be able to do some of those things that you really would like to. Drone's going to come out.
Here comes
the hit.
out,
Love
and
it.
that wall can't come up. Sure, the slower comes out, but they don't have full control. Munchkin gets another kill to his name as well, as the Sova now goes down. No great way to get information as Team Secret. They haven't gotten control of the safe site, but they don't really have an exit either. They're going to have to force their way in. Karon not landing the shots, but does back them out just enough. Going to have to reposition, tries to get out with his life. Munchkin is there to go for the trade. Spike still not in position. The wall finally comes up. A flash drive to delay them. Snakebite at the ready. Munchkin,
dude, that was Munchkin getting those kills.
2 triples back to back with the Guardian. He's still hungry for more. As the Outlaw
nice
leads up
NDG.
1v1, and now Texture has dash
Come on,
forward.
NDG. You got
Now
this.
got the Guardian. Mind games at the ready
left.
between NDG and Texture, and NDG knows he still has 30 more seconds. Just wants to wait for Texture to make a mistake. The one who approaches may be the one who bites the dust.
Let's go, NDG!
Swing out from the
Let's
far
fucking
side.
go!
And that's a triple for Team Secret as they get that 3rd round.
Still, it's a brutal round here for Team Secret, and
That was painful, though.
GenG is
Texture's
quite
an up
happy
now.
with how that one went. Sure, you'd like to get the bonus, but you did so much damage. And already cycling so quickly is going to be Munchkin. Texture's got an operator in hand. NDG plays this nicely, anticipating that he can just hang out on top of the wall as he caught a glimpse of him up in the nest earlier. And now Team Secret's bye. Gonna have to be a little bit scuffed after losing so many guns in that round. And back on the Outlaw is Texture. He had an op in hand briefly before we cut to the replay, so I thought maybe you keep it, but instead they're gonna opt to just keep going with this Outlaw, knowing that it's with the economy, there's gonna be a couple half armor buys that are gonna have to come through if they go for full rifle buys.
Exactly. Just a good read on the economic situation. Still able to fire off 2. Now
Nice.
tries to set up a trade for Munchkin.
I love
but
that
a little
from Jeremy.
greedy on that one. Just wanted to buy enough time for Texture to find an exit. Now he's not going to find a good one, but the timing is there with the one-way, so he's able to walk just barely
NDG's
out as Yellow
right
does
now.
get cleared out with the utility from Team Secret. Now all grouped up, but a deep lurk in from NDG. I mean, Team Secret has all the time in the world to rotate over if they so wish. Mid, the only area where the Filipino squad doesn't really have any information.
They're waiting for the recon.
It's going to be a held angle here. Meteor, the high-low setup alongside Texture. NDG, I should expect that this is going to be a rotate. Yeah, indeed. You can see that Envy has the spike and he's going to be moving. It's just been no information gathered. A nice shot by Texture to take down Jeremy.
Just a flick all the way around. I thought on the minimap, Jeremy absolutely should have the advantage there. And that shuts down the approach. Now the toxic screen and the Jet remaining was meant to sell the fake. Of course, Jet going down. That keeps GenG questioning just a bit. A little late on the rotate, so they will have to give over the spike plan. The big question becomes, what does your retake look like? Texture very low at 15 HP. Can pick up a Vandal, though, so firepower coming up. And Envy not going to be able to use that Resurrection just yet. See if he gets an angle on the retake. And Lakia just a quick flick downwards, clears out NDG. Right under Raptor has been cleared, and it's going to be a collab, it looks like, from Envy. A double kill either way for the Sage. Does have the Resurrection, and that's going to bring Jesse back up. It's going to be Intel and Shock Darts available. Only 15 HP and a Dream. Spots one, but the Shock Dart barely dodges it. Texture just wants to find the 1v1s, but they won't get to one. Team Secret ties up 2v2.
Yeah, just
mo.
great map awareness here
Oh my
by
God.
Team
Kalma,
Secret.
kalma. Kalma,
Able to
mga
punish that
kaibigan.
early setup from GenG. And I think now maybe
Shit. Oh my
GenG
gosh, I've
kinda
never
maybe
felt this
kinda wondering,
stress in my life, man.
gone for the op here, but it didn't really matter. The
Oh
opening
my God,
shots didn't
Envy
even
is
land.
winning this
That's
one.
nasty from Envy with the Guardian. That high pen proving its value there.
Kalma mo, guys.
Back to evens now, 2-2. GenG a hot start, Lakia with a Bucky. 4 Sheriffs, otherwise for GenG. Know that they can do damage with it for sure. Trying to gain a little bit of space here towards Garage to put this Bucky to good use.
And that's the drone, and that should spot you. Just wanted to find a time, but the Fragment actually does a little bit of damage. How does he still get 2 kills?
What
as he's
the
just
fuck?
getting burned by his
What
own
the
teammate.
fuck?
Maybe just making sure that Lakia feels the pressure that he ain't got no exit, because he's got to fight for his life. Takes down 2. And Munchkin still hidden behind yellow. Meteor's going to get the first kill. They're just not quite aware, but it is a wide swing from Borkum. Picks up the kill after a bit of a spray. Alarm bot deleted, and the site somewhat in control. The wall going to do a lot, but the real question is, Vandal picked up on the flank by Texture. He's wrapping around. Spike not planted, and another kill for Meteor. Through the ground,
What,
and Texture
dude?
will
How
get
did
a free
the-
kill
how did
to his
Lakia get
team
those kills?
as they bounce back with a thrifty for GenG.
And Munchkin
We
just
got those
stood
info,
up and
no?
let Team Secret know it. He is absolutely feeling it right now. It's also going to give a thrash over to Lakia after the start of that round. I mean, the fragment here may also be to just kind of confuse Team Secret to make them think it's actually a back off, potentially,
Could
but
be. I mean,
I don't know. There could just be miscommunication.
I mean, obviously you don't take as much damage. It's a Hail Mary anyway, so
Yeah, why not?
At the end of the day, it's not the thing that
Chill,
killed
guys, chill,
Lakia.
chill.
I don't blame it, but it is a little bit of humor to watch as it's going to be a double push out from both angles as well. Both onto Raptors and Pipes. And Texture, nice quick kill. No overheat, backs off. And GenG, they've dwindled down the numbers of Team Secret down to 4 once again.
And this was something that GenG was doing against RRQ. They would get aggressive at the early part of the round towards towards the attacker side nest, and RRQ shut it down for the most part. It almost never worked, and Team Secret just not quite mentally prepared for it. These rounds have been really furious, so
GenG choke for me.
to try to recover mentally. Jeremy out there with a Marshall, presence revealed.
Saw you, Mosh.
Just trying to make sure that they're not giving up positions on A. They even get the dizzy spot as well, and that's an easy kill for Texture. No sightline for Borkum, and Meteor holds true on B side. And the Korean fans are getting rowdy as they would love to see GenG fight for that spot into the playoffs.
And it would be just an insane comeback here for GenG after such a brutal map 1, after such a brutal start to map number 2. To have that run back and to now just be that GenG that we've come to expect. The tremendous firepower, the coordination now starting to click. These double initiators have set up some really nice kills for the squad. Munchkin, of course, getting it done on his own with some phenomenal shooting. Still the thrash
Chill lang,
for
guys, chill lang.
Lakia.
Bebe calma,
Bladestorm
guys.
as
Bebe
well
calma.
for Texture. Bladestorm for Jeremy. Lockdown for NDG, though. As you can see, Team Secret a little more wary, checking their angles a little bit more thoroughly this time around. towards their side of A. Lakia is way out here.
Exactly. It's a push out, and not just solo either. A heavy push out. They spot nothing. I mean, not even a turret to watch the back. So they're pretty convinced that whatever they saw over on the A side should be the main forces, as nothing was spotted on B either. Just leaving Meteor to watch the potential lurk in mid. And this is the site already flooded by GenG. Not sure if Team Secret will have any guesses to this. They start to see the wingman. They're a little wary, but Karen with a quick trade. And they haven't spotted Texture yet either. All angles still held by GenG. And now the Thrash to push them out. He does get the detain onto both. And it's just going to be a quick chase down as they're trying to find
what the fuck happened there?
Chase him down.
What the fuck?
GenG with a great rotate, great read on mid.
God,
is going to get the 5-2
so hard.
It's getting loud in here. It is really exciting for GenG fans. Now you have another no command. Second of the half already for Munchkin.
Come on,
and just
Team
reading
Secret.
every push, every angle.
Come back for
Karen
me,
there,
Team Secret.
showcasing his aim. Lakia's turn
Nice.
to pop off a little bit, and it is time for Warbird to pop a timeout. See if they can get things squared away. Very, I don't want to say one-dimensional, but very deterministic here for the side of Team Secret, where they're just kind of now sort of tunneling in on a site and not really kind of playing with the map like we saw in Breeze, right? A lot of attention towards mid, a lot of stuff like that. There's been zero attempts to try to get, you know, kitchen control or
Please
mid
come
control
back,
or
please.
any of that kind of stuff for the side of Team Secret.
Yeah, it's tougher for mid control though, right? With stuff like the window,
Sure.
a little bit easier. I guess more options, I should say, for the defense to hold on to it. And in the past, of course, it was usually always the Viper. You didn't really have anyone else who could afford to lurk around in this composition, as you need the wall for the setup, you need the info with the recon. I mean, you just cannot afford much of that. Maybe sometimes it's the Killjoy, depending on your setup on the lurk, but Team Secret, it seems like they're kind of starting to question the compositional differences. As GenG, with double flashes, double initiators, a little bit more flexibility, and now they're trying to focus a little bit on the middle part of the map.
As they should. They need to at least put attention on it. It needs to at least be in GenG's brain. They can't have this information for free. So I think they recognize that they need to at least show that mid is something being considered. So smokes and shock darts there, and that immediately draws a lot of attention for GenG over. Texture here. Now finally, with an operator in hand, Meteor has a lockdown as well to boot. 4 ults for Team Secret, and the opener for Texture is good.
And it's Sage as well. I mean, that absolutely breaks apart the composition of Team Secret. The Viper down as well, and the kill doesn't come through, and it's going to be the same from Lakia. They just cannot get this Jet out of this position. 8 HP and still alive. No need to reload if you're just able to find the shot for Texture. Very confident. Has his back covered with his teammates who have arrived in time.
Just unbelievable. I mean, now the coordination and the teamwork is there for GenG. Now they're playing at a faster pace, at the pace that I think suits this GenG squad on their defender side. On their attacker side, I'm happy to see them slow things down a little bit. But here, it's help quickly. It's everybody really playing for each other. Texture, love the change in angle there. Love the way he's utilizing these new angles that have been opened up for the defenders on this B side. Really gives you some space to work
Oh
with.
man, just talking about all the knives flying right by him. Didn't quite get the kill. And the spray as well from Lakia. Oh, really rubbing salt in the wound against Jeremy on that last round.
And look at that, Lakia just able to step up here, get an orb, more or less for free. Shot there, of course, to cover him from Texture, but Team Secret is playing so scared because GenG is beating them at every twisted turn.
Spots one, wanted to get a bit more information. A little risky, but the Huntress Fury is going to come out to clear him. He still stays alive above the slow orb. Envy finally answers back, but it took a little bit too much time. It's a no command and the lockdown now for GenG. They want to make this a speedy retake. They know one's up on Heaven as he slides all the way out, but Meteor just chases through. No one gets out of my lockdown for free, he says. And that's the defuse being stuck. NDG, you just have to swing out, you just have to get the kills. You have to go for the spray down, but they're ready for it. Half already done. All 3 members aiming down their barrels. It's another round for GenG.
They can come back this, man. They can
really
just get more rounds. Get 4, get 5. You can do it. You can do it.
Just
clicking. You can do it.
Texture waiting with open arms at the right side each time. I mean, Jeremy gives him just enough time to get the aim back down.
Holy shit.
Meteor, that's not fair, man. That's just nasty there. The Meteor, the last couple of maps, has been so impactful. 9-2. Last map, he was their top fragger.
Yeah, this is part of the reason a lot of people were rating GenG highly, is just regardless of teamwork, etc. If Texture can't pop off, you still got Meteor. If he can't pop off, you still got Munchkin. I mean, you just have this relay of star players from previous teams. As we say, that a little shaky for Munchkin, but he will still get out, getting that information for his teammates as well with the 0 point. And at the end of the day, I mean, not much area lost. GenG holding back on A side as they've already taken garage control. This map has been cut in half. The turret's watching mid. They know that this is just waiting to be a A hit from Team Secret.
They keep forcing this A hit, no?
I'm going to forgive Munchkin a little. I don't expect the wide swing there either, especially with the operator in play.
Oh, and the snake bites as well. All these mollies coming up from GenG is just keeping them tied up even further as they just waltz through the top of the screen. On for the ace for Munchkin, the IGL, and he will get it. Riles up the Korean crowd, cheering for GenG.
Damn, that hurt.
To represent Korea as yet another team in the playoffs. They're going to be leading 8-2.
Oh boy. We're going to see a third no command here pretty shortly. This is just absolutely filthy. It didn't hit the opening shots, didn't matter.
Let's fucking go, guys.
Able to pick it up in the end. There was a...
oh, man. Oh,
let's go. A little extra wordage in there.
just so we're clear, this is not the mixed roster that exists in Korea. That's T1, but he still wanted to speak his mind and let everyone at home know exactly how he felt about that last round.
Yeah, Munchkin's got pretty good English. He's been talking to me a little bit behind the scenes. He's a funny guy, and you know, Team Secret, man, it just felt like they had such a good read on GenG coming into today, but now that you're really seeing what GenG is capable of, they all start playing together, they all start reading their opponents really well. You know, Munchkin playing in such a good spot there.
Just one win, man.
Most of the utility, doesn't really
We
get
just
caught
need one
by
win,
any
man.
flashes or anything, and he's just able to sit back.
Just one win.
Pull him down, knock him down. Warbird's gonna have to dig deep
We
here.
just need one win, man.
If things aren't going to spiral out
Just
of
one more
control
round. Just
in
one more
this
round for
half.
us here.
3 marshals, a frenzy,
8-4 should be
sheriff.
easy.
It's rough. I
Yeah.
mean,
Not
you
even
only have 2
9-3,
rounds
man.
left, and this is one of your buys, but it's the only way to do it, because otherwise you're already kind of giving up on the potential last round of the half. And now we return to what seems to be some classic setups for the Killjoy.
Nilakasan nating aircon sa
Watch
venue,
mid that
nilalamigan
allowed
na
them
yung kamay
to push
ni
out of
hindi
B
pa din
last
yan, no?
time. And the biggest thing is Team Secret never caught sight of that. I mean, they just never knew that GenG was so prepared because B Garage had been taken over. They do have NDG on the lurk this time, but he's not going to gather too much information as he doesn't have the weaponry to push through.
Yeah, it's extremely difficult here now, especially Texture still.
Here's
an
what I'm scared about
operator to
TS,
worry
man. If they
about.
lose the second map, I felt
Everybody
like...
but him basically
Whoa.
shifted over towards that ace. But Jeremy with a
Fucking
nice shot.
Yeah, I guess just wasn't caught when he first swung out onto Conveyor.
Ooh.
He's able to swing back, and he's ready for the follow-up as
Okay,
well.
Jeremy.
That makes things a little dicey for GenG. Now, during all of that, NDG had pushed up into mid a little bit, sets up a slightly more aggressive alarm, but now he's pushing on to B as well. You got to expect, because of the kills, that there's a force shift on to A, so Secret preparing themselves for the potential rotate. Now, Texture has an inkling on this, but I don't know if he has the timing to get all the way back to Snowman safely on his own.
Think about all the ults you have to play with now as Team Secret. With 2 rounds left, no real reason to hang on to these too much longer. You've got that Viper's Pit, you've got that lockdown, you've got a res if things turn the other way for them. They are going to be able to head over towards the B site. Now, GenG somewhat prepared for this. Toxic screen.
Oh no.
Cover up.
The pop out from Texture. He's ready for it, and it's the Sage of all things. Res down, wall down. The spike is no longer safe. He has to stick it, but the snake bite's coming out. It should land. No, Charon finishes it with the Vandal. They know time is in their favor. The pit goes up onto the plant. Team Secret, what are your answers? You have to wrap around. They're going to the deeper end. Onto Snowman, trying to protect the spike, and it will finish. It's going to be NDG with the operator that barely saves a round for Secret.
Jeremy's heating up. Jeremy is heating the fuck up. Holy picks by Jeremy.
From Jeremy here with the Marshall.
With the
this could
picks
be a
from
very
Jeremy,
different
man.
round. Again,
What in the
GenG
shots,
reading
Jeremy?
the map pretty well. Coming over at the right time, making things oh so difficult for Team Secret to get the plant down. That's just, oh, that's so crisp, Jeremy. Absolutely, that is freaking nasty.
Damn.
And that's the one that really did it for him, right? Because otherwise Texture was a thorn in their side. They couldn't, if Texture stayed alive, they couldn't have pushed through all the way to Snowman. So Jeremy, the hero that Secret needed to have a chance here, as it's another aggress onto Conveyor. Slight push, but they'll back off because of the counter utility with the slow orb. And just mid being watched from 2 by Meteor. He's going to slow push out. They want to regain control, and that's a slow walkout from Jeremy. The res was there, trying to beat it up, but Lakia's here for backup as well.
Oh, look at Texture.
Nice,
He's
even
getting
gets a
real
pick.
aggressive off the back of that kill. They wanted to try to see if there was any punish they could find, but Meteor actually gets caught out. He's lurking out of tube. So that's going to open the door here a bit.
He needs to get the first kill. If he doesn't, well, it's not going to matter because that potential is now gone. An NDG will open
Sana
up the
mangati yung
site.
ulo nyo,
It's going to
GenG,
be a
puta!
retake for GenG as they now swap over to the Vandal. Thrash at the ready, but that's all they have to combat the potential pit of Borkum and all remaining 5 members of Team Secret.
Oh, Munchkin. Nasty, nasty opener.
Yeah.
Lakia traded right out.
Where's our
Down
ulti?
to 4, now the null command. No Thrash is going to hurt, but it's just going to be dwindling down to 3 now. If Texture can find the first kill
Nice
onto
and
Envy,
deep.
it will not happen.
Where's our
Munchkin
Viper
all
ulti?
alone. Fragment lineup to try to clear out behind Yellow. Trying
Sabagay,
to
we
just
don't wanna
funnel
ulti
them
kasi
in.
we're playing
It's going to land a
force.
little bit too far. And that might just be the dying heartbeats of this round for GenG as Team Secret will get
8-4 not
the
bad.
4th round.
They came back from 8-4. We
Just
can do this
catch
too.
up to 4 to 8 in the first half.
Okay. I mean, hope here now.
We have hope.
For
We have hope.
Team
We're back in the
Secret.
game.
They've at least
We're good.
rattled 2 off in a
We're
row
good.
at the end of this, and it took some, fancy shooting to maybe
We're good, chat. We're good.
get this GenG momentum in check. They were able to string some nice ones together, reading that lurk from Meteor very nicely there. Some just crazy good shots, able to hold their angles very, very nicely, winning that duel against Charon, coming through a few good swings. They're able to turn the rounds into their favor, but now move over to the attacker side for GenG, which was where they were absolutely just ridiculous on Lotus. And now you think about, oh boy, their attack is so scary. Are they going to be able to dial that up again? And again, that's the side of the map that GenG's been really good on so far this year.
Grabe guys,
So
sobrang stress.
let's see what they've got.
Grabe.
Yeah, you have to wonder because you have the double flashes on for GenG. That's what makes that attack so strong. Now, of course, with the Siege, you're not exactly looking to combat the initial execute so much, rather than going for that defuse, trying to push
Even
them
I'm having
back and make
difficulties
sure the
breathing,
post plant
man.
isn't quite there. But what comes with the double flashes, both those initiators with their own mollies as well, the post-plant lineups are going to be different. There's going to be a little more of it as well on the side of GenG. So curious to see how Secret's prepped. Obviously, that's something we always praise them about, and that earlier timeout gave them just enough of those 3rd and 4th rounds to try to stay in the game.
Well, even if you get the wall up, we saw it earlier that the flashes can go up and over those so easily that you can punish those walls. Sometimes if you can find that extra flank angle, or if the wall
flash.
is just set up in a position that
O nga, no, wala tayong flash.
GenG correctly.
Oh yeah, we don't
it
have
can
flashes.
Really
The fuck?
turn against Team Secret, so certainly going to be keeping our eyes on how that's used. GenG,
But we do have defenders.
a little bit of pressure towards A, but this all looks a little bit fake as that spike hasn't been picked up just yet. Texture.
We get this
Charon
pistol round, we
are
have
on
a
the
big
B
chance to
side.
win, chat.
Restack on
Super
the
big.
A. Both sides
Atin na
mirroring
tong
each
pistol
other
rounds.
in terms of numbers appear on the other end of the map. Jesse try to potentially bounce a shock dart in there, thinks better of it.
Yeah, doesn't want to react too early to that Gecko utility. Obviously, that's the benefit of Gecko. You can just kind of throw that out, try to trade for util, but recover it for the 10-second cooldown. And after this default, no early push from Team Secret is going to let GenG know that they will want to go to B. They've already taken care of Yellow. They have the approach onto the site, toxic screen at the ready. And there is a deep nano swarm from Team Secret, but I can't imagine GenG is going to push all the way into Snowman, given the positioning so far. Just an early check with that 0 point.
Meteor here. Potential lurk battle with him and Jeremy on the other end of this.
Gotta watch out. Oh, they are going to push all the way through, and it's going to be the Nestorm that goes off. So not the entire team quite there, but Charon picks up the first kill, and he's going to find site. Borkum eventually cleans it up with the headshot. A nice
big
angle
flank
from
from
Texture, but he
Meteor.
can't find the kill. Spike still not planted. They have to take it back out of the site, and they're going to have to run all the way through as
Nice
Meteor has cleared
Borkum!
the site, but 2
That's
members
so big.
lost. Now a 2v4. Meteor has to hold true with only 22 HP. He has to do the impossible and dwindle down the numbers of Team Secret as Munchkin has to run
10
in
seconds
and
left.
stick the plant. No cover for Munchkin. He's just going to put it as far as possible. Meteor wants the first kill, the run out from Borkum. He's ready for the trade, but Munchkin 1-for-1 trade, and that's the wall up. Meteor, you just can't get back into the site. By the time you finish carving out the ice, the spike will be defused.
Let's go! Let's go! We're getting closer, boys!
Huge win here.
This is
for
it.
Team Secret. Just able to get Borkum in a position where nobody's really ready for him on GenG, and he picks up some huge
kills from Borkum, man.
Much needed there.
That was much needed talaga from
Borkum. So
Borkum.
far this map, he was so hot to start this with his gunplay. That's pretty sick there, Borkum. That was Jesse's first kill.
I mean, been very quiet, right? Not much had to do really during the first half as they were just getting shut down back and forth. I mean, let's say it like it is. I mean, Jeremy and Envy really putting up the bulk of it that it had impact in some of those round wins.
No doubt. Jesse's got a Marshall, couple Stingers and Spectres and Bulldogs for Team Secret. Some Sheriffs invested, a Frenzy and a Ghost for the side of GenG. So a little bit of a purchase to try to see if they can sneak a few kills away. Just a tag of damage there on the Meteor. Not much done, actually.
Yeah, Meteor barely just getting a scratch there, and it looks to be a double swing out, and he's just going to hold the spray just enough for 2 kills, and the Ghost is going to secure a third. Commitment with the Stinger, you really have to stick with it, and he knows exactly how many bullets he has. And they're going to continue hunting forward. High-low setup from Team Secret. Meteor looking for a cheeky kill, but the recon is just going to give the fourth over to
Envy can get the rest from here.
Well, get a res on pretty quick here for Envy with this hot start that he's had.
I mean, that's a big one, too. Obviously, is going to help a lot against those post plants. Now, hunting for the ace. Teammates trying to help scout out for him. It looks like Jesse Vash just following up on the ropes as well. Now they have information.
Ace from Envy! Let's
will answer back
go!
with an ace of his own.
Very nice here.
Relax lang, Envy. Relax
Nothing
lang.
wrong with getting your save
Matagal pa. Medyo madugo pa. We win this next round. 8-8 na tayo. Come on.
Everything able to be kept for Team Secret. So you still got
Why
the
so
Spectres,
quiet?
Still got the Marshall, still got the Bulldog. There's the Stinger for Envy, good enough. The Ghost to do some serious damage. Great recon, great
Envy
setup
might have a
from
rest from
Jesse
that, dude.
for the fourth kill.
Let's
the
go,
final
let's go.
there, and you can see they're starting to get fired up
Ako rin
themselves
makikifist
in
bump
a
na rin
very
ako.
crucial round here for GenG. Half armors with the rifles, full armor abounding for Team Secret.
Yeah, you're really going to have to make use of all the utility that you have. You really have to bring this comp alive for GenG. Once again, a 2-3 split. Their go-to default turret watching mid, and they will just pressure pipe so that there's no aggressive push. And to trade util for util, but we noticed even right off the bat from the pistol, Secret, they're very well aware of the advantages that the Gecko brings.
No doubt. They are not falling for it too often here.
Sa Zeta, guys. G naman ako. Pag Zeta, G ako sa push-up.
Give them too many difficulties, but now GenG reconsidering the A side, swinging back over the other way. Texture made some noise, though, here. Had to clear the Killjoy utility. A Nano Swarm has popped. Maybe give a little bit of extra help over towards Borkum if there was a push towards yellow, but Texture actually backing off, taking their time, really going to try to dial up an explosive execute. All 5 members of GenG are making their way over.
Yeah, all in main as well. I mean, Borkum, if he gets the spray down, if he gets the snake bites accurately, this could shut down the entire thing. He wants to close the angle. He doesn't want to swing out too early, but it might be a little too late.
Nice!
He does
Nice,
Borkum! It's
Borkum!
the perfect time as the snake bite goes
Nice,
down.
Borkum!
Eventually gets the kill
Don't
on
throw
Nikera.
this for me, Team
That
Secret.
slows him down enough. Only 20 seconds left on the clock. No easy way to force this. You got to send the wingman in. The Nano Swarm's now done. The Dizzy to make sure that the spike goes all the way through, and it's a nice flash as GenG gets 2 kills on the board. 3 versus 2. You do have the res, but do you have the opportunity to use it? No. It will get taken out. They now have information on the last member, Jeremy, with a Bulldog. Pushing through, Mosh at the ready. Could just be an easy double swing, and it is. As soon as they get audio, it's going to be Munchkin picking up a headshot, leading GenG 9-6.
Well, a needed win here for GenG, but a costly one. Still going to be able to get half armors and rifles. A little bit of extra money in the pocketbooks for the side of Team Secret. Still that res going to be available as well. Meteor and company holding on for dear life. Couple kills away from potentially having this one swing way out of their hands, and that extra money is going to turn into an operator.
Let's go, boys. Come on.
For the side of Team Secret, for Jeremy. Setting up towards a nest, but GenG all over at B already. Nobody even bothering to go for any util trades with the Gecko or any information gathering. It's just a full-on slow push up here, and it's been left decently wide open. That knife's not going to get any of the info on Team Secret's positioning.
Yeah, I mean, they know that the entire entrance has been empty, and I think perhaps also just noting that that's been the tendency of Team
How is
Secret
that
so
dude
far.
not
We've been
dead?
actually able to get the spike plant as the nanoswarms have all been taken out, so the snakebite just not doing enough on its own. And now Team Secret, they do have a res, but they have an operator, so they want a long-range pick initially to try to get through. It's going to be the null command to make sure no extra skills can be used, but they've already pushed through. They've already surrounded Yellow. And Lakia, you have to hold true, but he gets taken out by the flash. And Charon, he can't stabilize as he finds 2 targets on his screen. The 2 members, Munchkin and Meteor, can they fire through? It's just the IGL left, and he doesn't have enough firepower left in the bank. Team Secret makes a swift retake.
I mean, just a little bit over-ambitious here from some of the points of contact for GenG. Texture walks into 4 guns of Team Secret and gets gunned down quickly. Lakia finds a great angle. It's a good flash to set him up, but he can't steady the aim in time, and he's taken down. That's concerning for GenG. That got pretty whiffy pretty fast for them, and that cost them that round. If they're able to win a fight or two over on that side, towards the site itself, then maybe they can get that done. But just frankly, that's just Team Secret with this Flood retake, just winning these battles, isolating GenG one by one, and just storming through and claiming the round.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think, sure, GenG, given the speed that they went in, they expected to fight a retake, but perhaps not a Flood retake onto the B site. Oftentimes, you're going to want to prep for that long-range pick, maybe set up some util to take over Yellow, things like that. And no, it's just every member walking right up to Yellow, just swinging by, making sure that they can have cross angles at the ready as the screen goes down. So Team Secret identifying perhaps the weakness that GenG might have as they're so used to playing with and against set plays. But now it's going to be GenG with the timeout. I like the timing of it. You thought you had the momentum. The players got a little antsy. So Solo and HSK will calm things down.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind what GenG does here at all in terms of the initial round idea. Take it slow, clear the angles, and then, you know, use the wingman to plant and then set up for the post plants. But it's too isolated in the post plant defense. There's no help for some of the initial points of contact. You know, with Texture swinging out like that, no one can trade that kill. That's just him going for the hero play. And that is something that has plagued GenG so far here today a couple times. We've seen it from Munchkin, from Texture, where they go for these big all-or-nothing plays. Sometimes they've been getting away with them this year. Sure, they look great. But you need to just be a little bit more patient in that post plant if you are going to be able to get across this Team Secret team, because they still have their teamwork fully online.
Well, speaking of floods, it's going to be a flood onto the A site this time from GenG. Can't get through the wall too quickly. The dash through, but I don't know if he's quite cleared that pocket.
Nice!
And Envy just sprays down too. Thought he would have had the sight, but Meteor speaks through. Make sure that he reads through that wall with an eye of his mind. But they just can't get into the site. I mean, the entire push has been stopped, but Meteor with a Sheriff. He's not ready to stop just yet. No reason to back out. They want to stick for the fight. Just looking for some gun up rates. He can't get it. And it's just a stinger for Charon. Too many members, and NDG will find him at the
Let's go.
Yeah, and this is one of those things that maybe you haven't seen a Sage too often in your scrims, and you kind of forget exactly some of these angles that can be created with this wall. And it slips through GenG's mind. Team Secret able to find 2 super impactful kills on the point of attack. Jesse, good spray down there. Seeing those bullets through the smoke, able to really track him down. The information comes through on the recon, makes it easy for the up and over for Borkum.
Envy, man.
Yep.
Fucking
Team
savior.
Secret right back in this. It is 8-9 now. You got the Viper's Pit. You've got the res still.
Mag-joke ka, Texture.
Sitting on that for
Joker ka
quite
eh.
some time.
Joker
Locked
ka
down
eh.
Meteor here. Let's see if GenG is going to find a way to just
Nayupak.
plant it right here back next to Yellow. Kind of similar to that same attack we saw a couple rounds ago where they're able to get the wingman plant down.
Yeah, just a quick one, but the 100's sure going to be sent down because he knows that they're all corralled into green.
Tag kayo
And it's
lahat.
going to
Si
be an
Texture,
easy
si
kill onto
Lakia.
Munchkin.
Tag.
That's an important
Tag ng
member.
ina nyo.
You know, that's one less molly. 2 flashes down, the info down as well.
And it's that 0 point that gives it away. They know what the attack is going to look like. They know where they're setting up.
Do not die.
Jesse Vash just says, okay, guys, I got this. Stand back.
I mean, sure, now the lockdown can go through, and it's going to buy them enough time, but Team Secret,
Nice!
maybe they have some choices to push through. They're trying to make sure that yellow is empty. Texture just trying to get out
We need
alive.
to get this plant
Cannot.
now.
And while the lockdown does buy time,
Okay, we
Team
need to get this
Secret,
plant
all
now.
5 members left still. The pit available, so is the res, so they can get aggressive. And that's exactly what's going to happen. Thrash trying to keep them at bay is going to detain 2 members, but it's still plenty to go for the defuse. The wall trying to force
Hello?
the half out. The detain just hasn't finished just yet, but NDG with the trade. The res comes back up. It's still 4 members. The opposite is true. Karon needs to get the kills. They haven't got that yet. And Karon with the firing range isn't
What?
enough. Tondo Gaming
Ano
comes in, but
yun?
it will be enough time
Ano yun,
for
boys?
GenG
Ano
to
yun?
climb back up to 10.
What a play from Karon.
Fuck!
Just barely able to buy enough time. That's another knife, but last time around, the knife did not translate into a map win for Team Secret. And what a hold here. Meteor able to get a very critical kill off the rip. Detain there,
Oh,
helping
man.
him out. Oh my goodness, that is crispy.
Just the awareness to give up on that second kill as soon as
No
he doesn't get it. He
cover.
knows he needs to stop the
Half
defuse,
na
and it's
sana,
before
pero
the
may
half is
snake
done.
bite.
Yep.
I mean, the rookie getting used to the stage, getting used to pro play, bit by bit for sure. Maybe not putting up the absolutely ridiculous numbers we've seen from some of the other additions this
Hindi
year,
na rush na
but
naman nila
he is
yung A,
holding true
nakakainis.
and growing as a member of GenG as they now find momentum. They've realized this is the weak spot of Team Secret. They want to continue punishing it. The spike plan continues to be given up by Team Secret.
Look where Jesse's playing with this judge. It's way in the back towards Snowman, expecting some
Nice,
aggressive
Borkum.
push out. Well,
Big
Borkum
round,
just says
Borkum.
they're not going to get that far anyway. They're going to have
No
to go
plant
through
yet,
my
no
guns
plant yet,
first.
boys.
Yeah, Borkum finally stopping the plant, stopping the push as well. It's a good shout onto that Snowman, and they have to back out. Now they know the backup's all here. I mean, no real lurk for GenG at all. The turret just watching for a flank around them, so they're gonna want to stick to this unless they start to rotate now. They won't have enough time to clear every single angle slowly.
If you could just get Karon a little bit further forward, you could try to get the pit down, but even then it's not comfortable. There's just too many players of Team Secret here to really accomplish what you want to.
Okay, the 0 point to push them back.
Oh, look at Jesse.
Yeah, still haven't heard the judge just yet, though, and the wingman
Oh
will not
my
get
God.
the plant down.
Nice
Now they
in
just
B.
have to push through. They don't have an option. The spike once again stranded, and the judge is watching it, ready to lay down the reckoning here.
They keep forcing
It's
this
just
B,
going
man.
to be GenG corralled around Yellow Meteor, trying to make something happen
Nice, Jeremy.
with a very exposed location, and Jeremy will get the call, picks up the kill. And only 15 seconds left. The round surely in favor of Secret, but the real question is, GenG, can they stay alive? Cred's not looking good on either side.
They'll have to save this. Let's
GenG
go. Nice.
calling for the save, I
Nice.
think. Just trying to see if they can hold on to the rest of this round, and neither team really wants to drop a gun if they can help it. Jesse, though, might go for it. He's going to grab a Vandal of his own. He's starting to push this angle. Munchkin.
I just wanted to pre-fire it a little bit. Doesn't take the big risk, though. Obviously, again, both sides not entirely stabilized just yet. It could still be quite a few
Kaya
rounds
pa,
before
guys.
the map
Kayang-kaya
ends.
pa.
Yeah, but what's concerning about this round for GenG is there's no
Sobrang
plan
close na.
B.
Close na yung games
It
natin,
is
guys.
only a B hit, and like you mentioned, the turret is there to watch for the lurk, sure, but there's no opportunity because there's no information on any other part of the map for them to try to get anything else going. And the whole time, Jesse's just over there with a judge waiting. If they try to get too deep and a Snowman try to take deeper control, something they haven't really done a lot of on these B hits, he's ready there to punish it. Great job by Borkum preventing all of the plants with the wingman. That's a great adaptation by Team Secret to make this, to make that
Tapusin.
round
Everyone in the chat.
really
Tapusin.
challenging for GenG to get
Tapusin.
anything done.
Tapusin.
Yeah.
Now the economy's in the gutter, and Team Secret's able to keep all their guns.
It's a situation
This
it almost
Viper ult
feels
play
like
could win
where
the
GenG
game.
just felt the need to say, okay, if it's not broke, don't fix it. But Team Secret fixes it just in time to make sure the momentum stops.
Save round
And
here
now
para sa
going
GenG,
back
by the way.
to that initial start with the 2-3 split default, and without the great weaponry, they will just have to file into the crosshairs. A nice swing to escape the first
Boy,
shot.
pa.
And Jeremy gets tagged back, left down to 11 HP. Borkum has to give up on the backup as well. They have to empty the entire site. Jeremy looking for a sliver, but he gets
Nice, Borkum.
spotted once again. The heal comes out from Envy, but the site given up and the pin goes up
So nga lang
from
naka-poison na.
GenG. Borkum does find a nice kill though. Onto Texture, that's the jet down, the star duelist of GenG out of the picture. Only 2 rifles in hand for the Korean team.
Oh, great
Nice!
use to clear this pit.
Nice!
Yeah, they are just getting sprayed down.
Holy gata!
It's not going to be that what matters. It's just going to be the deaths. You can see Munchkin on the screen of Meteor there on the camera, just kind of giving up, stretching out and saying, okay, this is the round. I mean, where we just had this half by.
just let it through. It didn't work out. That's unfortunate, as Team Secret will get the defuse.
And they'll get a lockdown off of that for NDG. Survives the round with 2 HP. Moving in front of his teammate to try to block those extra classic shots. Almost pays the price for it. Texture has a Blade Storm. See if he's going to pop that to try to save a little bit of cash. And the spots there early from the recon dart had already been let out a long time ago. I thought maybe that since there was no drone available, it may be a little bit tough, but those pings from the recon dart give Team Secret the info they need to clear that pit. Now Borkum's got one of his own. NDG.
Sirang-sira na tong ano ng GenG. Momentum.
It's only a few rifles, a Guardian, and of course that Blade Storm here.
Ulti pa si Borkum, may ulti pa si NDG.
Right back towards 0.
Yeah, GenG just going to wait for an aggression as well, thinking that perhaps with the switch-up that they had, Team Secret might try to push the momentum they've now gained with an aggressive push out of B Garage. They won't find it. It's a late Poison Cloud onto mid as well, trying to set up Meteor for a lurk. And I was thinking about mentioning this a couple rounds ago before the action started to flow, is that that's another thing they haven't really explored, is the pinch or the late lurk from mid to help that spike get planted on the B site. Trying to just draw out more members. This time, the bait will work to at least draw the attention. And GenG, I mean, they've always had, an easy time getting right up to yellow. This isn't the trouble. It's about getting the spike actually planted and then being prepared for the retake. This time, you got pit and lockdown for Team Secret available.
All right, still have that operator to consider from Jeremy. Texture, though, ready. Try to get some big plays going with this Blade Storm. Going to swing out to the other side of yellow. Borkum once again trying to play anti-plant defense.
Oh, the push in. The Nano Swarm's there once again. Just barely getting under the bridge. Just trying to bait out any util towards Snowman, but he's just going to hold right under. Wants to cover these angles for his teammates. Be the first point of contact. But
nice,
too many
NDG.
angles to check. I mean, 180 degrees, that's so rough for him, but
NDG?
it's going to be Karon still standing right on the site. Nice. The lockdown. Envy there to stop the push out. And now once again, Munchkin and Meteor left all above him. Just scratches him all the way down. Just cannot swing around fast enough. Borkum will get the last kill, and Team Secret regains control as they go up to 11.
I mean, now
So
things
close.
are starting to
God,
fall apart a bit with the teamwork for GenG. Texture out there on an island. And
It's okay.
Yeah,
NDG didn't even use the ult, which means you still have ulti.
It's so
good,
hard.
man.
You can see he's
NDG
just spinning
calculated
back
his
and forth,
death.
trying to see if somebody's going to drop down from above him. And he's got that
He's got
extra
two.
angle to worry about coming from underneath tunnel. And then they try to double swing, and there's just a crossfire set up there for Team Secret. They just walk right into it. I mean, if they play back, it gets shut down by Team Secret with the flood retakes. If they try to get aggressive, try to cut it off ahead of time, Team Secret's already there working together, prepared for it. Now it's GenG. Now you can see that things have kind of slid in the opposite direction with their mental. The head is back in the hand for Munchkin, and Solo
Mission failed
looking
successfully.
to dial up some magic, looking to dig deep into the playbook here for GenG to see if they can get over the line.
And I wonder if GenG just maybe doesn't have lineups prepared against the Sage Wall and the defuse, because that's just something we haven't seen for them to buy time, maybe get a wraparound after the spike plant, because they've got it planted several times, but they're always trying to fight the retake head on when they have so many options for mollies. And you have to wonder if maybe that's just something they weren't expecting in this current meta with the return. Of course, you can set up that Sage Wall in multiple ways where you really disrupts the
para kay
angle. You can
Razibins.
try to headbutt certain projectiles
5
as
to
well.
1 odds, by the way. Pero let's not jinx it. Come on. Forced by here from GenG. They cooked up something.
In your mind, as
They cooked up something here from GenG.
The thing is you've got people playing agents they used to not when this map was in the pool, right?
Sure.
Like Meteor's on, the KJ, who used to be a duelist. Karon's brand new. He's a rookie. He's playing great, but you're absolutely right, Will. I think maybe they just aren't quite ready for some of those angles. Probably doesn't help that box got lifted up into the air. That might have cut
Holy lineup.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's a big one as well. That really disrupts a lot of the options you had, and I'm just wondering, I mean, I can't tell you exactly how many options they would have, but I would imagine if this is a composition you're picking, that's something that you have in your back pocket. Now, a little more focus onto the middle of the map, though, and it looks like they're ready for an instant pinch onto B. If the spike gets planted, they'll delay it. But so far, they've started to have trouble even with the plant itself. Dizzy sent out far, not going to be able to get recovered. But it's a quick push, trying to draw the attention out so they can get the spike safely into the site.
Get that thrash again. Send that out, see if they can clear a little bit of space, get a little bit of info, and they do, and they get that plant down as well.
Nice!
Alive, but he loses
Big
control of
balls,
but thankfully
Borkom!
for GenG,
Ibibigay
still
kita
has two
po,
members on
kinang
the
ina
lane
ka!
work. The 0 point
Borkom
is going to
juice.
tie up the retake for just a bit longer. He wants his thrash so badly, and he will get it.
And we have the
Mosh,
push.
don't
Nice
know if he's
NDG.
gonna land to clear things out.
Nice
but
NDG.
He spotted both, so he's well
Nice,
aware
we
that
can have
there's
this.
another member coming.
We can
Gets
have this
back
and
out
defuse.
entirely. The pit goes up, and you're not going to have too much time
No
to
way,
regain
we got it.
control. The
We
thrash
got the
is gonna
defuse.
just get shut
We
down
got the
by Jesse
defuse.
Bash. That's
One
the defuse
step
all the way through.
closer.
I mean, they just could not even approach the site.
No, once you
Oh
get
my
that pit
God.
down, it just takes way too long to come back through. Sure, Karen.
Invista with the rest, by the way.
A Pyrrhic victory. at the
One
end of
more
that
round
with
na,
this kill,
kaibigan.
but
The comeback of the
setups
century.
here from Team Secret, the re-aggresses, the timings are all too good. Getting enough space there by NDG. Finally get that lockdown in. There's no answers available for GenG, and you know it just seems like every time they go B, it just is thwarted in a completely different manner. They throw different looks, they try different things here. They're trying to push through mid, but they can't win their individual fights as well. I mean, that's a fight Meteor has to win.
Lawrence,
That's a fight that you
tangina,
expect
yung tropa ko,
Meteor
sabi
to
niya.
win up in kitchen.
I'm not gonna
If
jinx
he
it. Not gonna
doesn't,
jinx it. Coach
the wheels
Mullins, you're gonna get an
come
earful
off,
from me.
And the round goes to Team Secret, and now they are one away.
Match point. Currently tied 1-1 on the maps. And Team Secret looking to close things out, showing Icebox for the first time for this team here at kickoff. And they brought an age-old composition, proving that it still works. Like you mentioned, the sites themselves haven't changed too much. So philosophy is there to draw.
Huli
He's
kayong
going to
lahat!
spot everybody. I mean, this is just a hard tell that it's an A push, and the site has been flooded already. Dizzy goes down, nobody flashed out. It's just a trade from Jeremy, but eventually Karon will push through. Bringing up the firepower for GenG. The spike will get planted as
2v3.
Karon gets the third.
Still winnable.
GenG trying to stay alive. Now a deep lurk from NDG. How many can he get? Rookie for rookie. Can he find the kills? Barely spots one. Is gonna find the first kill onto Karon, but he's not quite aware, but a nice swing onto Meteor. Munchkin has the timing on NDG. 1v1. Munchkin versus Borkum, and Munchkin can get this. He doesn't land onto the pipes, but he would get the null command. He realizes that he's not on it. He knows the last angle he was on. Waiting for the jump peek. Should peek out right at the half, and he does find him. The half not quite done yet. He spots the spike as well. Goes for the spray down. Knows that he should be out of time, and Munchkin will secure the kill, bring up the no command, and they are going forward for one more shot at OT.
It's so scrappy right now for GenG. They're just barely able to find that round win.
You can pause this
NDG
round, right?
Almost
You still have pause?
the heartbreaker. And it is Munchkin who's able to play this post plant very, very nicely. Karon here breaking the door down, finding 3 kills in the opening.
Fucking Karon, man.
Jesse's swinging out. Can't really get much done. And oh boy, it is so darn close. But tell you what, you can see why teams have been afraid to play Team Secret on this map. Everybody remembers how good they were on this map when it was still in the pool last year.
Operator for Jeremy gets spotted deep in from that 0 point. Both teams getting a lot of information through their initiator utility. Everything rides on this round for Team Secret. If they can close it out, they will start this play-in round robin with a match win, getting one step closer towards Masters Madrid.
Rest
And
pa rin,
Jeremy
may rest,
gets
may
taken
rest,
down.
may rest.
Operator down.
You
Resurrection
can take
comes
risks,
up,
'cause you
but
can
that's the
rest.
Sage util out.
Fine.
You know the Sage is still there. You saw the Sova util earlier, but GenG, once again, it's an all-in setup.
They could set up for the lockdown and the null command here to clear a ton of space potentially on the site, but they still have this operator to worry about.
It has to be instant. They have to make sure they don't get picked off by this op, by Jeremy. He just wants to make sure that he doesn't get caught out. We'll just keep them at bay, trying to stick around to the very last minute on that lockdown. Jesse Bash gets one kill, and Envy just pushes forward as the lockdown goes through, and that's going to give an opening for Texture to push all the way in. Null command activated later to delay the retake. Spike not planted yet, but they will have a lot of time trying to regroup. They don't have any information about the remaining 2 members. 0 point clears out the site. Munchkin feeling safe for the plant. 3 versus 2. No util left on the side of Team Secret. And the flash will keep them by. NDG spots 1. Should bring out the call for Borkum. Is Borkum ready for it? No, Munchkin still gets the headshot. And NDG has to power through 3. 1 down, 2 more to go. Can he have the time to do it? The young rookie that was playing online eventually gets taken down, and ladies and gentlemen, it is overtime in our first best of 3 of the day.
Unreal. Just
Oh,
absolutely
hindi tumama
unreal,
yung
this
ano
battle
ni
between these two
Jeremy.
teams.
NT.
No one wants to give up. everybody knows how important this is. There's so much on the line here in this first match, and it has just been an incredible back and forth. Both teams only able to find 4 rounds on their attacker's side. And Texture with 2 huge kills to buy enough space here to get into a plant position. And now we go into OT. Got a win by 2. Texture gonna go for that glass cannon right out the rip.
Yeah, just starting it off right where he left off. Texture wants to keep up the momentum. He's had such a great tournament so far with the operators, but today Secret has had his number for the most part. Staying at the bottom of the kill feed for the majority of this match. It's a deep 0 point. Lots of spam trying to stamp Texture. Very aggressive, but he does have his back covered. Oh, and he's not going to find the shot. He thinks they might have swung in too deep, and Jeremy with a late timing. I mean, they saw the push out earlier, and now Jeremy remembers that timing.
It's just such a tough angle there. I mean, Texture so confident, I get it, but man, oh man, it's so hard to find where that player's head is going to pop out. There's a lot of options.
Lakia?
Lakia!
That's a deep flash from his teammate Munchkin, but he's only going to find 1 kill. He definitely needed more. The spray not going to find the kill onto Envy. It's a quick blood onto the ace side, and a nice double swing from NDG and Borkum will clear out the site. And the first round of OT going very much in Secret's way. Karon's still alive, but 4 members to battle through.
Huminga ka boy, ba't ka na wall up?
Yeah, he can't get the first kill either. Now they know his location. That's the one advantage he would have had. Just trying to creep in. He'll do what he can. Obviously, momentum a very big part of it when it comes to overtime as well. So whatever you can do to bring up that confidence. We know how snappy his aim can get. He's ready for the trades, but it's just another double swing with NDG.
My boy, the GOAT!
And Team Secret leads 13-2, or 13-12.
I mean, I think it's... You have the confidence as Texture to make those plays, but maybe this isn't quite the moment. You think you can catch Team Secret off guard, but Jeremy's checking for it. He's aware that something like that is possible. And NDG having some really impactful kills here as this map has gone on. Having a huge performance and giving us a little bit of a head bob. He's feeling it. Team Secret could close it out.
Secret 1 round away from getting the first match win. They will have to play another afterwards against Zeta Division. Any of these teams that wins both of their matches make their way into the play-ins. And of course, we could have those tiebreakers with the differentials, but that's not the question at hand right now. The concern for GenG,
Munchkin, tama na.
OT going. This time a bit more of a spread. They do have a backup plan onto B site. They know that Team Secret hasn't aggressed on that part of the map.
Yeah, I like that we're seeing this from GenG. It was a concerning part of their attacker side before. Now playing with a little bit of pressure on both sides, and that knife gives no information. Everybody on Team Secret is playing right at the edge of where they expect that knife to land. They don't give any info over. Now the wall comes up though. Now GenG has to kind of reconsider here. Take their time. They know that there's probably nobody on the eastern side of the site, but
they're just going to go for it. I mean, they drew out the utility, and they're just trying to bait out more of it, but they just say, okay, there's still members hanging around, even though they're not in sight. The retake clearly at the ready, so the siege wall down, the slow orbs out, and they feel that that's enough to try to get them into a position. Secret very quick on the rotate, though. Back up all at the ready. Karon knows that Borkum's been playing up in Evan. Borkum has to back out. Karon is dug already. Deep Secret's just not ready for it. And Texture watching for the lurk. Doesn't find the pick, but gives the information to Karon, who is still holding her on sight. Borkum eventually takes down his nemesis, the opponent Viper. 1v2. Borkum is in time. Oh! He gets a third. 10 seconds on the clock. Left. Texture, he has to stick the plant. No, he's going for the kill, and he will get it with the shorty shutting down Borkum. We go for another.
Oh my goodness. I love what GenG does here though. Karon getting that far up gives him an extra kill, which frankly helps give GenG the round in a lot of different ways.
Karon won them that round, not gonna lie.
Through mid. Yeah, he doesn't find a kill off of it, but he at least causes enough distraction and gives a little bit of extra info over that they can find a few kills themselves. Borkum almost,
oh my God, this is too much to me for handle. This is too much for me, Chad. This is too much to handle for me.
Almost said it, but now
pagod na, man.
Once again,
pagod na kami, boy. After nito, Zeta pa kalaban namin.
Close to the front of green here, but so far, just going to keep his feet planted, not going for anything crazy aggressive. The rest of Team Secret now making their way back over towards A. Lakia, the only one on the A site proper, up on top of the pipes.
Yeah, in Secret, they sent that long-range recon onto green as well, but it looked like Texture hid right under the container. So Secret maybe playing with a little bit of false information that it might be a default hold. Meanwhile, GenG, they know that the B side is fairly weak at the very least. Lots of forces on the A side, just waiting for the execute to happen. Look at the angles they're holding. The drone does spot 2. Mosh at the ready just to delay.
They've got a nano right on the plant spot as well, the default plant spot, to try to punish Team Secret if they keep going this way. Knife going to catch a few more members, give a little bit of information that they're still sticking around, at least for now.
Yeah, selling the footsteps as if they're exiting, but no reason to move from GenG. They're still watching mid with the turret as well. Operator on the B side, Mosh to buy time. The mollies are all coming through. They just can't get in safely. They will get delayed. Munchkin stays alive in the back of sight. Does he find an angle? He finds one through the screen. Can he find another? No, Jeremy will get that trade, but it's a double stack in the back of sight. Karen and Meteor just holding true as Lakia will even things out. Now a 1v2 once again for NDG, and it's going to be Karen, rookie for rookie, as he fires back. GenG leads 1 round in overtime.
Yeah, steadfast defense here from GenG, understanding the map, understanding what they needed to do to play some delay, some great positionings of their mollies.
We didn't want to play
Snake
mid there.
fight from Karon lands, softens up some targets, the nano to delay the plant. Perfectly positioned early on in that round, expecting this hit potentially. Then you just rely on the operator of Texture on the other side to get it done. No over-aggression that round. Now GenG seeing if they can somehow completely turn this on this head. This has been just one of the most incredible back and forth.
And it's going to be the fast hit onto B. A little variation of it though. The spike not in the hands of the Jet, just trying to draw them out. Just draws a lot of attention onto B, into
Jeremy though.
Do they expect this? I mean, surely they have to. They've left it open for so long. Meteor looks like he wants to check it, but the angle is so advantageous for Jeremy. Meteor just does not think he's already going to be on conveyor. Jeremy now on an island, just wants to buy time. Envy does get picked off across his own wall. If Jeremy dies here, that is going to be bad news for Secret as the site feels so weak.
Oh, Borkum.
All members spread apart for Secret. I mean, they have to win their duels no matter where it happens. Borkum's going to try to tighten the choke point against GenG. Still 55 seconds. GenG, do they keep in mind how much time has passed since they have cleared mid? Borkum, he gets one, and that's going to be the end of it. Munchkin saves him. Lucky has been holding control of green, and GenG, they feel that they are close as they lead the charge onto the site, and potentially as they try to lead in the play-ins today.
Tough situation now. On site here for NDG.
He's so good! The pings are perfect! He just sprays it down. 25 seconds left. Now, just trying to bait out his position. Lakia's ready for it. NDG gets the trade onto Munchkin. Lakia, it's mind game for mind game as he only has 9 HP. He has to bait him out and he will get the wraparound. NDG does not suspect it. GenG will lead with a series win. Hard fought. It was never easy for this team here at Kickoff, but once again, it is another victory.
It doesn't get any closer than that, folks. Lakia on the floor, all the pressure falling off of him as he's able to clutch it out in that final round. Goodness gracious.
Sana hinintay ni
Just
NDG
unreal what we're seeing here from our first match today. If that's any indication
I don't
of
know,
how
man.
this is gonna look.
NT. Hindi pa tapos.
Me oh my.
I mean, the map 3 monster, Lakia. Say what you will about how his series starts, but he will always be there to bring home the fairy tale ending for GenG. All these players looking for redemption in 2024, and they would hate to see their kickoff end early.
No doubt about it, and it's just such a relief here for GenG
What a match,
after
though.
such a rough
What a
start
match.
to this match, getting just absolutely destroyed on Breeze, coming back, fearsome stuff from them, having the mental to do this as well. Unbelievable that GenG is already showing us that not only do they have the firepower, but they've got the ability to hang in when things get tough as well. And tip of the cap to Team
Not
Secret.
yet, guys. Wala
they
pa, wala
came
pa.
in here and played so
Hindi
good
pa out,
today.
diba?
I mean, their Breeze
Kasi
read was
this could be
absolutely
a three-way
brilliant.
tiebreaker.
It looks like they had Lotus on download too, but
The match,
time wore
all the
on.
games now depend
GenG just kept coming
on,
together
ano,
more
kunwari,
and more and more.
I
if
mean, the
we have a
number of
three-way
heroics we saw
tiebreaker,
from
we could still
GenG,
qualify.
we all knew that was one of the core strengths that this team had. Every single
I don't think
member
we're out yet.
having the potential to carry around out of the depths. And that's just what they needed to buy enough time
to overcome this series. Well, that is going to be the end of this match, and we'll have the desk on standby
Hindi pa pwede
to
kasi
break
pwede pa
down
1-1-1
the
eh.
craziness of Icebox.
If we win against Zeta, we still have a chance.
Hey, we kicked into Icebox talking about Insanity, and Insanity, we did have GenG move on forward one step closer to Masters Madrid. But Secret did come really, really close. We went into overtime.
Right?
And Nasser, you were
So
talking about this earlier. You know, Secret didn't want
If
to
we
go to
beat
Icebox.
Zeta
Maybe this is
today,
why.
Yeah, again, there were
we
so many
still have a
factors
chance.
that it felt that there
Yeah, my
isn't a
favorite Zeta pa.
surefire win for Icebox here. You're coming into this one with, again, a team that hasn't played this since last year, coming in from a different composition, having NDG to slot in, and there were so many
As
things
long
that
as
you
GenG
saw
doesn't
that
win a
could
single
have gone
round.
their way,
That's
but
all.
just didn't. But my
We
goodness,
still can
did
win.
this
We can
still
still can
go
win, boys.
that limit with the second overtime.
It totally did. I mean, so much of it. You had
We beat
crazy
Zeta,
moments from both sides.
big chance we can
Jeremy
win.
getting some op kills.
And if
really,
GenG
really sick
loses
stuff.
on their last
Borkum
match,
even
we
almost trying to
qualify.
bring things back from
Maybe,
the brink. But
maybe.
towards the end, I mean, it's just, again, like the caster said, a lot more individual fragging power from the side of GenG. You had aces coming out from the likes of Munchkin.
As long as GenG doesn't
there
get
was
2
one
wins,
more
man.
knife kill. I think, was it Jesse Vash who picked it up?
Jeremy.
It was
Jeremy
Jeremy
picked it up.
on NDG. It was almost like a little bit of. Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry, it was Jeremy.
Yeah, and then there's another moment where Karon kind of survived and it held long enough, killed so many. Yeah, that
Si Karon
exact round
talaga, grabe si
where
Karon dun.
he held on
Karon
until
got
the
so
spike
much
went off. And
important
so
kills.
many rounds like that allowed for GenG to extend all the way over, into overtime.
Yeah, and here's another, at least observation I've seen in that the third map, excuse me. It just felt like NDG was forced to try to do so many things in overtime, really testing how much stamina he really had to keep his composure, to be able to, bring Secret that round if he could.
Tang
Right?
ina
We saw
talaga.
the last round. He was fishing for the kill against Lakio, which I felt like he shouldn't have done because he had the position, he had the time, he had the HP, he had everything. And then, just trying to chase for it.
So, so before we go into that, where does this leave us now? As you can see, we just finished the very first match, which was really damn close. But this is not the end of the road for Secret. This is not the end of the road for any of the teams. Each of these teams do play twice. This is a single round robin elimination gladiatorial fight. So Team Secret actually will carry on forward to face against Zeta Division next. Now, what do you think about this momentum? We were talking about the momentum that Secret had. They were coming real strong. They had the birthday buff from Jesse Bash, but then GenG reversed that momentum. They came back around in the second half of Lotus, carrying forward through Icebox. How do you think they have been playing for almost every single day? And they got one more series to play.
One more. Well, they got a little break before the next one, GenG at the very least. But they did have a timeout being called in round 22. I think that was
Oh
one
my
of the
god,
things that gave them that
I'm going to
extra
have a heart
boost.
attack.
Unfortunately, Team Secret not quite there and not quite being able to adapt on the fly. And, as I was talking about the stamina of some of these players, NDG, for example, Team Secret's got to play another game next. And this is now play in single round robin.
Yeah.
You really don't have that many chances. You lose this game, then all of a sudden your chances at making it through play-ins becomes that much more slim, right? You have to, the win conditions is now like, Zeta has to lose. They have to win their next match. Zeta has to also, maybe beat GenG, and then they might be able to stand a chance at winning the tiebreak. So many factors. It's just not a position that you want to be in, so it cannot feel good right now, but they cannot let that affect them.
Yeah. So there's a couple of things, right? I feel like, absolutely right. They need to stop already the momentum for GenG because it's only one team that's going to get into the playoffs. But one more thing, I feel like if you're in the position of Team Secret, you'd want to play that second series rather than the last one.
Oh, yeah.
Just because you want to carry over the momentum that you still had. You still put GenG to their paces. You still were almost able to win that series, right? Exactly. They're still warmed up, so they don't want to lose that heat before anything else.
Well, they definitely are in a good momentum for knife kills. I'll give them that. But we're going to go on a quick break before we go into our second series of today, which will be Zeta Division versus Team Secret. I am very excited.
Damn, bro.
We're getting into the meat of things in this play-ins. We'll see you guys real soon.
That's tight, chat. That's tight! Damn! My heart! Kaya pa, guys. Kaya pa. Hindi pa tapos. Hindi pa tapos. we can win against Zeta. Huge round differentials. Let's not take to map 3. Map 2 only. And then maybe GenG loses. That's the hope yun, guys. That's the hope yun. Hindi pa. Hindi pa tapos. That's the big hopium, guys. The big hopium. Wait a minute. Tweet tayo, Twitter. Grabe. Sa likod niya no? Grabe talaga yung timing niya. Grabe. Kaya pa to. Grabe. May mamaya pa, guys. May next round pa tayo. I don't know what's the next match gonna start. I'm gonna have a heart attack, man. Hindi na kaya, guys. Grabe yun, man. I say we need to win one more, guys. Change roster, tang ina nyo. Talo, change roster ka agad. Sira ulo. Paano na pala tong si Apolinario? Wala na, lumpo na sa Apolinario forever.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We're gonna watch Zeta though. Zeta's gonna be very interesting. I think I'm gonna watch party the whole match, guys. We're gonna watch party all throughout the end. You guys wanna watch party till Zeta ends so we can just see if we're gonna win or not? Type 1 if you want to watch till the end, chat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
제일 큰 세계 대회에서 한번 우승컵을 들어보고 싶어요. 챔피언스는 또 중요한 대회니까
모든 선수들이 기다려왔던 무대죠.
챔피언스 우승이
Okay, type 1 till the end.
우승밖에 없는 것 같아요.
So,
이제 우승해야
if we
돼요.
lose the next match, it's 100% over for us. We lose against Zeta, it's 100% over. So we have to win against Zeta.
챔피언스를 기약하고
At least to have a 50-50% chance, we need to win Zeta with the big round differential.
이제 저희 목표가 이제 챔피언스 우승이기 때문에 우승하고 당당히 트로피를 들어올리고 싶습니다.
Ganda din ng laban sa Comsec. Sino nag-aaway dyan? Joe Fernando, di ba 2 months, 7 months, bro? 2 years, 7 months. I mean, Zeta's terrifying, yes. Zeta is scary, yeah. But have you seen Team Secret? Dude, they're mad. Team Secret's angry, dude. At this point, I feel like Team Secret will go like whole W key. We're gonna be like, you know what? Fuck it. We lost. We're just gonna unleash all our anger against Zeta. That's all. Like, I remember last year, we also qualified for group stage via round differentials. We were so lucky then, too. Maybe we're lucky this year, too. And Zeta's a pretty damn good team, huh? So, yeah. Damn.
After hosting champions in Europe and the Americas, in 2024 we'll take Valorant's biggest moment of the year to a new part of the world. A place where esports resonates through the very soul of the culture. Welcome to Seoul, Korea.
Shit.
Korea is synonymous with esports. It's home to some of the greatest competitors of all time, the VCT Pacific League, and one of Valorant's most passionate communities. We wanted to come here for a while, and we're very excited to bring champions to Asia for the very first time.
Let's get away with murder! Unreal! Oh, it's gorgeous! Even one! What a monster! The villains have had their day!
This August, the 16 best Valorant teams in the world will converge here for a chance
If
to
there's,
write
yeah,
their
if there's
names
a
in the
triple
history
tie,
books.
we'll be looking at
From
round
August 1st
differential.
to the 25th, champions will take over the city and crown the 2024 Valorant World Champion.
So on map 3, I'm gonna be voting for Zeta. So what Zeta has to do now? To win. Damn. Damn, dude. Fuck. Could have gotten it. Damn. Ihi na ako, guys. I'll hit the CR real quick.
We are back in the arena for VCT Pacific Kickoff, the Plains edition. Now, GenG won the very first series of today in a very long best-of-3 against Team Secret, but it's not over for Team Secret yet. This is a single round robin elimination where only one team will survive and carry forth onto Saturday for the playoffs and semifinals. Now, that was pretty cool. One thing we got to see, though, in the first series of today was not one, But 2 knife kills from Team Secret. That was pretty fun, wasn't it? And also the announcement of all the team skins and banners. We saw it as we were coming in back to this desk. I mean, are you guys going to be buying any skins for yourself?
They had the shot of the GenG player card. That one was really cool with the tiger, yeah.
Tiger Nation.
Tiger Nation.
It's like, apparently there used to be tigers in Korea, and so that's why they're
Really?
the Tiger Nation. But I hope you're getting your Team Secret.
You know I will.
Bucks ready
When I get back to the
spend.
yeah, when I get back to the Philippines, I'm definitely copying one for myself.
Yeah. But so Team Secret weren't, they were playing really strong, but you made a really good point earlier that they might have not wanted to go to a 3rd map because perhaps they hadn't prepared it as well.
Yeah.
But you can see here they're going to be facing off against Zeta Division, who have been performing really well throughout this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, this is another. This is just the thing, right? When you have tournaments like this, obviously the deeper you go in, the lesser, the stronger teams become because there's less of them and there's just more performance coming out. And this is going to be the same thing that they're going to be facing, where Zeta has a superstar in that with Depp. Depp has been just an absolute phenom for the Zeta Division team throughout this kickoff, and Team Secret has this just wall that they have to climb over, and they cannot lose this time because they only have this one extra shot, this one last shot.
They used 1 life already. They got 1 life left, Quack.
That's just one, and you know, there's all that pressure that comes along with it. Like I mentioned earlier before we went to the break, there are so many more win conditions now for Team Secret to make it past play-ins and into play-offs. Meanwhile, Zeta has been resting. They could have been studying and watching that game, I'm not too sure. But you can definitely see and feel all of these differences in the team sometimes. Zeta having won so many games against Team Secret in the past before, having only lost once. And not only have they won games, Vic, this is a Zeta division that denied that champions game for Team Secret. Zeta beat Team Secret in a best-of-5 in last year's LCQ.
That's right, they completely snatched away their chance at champions during LCQ. It was particularly, that's right, when the Chamber came back into the meta.
Yeah.
May Zeta pa, may Zeta pa.
Game, and everyone was like,
May
woo,
Japan pa.
Chamber time.
And I just
Malaki
felt
to.
like I do just fondly remember
We need
that
to win
Secret just
against
had
Japan
no
2-0, chat.
idea how to deal with
2-0
Lazarus.
against
So if you
Japan,
guys,
come on,
you know,
let's
for the
get
viewers
it.
out there who didn't watch
gotta
that,
hit this.
imagine if you watched the X-Unit fight with him playing the Chamber. That was exactly what it felt like with Secret having to face Laz's Chamber back then. I think that was also on Lotus. So yeah, definitely something to be reckoned with.
Yeah, and Fracture, that was absolutely terrifying.
It definitely was that Lotus map, and yeah, Fracture was kind of scary as well. There are definitely, you know, a lot of room for improvement on the side of Team Secret, I think, and you can see it in some of these maps. But again, that's the whole thing about Team Secret, is they kind of know your secret. After watching your games, Coach Warbird somehow just kind of comes up with the best counter strats, best anti-strats, and then he uses that to break open teams, especially, you know, like GenG, and we saw in the map 1 play on Breeze. And now coming on to the next one, you know, you got Zeta Division. They are looking so darn good right now. The way that they played against Global Esports, even challenging T1 to, you know, certain limits on some maps, but they're not like unbreakable. They had a bit of a weakness when they, like Asteroid said, played up against Xcurate.
You know, we were talking a bit about last year because these two teams obviously haven't faced up against each other yet since kickoff with their new rookies joining the roster. But it's worth noting, despite their Team Secret's qualifications loss, Secret has beaten both Paper X and DRX last year. So, you know, despite having lost to Zeta last year, this is, you know, no team that's going to roll over.
Yeah, truly. I do feel though that, as you mentioned, Team Secret really has those highest of highs, but it does.
Sino nag-away dyan? Sino si Migo?
It feels like it's just that one moment that they're able to do it, and then the next you're like expecting, my predictions should be Secret now because they beat them last
Pogi
time.
kasi.
And Secret just comes in with a whole
Pogi kasi
different
to sila,
face. This is the
putang
reason
hirap
why
eh.
I wanted Secret
Mahirap-
to keep
mahirap
playing, or
tapatan
at
mga
least luckily
Pogi.
enough, they have that second
Yan, no?
schedule where it's the next series
Lugi
right
tayo
after,
dyan,
just
Lods.
because they can carry over
Mahirap
that momentum.
tapatan
If they
tong mga
get
Pogi,
stalled,
Lods.
sometimes they do take a long time to heat
Mahirap
up
to,
again,
Lods.
and that could be a big problem when there's only one series remaining.
Yes, I mean, I agree with you. And now we're looking at our player lineups. And what's really interesting about these two teams facing off, or in fact, a lot of the teams remaining in the pool for kickoff. A lot of them have their core team remaining, but of course, again, we got the two rookies, Yuron and Hiron on Zeta, and NDG on Team Secret, who was playing just now. I mean, he was picking it up at some point, especially on Breeze, but will things be different this time around, or are they going to need a couple more months to get their full form, Secret?
If I'm being honest, after watching, the next two maps, Lotus and then Icebox, it might take a little bit more time. A little bit more time.
Yeah.
Because NDG, Breeze was great, but then he had support from players like Jeremy. He was able to anchor downsides because Jeremy took the attention away. NDG was then able to frag out because nobody was really pointing their guns at him. On Breeze, on Lotus and on Icebox, when he was by himself in a clutch situation, sometimes maybe he's able to get away with one, but then not the other just to finish things off. Meanwhile, when you look at a team like Zeta Division, on the other hand, look at this Pentagon that we have. It's so much more consistent.
Lugi Lods, mga pogi kalaban.
Big triangle, the one biggest point on this 5-star, it's depth. Near 30%. That is such a big factor.
It's crazy. It's appropriate he's up there, right? He's sort of like the North Star. It's just like follow the child of God
Polaris.
into victory.
Oh wait, no, I was supposed to say something after that. Sorry.
No, I thought you were gonna say something.
I was just laughing.
He's
I'm sorry.
He's laughing at my joke. Thanks.
Yeah, I got you.
But I mean, and even despite this, this graph is great. But Sugar Zero, 13%. I don't think that tells the full story either. He had many Sugar Hero moments as well over the past couple of days.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it's just because he doesn't have to reach that far deep into him being an individual player maker, right? It's always been, as we are seeing right now, Depth has been able to do that. The rookies that you mentioned, Hiron and Euron, were able to make that.
Kaya pa.
Sugar Zero has gotten some stellar rounds as well in the previous days.
Definitely has 18 assists actually in that previous matchup against Global Esports. So he had some clutch moments, some crazy plays as the Omen. You paranoia and then try to step over onto the other side, other angle, and opponents just have no idea where he is. There's so much that Zeta can offer. Meanwhile, when we look at Team Secret, similar things, maybe not one particular star player that's like a cut above the rest. Jeremy definitely does a lot. Envy is right up there next to him. But of course, the rest of the whole team, they kind of more or less work together. That's the thing about Team Secret. They are truly a team. I think that's the thing that we were talking about before, Asa, right?
Yeah. And again, this is a team that likes to play off of each other for the most part. There's always that back and forth that we're looking towards. So let me just real quick at the
holy shit!
NDG is going to
the difference of power ranking
because
here.
if he gets isolated,
Envy on the 11.
it feels like he doesn't get that value over the line the Secret are looking for.
Now,
but this could be like a
really
different naman kasi
stat. So
initiator role.
Envy has a lot more experience in Hiron.
From here on out.
Ron. Is his name? That'd be great if
or
that
just
was Ron.
Hero.
The hero, Ron.
Yeah, just dig deep in your anime watching skills. Hiroron.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, you can tell they're, with their power rankings here, Hiroron has in third place in the power rankings against Envy.
I mean, I think overall, we've just felt Hirodan's performance a little bit more, the impact a little bit more. But off of those previous games, Envy top fragging, I would dare say he has risen up the power ranking list a little bit. But apart from that, just looking at some of these stats, I think although Hirodan doesn't have as many like star moments as much as Envy does, you can still feel his impact. He gets away with those heads-up duels, one-on-ones, or getting the trades after Dep dies. And that is such a big thing for Zeta Division because comparing this new Atarashi, new Zeta Division compared to last year, Hirodan and Yuran are just direct upgrades. If I were to draw like a line chart, I would feel like Team Secret adding NDG, very nice, still good, a little bit fresher, but it's not a straight line. It's more of like straight and then a little bit lateral.
I completely agree with you. I think Zeta has shown to pick up two great new team members, and they've really been coming into their own. I have to say a lot of their set plays have been really clean, really tight. Their protocol has been really good. Their pacing has been different. We're seeing a bit of a different Zeta Division, but we'll talk more about Zeta and Team Secret. We're going to go to the stage and talk to the coaches, and we're going to see Warbirds again and see what he's got to say this time.
Welcome back to pre-match interview. I'm standing here with Team Secret's Warbirds and Zeta Division's
Oh my God, I love Jenny.
네, 이제 프리매치
I love
인터뷰로
Jenny.
다시 인사드립니다. 현재 워버즈 감독과 그리고 칼라오 코치와 함께 인터뷰를 나누게 됐는데요. 먼저 워버즈 감독 만나보도록 하겠습니다. Warbirds, I'm going to start with you. Tough loss. But you gotta forget about that refresh because you have another one coming up right away. What did you tell the boys during the break? 먼저 좀 접전 끝에 패배를 거두기는 했지만 그래도 다시 모든 걸 잊고 오늘 경기 최선을 다해야 합니다. 선수들 멘탈 관리와 또 체력 소모에 대해서도 생각해야 할 부분이 많을 것 같은데 좀 선수들에게 어떤 이야기를 해줬을까요?
Yep. So for us, it was just kind of shrug off the loss. I think we're still technically in it with like tiebreaker rules, but also the big thing was like we want revenge for LCQ. So yeah, that was the big like driving.
We want revenge for LCQ, baby.
먼저 지난 경기에 대해서는 조금 더 잊어버리고 이번 경기에 집중하자는 얘기를 하기도 했고요. 사실 이번 경기가 굉장히 중요한 게 이제 승자 동률이 나왔을 때 조금 더 많은 맵을 따고 또 조금 더 많은 라운드를 따는 게 굉장히 중요하기도 하고 또 제일 큰 부분이 이제 제타에게 LCQ 복수를 해주고 싶기 때문에 이번에도 좀 최선을 다하겠다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그렇다면 이제 NDG 선수에 대해서 물어봐야 할 것 같습니다. 사실 NDG 선수가 직전 경기에서 조금 고전하는 모습을 보여주기도 했고 이번에는 라즈 선수를 상대로 그런 라즈 선수의 노련한 침투 플레이를 막아내야 하거든요. 어떤 경기 예상하는지도 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Now I want to talk about NDG because it seemed like he struggled a little bit in the last match. Now he's up against Laz, a very experienced Sentinel. How do you think he's going to fare up?
Yeah, that was kind of like a first like super close match scenario for him. So it's just kind of more experience for him and getting slowly more and more comfortable in the setting. So I think for now it's just continuing to build on that and making sure that he's as comfortable as possible.
젠지전이 NDG 선수에게는 좀 이렇게 길고 팽팽한 경기가 처음이었기 때문에 경험치를 먹었다고 생각을 하고요. 그리고 이제
Pray for us, Razzie. It worked yesterday.
풀렸으니까 더 좋은 모습을
Rage.
보여주지
Everyone in the chat,
않을까 싶다고
rage.
얘기합니다. Now
Ama
I'm going
namin.
to Coach Carlo.
Ama
Thoughts
namin.
on Team Secret's new roster? Dubstep out, NDG in. Do you feel like they've become a stronger team? 먼저 이 팀 시크릿의 로스터에 대해서 여쭤보고 싶어요.
Good host. I know, right?
작년에 비해서 NDG 선수의 합류로 조금 더 강해졌다고 느끼시나요?
Yeah, for sure. Like, I mean, Team Secret's
Rich,
a really
Enoch,
good
thank
team.
you for 50 stars,
And
man.
Right now, they have a lot of firepower and like team.
Everyone spam the pray emoji.
It's gonna be a tough match for sure. So they are a pretty solid team.
팀 시크릿이 워낙 잘하는 팀인데 NDG 선수의 합류로 인해서 지금 현재 팀 시크릿이 활약도 너무 좋아지고 그리고 팀의 시너지
So am I gonna do like 10 push-ups again per Zeta win?
때문에 오늘 이번 경기도 굉장히 팽팽하지 않을까라고 예상합니다. Well then, Yuran and Hiroron, they have a big task of going up against Team Secret's
Yeah, there we go. Rage
infamous
emoji.
initiators Envy and
Rig.
Jesse Bash. How do you think they would match up then? 먼저
I need to buy some coffee though, Chad.
질문을 드릴게요. 히로론과 유란 선수 신인이지만 오늘 또 팀 시크릿의 어마어마한 척후대 라인업이죠. 인비와 제시베시 선수를 상대해야 하는데요. 이 척후대 싸움 잘 이겨낼 수 있을까요?
Yeah, for sure. Hiron and Hyuran, they are like improving a lot match after match. So it's gonna be one of like tough battles for them. It's gonna be a super fun game to watch that will make them better. So I think they're ready. They're getting better step by step, and really proud of them. So it's gonna be a good match.
경기를 치를 때마다 유란 선수와 히로론 선수가 계속해서 성장해가는 모습을 보여주고 있는데요. 그렇기 때문에 이번에 또 인비 선수와 제시베시 선수를 상대하면서 또 선수로서 한층 더 성장을 할 것 같고 또 오늘 이 두 선수가 좀 열심히 싸워줘야 하지 않을까라고 이야기를 합니다. Thank you, coaches, for the interview. Good luck to you, both of you all. I'm going to toss it over to the desk now. 자, 이렇게 두 팀의 칼라오 코치 그리고 워버즈 감독 만나봤고요. 저희는 이어서 분석 데스크로 돌아가겠습니다.
Oh my God, here we are again, guys. The game is not over, guys. We still have Team Secret. We're still holding on. We are still holding on, chat. It's not over yet. We still have a chance to qualify, gamers. Still a chance to qualify. Big chance.
ヒロロンとかはもう普段通りを出してて、それがまあ大会でも出せてるのはチームにすごいことなので、その部分であったり、ユランは自分の持ってるポテンシャルをすごい出してるなっていうのがすごい伝わるので、そこがいい部分かなと思います。普段通りの練習でできてることを大会で出すことが 勝ちにつながってくるんじゃないかなって思います。まあ倒すだけです。
Damn.
Hi everyone, my name is Noel Kiudigia, also known as NDG, and I'm a player for Team Secret as a Sentinel. Things get rough at first, probably for me, and I just adapted to it, you know. My team helped me a lot to face my struggles and my flaws in the game, and then we're gonna practice a lot to make sure that we're prepared and to make sure our strength doesn't go down, you know. We're gonna be preparing and doing VOD reviews, map talk with the team, more discussions, especially
Slam dunk
to
versus mga
have
taga Mindanao.
new
What the fuck?
environment and
What does that even
adaptive
mean?
playstyle that the team cannot adapt. Yeah. So we're gonna try our best to win the play-in matches so that we can move forward to the playoffs facing Paper X.
Welcome back from the interview just now, and I have to say this is a very different energy than the last few days. These two coaches, do you guys feel the tension?
We just need to
in
beat
the air
Zeta, man.
between
Just for
them?
the
I mean,
revenge.
This is
Beat
it.
Zeta
This
for
is
the
end of
revenge.
the
Why
road
not?
for
Right?
some of these, or at least two of these teams. And Warbird said himself, what they really want is that LCQ revenge.
Revenge is gonna be, sweet, but I do feel like Carlisle coming in some sort of new-ish to this Zeta division roster. He's like really respectful of Team Secret, saying like these guys are a solid team. They have a lot of individual fragging power. I kind of like that. I dig that respect. But the other thing is just how does that carry forward into the game? Zeta as a whole, that's how the entire team feels, right? That's like the culture. You heard that in.
All right, guys. I'm just gonna go get some coffee.
Talking about how we follow
I'll be
through
right
with our
back.
game plan. Everything's like really formal, and everyone does their job, and it works.
Yeah, I mean, look, follow the plan. As long as you have enough plans to go for all the things that happen in game, and Secret can sometimes pull out a wild card. Now, they are definitely recovering from their latest loss against GenG. I mean, even with NDG, again, he's new to the roster, and he said it himself in that video just now that he wants to be able to keep up. He's trying to get as much experience as possible. I'm wondering how he'll be able to recover to get his mental in game, because his Sentinel role, very crucial.
Yeah, true. I mean, I can only assume how he's going to try to do that, right? So it definitely is going to be a big factor, I think, as to what is going to push Team Secret to that next step, or maybe even into the series. Because the thing is, you saw that everyone was really stepping up from Team Secret there. The players that we don't talk about too much, Borkum, yeah, basically it was just Borkum. We didn't really talk about too much.
We had a Borkum time.
Yeah,
we had a
true,
Borkum moment. We had a Borkum moment.
Not quite a BS.
Yeah.
So I do want to talk about our predictions. It's different this time around for all those of you in the Philippines and Team Secret fans. You're like, oh, it's always it. Look, it's a little bit different this time around. I think they're going to bounce back this time, because this is what Team Secret does. When they're feeling down, they come back up. So loss is probably a good thing for, their game. But Quack, you picked Zeta this time.
Yeah, I mean, again, like if we're going with Asurai's point about how NDG needs to back it up, first of all, I haven't been bribed with like Kare Kare or Sisik yet.
But they're so good. It's hard not to say.
Send it to him, guys.
I got bribed.
We'll give you his PO box.
Apart from that, if NDG is that Sentinel anchor, imagine going up against someone like Depp, or the full force of this new Zeta division roster. You got Hirodon and Yuran here to back up Depp. If you can't, fend him off, like that's it. It's gonna be a really rough ride. So you need to pull off some of these wild cards. You need to break Zeta Division's system, and that's the whole kind of game plan against this team, because they are so structured. They follow these rules and protocols, and you have to make them think. But again, like I mentioned, the rookies on Zeta Division, Hirodon, Yuran, direct upgrade. They are just that good. They provide so much more. The whole team just looks brand new.
Yes.
Yeah. And this is coming off of Hirodon being, I think for like the past, when he was previously with Fennel, he was only playing as the Sentinel, and now pushing into a different role, completely, freed up, and actually just slots in so well. So this man's pretty much a Swiss Army knife in a way, right? He's able to just adapt that quickly. I just really wanted to also just add that both of these teams kind of play on the same ground, but different approaches, where you talk about how Carlisle is very much known for, those mid-round calls, being aggressive and all of that contact because of Furia, but Team Secret also known for those mid-round calls, but because of how much counter strategy they've done.
Now, I want to go into the game But before that, we did an audience survey.
Oh.
We like to ask our audience fun questions. The audience here inside this little ice box. This question was about the Odin this time. Can you guys see what that says? It says, what do you prefer, a friend who runs and guns with the Odin or a friend who keeps asking for an Odin?
I can't answer you guys because I don't have friends.
Oh.
Wow, Astro.
For those of you watching at home, if you would like to
He's a
be
friend.
friends with Asteroid, please follow him on his Twitter and his Instagram because he needs some friends. But what would you pick? Look, I have friends who are both of these awful things, by the way. So I do have friends, but they're awful because I have one, round 2 has a freaking Odin. Like, that's just how he plays.
Maybe I might go with someone who asks for an Odin because at least they are asking for it, and then I can tell them like, no, no Odin. Stop.
But every round, it's like quack, 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 quack.
Mute. I'm
Odin.
done. I take my headset off.
Cut out your skin.
You guys.
Do you have a skin? Do you have a skin? Do you have a skin?
Oh my god, that's annoying.
What would you pick?
Oh, I thought I gave my answer already.
Well,
friends who run and guns with Odin and it keeps asking for an Odin. You know what? I like to have a friend who keeps asking for an Odin because at least they know, right? If your friend only runs and guns, that means that they don't know how to use an Odin properly.
Okay, I'm back. I didn't even get fucking coffee.
Fair enough.
Because I don't want to miss the
like
first
I said,
round.
friends who do both, and
Ooh, you can see the moon from here.
I do it with them
What
anyway.
the hell?
I'm a good friend, I guess.
Good friend.
That's why my rank suffers. Anyway, we are gonna go to the stage really soon, and are we gonna see a rejuvenated Team Secret? It was a very short break. Let's see them walk out. Let's see the mood as we go into our second series of today.
Can see the moon, chat.
Stepping up to the stage,
Let's
representing
go!
Japan. Make some noise.
We're gonna be
for
fighting
Zeta
Japan,
Division.
guys. I mean, Zeta, they kicked our ass last year. But this time, I'm going to get my revenge. With me in the team, we're gonna win, chat. What do you think, guys? Razzie Buffs, does it still work?
And their opponents, please welcome back to the stage, Team Secret.
Oh, see, masaya pa sila, oh. They're not out yet. They're still happy. Jeremy, no reaction. Zero reactions from Jeremy here. Let's go. Hindi pa tapos ang laban, mga kaibigan. All we have to do is have a revenge against Zeta for destroying us last time. We can beat them. We don't have to beat them. We don't have to like what? We don't have to sulk, We still have a chance to make it through. We'll just do our best. I feel like Team Secret's mad. They've awoken the beast. They're like, you know what? Fuck it, let's go. Lamang lang yung Zeta sa ligo. Omsim. Tama. Game.
As we go into our second series, Team Secret has played just now.
Jeremy.
And I'm assuming
Wrong
in this
spelling yung
map
jersey ni
they're once
Jeremy,
again
Jeremy.
ban, bind, and split again.
They've always been split.
Yeah.
They're just not really comfortable on that map.
Except the one time they beat Paper X last year.
Except the one time, but that's a really long time ago. I do feel as though like Zeta has a lot more variety in their map pool, and that's why I think it's gotta be really careful
You actually
for
banned Breeze
Team
for
Secret and
TS.
what they pick. And Zeta might be able to go
Icebox.
for something like a Lotus.
Okay, we chose
or a
Icebox. I
Bind,
like
'cause
that.
could really
I like
challenge
that.
Team Secret,
We got
but,
Icebox.
This is interesting, considering this is the map they just lost the last series
Interesting.
on.
But that means we memorize Icebox.
Definitely
We
do.
lost
And
Icebox,
again,
which means
if they
at least
would have
today
any chance
we
of
still have the
beating a map that they're
momentum
not
going
gonna
in
be
forward
comfortable on,
Icebox.
right? Especially that is this going to be a map, you know, might as well just put it at the very start, right? So I feel like do or die, they don't want to have Icebox be their like last map, as I was mentioning when we saw that previous series with Secret.
I mean, they love bouncing back. They love proving everyone wrong, and they did go into overtime in that Icebox just now, so I'm not surprised. And you're right, Quack, you were talking about, you know, we've seen a lot of Zeta. Now, both of these teams are quite notorious for counter-stratting each other teams, and to have them kind of see who can big brain the other will be very interesting. But there's more data on Zeta right now, and here we have our agent pool. Secret obviously continues the same comp.
Kaya pa mga kaibigan.
Of course, like doing the same thing that they did against Global
Kaya
Esports
pa, may laban
first
pa.
day.
Batang may laban pa,
Viper Harbor
batang may
combo. You know,
laban.
it comes down to how Secret kind of adapts around this, and seeing as they picked it, I do feel as though they might have something studied or prepared. But I'm more curious about that Ascent. But right now, I mean, Zeta has looked really good on this. Of course, Sugar Zero, Yuran, we can expect them all to do great things. They shut
We
down
still don't have
players like
flashes
Colby
for our end.
incredibly
I
well.
really
Can they do that against someone like
surprised that
Jeremy?
we don't need
So
flashes,
did I.
no?
There's no more woes
You
for
don't
Team
need
Secret
flashes
here
to
to
push.
deal with the
I'm actually
Gecko,
really
which has been
surprised.
such an issue for them. Even though Lakia wasn't hitting, you know, insane kills and everything, his Dizzies were so good at setting up his own team.
Kaya pa yan, gigil na si Jeremy. Omsin, gigil
At
na
least
yan.
is one step, or you know, upside of relief maybe here for Team Secret. That being said, the reckoning from the Harbor, also something to just watch out for.
Now, this might be interesting also, the Icebox pick. The coaches, Zeta doesn't have enough time to pick it apart in time for the second or
Gigil na
third.
si Jeremy, mga kaibigan.
Let's get into the game. Let's go over to Paper Thin and Will.
Thank you very much. Kicking things off right where we left off, it's going to be Icebox for this map 1. Now, as the desk mentioned, Paper Thin, a lot of people have questions about, all right, Secret, how confident were you in this pick, in this composition? It's a little outdated, but they bring it out again.
Yeah, and it's going to be tough going back to back. You know, Zeta had a chance to just watch this map moments ago, and Zeta looked pretty good on this against their opener in GE. So definitely looking towards Yuran and Hirodon, two of the players that were mentioned in the pre-match interview with the coaches, see if they can continue to have that impact that they had the last time around when they faced off against Global Esports. So it's a little bit of mid-aggression. Love it from Team Secret. Getting a very different look here to start.
A big change. Now, unfortunately, not winning that first duel.
Oh my God, Andy
Choice,
just
so
dead.
Laz is going to pick that
What the
off, and that's a
fuck?
spike dropped as well. So, I mean, Zeta has a decent idea. They had this fast push as well, but they don't have any idea about this deep push into Kitchen, let alone how many members it might be. So, map control
Gosh,
kind of
they
all
don't
over
even
the
care
place.
anymore, all this
This retreat from
rotation.
Zeta on the B side, that's the big question
Nice,
to be had.
Jeremy.
Will Team Secret find the timing? As Jeremy
Oh,
will
from-
pick one off, gets traded. He's ready for the second. Hiroran just waiting for his teammates. There's 3 pinching on 2. Borkum stays alive. Snake bites
Nice.
and try to draw him out. That's 1. He just has to buy time. That's all he needs to do. As
Nice,
the spike does
Jesse.
go down, and Jesse Bash long range kill.
Nice.
Onto Depp and a nice headshot to follow up. Yuran, the rookie for
1v2
Zeta Division,
now.
trying to stay alive. They would love to kick things off on the right foot, but Borkum is not giving him the time of day. I mean, this is just a fight for time.
Toxins going up.
Just keeping up the screen, trying to shift in, trying to find these 1v1s. He was ready for it, but
Nice!
not going to find the kill
Let's go,
in time.
Envy.
Envy will clean it up for Secret.
Yeah, what a funky round there from both teams. With one pushing up middle and with Zeta pushing out B, it caused both teams to kind of pull back and have to kind of reassess some space. So that gives Jeremy one, and then Hirodon is right there to trade for the other. But then Jesse gets so far deep into the defender's spawn. He's able to find 2 kills with that Sheriff. And, yeah, you can see it on Borkum's face. This is going to be a rough day for Team Secret no matter what, but let's see if they can get off to a hot start here. Keep Zeta on the back foot. Dart out early. Be clear, trying to set up this push for Laz. Hopefully spotted.
Yeah, that's so
Nice,
as
Jeremy.
well. I mean, that's one of the
Galit
things
na
the
yarn.
Sage can do very well is really deny that ult door from one side or the other. Jeremy's just going to dash on through, keep the pressure going. Team Secret has no intention to slow down. They are just forcing Zeta out
So
of the
mad.
sight. Borkum in the lead with a Spectre. The slow warp
from his own teammate, kept him at bay for a little bit, but NG picks
What
up
the
one,
shit?
and Borkum has to reload, barely stays alive, but enough time for his
Oh
great
my
assist
god,
from Jeremy.
they just wanna
Cleaning up
trade.
that kill, and eventually it will be
Barilan
around a
malala,
little messy,
gago.
but still keeping 3 weapons in hand.
Yeah, not bad at all here for Team Secret. You know, Depp is Depp. He's going to find his. No doubt about it this season. The guy is in the best form maybe we've ever seen him. And on top of the firepower that now resides behind Depp on this Zeta squad. Tough, nice little drop down there for Jeremy. Pre-fire on the corner for Borkum. Team Secret all business here today. They want to try to right the ship. They do not want to go out in this match. If they can win here, if they can find a win here, they give themselves an
We're
opportunity
cooking now, boys.
and keep their tournament hopes alive.
Yeah,
Warm up 3 games ba naman? We just need to destroy
how much these teams
Zeta,
adapt,
man.
Of course, given the grueling scheduling, Team Secret, lots to learn from, but can they adapt to it with just that short break? And Zeta, how much did they glean from that? A very far back alarm bot, just making sure it covers screens for a potential lurk. And no pressure on mid just yet, other than the poison cloud just trying to bait out some more pressure. And it will draw out that drone coming out from Huron, and he's gonna clear that out. And DG just hides right from it. No information gained for Zeta Division.
Zeta firmly planted. You can have kind of an interesting position here from Huron. Pretty deep into mid, maybe playing off that alarm bot, but as of right now, Team Secret not showing any of that mid pressure. Jeremy swinging wide. Huron safe behind that wall.
Are very well aware of this as well. Zeta, they heard the initial tailwind, and now backup has arrived.
Bagal maglaro ng
Looks like
Zeta.
they have to give up the plant for the time being with the wall being put up. Not going to get the lineups all the way through. Again, you got to remember that that happens with the
Okay, we
Sages
have
on that other
post
side. Now it's all about the retake. Can they flood onto the site? Looks like it's just going to be a push right onto Yellow. He lands on top. Deb, he gets the pings for him. Can he find the kills instantly? But no, it's Borkum right around the one-way. Huron does get the trade as Zeta continues to push through, but they don't want to lose weapons, let alone they try to need to secure the round. And Borkum continues to stay alive.
Nice, Envy!
And Envy with a nice headshot onto Huron. It's just Laz. He's always playing division, but not in this round. As
Let's
Team
go!
Secret
Di
will
pa
take
tapos
the
ang laban!
bonus.
We are going to run down
Already,
Zeta. Our anger,
Team Secret
we
here
will give it to
being
Zeta.
given a little bit of breathing room onto the B site by Zeta, playing so far back on the map.
So we're gonna have a
Gives
3-way
them an
tie
easy
sa talong
plant.
GenG sa Zeta.
That wall still proving to be a little bit tricky for players to remember how to deal with. And Team Secret falls victim to it in terms of not being able to really contest the plant itself. That allows Team Secret to get into these deep post-plant positions. And the angles are so well covered. Again, everybody in a position where they can trade off of the kills, cover each other very, very nicely. Team Secret going to take the bonus here against Zeta. Both teams going to trade recon darts over on the A site. Team Secret staying behind there as Jeremy seeing if he can find anybody lurking in that nest, and push forward continues. Laz
Yan
looking
si
for
Laz.
another
Yung
cheeky
lalamang lang
sheriff
naman ng
kill.
mga Zeta sa atin,
Able
ano eh,
to connect
ligo
this
eh.
go around. Jesse's gonna load up with
Type 1 guys, kung
his
mas
utility.
pogi pa tayo
Check
dyan.
things out. Toxic screens are up. Let's see if Team Secret can get the plant down.
Yeah, they will get some tags as well. Has some decent information, but not exactly setting
Nice
everyone.
Borkum.
Borkum will thin the numbers. Nice long-range fight with the Vandal, and Tef just hiding with the Classic. He's going to have to dash out. Can't continue with the fight without the weaponry to really back that up. And it's just
Galit
going to
na
be
ata
Team Secret
tayo,
that
ah.
fires through. Depp constantly getting tagged. They don't
Galit
want to give
na
him
yarn.
that short-range angle, and Jeremy plays the timing well to his advantage. Should be a clean finish to the round for Secret, but there is a Sheriff in Huron's hand. Not landing any shots just yet, though.
Yeah, tough position now for Huron. Depp couldn't snag that gun off the kill. He got dashed out and wasn't able to pick it up, so no extra firepower available for him as the round went on. And Huron, nope, Jesse Bash, not having any of it.
Yeah, quick little check. Doesn't want to take any risks. I mean, Team Secret, they know that not only do they need to win this match, obviously, ideally, they want to win it 2-0 given the endurance test that they're going through. But on top of that, we've mentioned again, the tiebreaker, if it comes to it, it's map differential, round differential, and especially, of course, round differential on your opponent's picks as well if it comes down to the wire. So every round counts, and they're snowballing forward to make sure that they have that advantage.
Yeah, the good news
Grabe,
here for Team
ramdam ko yung
Secret
galit
is
sa
if
Team Secret.
you can 2-0 Zeta here,
Ramdam na ramdam ko
then you
galit.
have a really good potential tiebreaker in that you were able to get a big lead against GenG with that 13-5 on the Breeze. So absolutely, there's still
Wala
a lot
na.
to play for here for Team
Galit
Secret.
na,
You can
Lods.
see it in their play. They are really fired up right now.
I think we're mad, chat.
You have a Blade Storm for Depp. Jeremy's sitting on one as well. Jesse Vash has that Hunter's Fury that he has been so good with today, finding so many valuable moments to pick off players. And going fishing once again, but Zeta wise to it, not giving him the opportunity to get a ping off that drone.
Yeah, but the site opened up. All the Killjoy utility already burned other than the turret watching for the flank. Now it is watching for that screen's entrance, so once they flood the site, they should feel relatively safe. Do keep in mind, Euron still over on the B side as they hadn't quite heard the plan go through. A lot
Nice,
of
he also
damage put
ulti
down, and it
nice,
is
we're
going
gonna
to
be
be
close line.
just an extra scratch onto NDG, down to 14 health, but the spike is down, Pit is up.
Oh,
Zeta, you have to
calma.
find the information to
Bebe,
get through, but it's
calma.
Jesse Vash who gets the first kills. Depp
Calma.
finds him right above the screen.
Oh,
But he
baby,
needs to dive
calma.
into the pit. He needs to dive into enemy territory, trying to make sure he catches anyone on the outside first. He will find it, be from above. Another reset for the Blade Storm, the hero for Zeta Division. How much can he do as it's only 2 members of Zeta? Now finding his street. He wants to go in on the close angle. Tries to use the key
Nice! Galit
no,
yarn!
NDG is
Wala
smart
na,
to
galit
it,
na
but
mga
that's a
idol.
5-0
Galit na yan mga
lead.
idol.
Phenomenal reactions by
Galit na yan,
NDG
idol.
there. Depp might add him dead to right, but he's able to swing just in time and take him down. Depp doing everything he can above the pit, but never able to isolate and eliminate Borkum. Our Zeta, they did not have much utility left to clear by the time we get to this point. Depp, yeah, quick to respond. Jeremy and company seem to feed there, sticking out on top of the wall. Just really, I don't know what he said, but he's got a smile.
Couldn't translate that one.
Where's
for ya.
Asarai?
There you go. That's what we needed for on this cast. But the good thing is he's
Wala na,
just putting
galit
that
na tong
smile
Team
on,
Secret.
right?
Yeah.
I mean,
I
despite
think
the
we're angry.
grueling match, which again, that's something Warbird's talked about. That's the first time NDG's really been pushed to the limit and then barely not getting that win. So something to gain experience from. And so far, it looks like the team has done a good job of trying to keep the spirits up. Obviously, they're going to be tired. I mean, that's just a given fact. But how much can you hang in there? Because at the end of the day, Zeta's going to be going through the same thing in that next match. So whatever round wins and map wins you can get here is going to matter for Secret.
No doubt about it. And really curious to see exactly how Zeta is going to recover after this rough 5-0 start.
Narinig daw sa hangin. Nagaglide
Very
eh.
far back, giving up a lot of space. Some of it, you know, sometimes to deal with
Calma.
some ults that could potentially come through. You know, like in that
Hi.
previous
Oh,
round,
think
you
of
don't
the
want to deal with
stars,
getting
Rana.
pinged and getting
Thank you
Hunter's
so
Fury by
much.
Jesse
Oh my
Bash.
God,
He's
it's so
still
hot.
sitting
Oh
on
my
it. They've got a lockdown as well.
Oh my goodness.
One away from a
These are
Hunter's
the
Fury
stars.
of their own
We're
to
gonna win
potentially
this.
counter that. One away from
Oh,
a Viper's
calma.
Pit as well for
Bebe,
Euron.
calma.
So I'm curious. What I want to see is like Zeta get a little bit more aggressive, start challenging the front of A little bit heavier potentially, but it's been really difficult with some of these util combos. Team Secret being really diligent with control of the space in front of the site. There's that ping.
Yeah, here comes the ult, and he's going to have to use that tailwind to just barely get out. Does get hit by the first one, and it's going to be Laz right around the corner. Does not have the reposition
Nice.
in time. Envy will find him, and Borkum chases through. The tempo kept up at 11 for Team
Wow, I
Secret.
think
As they
Team
have now
Secret
cleared
is
the entire
angry, dude.
site. Now just waiting to clear hell. He goes for the swing. Death finds two. He
Team
cannot
Secret is
continue
just
on
mad,
the third.
dude.
But was it enough? That's the big question. NDG goes for the
Oh,
blend, and
shit.
he will
So
find
is
Sugar Zero as
NDG.
the alarm
It's
bomb
like they
goes
don't
off
care
right at the
anymore.
end.
Wala
And
silang
Secret continue to
pake.
lead
Yun
6-0.
na.
What reactions from NDG
Sabi ni
the
NDG,
last couple
putang
of
ina,
rounds.
bahala
We got
na
to
to.
see him kind of spin onto depth, not something that's easy for most players, and there he's able to pull off in time. Sugar Zero, of course, not with the best weaponry, but still, the snappy reactions here from NDG is a good sign. He had a couple rough clutches that he couldn't convert in the previous Icebox against GenG.
Ayan na.
So far, holding fast.
They're
holding
just playing
solid,
ranked now.
already guaranteed at least an even half here
They're just playing
on their
ranked now,
attacker's
chat.
side.
Now there's a head bob again, just making sure he's relaxed. See that whenever he's feeling good about that last
NDG
round.
Indog. Ano sinasabi mo,
Operator
Bobo?
now in hand for Depp and Zeta. They've just been starving for a round win. They're not even thinking about match wins, tiebreakers. They just need to get on the board. And Depp continues to be targeted by all this util. He cannot find the comfort that he often has as a duelist.
Yeah, this is really,
Head
really
bopping.
good homework being done here by the side of Team Secret to keep Depp in check, knowing that he is a huge win condition for Zeta. Whoops, I'm not sure if he wanted to go up there, if that's an intentional fake for Jeremy. Still with those blades, wrapping around the corner. Depp just popping some shots through Cascade.
Oh, he
Not
knows.
really, yeah, going to affect Jeremy. Yeah, that's going to give away the Harbor's position.
Oh,
And he
fuck.
chases him through. That snowball taken over
Calma.
by Jeremy.
Oh,
Should be
bebe, calma.
enough to
Galit
distract
na.
the plan to go down
Dude, Team
safely as the
Secret is
wall
so
stays up
angry.
as well, and that's a
They
kill
don't
on
care
mistake
anymore.
by Euron. Couldn't find the exit in
Grabe na
time.
dyan na yung init ng Team
Zeta,
Secret.
they're starting to fall apart, and it's only the first quarter of the map. Depp will get some kills back
Overhit
on the
yun,
board.
ah.
Sure, he still has 8 to his name, but how many of them really had impact, as it's more just him trying to stay alive
No, they're gonna
with his
save this.
operator.
Yeah, and Zeta has no money. I mean, obviously you're down 0-6, so
Yeah, dude, I'm actually enjoying this. But you know what? It still scares me because Zeta, you have to win against
early.
you have to win against Gen G to
that's
qualify.
quick enough.
That's the
Now,
scary
he
part.
definitely wants the operator. Calls over his teammates to see if they can make some sort of pinch from mid as well. Not going to be too much time, but the recon bolt will give him that position, and that should be Depp in safety. The last swing
Damn.
around, and Depp will survive with the operator. Woo!
Almost.
I was getting really antsy about that timing.
almost, but Depp able to hang on to his operator and his life. Now the big ults are going to be here for the side of Zeta. You do have the counter to the lockdown with that Hunter's Fury. You do have that Reckoning for the retakes and the lockdown as well. So some options here for the side of Zeta. They've been playing retake heavy. Now's the round where that has to work if it is ever going to.
Baby,
Yeah, I mean, you're
calma.
already down 7 rounds. Even scraping together all 5 right now would be a
Calma lang
desperation
mga
play for
ka-babes.
Zeta.
We can still win this.
Still have that operator as well. Just trying to set this up. Now we saw this trap play come up from GenG yesterday as well. But now they hear the Bulldog, they hear the extra gunfire, and they're just trying to clear it out. The shock darts doing their job of pushing Sugar Zero out of position. Oh, the jump just a little high, just a little wide, and that's all Depp needs. That will be the first kill, and on to the
Nice.
second, and this is exactly what Depp wanted.
Good
But the
trade.
trade, Team Secret, they still have the option to continue pushing forward bit by bit.
Euron and Sugar Zero are holding their angles there, and Depp's going to get caught by the elevated position of his opponents. So now you got a tough hold as the rest of Zeta still holding. In the middle of the map.
Jeremy,
Does get
what
through.
the hell was
Meanwhile,
that?
back on the site. Jeremy gets a nice peek. His barrel is shown, but Borkum, does he have the timing for the trade?
Nice.
And he will swing out.
Fast trade, that was
Unfortunately,
fast.
Jeremy goes down
Kita
for
yung
it.
barrel ang...
Now, Zeta, I don't know if they spotted him on the drone, but they do have an inkling. The alarm bot gives him sight. He doesn't know if there's another, but now he hears him. Hears him on the jump. NDG makes the call that it's a 2v1. He sees the elbow, but Laz lines up the headshot.
Laz is such a powerhouse, man.
The clutch master for Zeta Division, the IGL, trying to put the first victory on the board, but this is a mind game that you cannot possibly be ready for. The lockdown, he surely assumes that he's backed out all the way, but
Borkum knew this was coming.
yeah, he's just waiting in Snowman. I mean, he has all the space to hold the angle. He's waiting on the peak as well, and Laz has a
Let's run them
suspicion,
down,
but
baby.
Borkum
Let's run them down
shuts it
2-2.
down, and he shuts
Let's
down
run
the
them
lockdown.
down.
That's 8
We don't care.
rounds. Ults wasted.
You will
Zeta
receive
still nothing on the
the
board.
receiving
Borkum
end
read that the lockdown
of our wrath.
so he moved to the side where he's going to
You
have
will
more
take
extra
our
open
anger,
space
Zeta. I'm
to
sorry, I
contest
love you, Japan.
defuse
But
attempt by Laz.
we have to do this.
Laz is just kind of
We're
a little
just
bit
mad
befuddled
at
there.
this
That
point.
toxic screen that Borkum throws up right after the plant makes it impossible to know which way he went, if he went left or if he went right. He went right this time, and it was the right decision as
we're
well.
so angry.
Now you have to, again, already take that second time out.
I mean, at this point, it's anything to get the mental back in the game, right? Forget the map itself. Like, whether you win this map or not, if your mental gets destroyed just within the first 12 rounds of this best of 3, you have a long way to go to try to crawl back. So you have to imagine the coaching staff just making sure the players aren't too flustered despite the scoreline. Just don't look at the scoreboard. Get back into it round by round.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is something that I remember talking to Minnie about last year at Champs, and he said, you know, sometimes when you're just getting blown out, the only thing you can do is just, you know, reset. And it almost makes it easier sometimes because you're just like, okay, well, all right, maybe they'll get this one, but we can get the next one. And that can change your mental really fast if you can let go of it that quickly.
So if we win against
And
Zeta, we just
you know,
have to
certainly
win
a team
against
that's been around the
Zeta.
block
Just
for
has
the
to
most
get
part, other
Gen
than
G,
the
man.
new players.
It's
You know,
assuming
maybe a little bit
Zeta
of a
was against
struggle
Gen
for
G.
them to kind of adjust mentally to
Assuming.
these situations, but the rest of them, absolutely not.
Yeah, one of the biggest things is not only is Depp getting pushed out of position, but it's also the trades afterwards. Even if Depp is able to get a kill, Secret just hasn't let up. They haven't taken their foot off the gas. Anytime the first kill happens on either side, Team Secret will be pushing through. So now Uran tasked with supporting Depp. He's got a Bulldog in hand. Not the greatest of weapons, but one that could get a multi-kill.
The turret set up here, expecting a push out, ready to play off of it.
Oh,
So
this is a
difficult to,
read.
yeah, so difficult to deal with that blade storm in hand. You can't, you know, clear that turret so easily. So they have to step up, use the Bulldog to clear it. They're able to ping it with the drone as well. So now, Depp just gonna fall back here as Zeta gonna have to
Yes, my
reset.
man.
Team Secret now beginning to make their march
Meron,
forward
meron,
a little bit.
meron.
Good spot from your end. Yeah, that sets it up for Deb. He's on for another. Will push them back.
You will not
Cascade,
kill
but
my
there's a
ally.
resurrect, and that's a weapon not recovered. So the only thing Zeta really gains from that is the ult and the wall being taken out from Team Secret's arsenal.
Dep still bouncing around.
Who
Still
got the kill
looking
there? I didn't even see it.
to pick off another head of a Team Secret player. Jesse, though, going to identify a lot of players of Zeta.
That is a lot of info gathered. You still have some control of mid as well. You've been keeping your eye on that.
Nice.
Orkan was
This is
on
what
the
we should
work.
have done against
Still have the nano source from NDG, just
GenG
putting
kanina,
pressure down
honestly.
on the potential rotates.
30 seconds
All
left.
this pressure to make it look like they might also have a pitch
I mean,
going
actually,
through
Zeta
mid. That
still
really
strong
slows down
time.
the rotate.
Galit
over
lang ang
Zeta
mga
division.
Pinoy.
And last,
We're
he'll be
just
watching
mad,
under
dude.
two, but the site giving up for free.
Some shock darts to try to do something about this. Laz thinking about the nano, but
Nice, a post
deciding
plant here would be
better of it.
perfect.
Now, another tough post plant for Zeta to try to break through.
I mean, you're down 0-8, you have
Oh, crap.
ultimates, but there's the preemptive lockdown, and it's going to draw out the Hunter's Fury, because if it's not for that, you absolutely are already giving up on this round, and Jeremy just pushes out of Mr. Chaos with a double kill, and Team Secret just
Nice!
wants to end this match. They want their
Oh
break,
my God,
and it
dude,
will be
galit
Envy with
yan.
a triple kill, leading them
Yan ang
9-0.
gusto ko.
Yeah, just phenomenal stuff
Despite
here
the
from Team
terrible
Secret.
loss kanina, Team
Nothing else
Secret
to say,
is
but
still like
they're not
fighting.
feeling it after that loss
Kala mo
to
pagod ang mga
GenG.
Pinoy?
It
Ang
turned
ina,
them
pre.
around a little bit. It feels
100
like they
rounds.
are
We can
really
do this
dialed
all
in.
day.
They're really
From
crisp,
Bataan to
really
Manila.
snappy, making good decisions.
No problem.
Zeta
Lalaarin namin yan.
left scratching their heads.
Sanay na kami
Gonna
dyan,
be able
boy.
to funnel another op into Dep's hands. You still have a reckoning for Sugar Zero. But overall,
One enemy remaining.
Zeta cannot get any data on Team Secret.
Walang pagod-pagod, Lods.
Setting up for a lineup here with that slow orb.
Standing ahead.
A little bit of pace to this one.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. And it's almost as if Team Secret are making Zeta look like they went back to 2023.
This is going to be the fun
I
march.
would say overall Zeta's movements themselves have still, had a little
Giyang na
bit
giyang,
more oomph to it
ang
than
Team
compared to
Secret
last
ngayon.
year, as we've been praising them with the roster upgrades. But Secret has just pushed it up in relativity, and Zeta look like they are immobile.
Yun lang.
Now, perhaps a little bit of an overeat. Jesse Bash is trying to create another curveball. The Reckoning early, but it will not stop the plant. Envy holding in the Poison Cloud while he gets that heal. The Reckoning trying to get the positions. They find
Nice try.
one. Depth will eventually recover onto that
Okay.
aim, but they peek out one by one into the operator. Will this finally be the round win? Borkum still trying his best to get the clutch. He already had one in this match, but now it's 4 other members, and he's been surrounded. He's aware of it. He picks off one. The defuse on the way. Not
They got
much
a
time.
defuse.
And
9-1. It's okay. It's okay.
a round win
It's
for
okay.
Zeta Division.
Yeah, it took everything seemingly to
Wait,
get
my
one
coffee's
in the
there.
books. The Reckoning able to help out a little bit, but Dep really clean with some of those op shots. Peeking some angles were Team Secret, and Dep instantly punishing them. And it's a good rotation call early here for Zeta as well. You're on the only one on site initially able to find a good first kill, but on their horse were 3 other members, leaving just Laz behind at the A site. The other 3 well on their way early to get there to try to punish this. So there was plenty of time on the clock there. You can see they were comfortable enough to, of course, swap it around a little bit, make sure everybody, or make sure they knew who they wanted to have their ult orbs and that kind of thing. And that's encouraging for Zeta, but is it too little too late? Yeah, they are better on their, or at least they were better on their attacker side versus GE, but who knows if that's going to matter.
The tailwind in from Jeremy. Once again, pace picked up. That's going to 4-step out, and Jeremy's waiting for a repick up high. Not sure how he catches that kill so quickly, but sends him flying back down to the ground. And with that Sage Wall, once again, another easy plan for Team Secret. I mean, this composition, it has its very strict strengths. Zero finally gets the long-range kill with the Vandal. It's the Vandal for Heroron this time, getting that headshot. They know he's close, but he's not quite sure of that member in the Poison Cloud. The Shock Dart goes in, and it will find Jesse Bash. Thorough is Heroron, as he's clear to yellow, now wrapping around against the enemies. 2v2, NDG solo. He knows the location of Envy, but he doesn't have, he doesn't
Nice!
have a kill, and it's just enough.
Grabe, galit na galit ang
Envy
TS.
will swing
Look at
around.
this huge round differential.
That's heartbreaking.
Enough is enough!
Thought he had this
Kuya,
break and pulled
stop the
off of
R!
it to check, knowing that there was going to be another player over
We
in
need to
green.
win.
Just didn't actually quite have it. A little tough sometimes, and yeah, they got the ping still on.
NDG is
Def.
like
Maybe he
mad,
thought it was
dude.
already going to be done, and he tried to go back up. I'm not exactly sure.
I think it might have been that deep recon.
coming out
That
from around the
actually,
site.
you could be right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right above the screen. Deb probably thought he was safe from the toxic screen.
Yeah, because he got pinged by the drone earlier.
Yeah.
Did you see the
Back
power
off.
rankings? Again,
Thought he would
Hero
be safe, but he
Run was
wasn't.
number 3.
Jesse's so smart.
What?
Don't Jeremy.
Hero was
I mean,
number
Team
3.
Secret at this
Injured number
point, the
12.
entirety of the squad on stage is just, they've built all the momentum and they are letting it out in this fast-paced game of Valorant.
You're
GG.
seeing-
I mean, surviving that alone.
Jeez.
I mean, that's huge. Keeps them tied up. They have to worry
Bounce
about
back,
NDG on
mga
the flank.
kaibigan.
Spice
Ice
and
back
planted.
is truly our map.
They will all run out and hear most of those footsteps. And he even catches the tail end.
Oh,
Huron goes down.
NDG's
Pin
just
is
going
up.
ham, dude.
NDG still
This is
a
the
medicine
confidence
man.
we wanted to
Eventually
see
gets
from
taken down by
NDG.
Depp, but Depp's the only one who has
Oh
been
my
putting up
God.
these kills.
It's
for Zeta
obliteration.
Division.
It's massacre.
11-1 scoreline for Team Secret.
An absolute dismantling on their first map so far.
Wow,
Once again,
galit na galit yan.
be unreal to think that there's any world where Zeta's going to be able to come back into this. Yeah, again, against GE, better on their attacker side than their defender side. But I'm not sure it's this good. I'm not sure it's
Asan na yung mga ano dyan, NDG
potentially
haters?
just
Alalahanin nyo
rattling
guys, si NDG, ano lang
12
yan,
rounds in a
rookie pa
row
lang yan.
off or something
He's
like
new into
that,
the scene.
Yeah,
Ikaw nga, di mo
this is
nga
a big
maayos yung
part of-
recitation mo sa class.
It's not even that they're getting trades back and forth, right?
Sa
I mean,
VCTs
if you
pa
look at
kaya?
the overall KD, Secret's just surviving.
Di mo nga
I mean,
ma-present
they are
ang
able
group
to-
paper mo ng
after
maayos
that
eh. Sa
initial
VCT
trade,
pa kaya?
It's just one trade back and forth, and then Secret wins the rest
Pressure
of
lang
the
yan. He
duels.
just needs to build it
And
up.
it feels like Zeta's just not
Buttercup,
able to get in the
baby,
positions
why
that
you
they're
gotta
comfortable
let me
with.
no
down?
doubt. They're not really
Going
winning any of their
around,
opening
na, na,
duels.
na.
They're getting beat in open trades. Often they're getting read like books. NDG is doing a great job controlling that middle part of the map, making sure that any lurks or any
Coffee,
flanks
I
on
got
the
a
side of
cold
Zeta
brew with
were
white mocha,
basically
2
contained
pumps
and
only,
dealt
bro.
with.
That's
Jesse's nailing some great util. There's not a
Yeah,
lot
he's
else to say
getting
other
packed.
than Team Secret is a team to be feared on this
Uy,
map.
Laz!
The reason
Okay lang,
nobody
Laz.
wanted to play
Laz,
on
okay lang
this
yan.
map
Kahit
so far
pogi ka.
until now, until today.
Kahit talo ka,
GenG
okay
was
lang
able
yan.
to
Pogi ka
just
naman, Laz.
barely
Okay lang
beat
yan.
them. But
Okay lang yan, Laz.
Zeta is
You may be
completely befuddled right now.
you may be losing, pero pogi ka lang.
Slightly befuddled there as well, as it looked like his monitor just flickered for a second, but looks like
13-1
everything is
na natin
back
to.
in normal.
Pucha.
And now, just 2 rounds away from the first map win, it's Team Secret leading 11-1. I mean, Jesse Vash, the least kills on Team Secret with 7, and he's still above everybody on Zeta Division except for Depp, who is trying his darndest with the most kills in this game, surprisingly enough.
Yeah, Depp is Depp. He's quite good, but we've been used to seeing the rest of the players pick it up for Zeta so far this season. Particularly Yuran and Laz have been quite good, but so far today, rather
What the fuck is that?
Coming in
Look
once
at
again.
that! They have never seen
saw
that
the
lineup
assist
from
from
Jesse
Borkum.
Vash.
I mean,
Wait,
these
that's
lineups.
wild. This dude just
See it on
got
Breeze,
shocked.
in an icebox. The snake bite,
Shock
shock
therapy
dart
right off
combos
the bat,
are
chat.
deadly.
it's just ridiculous. I mean, it's
Shock
just
therapy siya eh.
so well read. Well, Laz is going to find Jeremy pushed out a little bit too far, getting him from the belt, but
The Philippines classic,
Still, it's
the
just
electric
like-
chair.
that early start just has to put such a just dagger in you. If you're Zeta, that's just
Yeah.
going to be in your mind the rest of that round. Like, they're reading us so well right now. What can we do?
And the fact that you're buying that on the pistol round, you're committing the 200 creds just for that potential early kill.
Na-easy siya eh. Electric
depth.
convulsive
That's the biggest
therapy.
part,
There
right?
you go.
I mean, you can't really force your way into the site, especially on the pistol round. No Cove available for Sugar Zero, so they're gonna have to fight their way into the
Asan
site.
ang
The
mga
question is, Secret,
haters?
do they let them in first and wait for the retake?
Smokes out.
Looks like Borkum might be ready for a cheeky kill. Tries to get some tags in, but NDG trying to provide backup. He's gonna be late to it. He'll clean up one. He's ready for the wraparound. NDG with the jump.
Shit! Walang bala.
Doesn't have enough bullets to finish the kill. Sugar Zero barely getting out with his life.
Sayang.
Spike goes down
What?
long range for
Grabe
Jesse
talaga
Vash.
tutok ni Boss
Stabilized
Jesse.
mid-time cascade comes
What?
in. He's ready for
Tumatanda ba yan?
the
Tumatanda ba yan si Jesse Vash?
4 kills. for
Age is
the
just a
IGL.
number.
Jesse Vash gets the defuse.
Absolutely
Truly
phenomenal
one of an
stuff.
esports
Jesse
legend.
struggled on Icebox. The
The man himself, Chronova. He
has
doesn't
something to
win
say
those.
about it. Didn't need much time to recover, to recuperate. That was snappy shooting from Jesse.
Oh man, the swivel onto Sugar Zero. That's gotta feel bad. He was even slow through the
The
cascade.
double take there. Oh my
Grabe.
god.
Age is just a number.
Yeah, exactly.
Gaya.
Just a number.
Yeah, just unreal from Jesse there. Really glad to see him be able to bounce back such a tough situation that they found themselves in.
And
now
we're
Zeta,
already at map point.
Yeah, and Zeta has to buy. No
GG's
reason not
113.
to.
Let's end
Just
it.
buying everything you can the rest of the way out. Jeremy already up in the nest, or excuse me, pipes.
Yeah, Clues a
GG's.
judge, and Deb just not ready for it. He won't
GG's.
be able to
Let's
be
go
that
next.
spear point
Go
for
next
Zeta
round.
Vision no longer.
Para mapaglaro ng Zeta.
Perhaps he just won't get a chance at all in Icebox as they are
All that
staring down the
destruction
barrel
maybe for
of
nothing.
this first
Zeta has to
map.
win the next map.
Still just a couple weapons, Bulldog, Stinger, Judge. I mean, it's just a hodgepodge, no philosophy to it. You're just hoping that you get the frags. You're just hoping that they walk in to your sightlines, and Secret knows they just have to wait. Jeremy picks up one. He's ready for another. The shock dart lands right on top of Euron's head as well. Euron trying to hide as long as possible. The heal's ready. I mean, Team Secret, they have no intention of giving this site over. Jeremy's pushing in. He goes for the aim labs, and that's the third kill. Dashes out. He's on the chase. Lands as well. That will be
And Jeremy
the
ends it
ace
with a
for Jeremy as Team
pentakill.
Secret cleans up that one.
A fast game, 1-13. Zeta at the receiving end of the Filipino wrath.
13-1 doesn't get much more
Galit na
dominant than
galit.
that.
I mean,
Team
we're not
Secret
too
there
happy
in
about that.
control the
'cause, you
whole
know,
darn way.
it's a group.
And
It's a
again, it's all
play-ins.
business now
It's
for
a
Team
play-ins,
Secret.
man.
Warbird's trying to
Good
bring in
lord.
some smiles, bring in some
Well, that was a
energy, but
one-sided
the rest of
beatdown.
the team is just, they look angry. And they look like they're taking it out on Zeta.
Yeah, I mean,
One-sided
you just gotta stay
beatdown,
in
mga
the zone
kaibigan.
at this point for Team Secret.
Parang,
Meanwhile, for
parang
Zeta
pinalaban
Vision,
mo si
Deb
Manny
just trying to
Pacquiao
keep
kaya
up a
ano eh.
smile, right? I mean, especially with maps like that,
Sa
you just gotta pretend
random
to move
ano eh,
on,
random
because
person eh.
What is there to break down other than we lost literally every single gunfight?
Exactly. And you'll see all the time that teams will bounce back from rough games like this. All the time.
Well, we'll see if Zeta can do it. They've been there before. See what the Desk thinks of this quick map on Icebox.
What do we think? What do we think? I think like the pineapple power is back. Laban Piñas. It was absolutely insane. Team Secret definitely is on their revenge arc right now, and they came in hard. It was a 0-9 to start the first half.
That was so fast. I don't even, what?
No, like what happened? We're already back at the desk. Like, what was going on? I mean, they were just absolutely on
wild.
form. The casters made a good, Pipperthin made a really good point, and Coach Carlisle from Zeta even said it. He was like, the thing he was most worried about was Team Secret's firepower, and that is indeed what carried them so far in.
Come on, man. We beat
They had the
Zeta.
setups.
Zeta beats
The
GenG.
biggest thing was just
Big
momentum, I
chance we can
feel.
qualify.
Once you
Big,
start
big,
to lose
big.
that round 3, Zeta can't really come back. And even though Coach Carlisle called 2 timeouts in the first half, they really couldn't do all too much. Like, Borkham already had Viper's Pit up and ready. He would plan it down.
Everyone in the chat,
Zep is
type Craig.
trying to find openings. He's trying to
Type Craig.
find picks and trying to do as much as possible to soften up the attack for his team. But something's just doesn't feel right. Like, everyone else can't
Prayers right
follow
now.
it.
Yeah, I mean, Secret definitely wants to remind the world that they are dominant on Icebox, even though you haven't seen it for a while. But hey, it was really close against GenG just now, and this is, I think, the biggest. We were talking about it, the biggest differential in rounds.
Hindi pa alam, guys. We don't know if he's gonna qualify.
First off,
We just have to give it
again,
our
I didn't
best.
mention how there's no more flashes to kind of dissuade Team Secret.
This just
which
shows how powerful
may
Team
have
Secret is.
transitioned or translated
Zeta was an
into them
absolute powerhouse
able
in
to
the group
successfully
stage.
set up
Like, they were an
these
absolute
wall plays
powerhouse.
within-
They
because
were
you saw,
playing out of their
comparing it
minds.
to the match that they had with
They
GenG,
2-0
he
Global
was able to
Esports.
really set up his
They
walls
almost
as
beat
confidently
T1.
as he was able to do in this one. Again, as Quack was mentioning, because of the executions and stuff, the setups
Yeah.
that Team Secret did, and because of that, Borkham's wall, yada yada yada, I know. Zeta was forced to
A lot
push
of potential
into the
for Team
utilities
Secret,
of
like
Secret
really,
every
really big
single time,
potential.
never really having solid foothold to work with. And you saw that with the Viper Pit that Borkham did, right? Dep was looking everywhere, hoping that maybe somebody from Secret peeks out, but no, Secret were just so contained in playing in their own zone that they couldn't really be bothered to do anything else in.
That's what it
got
feels
one.
like with the composition. You can't initiate a fight. You got the solo.
What the
You can
fuck?
get some information,
380
but
ACS?
As you look at the
What is
score
blood
right
on?
now, Hirolan. What happened, bro? Like,
You know,
can't really all do too much. He dies really early in the round.
yes, that's right. I mean, I think they had a lot of problems. And the only time Zeta got that one win was when Team Secret overheated on round 10 and they just charged in. I think it was NDG who was just going up into up the ropes and just like he was there before Jeremy was even there. And that was the only time they lost. But I also remember this
Ang
round
hirap ng round
following
robin na to.
immediately after, like,
It's
okay,
so hard.
Zeta's got their momentum
This play-in
now.
is so
But no,
hard,
Hiroran,
man.
he did a pretty cool shock dart on Jesse Bash, of all people, which was kind of like, oh, kind of cool. but then he whiffs, and it's almost like he knows, and I think this is where inexperience comes in. He knows how important it is to get Envy, and he's got this perfect shot behind him, and Envy turns around and manages to kill the last two remaining Zeta players.
Just to add to that as well, we're looking at Envy already, or sorry, not Envy, but Jeremy, that has gotten so much impact in this game. I'm looking at the stats real quick, and he's gotten 2 kills for the most part. So he's been able to string so many of these rounds
Holy
to start
moly.
with that. Again, you just
Look
see
at
it.
that.
How do you say this? Convert
35
so
first
cleanly
bloods.
for
Jeremy
Team
wants a
Secret.
sports car, dude.
Yeah, there were a couple times he won some duels out against Depth too, that's crazy. I never would have thought that this would happen. I might have to swing my votes now after this game. But yeah, I mean, this is such an incredible Team Secret. It almost really does feel like they have warmed up past that game against GenG. Now maybe a little bit of the Zeta division, not really feeling it, getting to their own heads, the timeouts not working out. Nothing goes right in this map, and you could also say it's a little bit of that agent composition without
ACS,
having no
average,
flashes. Another thing that Team
average,
Secret does well is use their
call
opponent's walls
me baby
against them. You know,
strats.
you had this Viper, you had the Harbor, and it just doesn't really
You're
do
gonna die.
anything because Team Secret just kind of bypasses everything. So Zeta Division, I don't know what it is. It doesn't work great. It doesn't feel great right now. They need a mental reset.
Absolutely, and going into Ascent, this is going to be really tough. Secret is also known to be pretty darn good on Ascent. Zeta's definitely shown, you know, historically some good plays on Ascent, but this is their map pick, so hopefully they have something there. Now, this is sort of a make or break for Secret. They need to win the series to stay in the game. But the thing is, for Zeta, with such a huge round differential difference there, if we, for some reason, get to a tiebreaker, this is what it comes down to, the round differences. And they lost so many there. So even if they win the next series, if it becomes a tiebreaker, yeah. I mean, they lost so many there. They have to absolutely come back in Ascent and the last and final map of this series.
It has to be a decisive win. That's the thing, right? And you cannot let yourself... There can't be any self-doubt, I think is what I'm trying to say.
Zeta needs to win
but
against
then
GenG,
if
man.
you think about the
Don't
past,
come
and
on,
all that, you know,
Zeta.
as analysts,
I
that's
hate it,
kind of
but
what we
they have
want
to
to do
put
and
the-
talk about. Zeta Division playing against Team Secret last year in LCQ, they actually lost Ascent to Team Secret. They
Let me see
lost
that.
9-13. I think they were trying out some kind of a new composition. 10 was playing the duelist at the time. He was on a raise. Didn't work out too well. I guess we can see that. They did play Ascent again during kickoffs right now against T1, and they did win, but it was a 13-11. Yes, of course, it's the classic composition we all know. Sky is blue, nothing's new, but it feels a bit labored. And if Team Secret is prepared for that, if Team Secret knows how to work that defense against a team like Zeta Division, I don't feel good right now.
I mean, if they go in with the same strategy they went with Icebox, which is basically steamroll you with contact plays, I don't know how that's going to be working for them. In a sense, Zeta surely would be more prepared. Again, we do have a very different Zeta division this year. While both teams have their core there, their core, like, you know, lead two players, I would say Zeta is still adapted more. They've changed more coming into this kickoff, whereas Secret is still Secret. And Secret has always been strong. So this has been working out. But Zeta surely, at this point, has some ideas on how to counter Team Secret.
Yeah, I guess that's just, you know, it's just boiling down to the rawness of some of the newer pickups for both of the teams. Again, I was mentioning how it just feels like maybe NDG is that player that's a bit too still, you know, pink in the middle in a sense. But this game that he has, you look at the highlights here, he's been like out fragging. He looks a lot happier when you look at the camera on his end during the highlights,
What did he say against
right?
Depth that one round in the Viper's Pit?
Oh yeah, so he basically translated to his team. He said that, oh, I heard him flying around somewhere, so he just like immediately got his crosshair.
I love it how we beat
locked into where the
Zeta
audio
so
cues
bad
were
right now.
From Depp as Depp was coming
But they
into
have
the
to.
Viper
But
pit,
we also rely on them winning
yeah,
the next map.
One of the things right now
the
that we
next
have
game,
to look at
for us to
Ascent
qualify.
specifically,
It's so hard.
since this is going to be that miracle.
Back on this shit again.
I mean, unless there's like, you know,
Unless.
but
Yeah.
I don't think these two teams that are very much set in their ways and their strats will change up comps. Which is this.
All right.
It's going to
mirror,
be, it's going to be
mirror
a
match,
battle,
boys.
I
We have
think,
a mirror
between
match.
of how efficient the Odin threats
like
are
this.
between
I like
Euron
this
and
mirror
Jesse Bash. Both of them have really shown that in the matches that they played previously on Ascent here in Kickoff.
But I mean, would you buy your friend an Odin if he kept asking you for it?
Come on, Chubby.
I wasn't even thinking about that. I mean,
Look, I didn't make the questions
it's
for the
not
audience.
just friend. It's teammate and as a pro player. All right.
I do want to
Completely
say.
different, situation.
Okay lang yan. Alalahanin mo, Zeta. Pogi ka naman.
I do want to say, right, although
Susuportahan
you
ka
can
namin,
talk
Zeta.
about the Odin plays, the bigger thing for me right now is just Team Secret's attack looks really good, but because this was Zeta's pick, they are starting out defense.
All right. Thank you so much. We are going to go into our second game, Ascent. Is it going to be another Laban, Piñas, Paper Thin, and Will?
Well, with the pacing of
go.
it, I mean, I wonder if
Let's
Secret
go, let's
even
go,
let
let's
go
go,
of
let's
their
go, let's
keyboards,
go.
right?
Let's
I mean,
cook
that
this.
break probably just wasn't
Let's
long enough
cook
for
this,
Zeta
chat.
to wrap their mind
Everyone
around it.
chat
We were
type
talking
down
about
below,
it during the
Laban
break,
Piñas.
and it almost, T-Secret almost
Come
really
on, let's
made it
cook
look
him.
like Zeta was as slow as they were last year.
No doubt. It didn't feel like the Zeta we've seen so far in 2024. So
Come on, Zeta. You
over
want
to
to win this,
Ascent,
right?
a
Fight.
map where actually last year, believe it or not, a map that Zeta liked a lot last year and had some success on, that Team Secret beat them on both times they played on it. So this is going to be an uphill battle for sure for Zeta the rest of the way through today. And to make matters worse, like the desk was just mentioning, it is Zeta on the attacker side first, which is usually the harder side of this map.
Yes, yeah, especially in pro play. I mean, it's one of the maps that's been as consistent as possible in terms of which side is slightly favored at the pro level. But like you said, it is a comfort pick for both Zeta and Team Secret. Now, Talon did defeat them, crushed them in the very first match, but of course Secret bounced right back. So Zeta cannot underestimate their opponents as they get ready for a site execute. Recon going to go through the spam to keep him tied up on the site, right up on top of Quad. Has to drop down due to the paranoia, and
Nice
the flash
trade.
is perfect, but it's going to be the trade for
Oi.
Navy. Site still
How did he
taken over by
live?
Zeta as they have a perfect swing out for me.
Looks like Zeta's fighting
Yeah, a
now.
great time push here out of the main door. NDG going to swap to that Ghost, has to clear the turret as well. Drone making it hard for him. He's just going to drop down, but he's taken out. Jesse, though, responds.
Uran quite low.
Ooh,
and
nice
Sugar
try.
takes the first contact. It's going to be just enough health
Okay,
for Uran
Zeta's
to also
back.
pop out. And it will be the Spike Planet as well as Zeta. I mean, as good of a start as you could hope for.
Yeah, and seeing some things here that we didn't really see too much of on the previous map, where there's some teamwork here. I mean, everybody's kind of, look at that. They're all looking at different angles. They're all covering their bases
Mga
where they
NDG,
need to
wala
be
nang pake.
going. And that's good news here. Obviously, Zeta already picking up a win against T1. It's a very strong team already in the playoffs. So certainly a much-needed start. Some Bulldogs, a Vandal, and that Ghost for Laz.
Yeah, and it's just going to be a bit of a shorty trap setup. No, eventually switch back to the classic actually for Jeremy. Over by Tree. And they will just wait. Has a fair good inkling that it's going to be that A hit, but Zeta, they have the weapon advantages. They don't want to rush anything. They're still waiting for any sort of lurk out of B at the same time. Wants this information. Deb, if he's tasked with having to go through on his own, this could be a rifle drop. Zeta has to be very cautious. I am a little concerned given their positioning because it looks like they do want to send him in on his own. He will get picked off. And now
How to get
Zeta
the
has
kill?
to fight to keep control
What in
of
the
that dropped
envy?
rifle.
Yeah, this is really, really tough. Jesse was also bouncing a shock dart and anticipating that timing so well. That knife going to delay any more utility from Jesse, but
What?
Zeta doesn't really feel like they have any
That
options
was
to get
tough,
through the
man.
site. They feel like there's too much pressure here, and they're going to just have to let
I
that
have
rifle
like I
go,
don't
it
even
looks
want to like trash talk Zeta, man, because Zeta are our friend
Team
now.
Secret
In case we
just
win this
going to
game,
hold on to that
Zeta has to
position.
win the next.
Does look like Sugar Zero might have picked it
So
up
we're
right
their
on
fri-
that
we're
shadow
friends now,
step.
right?
So just trying to make sure I get the
30
weaponry,
seconds
make sure
left.
we still have the firepower lead, and try to overpower where it should be weaker. Obviously, there could have been a gamble for Team Secret, but it doesn't look like it. It's just going to be a hold at mid doors of Market. Uran tasked with holding that site. Try to make sure there's no early backup. The Nano Swarm gives him an idea that there is one member at
10
Market.
seconds left.
Shit, that
Great
hurt.
shock dart, so much damage done.
They're gonna get mowed down, dude.
Just swapping of a couple of those pistols, trying to get the best chance they can. Team Secret, they're just going to flood onto it. It is just forces it.
Yeah, they're all gonna
numbers,
get
but
mowed
they
down
will
there.
Get mowed down by the
Still a
rifles,
good round, still a
Bulldogs
good round.
galore, and Zeta will get that second round.
A nice job there by Zeta. Able to recover that rifle even.
They're all tagged,
They might
yeah.
not be able to get it to it, but like you said, Sugar Zero stepping in and out. Gonna find the ability to keep things in check here for Zeta, so already finding more round wins here on Ascent than they did on Icebox. Our Zeta,
Yeah.
I mean, it just do be like that.
Yeah, it's brutal, but it's a fact.
Yep. But, I mean, things are looking a little bit better. It's a good read to pull off on that contact. You know, too much utility there. Jesse there as well with that Sova. That gave them real problems on Icebox. So I imagine that's going to be something they want to try to avoid, is that impeccable timing of Jesse's Sova utility that he's so well known for, so renowned for. Now the one-way will be dissipating. And Zeta, once again, going to be seeing if they can find purchase on the A site.
Yeah, and because they see no one working off of that one-way, Zeta just wants to
what
push
a
up the
flash.
tempo. They're doing the same thing Team Secret did to them, but Envy's ready for it. He eventually gets traded out. They haven't found Borkum. Takes him down, left at 30 HP. With the Ghost, everybody pinged out so low as Jeremy gets the spray down. He cannot stabilize for the third.
Let's go, boys.
But Jesse Vash is already on the ground.
Good round.
Well,
3-1.
there it is again. Jesse finds the perfect timing on a recon dart,
timing of
spots
that
everybody
recon.
that's left on Zeta. It's a great push there, great execute from Zeta to get some space. Sugar Zero able to clear that space. That's a really nice combo there. The flash lands right as the recon dart is, so it makes it hard for Borkum to clear it behind Dice. But still, I mean, Jesse's just, he's on it right now.
Yeah, I mean, the backup was there. And Zeta,
So
sure,
hard.
they tried to push up the tempo. And yes, it was a bonus, so take out a couple of weapons. Sure, maybe they could try to be happy about that. But given the round differential, I don't think Zeta's going to be satisfied with anything but a clean match win.
Oh my God.
It's going to be a fast push out. It's not exactly a tower squish, but Jeremy somehow gets to swing around with that extra flash coming in from Envy. The support is impeccable. Now stuck on an island. Team Secret has to choose to fight here. Jeremy is going to get surrounded. Depp trying to get the kill. Paranoia is good. Jeremy's still alive for a second. And they just cannot clear him out just yet. Sure, they take out the backup, but now everybody out for B main. Jeremy's not the main threat. It's Jesse Vash from behind.
Ooh.
Jeremy fighting for his life. And somehow this round is now a 1v1 in mid.
Some great trades back and forth.
Shit.
And Huron does get the last kill. I mean, barely.
What's going on?
Away the round win.
Man, great plays on
Okay,
both
Zeta's
sides
fighting
here.
now.
What a setup for Jeremy. A little bit of a delayed flash after he pushes to the other side. You're expecting him to go really aggressive, really fast on those tiles crunches, but it's just delayed enough. Good paranoia there to back that off momentarily, but then this high-low setup, great timing on trading their positions is Zeta. So they're able to pick off those members that are still over in tiles well enough that they're able to just barely get through with that round win. And now both sides having their null commands. Jesse does have a Hunter's Fury as well. Already suspecting that a lot of pressure has been put at A. Maybe they're going to try and take a little bit of space at B early, but so far no contact for Jesse to use that shock dart off of the turret.
Yeah, and a nice early alarm bot clear in mid as well. So
Lana.
Zeta taking this round advantage where they
49.
do have the score lead, the firepower lead as well to start shaking up the default just a tad bit from Team Secret. Jeremy not backing away from him.
Stag.
It is a Marshall. He won't find that clean kill. And while it delays him just a tad, and they do have a nice spot onto Huron, if they want control of mid, they're going to have to push back out, and Jeremy gets just a little too aggressive. Gives Huron
still
that
tags
sideline for
that.
that shot.
Yeah, Huron launching a flash into there even. That might have helped him just a little bit in that fight.
Oh, and a miss that chaos. Zeta, they've prepped all 5 members for a execute onto the B site. Still quite a bit of time left, so they can take it. I mean, sure, they don't have any information on A, but they still have that turret watching their back. The paranoia comes in. Jesse Vash just trying to hide away from the recon, and he does, and it's just enough to make sure that he can get Deb. A little bit uncharacteristic for the Gullis,
fuck!
Gets a triple with the Sheriff. Once again, a 1v1. There's just something about Team Secret's killjoys as they come out of market, getting these multi-kills. Borkum with a paranoia, just trying to cut that noise. Does have the Vandal. He hears the weapon swap. Laz has an idea, but he doesn't have the plan just yet. Wants to stick it. Borkum going to peek out at the last second. He knows he's stuck. Laz will swing out and win the 1v1.
Wow, wow, wow.
Sayang! Fuck!
It's hard to play it much better than that for Team Secret with the gun disadvantage. They were so smart on that round. And
Still
again,
good, still good round.
Concerning for Zeta because they don't seem to recognize quickly here. It seems like their comms are a little bit off today. You know, that hidden position of NDG. A lot of times it's Borkum lurking in that cubby. Team Secret really likes that spot. That's something that Zeta has to be aware of going forward. Now, Jeremy with the Blade Storm is going to cut funds, so just rely on that ult. Rifles otherwise. No ults used on either side in that previous round. One away from the lockdown is Laz. This could play for an orb. Could play to try to get that to at least force out.
It's okay, guys. The games are still close. That's what matters.
Just gonna really bump it up. Zeta, again, just sticking with that same mantra. The Huntress Fury tries to keep them tied up at market. He gets the first tag. They're barely surviving onto the sentry. Now on the site, but haven't quite cleared it just yet. Laz, meanwhile, keeping mid control, but that's not an option to exit the site just yet. A 1-for-1 trade. NDG staying alive, Fragment a little bit off. And now we have backup from Jeremy. He's gonna rise up, but he gets gunned down by Hero Run from below. NDG cannot follow through on the spray. The tracking just not there through the wall. And of course the Odins, the desk mentioned it, and Euron's the first one to bring it out. And now Envy all alone. If he can find Laz, there might be a shot. He's well aware of it. He hears the sound.
Spike planted.
Trying to take that advantage that they don't know his location. He finds Euron. Now prepared for the wraparound from Laz.
Yeah, I mean, Laz anticipating maybe he was in a different spot. They never identified where Envy was until he got that kill.
Oh, but Laz has the angle. He's waiting for it. He
Laz.
heard the door.
Si Laz na
That's
naman,
going to be the
putang
ISO
ina.
once again, getting another round win for Zeta Division.
Okay. Well, a great look here for Zeta on their attacker side.
Gising na naman ang mga Zeta.
Now they've
hayop.
built up a ton of ults in rotation, so they have a really good opportunity to steal another one away from Team Secret. You've got the lockdown without the Hunter's Fury. It was drawn out there with that no command coming through. Jesse Vash felt like he had to pull the trigger on it before it got close enough to him that he had no other options with his utility, trying to just buy some time and space, hoping that somehow maybe you can fish out a kill. He's good enough that he gets at least the tag.
boys.
Depp has to use that dash, try to get over it. I don't know how Depp got that one kill. He was already so beat up. He was at 45 health, took a shot of damage through the wall, still peeked out and got a kill before NDG got him.
I mean, just knowing the mission, right? That you still have to just somehow break into the site, whether you're bait or
Grabing
whether
bawi
you get
nila
the
sa
frag or
atin.
not. I mean, Depp continuing to smile
That's
again,
crazy.
something we're not quite used to seeing on stage here in Seoul.
He's
but
in a really good mood today.
yes, I mean, overall throughout this kickoff, it just seems like whether
Japan's
it's their
fighting,
performance
dude.
or whether it's
They're
the
not gonna
team
go
vibes
down.
or the communication,
Obviously, they're not gonna go down
something
without
has
a fight.
revitalized them.
Obviously, they're not gonna
Same
go down without a
can't be
fight.
said for Laz today, though,
Obviously.
as he does feel the pressure after that just crushing 13-1 map loss on Icebox.
Yeah, we need some nices out of Laz.
Yeah, we haven't heard a nice today.
Exactly, we need that. And looking over at the weaponry here for Team Secret, there is going to be the op.
All in.
Yeah, they've got enough cash for the next round
Calling my boss.
that they
So
can
much
go for the
impact here
half
from
armor
Laz.
buys. So there's a Bucky in here as well. So somewhere Kilios is tilted.
Well, it's worked on Achilles. Can it work on Zeta Division is a big question. It's going to be a setup for B main. Meanwhile, it's just default setup on A with the one-way. Now the op watching mid. We'll see if he finds any contact. This time Secret playing off of it. The paranoia, a little bit of a mismatch there from Borkum, and that means Secret will have to back off. Of course, not great weaponry either. So unless they got that first kill, that's not going to come to fruition.
What is Jeremy holding? Jeremy's holding a fucking op. Holy moly!
Contact over there.
I mean, all that utility gone, right?
Yeah.
The paranoia not there to quite stop them. That's one of the best ways to hold them up in the choke point. And of course, only one flash drive left for Envy. So Zeta seeming to think that this is their chance to break open this A site. Obviously, things can still go very sour, as we do have Borkum holding close with a stinger.
And now they haven't really given over much info, but now Jeremy starting to peek his way through mid. Hasn't seen anybody crossing just yet. Depth with the blades, thinking about going somewhere. Bouncing some utility into the spawn. I think that might have been a shock dart to clear the alarm bot.
The potential alarm bot. What I would like is they're just making noise, right? Trying to tell them that they might have rotated, that they might pressure mid to make sure that they back away from the entrance of the site. And Borkum somehow still staying alive, but he can't find a kill. The Hunter's Fury trying to find its target. Eventually it will, and that will be the site broken open.
How is Depp alive,
Zeta
man?
trying their best to just avoid all casualties. Huron will go down, but that is the spike planted. Oh, not yet. We'll stick it now. I thought they were already singing because you might as well have.
Just if I just went
knew
and
it was
copped
gonna
the
get there.
op.
Yes. A little ahead of myself. No?
You're all good. We all know it was happening.
Let me take a very bold risk here and say they might even get the round win.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good with a Bucky and an Operator. I mean, the Operator is just going to be saved, so NDG just going to go to try and do some damage. I mean, the thing is there is some damage to Zeta's economy, so if you can get an extra kill here, Depp's only on 6 HP, so one pellet connects with him, and he's not feeling so good. But
What the
okay, well,
fuck?
Depp's just too good, too fast.
Knives are stronger than guns. Everybody trusts in the Valorant philosophy. Depp still on point. I mean, we got to remember, in that first map,
Eco round,
seeing
eco
scores
round,
like
all
that,
good.
right? Keeping up,
Jesse
competing
Vash
for
still
best
gets the
ACS in a map where you only got 1 round win is absolutely nuts, regardless of impact of frags or not. I mean, Depp has been keeping up the energy here for Zeta Division.
Yeah, throughout all year, he's been absolutely phenomenal. Just such a incredibly talented player across so many esports. He is truly the greatest from Japan to play FPS. I mean, he is out of this world, and this year is just another step in that direction. I love the way he's playing. He's been one of my favorite, if not my favorite players to watch so far here in Pacific.
Yeah, a lot of charm and aggression as well, something that obviously was always missing from Zeta Division. So now trying to back that up with the rookies, Yuran and Hiroron. We'll see if they can continue the lead. We see the buys on Team Secret. Operator, of course, saved over. Now Jesse will have to stick around with the Sheriff. But a couple ults to play with. I mean, if there's a round that Team Secret can bounce back on, it has to be this one. But there is a risk taken. Borkum planted in wine, holding on to that paranoia, and Envy is ready to swing with him.
Yeah, they tried it last time. It was identified by Zeta and dealt with. Here again, another one-way smoke to try to set up. The pings are coming down from Zeta. They flash right underneath it.
Nice
That's cute.
pop flash. Drone still not used just yet, but Zeta's very wary of it. They want to just draw out all the utility. The 0 point pings 3, and that's the paranoia drawn out. That's exactly what Zeta wanted. Now that utility's gone, they cannot use it to delay the push once again. And he has to from the shadows out as well. So much value lost. Backup has arrived though. Envy now watching Tree alongside Jesse Vash. It's going to be the null command, trying to make sure that the entry is just a tad bit slower through that smoke.
30 seconds left.
Are they gonna do a full rotation? They don't have time.
That lockdown in play as well for NDG. He's starting to slide over towards this side. 2 members of Zeta trying to flank through short A
Only
to
20
set up
seconds.
for the hit. Yeah, it's got to be fast.
Yeah, now that the no command has ended, this is the moment. If they don't get the initial frags, it's going to be rough, and Envy gets the first kill. It's going to be the hold from
Nice,
NDG on Tree as
Borkum.
well. And
Nice,
that is
Mukro. Big
Borkum
round, big round.
cleaning house.
We're back in the game, boys.
Zeta, the plague of the timer catches them once again as they give the second round to Team Secret.
Yeah, this is a great adjustment here from Team Secret. A very similar look at
Great
the
stuff we're
beginning of
seeing
the
right
round,
now.
but the follow-up this time is a heavier rotation towards A, expecting that. We showed the exact same thing. Paranoia flashes used early, and we're just going to send Borkum back early, you know, right behind Dice. He's able to... Whoa, Borkum.
All right.
That is some fancy shooting there.
Oh.
And you're able to keep the lockdown as well.
Exactly. Very important round. You have the lockdown. You now have the Odin in hand as well. You've basically got the full arsenal that you would want. Jeremy does have to give up mid position, but Alarm Bot's still there. It's pushed up a little bit, so Depp will have to shoot it
Jeremy
out, giving
the
away
op.
his position. Team Secret sending an aggressive drone, trying to regain control of mid. And during all of that, a push out of B main as well. Secret, now they are the aggressors, taking over so much map control in the first 30 seconds of this round.
Yeah, let's see if Laz is ready for this. He's tucked himself behind the corner. Turret is cleared. He doesn't push off of that. With Jeremy with an op, and he's got him!
The timing, and you saw the ping as
Last
well. He was
knew,
ready
last
to swing.
knew.
It's always just a little weird
Laz
when a Phantom
knew.
would solo push out of B main. And Laz has the read, the experience coming through, but the push not stopping for Zeta. Envy will cut off the backup with that fragment. They did hear the jet go through, though. I don't know if he has, and now he does. He's watching for Evan, trying to
Nice,
plant
Jesse.
himself over in hell. Jesse
Spike
Vash
down
will hold
A.
on Tree, so keeping his teammate alive. KO hiding in the site. They haven't quite identified it.
Nice!
He's low, but he finds one more kill. Another pop flash trying to land. The spike is now down. Laz tries to push him out, but he's already repositioned Laz with a nice flick around, but it's just not good enough. Sugar Zero, can you be the hero?
Let's
Not
go.
this
We're back in
round.
the game, chat.
Good patience,
Envy's
good patience
so
from
good.
Team Secret.
Envy's
Envy
so
winning
good.
such
Seriously.
a crucial battle.
He held that by
just
himself.
waiting for Depp to drop down the whole time. And Depp,
Placing alarm bot.
when he drops, it's just a great repeat. Jiggle there initially from Envy. Depp kind of pre-fires and isn't ready for the follow-up. Jesse there. Johnny on the spot with the Odin. Oh, and he
That's
catches the feed as the door is closing.
That's rough. I mean, even after that, sure, the
back,
angles
boys.
looks great for Team Secret, but that's just salt in the wounds. Jesse Vash with great support with the Odin. And while, 6 rounds, Zeta already feeling like they had a decent start, they had such momentum,
Odin
so it's going to be a
supremacy, chat.
timeout called as now Secret has
play
stabilized
the Odin, no
everything
problem.
from, gun economy all the way to ult economy.
Yeah, I think now you've got to start working
Comeback
a little
is
bit
real,
towards the center of
yes.
the map here for Zeta. They started out that round, but because they missed the initial clear on the alarm bot, it forced a dash out of Depp where he had to leave those stairs right in mid. And then they were kind of scratching their heads a little bit, thought, okay, well, Depp got so deep there that we got to try to go to A. We've got this great angle for him to set us up. But Team Secret was fine with it. They were prepared for it. They mentally had players ready, and that was able to be dealt with rather quickly. So nicely handled by Team Secret. Zeta now finally not able to come through with a full buy.
Just Sheriff's in hand and a Hero Vandal
and an Ares.
Oh, Lazard, patalo ka na. Madami ka ng babae. Kami naman.
It looks like they are just set for a B hit right off the rip. Ready for the spam through as well. They hear it a bit of a different angle here for Jesse Vash, just trying to catch them off guard, trying to catch the bulk of them if it was a rush. So Secret seems to have a read. I mean, 3-man stack on B as well. The Nano Swarms to make sure they can't get in. The Recon is on point and he's spraying down. Yeah, you can't come through here. This is way too risky, Deb. You might be the child of God, but you eventually are mortal here, Valorant. That's going to be the shock dart, pushes them away.
That's a lot of rotates.
That's the Hail Mary shut down Jeremy. Holding close, could be a risk. He's been spotted, but he gets one, gets two.
That's good.
And that will dwindle the numbers. The Vandal's still in the hand of Depp.
This crossfire.
Envy's ready.
Nice!
Stabilize, and that's just
Let's
around
go!
4-6.
Let's go, TS. Let's go.
Like a one-sided first half. No longer.
Yeah.
No longer
really good
one-sided beatdown as well, chat.
from Team
We're closing
Secret,
the differentials.
anticipating the way that Zeta wants to work the map, the way that they want to move around, and able to shut it down nicely. I mean,
Jeremy,
that second
the
one
pick out
is
from
really
Jeremy was
nice.
just too good.
This follow-up through short, I mean, you know exactly where they're going at that moment. You saw them crossing mid, and you can just line it up. Not much left for Zeta to do there.
No, well, it's looking like a potential another crunch here, or at least faking it out for it. It's going to be the Odin, and that is so many people bunched up, not finding a kill, has to back out of the Nano Swarm.
How is he not dead?
He had a little bit room behind him, but now he's stuck. They know he's here. The smoke to try to survive, but Depp will just get the peak. An unfortunate death for Jesse Vash, but he did sprinkle a lot of damage onto Zeta Division Borkum. How much can he do? They're trying to find him, and Uran's ready for it. They heard the shadow step. It was a 50-50 already, cross angles covered.
Now you got to worry about this late lurk from NDG. Still sitting on this lockdown. He's had for quite some time. Uran just going to pick Envy off, getting a little bit ahead of things.
Well, surely the retake not able to find success. I mean, especially with the Jet being spotted. NDG will pick up the Odin. Now, they do have the creds to go for it, so we'll see. You got to imagine that the lockdown will be saved up by NDG, but any damage you can do, Zeta, very low on credits. Take away a couple guns, and that might be a weak last round of the first half. Jeremy's going to go for the drop, and he finds the flick onto one, clears the other with the shorty. That allows NDG to enter into the site. Spike already ticking down, so Jeremy preparing to exit, but damage still trying to be done by NDG, and they'll find two more as well. That's already 3 weapons drawn for Zeta Division. And Uran, can he get out in time? Jeremy's trying to run away with the
That's good. That's good damage.
Everyone will get home safely. And Jeremy, his back exposed. Eventually, he almost got the swing around there at the end.
Jeez. Yeah, some nice attempts here from Jeremy and NDG. Put a lot of damage in. You saw the creds on Zeta not looking so good coming in this last round. I still think they'll be able to scrape together most of a buy, but
yeah, the Uran guy is flicky, dude.
A little bit dicey there towards the end, and yeah, you have to cut one gun away from Sugar Zero with just the Sheriff.
Mostly still favoring the armors as well, so just going for that. Of course, half armor on Hero Run, but he's not the first line of entry.
What a recon!
The pings are so
Jesus!
good for Jeremy. The spray, double-edged shot. Now, that wasn't the main force, but it's already 2 members down. No smokes for Zeta to defend on the post plant. They're going to activate the null command. They need to find whatever kills they can, but the KO goes down. Depp, 37 HP alone on the site, gets picked off. It's all down to Laz against 5 members. He finds the first, 4 more to go. The count is going. He's aware of the flank.
Let's go, boys.
5-7
is a good round.
It will be a
5-7
stabilized half for Team Secret.
Pogi sila, pero mas pogi ako.
Great
Di joke
bounce
lang,
back
walang laban
here
dun kay Las
for Team
Gago.
Secret once they started to kind of figure out and heat Zeta at bay and really mirror their movements, cut them off in rotation, things like that. Really started to turn this half around for them. Some great play calling, some great utility usage again from Jesse. I mean, that last round there is another Jesse special with that recon dart coming out into Gelato. The players out there are just stuck trying to dodge Jeremy. There's nothing they can do. It's being seen through those smokes. Hello.
Well, the official broadcast here, the viewing party for Zeta Division, regaining some joy, it looks like. Can't imagine it looked similar to that during the first map, but now in the lead in the first half. On ascent, 7-5. Not the lead they were hoping for, given the dominant 6-1 lead they had, but they'll take whatever they can get at this point.
Yeah, I mean, you'll always take a positive score coming off of your attacker's side. Now we got to see if Team Secret get some of those classic executes set up. I mean, again, my eyes are on that Sova of Jesse. He's having a ton of impact with his utility here. Is the rest of the team gonna be able to get going behind him? Seen some good moments from Envy.
Yeah, they're
Orcum spray
firing today. And like you said, I mean, a lot more utility impact today than some of the previous matches for Jesse Vash. Zeta Division also, I mean, it looks like they're going to start on a 2-on-2 default, but do they have anything else up their sleeves on the pistols? It can be so crucial when it's just all the way up to 13 for each map here.
I'm kind of wondering if this is like a fake towards long A, and maybe they cut through short, or excuse me, cut through mid and go maybe towards market or something.
Could be, trying to be aware of that potential mid push too, I would assume. So common for a lot of teams towards the end of last year. A pop flash into B main, they'll only find the turret, eventually clears it. But that gives notice to Team Secret that it's a heavy stack onto B. You heard the flash, you heard the ghost, you heard the footsteps, and now it's the entirety of Team Secret entering onto the A site. They stop to pop the nano swarms, waiting on tree, seeing if they can cut off the reinforcements. Main still smoked off. They have jumped up. It's just a matter of Zeta. Are you aware of it at the time? Hero swings back around, but he cannot leave the main forces. And now, two members of Zeta hidden in L. They've been surrounded. They're going for the drop, and it's going to be Sugar Zero with a double. He has to go for the reload. 1v1. You hear the reload on reverse. Orcum gets taken down much lower with the shock dart. Just trying to keep him stressed up. He's looking at the wrong angle. 22 HP versus 56. Just one right.
Let's go!
Orcum will spam him down there. And Team Secret get the pistol.
Oh boy. That was so close. Sugar Zero doing everything he can from hell.
Wow!
Back into that round.
Ino mo.
Like the way that Euron uses his shock darts. Over peaking to give Borkum a chance to finish him off. Then it's just bring around the Rosie trying to guess where players are. And Zeta kind of realizes it might be window, looks away momentarily, and that's exactly when Team Secret stepped out. So the timing there, working against Zeta Division.
Yeah, I mean, it just feels like Europe maybe overthought it a bit, right? Thought that Borkum would go for the entire wraparound dice. But at the end of the day, it's going to be Borkum who wins that out. Another round for Euron to kind of look back and try to gain some experience from as one of those rookies joining Zeta Division. But for now, he has to look forward as Zeta working with an eco, two sheriffs. They have been favoring a lot of these sheriff buys, whereas many of the teams have now kind of regressed back into just classics only to save up those creds.
No doubt. And I think for Zeta, especially in the hands of a player like Depp, you're willing to give him a little bit of extra comfort, room to pick up some kills, get some alt orbs flowing, get that incredible duelist potential he has going. Now, drone to check here for Team Secret, but all of Zeta is here. Maybe they can get something done.
They're ready for it. Can they get a nice little peek out of the smoke, though, trying to make sure they have an entryway, but the paranoia is going to keep them at bay. Now, there's still two members in the site. One waiting on market, trying for the reposition. Borkum gets one. Huron staying alive in the back of sight. That should buy enough time. The paranoia for support, but NDG will clear him out. The remaining members of Zeta, they haven't quite gotten into the site yet. They have been spotted. The spray down gets one. It's a trade for trade as Jeremy swings out, brings Dip down to 25, and that should be Jeremy.
Nag-360 ang puta!
A little bit of a performance trying to let Def know.
Well, the 360.
What?
Oh boy. You don't see that every day in Valorant. That's a little trickier to pull off in some other games.
Wow. I mean, today was the battle of all the duelists who have been topping the power rankings with all the stats and all of our own votes as well. And, you know, Jeremy just says, continues to tell Def, doesn't matter what experience you have, I'm here.
Kaya tayo natatalo eh.
What a
Naka-BM
show. So
eh.
funny. I love it. I just love that stuff. That's just phenomenal from Jeremy. You can see the confidence now for Team Secret. Right back in it. Dart to check. The rest of Team Secret is going to be playing back. So Euron going to see if he can maybe get somebody towards the edge of the door with the shock dart. Not going to be home. Now that Outlaw beginning to maneuver its way in towards Market to keep track of it. Everybody fanned out here for Zeta. Depp playing pretty far back. That Odin is on Euron. Trying to see if he could maybe earlier on get the that rhyme that I didn't even mean.
Quite aware that Jeremy had already made it through though.
eh.
I mean, if you're gonna just play that far back, you gotta at some point
Jose
just trust the
Rizal, eh.
alarm bot. Depp gets just a bit curious as they've spotted
Taas,
nothing, no
Vince.
information gained
Team
from B
Secret,
main,
pinakilala si Jose
nothing
Rizal
gained
sa
from A,
Zeta.
no reaction from mid.
Yanig
Depp
na
just
naman ng
feeling the
Japan.
pressure that he might have to get first contact, and he does find it.
Pag nanalo ba
But
GenG
on
sa
the
Zeta
end,
mangyari,
he
out na
wasn't
tayo. Out na Zeta,
Now
out na
still
tayo.
alarm bot available so they can hold the 2-2 split for Zeta Division, but that does make the site quite weak. Paranoia on a timing will hold them back. Keeps Euron alive, the fragment. Gives away his position just a bit, so he's going to have to reposition with a flash drive. Trying to swing a bit wider. Wants that first contact. Euron will swing out on a timing from B as well. That's already forced TS. Oh, it's forced their hand, absolutely, as they try to rush in. They haven't quite cleared the KO. Eventually, he goes down. 3 versus 2. Last team to town. NDG, he's been quick with it. Sugar Zero shows himself with low HP. Another 1v1 here for Euron. This time it's against Envy. A long bounce onto that recon. Spike will go down. Euron's trying to hold the spray. He knows the exact location. He's trying to bait out the beacon.
Envy, let's go!
With the swing.
Go, go,
Gets
go,
the
go,
headshot, and
go,
Team
go, go, go,
Secret will
Sa akin, Envy.
overtake Zeta 8-7.
Oh, well, this looked like it was going to be a solid round here for Zeta. Getting a lot of good reads on different parts of the map. I mean, Euron finding Jesse. You know, Hirodon doing his best here to get out of danger, get to a spot where he can pick up a good double.
Let's fucking go, G.
But it's, yeah, they're ready, man. I mean, is Team Secret starting to feel that energy underneath them, starting to get their aim well established. It saw it on Icebox and is right back in form after some rough rounds to begin, and it's Sheriff's Abound
Saya panoorin ng mga
for
Pinoy.
Zeta Division here.
Yeah,
I don't know, man.
Full Sheriff buy, and these, I mean, they haven't really been bringing home the results, right? Sure, their creds, you know, when you consider the half armors and everything and the loss streak, yeah, they can still buy up, but at a certain point, you have to wonder if you rather
Words of
just have more
affirmation
powerful
from
rounds come
NDG.
through.
Yan ang love language na
not
gusto ko
finding
marinig.
success.
Yeah, it's a hard thing to gamble here, especially on a defender side. On a set,
He said,
you're
"Let's
thinking,
fucking go,
we can
Jigs."
sneak out an eco potentially with these sheriffs. We trust in our players to be able to pull off those snappy sheriff shots. We see it typically, but today so far, Zeta has looked a little bit off overall. Yeah, Depp is still Depp, but outside of that, we haven't seen the typical Laz, the typical Sugar Zero maybe we were hoping for.
Well, we'll have to see it here, as it is just going to be a full site execute. A little bit of delay with the Paranoia, but they do dodge it perfectly, and Jeremy's going to get the first dash in. He does find the target onto Hiroron. That's the switch cleared. One way to make sure they can all funnel in, and that smoke just about to pop open as Team Secret will find sight of every member of Zeta Division.
Nice, let's pack and go, Team Secret!
It's just not enough with
Let's
this
pack
weaponry.
and go!
And NDG picks up
Oh,
yet
this
another
scares me. Looks like
9-7 lead,
Zeta
and
might
Zeta
lose against
Division, they're
GenG,
starting to
man.
run out of time.
No doubt. And this is an even better start than Zeta Division had. 4 in a row for Team Secret. Zeta got 2, lost 1, and then got 4 in a row. Already 4 in a row now for Team Secret. You've got Smalls to play with now as well. NDG has a lockdown. Hopefully he can find some use for it a little bit quicker than he did in the last half. Love that null command, both sides of the coin. Depp's going to be grabbing that operator.
Yeah, the op is kind of the big part, but you have to imagine Team Secret probably just looking to avoid it as well with the ults you mentioned. You have to lock down the null command, find side of Depp. Obviously, he's the superstar of Zeta Division. Just flip around to the other side of the map.
Take flight. Right now, they're just doing a little bit of exploring of B main. Step all the way over on the other side. Expect the Sova to be over here. Laz trying to punish that a little bit, but only gets a little bit of damage into Jeremy. Shock dart to follow.
Yeah, they did hear that dash, and that's going to slow down the entry just a bit. They do still have the lockdown. They're going to activate the no command as well. Make sure there's just no chance that the lockdown gets taken out by any other utility. Now the operator has arrived, and the spray comes through from Iraron, but it's going to be a shot back from Jesse Vash. But Depp lined up on the cross angle. He gets chased down, but Borkum can't finish the kill. Only 2 members left for Team Secret. Make that one, and Borkum gets the spray on one.
Sayang! Hirorin, man!
Iraron will swing out
No
for
wonder
4.
this Hirorin, dude.
Yeah, so the setup here initially for Team Secret, popping both ults gives you some space, but it doesn't clear that alley corner.
Don't they have like lineup
And they
for
don't
Indy
use
in
any
the alley
utility
for the...
to cover it. There's no smoke there,
Right?
there's no flashes there, there's no mollies there, and that just turns it into a shooting gallery here for Zeta. He's either right on the outside of it. Sure, they use smokes to cover their side, but it's a lot more effective. The paranoia is a little bit late there. Borkum manages to squeak his way through, sure, but at that point it's
Damn, the
basically round
Hirorin was
over.
good.
And that's just a little bit of a kind of leaves you wanting for Team Secret. How about that? Look at Depp. He's like,
Yeah,
yeah,
he's
you're
ready for it.
gonna jump up and over, aren't you? Yeah. Go ahead.
I mean, if he does try for it, he'll be very well prepared. Now, didn't see it at the start of the round, so Depp starting to have his doubts. He'll change his sight lines down to the main entrance, repositions to make sure he's not taken out too easily. Of course, Odin on the other side as well, so Zeta Division just holding true.
Mag-joke ka, Depp. Mag-joke ka, hayop.
3-2 split, Alarmbot watching mid. And Team Secret trying to perhaps send this fake as the Spike still awaiting right outside B, trying to hide from that drone.
Yeah, this has gotten even Hirora to shift over to the other side. And it's going to be, I think, just Jeremy going in off these flashes, trying to really sell it, like you said. And then see if they can maybe... Oh, no. They're going to come back.
Yeah, they're just going to back out. I mean, it does seem like the Odin spam just really shutting down any potential ideas. Now, they're still going to send the smoke into mid, but again, the alarm bot just not triggered. It will pull Hero Run back just a slight bit, especially with no one getting hit by the 0 point. Is that going to be enough for Team Secret? 4 rifles and a blade storm. Jeremy, he makes his way in. The op doesn't find the first kill. Jeremy into paranoia, but he gets out just in time, and he's going to take out Hero on his track, going for the pop flash. NDG now on the site alongside his teammate Borkum. No, Sugar Zero with a quick swing around. Spike being held.
Indy's so clean,
will
dude.
answer back.
One enemy
Just snapping
remaining.
shots
Indy's
on both
just so...
sides.
Whoa.
2v1.
What is that bounce?
Well, I mean, it got the damage they needed. Laz wasn't quite ready for it, but he's been in this position before. Just waiting for the peek out, waiting for the impatience from Team Secret. You never know when a timing swing might happen. Tries to check for the jiggle. Holds close, but he's not going to get the kill on.
Let's go, Jesse.
Bash, who
That's
will
my
bring Team
Papa
Secret
Jesse.
the 10th round win.
What a push here for Team Secret. These executes working a treat. And this is a team that used to scrim a lot against Korean squads. Did Team Secret back in the day. And that's got them kind of built into this team that can really dial up these phenomenal executes when they need to. I mean, Hiroron getting a little ambitious there, trying to go in for the big play. Sugar Zero, I mean, stalwart on the side, a phenomenal anchor as usual, finding 3 big kills. But at the end of the day, it's not nearly enough. The combined firepower, Envy, Crisp, to hold that short A angle, that makes it all but impossible for Laz unless
Ubus
you
na time modes ng Zeta, oh.
the artist there and
Tapusin
go
na
for
natin
that
to,
big play
gago.
at the end, but not to
Zeta,
be
tas manalo kayo
for
next
Zeta
game, please.
Division, down 2
Please?
rounds and out of timeouts after this one.
It took me a split second to understand what you said there about
The
pulling that
artist?
artist, and
Yeah.
then I realized it's because I wiped it from my memory with all the trauma that it caused.
Yeah, us Pacific fans try not to remember that moment.
Yeah, there are some great memories for Pacific, and then there are some traumatizing ones. But for now, Zeta, the future itself is looking bleak as well, as they might be staring down a potential 2-0 loss, which would really dwindle, if not completely snuff out their chance for play-ins just because of the potential for map differentials and round differentials as well.
Yeah,
but of course,
this is a must-win for both teams.
Yeah.
It's crazy how close it is already, and I mean, we knew it would be coming into today for sure, but
Come on, man. These like...
the
I'm getting
options start to
stressed out,
dwindle
man.
here for Zeta Division, and it makes it all that harder. for GenG in their next match.
If Zeta wins
if
against
this is a
GenG
2-0, then
the next game,
they have to 2-0.
big chance
Yes,
we're gonna qualify.
as well.
Big.
Yeah, to make it even somewhat comparable, of course, the round differential.
Zeta
will
should do this for
against that,
Hanjo,
but a
right?
different setup
Yosu.
here for Zeta. The Killjoy coming over to A to help buy some time. The
Yosu
turret will get first contact. That will cause both nanoswarms
knives
to be
with the
popped.
death.
And then the 0 point to shut down the Bladestorm as well. Team Secret, they think they have a timing here, but it's only Jeremy in the site for now. They're funneling through. Uran comes up with a stinger, but it's just too long range. Step, can he get more than one? No. He will have to stop. 2v3, he gets the jump and the headshot onto Jesse Bash. Now, Bladestorm and a Sheriff, 2v2. It's against the Vandals, but the spike is down. So Depp buys time for his teammate to regroup onto tree. Door was closed. So Huron's going to have to reconsider that.
I mean, this is this puts the fear into you, no matter who you are, when Depp starts hitting blades like that with the speed and tenacity that he can go.
I mean, if they start the stick, it suddenly turns into a 2v1. He avoids the 0 point as well. He just wants to find a timing on the stick, but he won't get it. Now split positions. It's going to be NDG going all the way far out, but the turret, yeah, you have to take it out with the Sheriff, and now they know the positions of both members. The turret lets you know about that heaven position, and it's just a crossfire setup from Team Secret. I mean, this is all up to Depp. He has to fly high and find a kill. The fragment onto below on Hell, but he's not on that side. They're going to have to dash in. Depp trying to create a wider angle. Time ticking down. He just does not find a peak. Team Secret is just so patient on this hold. They find
Good
one
job,
position.
Team Secret.
He needs to find whichever kill he can first, and NDG is just not letting go of it. The Vandal pickup, though, not something Secret expected. Time, he doesn't have it. He's just waiting for the last kill, and NDG will not give him that joy.
Good job, NDG. No overheating.
Yeah,
No
it's
overheating
just,
from NDG. Let's
you
go.
could never find the comfort there.
Nice. Let's end this.
That retake
And then
work,
Zeta, you
that
get
turret
next round,
positioning
please.
really is what does it. It
So we can
makes it
qualify.
So uncomfortable. The turret, the ultimate enemy of the blades. I mean, if knives beat guns, then turrets beat knives.
Yeah, robots beat knives.
Yeah, robots beat knives.
It's a little rock, paper, scissors here in the Valorant universe, because guns will take down robots.
Exactly, but I mean, I mean, a Team Secret potentially here going to be closing out their day on a very high note after such a difficult loss against GenG. The unbelievable mentality they have to be able to come back after that and just really take it to Zeta Division. You know, take a rough first half and turn it right on its head on their attacker side and make it just look so good, so clean here.
Oh, and Secret are just using Zeta's habits against them. They know that Zeta now has to play with a little less confidence, and they will just wait for the 5-man push into B, and it's going to be that null command coming out as well. Already onto the site, Jeremy finds Zero Run from behind. He's waiting for the up peak depth. Gets one, he's held these positions before. Backup has arrived, can he get a second? He's holding on to Boathouse, but he's starting to get surrounded. The jump peak, the shorty, it's not enough to clean it up.
Cleanest.
And it
Team
comes
Secret's
down
so
to
clean.
Laz once again. Just how many times can the IGL of Zeta Division handle this pressure? Trying to keep the Japanese squad alive, you have to imagine this one's nigh impossible
If we
once
win
again.
this, at least we have our revenge, right?
Sakura
Revenge
Vandal
fulfilled.
in hand, but it's not going
Revenge
to save
fucking
them this
fulfilled,
time
man.
as Team Secret will
But
rise
Zeta,
to
man,
match point.
they need to win
Unbelievable.
against GenG to
They're
qualify.
just
It's
dismantling
so
Zeta
scary.
right now. You know, Depp, he's stuck there. He can get that first one, but then he needs someone to bail him out. He needs someone else to find another kill to create an off angle that he can work off of. And it just didn't happen. I mean, Jesse Bash tucked himself right around the door. How many times have we seen that here in kickoff where you don't check a corner, you get punished instantly, and Team Secret loves to be a team that hides in those nooks and crannies.
Yes,
Be so aware of it. So everything in the kitchen sink here for the side of Zeta. They put their economy all into it. You do have the Outlaw, Stinger, Bulldog, couple Guardians. You have the Hunter's Fury for Yuran. Also, Jesse Vash has a Hunter's Fury as well, and we've seen that he's so good at finding those opportunities to use it with his own recon utility.
The tables have turned,
with
chat.
it as well. I mean, not just kind of timing based on luck, but really just forcing Zeta's hand. And again, somehow, Team Secret has hit
Zeta
Zeta
GenG,
so
all of this
hard
is
that
for
they
naught.
flew all
I'm
the
not
way
even
back to
joking.
2023, just playing so passively, not able to find that first contact that they've been digging for throughout this kickoff. And perhaps they're just going to need another month or two to regroup.
Yeah, Zeta
because
needs to
after
win
this,
against GenG.
their
What a hope
chances
you match, dude.
looking nigh impossible. Of course, we'll have to run the simulations, but
I wonder if there's going to be a recon to check for Depp's position, because he's been up here a couple times, and if Jesse's got it on download.
I mean, they've punished it a couple times as well. Maybe not always with a kill, but they have pushed him away from it. Now Fragment onto the site at the ready. It's going to be a perfect set execute coming in, Jeremy. They hear the Outlaw once, and there's Huntress Furious just trying to clear things out. Uran will get that kill for himself, trying to keep them at bay, but the forces have still come through.
GG's, chat, let's go. GG's, come on, no chance for this one.
Mind you. Team Secret will play this patiently, a little bit lax on that door closing, but still numbers advantage and the post plant available for the Team Secret squad.
Okay, these GG's, man.
So
Let's go!
And Jesse Bash will get the last
we win 2-2 Zeta, but what does it really matter?
Bounce back from Team Secret.
Zeta
will
has
keep them
to
in
beat
contention
Gen
for
G.
playoffs.
Unbelievable.
We might have a 3-way here, chat.
So for Zeta, now you're looking into that next match.
Our round differential is so big. 19.
And to get the win is already seemingly going to be very difficult with how tough GenG was.
Yeah, I mean, and even then, I do
Zeta
believe
just
Zeta's
has to win
chances
against
snuffed
GenG,
out.
man.
Not even getting a
Come
map
on.
win here. As Secret already has 3 maps to their name. Of course, we'll let the
Come
desk
on.
break down the possibilities there.
Yeah,
I'm sure
you're
they've been
right,
running
you're
through
right.
it.
It's not possible.
Yeah, I believe Zeta's out. Of course, obviously that third match, it still decides the fate between GenG and Team Secret, but I mean, both teams looking a lot stronger today, or overall in kickoff rather, but Zeta, the upgrade, not coming through on stage today for the play-ins.
I mean, I'm just so impressed with the way that Team Secret came into
Team
this.
Secret was crazy.
It looked like they were
angry. They were mad.
They
They want revenge.
Got business
We won this,
Yeah, they
Zeta
treated it
lost,
like a warm-up,
but
and they
Zeta
have
has
that
to win the
2-0
next
victory.
one.
We'll send it to the desk to break down all the possible scenarios before match 3.
And Team Secret have definitely
Holy moly.
won out on Ascent, proving their dominance on both Icebox and Ascent. Now, it was a strong first half for Zeta, but things quickly got turned around. But before we dive into that, can I just say both of my predictions have been right so far for today's play-in.
Okay.
Oh, oof, yes.
Okay.
Now let's talk about the game.
Wow.
Yes. All right, now let's talk about this turnaround. What was happening with Secret? Something just geared up going in the second half.
Absolutely. I felt like it was just that pistol from Borgum that really
Gambate!
riled him up. It felt like it could have gone either way. And then as that kind of kept happening, everyone was just so confident already. Jeremy was taking so many fights early on with the Outlaw. He was challenging Depp at every point and turn. And then I think that just made Secret a whole lot more confident with their plays. You saw how many more setups Jesse Bash still had, and then they were just able to convert every single time.
That's right.
Conversion, that's the biggest thing to me. Again, we saw this a little bit on Icebox. I mean, Icebox was like a really different map, but to have it happen on a map like Ascent, a map that Zeta Division should be really good on. I mean, again, this is the map where Depp had like the crazy overtime. You got a crazy clutch, so many kills. But today, I don't know
What my face muna, guys.
How can you be losing the third round, the bonus round, and you give that to Team Secret? Once that happens, the mental game is just lost.
That's right. Now,
Mental
I
lang
did
talagang
mention
kalaban
that
ng
the first
Team
half
Secret kanina, no?
looked strong for Zeta.
Mental lang
but,
talaga,
you know,
mental
that
differentiation
Zeta, the
lang
stats
talaga
doesn't tell the
kanina.
whole story. Every
It's okay.
single one of those rounds.
We
in
all
the
have
first
to
half
pray for
was
Zeta now.
actually
We
really,
all
really
have to
close.
pray for
And
Zeta.
he was doing some
Because
really
if
cool things.
Zeta
He was
wins-
managing to, you know, get things down to a 1v1 against Zeta.
Yeah, and because of that, they were just
But
able
if
to
Zeta
follow
wins,
so,
we have a big chance
so well.
that we're
And
going to
another thing I kind
qualify.
of just
The round
noticed
differential
here
is
was,
massive. Come on, Zeta,
not
do
just
this for
NDG, I
us,
think NDG
please.
was also put into a lot of
Come
positions
on,
where
you're
he was
Hanjo,
clutching
right?
against the rookies, Huron and Euron. There was a point where I think the rookies were playing a little bit
Honestly,
too
it doesn't matter if it's
predicted
2-0
or
or 2-1.
afraid in a way. There was a situation where Euron
As long
was
as
the one
Zeta
going
wins,
with Envy on the A
it
side.
doesn't matter,
He
2-0, 2-1, as
didn't
long as
really
Zeta
have
wins,
to
man.
throw his recon dart. He already knew where Envy was going to be, but he still did. So Envy immediately knew, he's going to be coming through short. I only have to wait. Euron was just holding an angle with the Odin, and it was just a game of patience and
Look at that
who would
post plant,
just
my
crack
God.
under the pressure.
And Envy's
Euron
an
kinda
absolute
started
monster.
to crack at the seams, and then just, again, continued and continued.
I chuckled for a second because like your Tagalog accent came out for a second.
Which one?
I don't know, just like a really little bit. But I mean, it's exactly true. I mean, that's basically what happened. I'm a little bit bummed out because I had more faith in Zeta. But the way that they played just really felt so off, right? Like so many times, so many moments, like that clutch or that 1v1 situation. It felt like they were second-guessing themselves so much. They lost a lot of confidence, especially after that first map. And although
Zeta just win against GenG, man. 2-0, fast.
Defense, Team Secret was that much stronger. We even saw a couple of rounds where Deb and I think it was Hirodon, they were like just paranoid, checking their back, thinking Secret might wrap around from behind me, but no, Secret's just doing normal stuff all the way.
I'm gonna go downstairs and grab some food. You guys should get to food as well.
So where does this put us now? Who's gonna be the final team that joins Paper X, DRX, and T1? Now the casters did point this out, unfortunately, because Zeta was not able to bring it to that third map. This is probably the end of the road for them, even if they win in this next series. But we still don't know what the next series is going to determine is if it's going to be GenG or Team Secret going into the final slot for playoffs.
Wasn't this like what happened in the Central Pacific with Scars and Bonkers, where they were like holding hands like this? You have to win for us so we can also qualify. So it's like Zeta with Team Secret right now. You have to win so we may be able to qualify.
Well, the same was for GenG and RRQ last year as well, so it's also happened.
Shake hands.
Yeah. All right, we're going to go on a quick break. When we come back, we're going to see the last and final series of today. And this is it, guys. This is the final series. See you soon.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
제일 큰 세계 대회에서 한번 우승컵을 들어보고 싶어요.
챔피언스는 또 중요한 대회니까.
모든 선수들이 기다려왔던 무대죠.
챔피언스 우승이 목표예요. 진짜 우승밖에 없는 것 같아요. 무조건 이제 우승해야 되고.
발로란트 챔피언스 우승 트로피 아닐까요?
마스터즈는 챔스를 가기 위한 하나의 길일 뿐이니까. 챔피언스를 기약하고.
챔피언스는 또 중요한
챔피언스 우승이 우승 못하는 제일 큰 세계 대회를 가기 위한 이제 저희 목표는 이제 챔피언스 우승이기 때문에 진짜 우승밖에
우승하고 당당히 트로피를 들어올리고 싶습니다.
Match found. Less than a second is spared and a fuse comes in. Unbelievable. Come on, let's go. Oh, then.
After hosting champions in Europe and the Americas, in 2024 we'll take Valorant's biggest moment of the year to a new part of the world. A place where esports resonates through the very soul of the culture. Welcome to Seoul, Korea. Korea is synonymous with esports. It's home to some of the greatest competitors of all time, the VCT Pacific League, and one of Valorant's most passionate communities. We wanted to come here for a while, and we're very excited to bring champions to Asia for the very first time.
Let's get away with murder. Unreal. Oh, it's gorgeous. Even one. What a monster. The villains have had their day.
This August, the 16 best Valorant teams in the world will converge here for a chance to write their names in the history books. From August 1st to the 25th, champions will take over the city and crown the 2024 Valorant World Champion.
We're at the final chapter of play-ins, where only one team will survive and move that much closer to making it to Masters Madrid. You're watching Valorant Champions Tour Pacific Kickoffs. I'm your host, Chubby Ninja, and again, with me at the desk, we still got Quack, and we still got Asarai. Guys, it's been a crazy day, and you know what? It's gone by really fast, considering we're knocking out 2 teams today.
Considering there was a 13-1.
That kind of helped. And we are nearing the end of our 6th day today. It's snowing outside. We got our icebox view. And again, the formats we're in today are a single elim round robin. It has been absolutely brutal. GenG start off the day, won a close match against Secret 2-1. And then just now, Secret made their comeback, beating Zeta 2-0.
Really big comeback, right? It's not just any small feat. The fact that they made such a quick run in that first map of Icebox, their own pick, by the way, and then kind of, I don't want to use the word trashing, but trashing Zeta Division on their map pick or their one of their home maps, Ascent. And that's something that, you know, doesn't happen every day. There was a nice little 360 scope shot from Jeremy as well. And with that 2-0, Zeta just no longer has a leg in this competition.
Yeah, that's true, but they still are able to influence it in a way. And yeah, you're just looking at the play-in standing. There is still a shot here for Team Secret and GenG. Zeta, maybe not so.
So
yeah.
That's what Astro was saying before about the handshake deal. Zeta has to win the upcoming match in order for Team Secret to make playoffs. If not, well, Zeta doesn't make it, Secret doesn't make it, and just GenG makes it.
That's right. So you're looking at our tiebreaker situation right now. And yes, so GenG wins. They
Hi
go
guys,
straight
I'm back.
into playoffs. Easy,
You guys
no
like-
calculation needed. And Zeta, if they win, you know, they're giving
Do it
their
for
little
Secret.
their little shoe-in into playoffs. What's been really cool is GenG, Secret, and Zeta. We've got 3 teams representing 3 different regions. So today has been absolutely exciting, and we're going to find out which of these 3 are going to be joining the big boy table, DRX, PaperX, and
Hi, guys.
T1.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's all about sportsmanship. So, I mean, even if Zeta can't really make it, you still got to play your best game. You still got to show that hey, whatever just happened on Ascent and Icebox, that was a one-time thing. We were, you know, maybe not feeling ourselves, but we're going to come back in this game against GenG. But at the same time, I mean, taking a look at the highlights, that is the gameplay that we expect from Zeta Division. That's the fragging, you know,
Quiet, I'm
turning
mewing.
this entire B site into a bit of a fire range just from defender spawn. That's the Zeta that we want to see. That's the Zeta that we were promised.
Boy, what the fuck?
My predictions were promised. And what happened? No.
It's crazy. You're right, though. This is not the Zeta that we've been seeing throughout kickoff. You know, they were amazing coming into kickoff. They were not playing their usual style, but today it looked like Zeta of 2023.
Yeah.
Come on, Zeta, guys! We all need to say hashtag Zeta win, chat.
You can't say
hashtag
maybe
Zeta
that
win.
you know, they might not take it seriously, but you
Laban
think about
Japan.
it's still invaluable
Laban
experience
Japan,
for
hey,
them.
that's
They
different,
still
right, to
have
that.
newer players
Laban
that
Japan,
they want
guys.
to
Laban Japan.
again put through the grinder to improve upon, whether
Hashtag
they're
Laban
able
Japan.
to get into the playoffs, Madrid, or just straight into Split 1. That is so important here for Zeta Division.
Please.
So I feel like they're still going to do as
Hashtag
much as they
Laban
can
Japan,
to
please.
win up against a team such as GenG that has so much to offer in terms of that experience that they're looking for.
Now we're looking at our lineups right now. Zeta and GenG. GenG has been resting during that second series, and I'm sure, for sure, watching the Zeta gameplay and
Come on.
study it a little bit, and
Hashtag
probably
Laban
know
Japan.
right now they're not on their best form. That said, is Meteor on his is Texture on his best form either? I don't know.
Well, maybe now that he's a little bit more hungry, maybe the
That's
coach
right.
is like, Solo's like, dude, I don't know what happened that first game, but I'm not feeding you until you win.
Yes, that's right. We had an interview with GenG.
Yeah, thanks for clearing it up.
With Texture, actually, with Jen. Apparently,
Please.
Texture, when he's hungry, he gets hangry, and he just shoots real good. Now, let's look at our win contribution right now. This is from today only.
Play in Stella.
Yeah.
I feel like even then, it's like not fully
How do you do that,
representative
Audrey?
because although Depp looks at a
Wake up, Depp.
38.5 and he
Wake up.
was really trying
Oh man, everything
to bring
depends
Zeta
on Zeta
Division
now.
back
I've never
in on
been
that
rooting for
Icebox
another
map
team.
against Team Secret. On Ascent, it's like, especially in that second half, it's just not quite there.
Zeta,
Sugar
please,
Zero
do it for us.
definitely did a bit more in terms
Do
of
it for us,
fragging,
Zeta.
but that's because he was that last player alive trying to clutch out rounds. The rest of him, and I don't know, Laz.
Yeah,
my dear boy, what happened?
And again, just looking quickly into these stats a little bit more as well, right? These are stats for Sugar Zero where he had to play around his smokes in such a small, enclosed space, whether it was an A site or be primarily on that A site. And again, if you just contrast that to what we saw, you know, throughout this kickoffs, the pieces that made Zeta so entertaining and so successful in this entire kickoff stage isn't there anymore. So
This
we definitely need to
guy,
have
man,
something
so
change
annoying.
up against this GenG roster.
And this GenG performance, this is unusual. This is different than all the days here at
Come on,
Kickoff
come on.
in Pacific. Texture,
I'm gonna need power
only
up. Here we come.
10%
Do it
win
for us.
contribution.
It's like not really a pentagon anymore. It's what do you call it? It's like a trapezoid kind of thing. Normally Texture would be the one on top, right? But today, because of the aces, Munchkin comes out on top. Karen getting some crazy near clutches or basically clutching out rounds for his team. Meteor having crazy anchor performances against Team Secret's Jeremy. This is now, you know, a full GenG that, you know, shows us they're not just their star player Texture. They are also the rest of them. And sometimes, you know, Lakia even has some performances. Maybe not today, but previous days. And that means for Zeta Division, this is going to be one heck of a scary match.
Definitely, and that is a fantastic point when you were saying about Texture. You know, Jen had a chat with him backstage. She was saying that he wasn't feeling his best today, and maybe he really is hungry. I don't.
It's dinner time.
Yeah, you know, it's dinner. It's about dinner time. Actually, it's not that late here in Korea, which is again really surprising given how all of the kickoff games have been going. But we're gonna have a chat with the coaches, and Jen, I'm sure, is gonna have great questions. Maybe she can look into, you know, Texture's situation there. Yeah. Yeah, so both these teams usually need some time to rev up, but let's go talk to the coaches.
Come on, guys. We lost for freaking Zeta, right? Texture, sana antukin ka na. Whip for us. Well, let me see. What? Come on.
Thank you guys. I'm standing here with Zeta Division's coach Carlau and also GenG Solo. Now, Carlau, I'm sure you wanted more out of kickoff, but it's the last match for you guys. Regardless, everybody's here to win. So what was being said backstage to keep the vibes up, make sure the energy is there, and you guys pull through till the end. 먼저 좀 원하는 결과는 아니었고 참 아쉬운 경기가 되겠지만 그래도 선수들 끝까지 최선을 다할 것 같거든요. 선수들의 멘탈 관리와 또 분위기를 끌어올리기 위해서 선수들에게 어떤 이야기를 해주셨을까요?
Yeah, we're here to win. When we go inside server, is always to win. That is what
Been
we can
Japan
do
fan
best with
since
server.
I was
So
born.
Just talk a little bit, fix some mistakes to come here to this series and make a better map and show like our real team. So that is.
어떤 경기이든 그리고 그 경기가 어떤 결과를 가져오든 선수들은 늘 이기려고 경기를 하기 때문에 계속해서 집중해서 경기를 치를 거라고 얘기를 하고요. 또 끝까지 집중해서 정말 제타가 어떤 팀인지 보여주고 싶다고 얘기를 합니다. Well, can I talk to you a little bit
Everyone
about
say hi to Jeremy, guys. Everyone in the chat say hi, Jeremy. I'm gonna send him a hello.
And what do you think were the
Ina
main
mo.
takeaways from
Ang lakas mo, pero I love anime, I love Japan. I love everything.
좀 어떤 걸 얻어갔는지 그리고
joke lang.
어떤 점이 좀 아쉬웠는지 여쭤보도록 할게요.
Yeah, on Icebox, we lost a lot
Guys,
of situations
pero
that we could
say hi,
win,
Jeremy,
so
chat. Say
I
hi,
think,
Jeremy.
like, all the rounds
And
just
message
came in,
na kayo
we
para
lost
kay
pistols,
Jeremy.
so it's kind of like hard. Ascent was a good match. I think like both sides could win, but they were better as a
message
team
na
in
kayo
the
dyan.
final
Send
part
ko kay
of the round.
Jeremy.
So just talk a little bit, fix,
mga
and
dami
come back
mga
as
idol dyan,
we usually is.
Hi,
as a team.
Jeremy. Let's go, Zeta.
아이스박스에서는 사실 이길 수 있는 라운드들을 내준 게 많았다고 얘기를 하면서 특히나 피스톨이 참 아쉬웠다고 얘기를 하고요. 어센트 같은 경우에는 누가 이겨도 이상하지 않은 맵이었지만 좀 라운드 후반으로 갈수록 경기 후반으로 갈수록 팀 시크릿이 조금 더 경기를 잘 치르지 않았나라고 얘기를 합니다. 그래서 이번 킥오프에서 발견한 부족한 점들을 한번 고쳐서 다시 스테이지 1으로 돌아오겠다고 얘기했습니다. Now Solo, I'm gonna turn to you.
Zeta fan
You
since
guys are coming back
2024.
from intense series against Team Secret. You have a W in the back already. Just what was being talked about.
Zeta
during
fan
your
since
break.
2024 chat.
팀 시크릿
Do
상대로
it for us,
정말
Zeta,
팽팽한
please.
접전 끝에 승리를 가져갔습니다. 선수들과 좀 전 경기 시간이 있었는데 어떤 얘기를 나누셨을까요?
Zeta please wins this.
일단 좀 너무 힘들게 이겨서 네, 좀 많이 힘들었고요. 그리고 다시 보기를 할 수 있어서 네, 저희가 못했던 부분 체크하고 네, 그 부분에서만 집중하면 네,
Can you imagine if Zeta wins, we're gonna advance?
매치건 네, 이길 수 있겠다. 약간 그런 피드백도 하고 네, 좋은 경험이었던 것 같습니다. 네.
It was definitely a tough game, but we had some time to review our
Ganda talaga ni
plays,
Jen Lee.
make sure that we fix our mistakes, never make them again.
I love Japan,
in
guys.
this one.
Today we are
And
Zeta
I think
fans.
it was generally a
Hashtag
great experience for
laban-
the guys to
Yeah!
push through and
Hashtag-
get ourselves across the finish
Hashtag
line. in
Zeta
that
lang,
match.
guys. Hashtag Zeta laban.
Zeta division, they're gonna try their best, and they also
Yeah!
reached top 3 at Masters.
Ang galing ng message sa akin ni Jeremy,
with
oh.
their counter
Idol ko talaga si Jeremy.
So,
Galing, oh.
I'm still
Yeah.
confident in
Ang ina mo,
taking
Jeremy,
a
miniddle
W from
finger
them.
mo, gago.
그러면 제타 디비전이 사실 전략으로
Pakyu pa rin.
3위까지 들었었잖아요. 마스터즈 레이캬비크에서.
Basta alalahanin nyo lang, guys. If Zeta wins, TS qualifies. That's all. That's all. That's all you have to remember. If TS wins, I mean, if Zeta wins, TS qualifies. That's all. That's all you have to remember,
일단
chat.
저희도
Zeta has to win this.
하고 조금 약간의 여유를 가지고 조금
Please fight for us,
쉬었기
Zeta.
때문에 좀 재충전했기 때문에 네, 저희
Hashtag Zeta
하던
win.
대로 하면 네, 이길 수 있을 거라고 생각하고 있습니다.
Come on, do it for us, please.
Well, after that match against Team Secret, we were able to refresh a little bit, take a break, relax, recharge. So I'm pretty sure
Oh,
that if
shit,
we
my
stick
pants.
to our
Come on,
game
Zeta.
plans, that we can definitely win
Let's
this
go.
one as well. Well, thank you, coaches, for the interview. And now that we've heard from the coaches, I am going to toss it over to the VOD that we have to hear from the players. 네, 이렇게 해서 감독 코치진의 이야기 들어봤고요. 이어서는 선수들의 이야기 들어보도록 하겠습니다.
セータディビジョンのシュガゼロです。前回より解消って感じでうまくプレーできたので良かったんじゃないかなと思います。G 戦で一番取ろうとしてないところだったり、T1 戦でアセントはじけれたことがいい部分もあったので、ダメな部分を修正していけば勝てるかなって思います。個人的には去年のGenGよりはるかに強そうだなっていう印象はあるので、厳しい戦いになるかもしれないですけど、勝ち切りたいなって思います。練習通りのことを大会でもできたらと思います。
I can't believe it.
안녕하세요. 젠지 e스포츠 소속 라키아 김종민이라고
Cute din ni
합니다.
Lakyo, no? Pogi.
일단 퍼시픽 리그 경험을 해보고 있는데요. 좀 많이 힘들 것 같다고도 느끼고요. 그래도 저희 팀이 많은 스크림을 미리 해놨어가지고 체력적으로 문제는 크게 없을 것 같다고 느끼고 있어요. 딱히 바뀐 목표는 없고 그냥 첫 목표였던 마드리드 진출과 우승 이렇게 생각을 하고 있어요. 또 이길 자신은 있고 하지만 방심은 하지 않는다 이렇게 생각하고 있습니다. 이제 저도 한 단계 레벨업을 하는 더 좋은 모습 보여드리도록.
Yep, even if Zeta wins, out pa din ano.
All right. Well, you heard it from the coaches. You've heard it from the players in that VOD. So GenG is definitely, they were taking that break to review everything that was happening with Zeta and Team Secret, although I guess it wasn't that much time for them to review. It was really fast in a 13-1. One thing to know though, Coach Carlisle, he was really worried about Team Secret's firepower, but you know what? GenG's got firepower too. They've got texture and meteor.
especially today. Oh, this firepower has reached a new level. Munchkin getting aces. You got Texture maybe not doing so much. Who knows? Maybe he's going to come back now after the break.
Hashtag Zeta
And
Fan
at the same
since
time, you
2024,
got Meteor, you got Lakia. Lakia's still a little bit quiet. We'll give him some time. But the whole team basically today
Hashtag will
has
go to
shown
Japan.
that they can perform.
Right here, right now.
Zeta Division, on the other hand, I don't know what happened, but maybe, you know, after a bit of a reset, they might be able to come back. But of course, now they're doing it for Secret.
Man, that is a tall kind of ask again. I did mention how I felt like Zeta Division will still play this for the sake of their own team, just to, you know, enhance what they already have, because again, they still are learning with their new players such as Hiron and Euron. But to be called that they have to win this for the sake of Team Secret is, again, kind of, you know.
Of course, it's not just that, but
yeah,
It's for the glory of
the glory.
Japan.
Yeah.
And all the fans. There are so many Zeta fans here in Korea.
Seriously, yeah.
We see them
Don't
in
let
the
them down.
audience. Yeah, half of them are holding up signs.
Plus, if they win,
probably for Laz, but like
I don't know,
they're fans.
throw plushies at the crowd, right?
Yeah, but so both of these teams, they do need some time, historically, time to warm up. They both need time to rev
Please.
up. Now,
Gambate
we can see our
Zeta.
predictions. I have a reason for my prediction.
Everyone thinks Zeta's gonna win.
regularly,
I hate the casters. The casters are cursed.
Win. I think they've been playing very well. Zeta, but in this particular case today, Will and I have chosen chaos. We're like, what's
You
gonna
guys
happen?
chose chaos?
What's gonna happen if like Zeta wins the last one, if Secret wins the second one, and the first one is GenG? Well, this
Chaos
might as
pick.
well have. This is kind of happening right now. We're 2/3 of the way there. But what does happen again when Zeta wins? Well, Team Secret's actually the one that goes through because of how the score lines played out. Now, gentlemen, why have you picked Zeta today?
Honestly, I just picked them because
Traidor si Mika Pabs. Hoy Mika,
I
traidor
really
ka!
wanted to believe in Dev. Dev, you're my savior. He's like so good.
But
You're
I
like
don't know.
those Zeta girls right now.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm gonna
Should
like
make a sign.
write a sign and just like hide my face, like Dev, I love you.
But you know what? GenG is so strong though. Like I said, I definitely believe in GenG. But
Yeah.
why did you think Zeta was gonna be the guys?
Bayan mo sarili.
Again, I just did feel like they had that step up this time. We know how strong Deb can be. You look at the team and how much they've improved since last year. I wanted to believe that they could, you know, come back and win, you know, a match or two and actually make it into playoffs. But given the performance today, you know, again, GenG is just on a new level.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go around that though, because I feel like there are moments of weaknesses here for GenG. So even though they looked extremely strong in that series against Team Secret, they only looked like that in the second half of it or the later half of that, right? As to why we reached Game 3, as to why it looked like Secret should have got, you know, that Icebox map, but then it just went the way of GenG on that second overtime, so don't forget about that. So there is a chance here for Zeta Division. I don't only look at Zeta Division as, you know, Dep and friends. They have these incredible moments between Euron and Hiron. So if you're kind of banking on that fact, there is a definite possibility here. They just have to find that chink in the armor for GenG to reel out the
Let me
GenG
see
that
some
was
Japanese
struggling
streamers
against
right
Secret
now.
in that first game.
I know Hanjo's like
I
our
think
fellow.
that's a really good case. This would
co-streamer as well,
normally
si Hanjo.
be a really close game.
Wait,
I
why
think
am I
if
not
we
even
didn't see
following
the
this
series
guy?
that happened
Oh,
just
dude.
now with Zeta, we would still be
Follow
on the
natin
fence. We would
bakit.
still like be hard
Heroes
debating
for
this
Team
right
Secret.
now. But it's true. Throughout
Zeta
this
wins,
kickoff,
right?
Zeta has
So
been looking
if Zeta wins,
incredible.
good for
With
him.
the
Zeta
new
wins,
the
good for
two
TS,
rookies
right?
on their team, they looked a little shaken up just now in their game against Team Secret, and that might
I love
boil
Japan.
down
I love
to
Japan!
experience. But prior to
I love
that,
Japan, please.
they were looking good. They looked like they were cohesive.
Please win for us, Japan.
Their protocol was like really sharp, really well put together.
Guys,
They had
we're
really
going
nice
on
tempo,
full
being
Japanese
more
now, chat.
aggressive, which is very
We're
different
going on
than-
full Japanese
than
now.
Zeta
Orewa,
last year.
chinchin ka daisuke
But on the
nandayo.
other hand, with GenG, I mean, they are
Daisuke
while they
desu
are
ka?
slow to start, they are also
Anatawa daisuke
the only
desu.
team that's really given Paper Rex a run for their money in a while.
Anatawa daisuke
on
desu ka?
one of their stronger maps, Lotus.
I mean, I think that that's one of the things about predictions is always we base our predictions or our analysis on
Chinchin
the
Tabiru.
game that they last played. But we never quite know, you know, what goes on in the player ring room.
Omanko,
We never quite know what
Omanko,
goes on
Opay,
with
o
the coaches
Chinchin
discussing
Tabiru
with the
desu ka?
teams because they are always constantly evolving and they are leveling up the game as they go along. So although maybe Zeta hasn't had the best game in the previous one against Team Secret, who knows? They might have shown up. if you actually take a look at the past games that they played against GenG, which interestingly enough, last year in Pacific, not a lot. They only played like once against each other. I think that's about it. And that one, they actually beat GenG. That's also another reason why I really thought Zeta, at least this version of Zeta 2, is that strong, that capable. But now, yeah, it's really hard. My mind's a mess.
Yeah,
GenG looks too good.
Yeah.
It is a tough call. GenG, you know, if they do win this today, they do get to join the rest of their Korean homies in playoffs, and I think there's so much pressure on them for that too. You know, there are 3 Korean teams, and GenG last year also was sort of a little straggler behind the other 2 Korean teams, and I'm sure there's some sort of pressure there for GenG too.
And again, just story-wise, right? There's so many pieces. What was it?
My
Texture
bad.
playing
Let's go
from,
back to what I don't understand anything.
Right, and then Lakia coming in from Ascension Pacific from D+. So there's a lot for them to prove in this new roster that they just joined to, you know, get as quickly as possible side by side with ERX. So there really is so much to be said about what GenG wants in terms of their aspirations.
Now, what I really want to see from GenG, though, earlier, end of last year, we know HSK had a lot of influence in training up the team before Solo really stepped in for that coaching. And now I'm kind of curious to see if that is actually what affected the difference in their gameplay style earlier today. It seemed like they were, you know, changing a lot of their set plays, going for a lot of contact.
Nakama
desu. So it's I'm curious how if they're going to switch that up going into this matchup against Zeta.
I feel like they would have to, right? Especially depending on the map picks. You go into it, if you play the same game and Zeta knows what to predict, it might be trouble.
Well, the final match in the Gladiator Arena is here, where only one team will survive. Let's welcome Zeta Division and GenG to the stage.
Shinzo Sasagio! Come on, Zeta. Everything depends on you right now, Zeta. Hashtag Laban Zeta.
For the last match of the night, please give it up one more time for Zeta Division.
That's a brutal format, no? You're playing for nothing. Imagine, no? You're playing a game, but you know you won't qualify even if you win or lose. But please, do it for us, Zeta. Do it for us. Pogi, eh? Pogi. Why is my hair all greasy and meanwhile the hair is so nice and flowy, man?
And their opponents make waves for GenG.
I'm gonna shit my pants. Grabe, laki ng ano. Laki ng fanbase ng GenG. Ay, sabagay, sa Korea sila, home court. Sana tayo din. Gagong ano, Zeta coach, moly.
is tense because there is so much on the line
Come on,
for
Zeta.
these two teams
Laban,
right
Zeta,
now.
chat.
Zeta Division, GenG, and
We
the
need Zeta to
third
win this.
that is also
We
waiting
need
their
Zeta to win
fate.
this.
Team Secret. Now we're going to map picks, and honestly, if I was
Come on.
GenG, I would pick Icebox, considering the 13-1 Team Secret. No bind.
I was just gonna say, like, if I were Zeta, I want to play something like Bind, something that I had a good game against Global Esports on. But yeah, okay, of course we're gonna go back to Icebox.
I wonder if they would have
drag
picked
it out.
this anyway, or they just saw them get absolutely smashed on Icebox, and the
Galingan nyo,
the
Zeta,
second
galingan nyo.
close score to that was
Come on.
13-3 by Zeta on Lotus. So 13-1 is
Galingan nyo, Lods.
definitely the biggest difference we've seen in
Please.
terms of rounds.
Redeem yourself. I will say though, at least coming into Icebox, again, the change of composition is probably going to be key here, because it's not the same that we saw with Team Secret. It's going to have Lakia on that Gecko again, which is so good. His thrash has been amazing here. So Zeta Division got to be prepared for that. On the other side, Zeta Division has been using that double controller, which could work well in countering the Dizzy. So that's all the, I guess the things that you have to watch out for the Icebox one.
Guys, you know there are mirror agent comms. Have you
Laban
heard
Zeta,
of the
come
mirror
on.
map picks? Because
Please.
that's what's happening. Zeta is having deja vu.
Please.
Second try, second chance, second
Yes.
wind.
That's right.
Come back into the game and show us that whatever happened was a one-time thing. Same
yes.
compositions, exactly what Asteroid thought. Yeah, hopefully the double controller is something that they can use, but I don't really know how effective, because you want to use that to take space, but how do you take space and hold on to
Come
that
on,
space
Zeta, do it for us.
if someone like Lakia
Please,
is
Zeta,
flashing you
please.
and pushing you away?
At least, again, I am such a big believer of the Harbor for retakes because of the safety of the code, the walls,
the
and
Zeta is like
hang on, I need to call.
a fashion company. They have so many good merch.
That is going to be very important here for Sugar Zero to really amp up what he was doing. He was doing so much impact when they played against Team Secret. I feel like he
But
has
come on,
a
Zeta,
lot
win for
to
us,
prove
please.
right now when the rest of the team needs to look up to him or follow his lead.
For real.
Now, what I really want to see is both our Jets stepping it up, because frankly speaking, honestly speaking, both of them have not been looking their sharpest. I want to
Wala
see their
to, parang
crazy
feel ko
plays
Giga
where our
sent ako sa ano eh.
jaws are on the
Giga
ground
sent
with their
to
magnificent
Zeta.
jet plays, especially their jet plays from Texture and Jet.
Yeah, confidence, I feel, needs to come back in. Very much more for Dep. Texture, you know, maybe he hasn't had the best day, but definitely starting to wake up.
All right, we are ready to start our final series of today. Let's go back to our casters, Paper Thin and William.
And we're in for map 1 of the very last best of 3 today. And of course, that will wrap up both phase 1 and 2 for VCT
Come on, Zeta.
Pacific
Come on,
Kickoff.
Zeta.
GenG
Don't throw
wins,
this for
they
me,
move on
Zeta.
to the playoffs,
Don't
and if
throw
Zeta wins,
this.
it will, in
Laban,
fact, be Team
Zeta.
Secret.
Laban,
A lot on the
Japan.
line here, and Zeta certainly hoping to play spoiler
Magtropa tayo ng
against
Japan,
GenG,
diba?
so a lot of pressure
You
here
built
on
our roads.
GenG to get the job
You
done,
made the
to
EDSA
secure their
tunnel.
position. Destiny, their fate
Now you
in
make
their
us,
own
you make
hands.
us qualify.
Will it be GenG able to best Zeta in a similar fashion to what we just saw from Team Secret, handling them incredibly well on this map in particular? This time around, a very different look on this pistol here from Zeta, pushing right down mid heavily, but it's an A hit from GenG, just completely sidestepping this crunch towards attacker spawn that Zeta has set up.
Yeah, I mean, GenG doesn't have much information about it, but they won't care one bit. Now, the
Throw,
big push for
putang
Zeta
ina,
is to
throw,
use
throw,
split
walang
back
sa
and try
A-side.
to wrap around to make sure that they don't push entirely out into the defender
Ah,
spawn.
GG's
It does look
talad.
like that's up to Huron to make sure screens doesn't get overtaken by GenG. The remaining
All I
forces
can
of
do is
Zeta now
meme at
looking for
this
the
point,
wraparound.
man.
With the site empty,
Come on.
GenG very well aware of this.
Oh, whoever comes up on belt might catch somebody completely off guard here. Heron getting pushed back a
That's
little
going
bit.
to be the first
Yep.
contact. Meteor gets taken out from above, and GenG has to back out, and he will correctly push right back out to secure a little bit more space against this retake. Now the spike planted above, I believe, right onto that nest. So we'll see if they can get in there. GenG Texture trying to find a timing, but he's not going to get it. Kieran will hold true. Still 3 members left alive for
Nice.
GenG. It's only 1 left for the
Not
South
nice.
Zeta Division. Last 2 low. She gets shot through the wall, and
All right,
Lakia
guys.
will kick things off with a triple.
I really like that Zeta's showing a very different look, a very unique
All right, guys, I'll see you
approach to
next
this round.
month.
They're able to catch GenG enough off guard that they get the first kill, but reactions are really, really good on the other side of the map. A quick 2-kill shuts down any sort of flank angle.
Please, I got your merch!
Created from the side of Zeta. And then the rest of everybody doing their jobs on site, making sure that they're covering the angles, covering the positions.
GenG just better?
Man, they're already fired up. Like,
Yeah.
1 round in.
Well, Meteor's trying to calm them down, just like, nice. Yeah. But then on the other side, Lockia's popping off. I mean, he had a rough start to some of those matches that GenG had to play. Of course, great at closing it out, but it's got to feel good to be the opening act here for GenG. And now a fast push onto green. The high tide will keep them at bay, but not much else other than the stack here from Zeta Division. And it is going to be a heavy one. 4 members right on the site on B side.
Yeah, they've read this correctly so far. We'll see if GenG's just going to try to test their mettle here against the defense that they've set up. 0 point, I don't think finds anybody.
If I can't be qualified, no one will.
Poison Cloud right up close and personal.
Trying to find a pick right above the screen, and they're not going to find it right away. Karon gets the first pick, and Texture saw most members, gets 1 kill, gets traded, but it's set up for Lockia once again. Another double for the initiator of GenG, and it's just Laz left once again. And one of the reasons he just hasn't had much impact today is he just...
Laz, ang pogi mo, Laz. Laz, ang pogi mo. Saan yung kapipasan ng luluaran?
Gamble hits, and yeah,
Papakainin, mamahalin, papag-usapan. Ano
take
ngayon?
Laz down, and only losing 1 member in the fray is GenG.
Ano yung
Just
kapipasan
Texture
niyan?
going to fall, so plenty of options and already a thrash online for Lockia. I mean, that did not take long, and that is super scary here for Zeta going up against the bonus. Such a powerful ult. I mean, one thing I'm really trying to key in on here is the Harbor for the side of Zeta, because with all of these initiators in there, it's going to be really important that those cascades and other things are timely to either protect you from, you know, trying to push off of flashes or covering those angles that the flashes are going to hold the high tides as well, of course, but usually the high tides are more used for site control initially.
Laz.
Here, just trying to find a little info. Is GenG's Lockia holding the spike as well, but for now,
Laban Japan, come on. Laban Japan,
the
let's
other
go.
problem is of course, it's the Gecko as well. So if you do kind of let them go in for the plan, normally you'd hope that they used a lot of their utility and you can use those cascades and high tides to go for the retake. But now with the Gecko, I mean, you can still save one of the flash drives. You can get the Dizzy back as we do find sight, and Depp will just hold his ground for a couple more seconds after getting...
fuck. Are you serious?
Digs all the way down to 11 health.
Ooh. Yeah, just a tough start for Depp. Ascent was okay-ish for Depp, not as good as his Icebox, but definitely looking, as the desk was talking about, to see both of our Jets start to pick it up, and Dizzy at the ready. Just going to see if they can get up and around this utility, and certainly they've cleared plenty of space. Euron just has to back off.
Yeah, can't let this one happen, and that's the Thrash just keeping at bay as well, trying to see if there's any more of a stack here. They're not going to find it, but Wingman does get taken down and miss that, so not enough members trying to watch out for the little bro, and Spike stranded, 25 seconds left. It is the bonus for GenG, so any more damage they can do against Zeta, they'll be happy about it, but a round win seems possible.
We got a lineup.
As we go for the flash into Snowman. Texture will get the double before he's flashed. He's still holding control as Laz jumps down for 2. He's now been part of the fight. Lockia holding true on the site. Meteor with an outlaw. Both of them below
Nice,
full
Euron.
health.
Nice.
Could be one shot, one kill on both.
I love Japan.
2 in the chamber. Wrapping around. They want to clear yellow before they tap that spike, and he spots at least one. He spots one on wide, so he has his suspicions. Trying to close the gap. He scoped in. He finds one, and he finds the second. The outlaw for GenG, the bonus round win.
Unbelievable stuff there from Meteor. Great positioning with that turret to make sure that one side is covered. He can focus on the other. Recognizes the double stack and is able to wrap around to the other side to give himself just enough time to isolate those 2 fights. Brilliant stuff from Meteor. What a push here from Texture to find those first 2 kills. Catches Zeta way off guard. Laz tries to respond, finds 2 of his own from up in kitchen, but it is just not enough. Meteor just too darn good with the sniper rifle.
And using that turret as well, somewhat as a shield, and the angle he's holding, not one you'd expect, especially not with that weapon. Just way too close for them to even suspect it with the outlaw. What a play from Meteor, and he was a big reason they could stay in the match against Team Secret earlier on.
No doubt, he had some really impactful rounds. He's been so valuable for this squad so far, and he looks so comfortable on these Sentinel roles. He is just really at home. I mean, it's still a position where you can grab those sniper rifles and still have a lot of effect. Not just late round like this, but in the early parts of the round when he's on defender's side, you know, controlling sights, doing those kind of things that you expect out of a Sentinel player. And oftentimes you see this where a duelist, when they're called upon to fill in another role, the Sentinel role is something that they often can really dive into, really pick up quickly due to some of the similarities in the play styles. And that Outlaw will continue, of course, as Zeta is going to be onto an Eco Marshal for Hirodon. It's the only thing outside of the Sheriffs.
Yeah, and of course, barely any armor, let alone half armor. So just trying to set up for some sort of a trap play. The Cascade gives away his position. Sugar Zero very low. They haven't spotted him on the exit just yet. Could have made it through yellow, but Texture is keeping his sights trained and he finds Uran's feet. Gets one kill. Sugar Zero now trapped in yellow. You do have Huron here, but it's just not much support. And while the round was never meant to be your victory, you would like to do at least some damage against your opponents. That's going to be Sugar Zero taken down as well. Just clean from GenG, and Texture seems to have found his tempo once again. He had a little bit of trouble finding his footing against Secret, but a little bit of a rest, and he's right back on it.
One enemy remaining.
Turret posted up himself. That's Texture on top of yellow, and Lakia continuing to get the frags halfway towards another thrash.
That's just heartbreaking now for Zeta to have a flawless come through like that. This is going to be already, it feels like a crucial round. It already feels like Zeta is falling apart at the seams, just like we saw on the previous Icebox, where they just cannot get anything going, where they're just being read on the map much better. Texture just finds that nice angle. He can spray through. Lakia holding it, and the fans are hyped, and Texture's, you know.
Yeah, just keeping it chill.
He's ready.
Yeah,
He's good.
Doesn't want to get too hyped up. Now, one of the worst parts is, of course, is Texture gets a nice opening kill onto Depp with the Blade Storm. Fast pace up from GenG. You take down Depp, and already Zeta just seems like they might start crumbling. They don't have too much else to show so far today in these matches. They will have the Killjoy setups here on the A site, but GenG happy to back off. They want to reset. They have the numbers advantage.
Come on, Zeta, make
I was
them
about
work
to say,
for it,
I mean,
man.
obviously none of the ults coming online yet either, all the way into the 5th round for Zeta. So a bit of a mismatch in the economy that they would hope for, where you would like to have the ults alongside the firepower to overcome the round differential, but right now that's not happening.
Yeah, for sure. There's not a lot of options for Zeta outside of good gunplay, it feels like, which has seemingly eluded them throughout the day so far. Yes, of course, there's still some utility to play with. Euron is going to have to back right off. The 0 point comes in, the Dizzy as well, but it's all looking like just a bit of a fake to draw some attention over. Meteor has information on the other side. Him and Laz in a bit of a Killjoy battle, but Meteor knows there's not much going on over on this A site, so he's calling in the rest of GenG to come in and find the weak side of his opponent.
Yeah, and the fake absolutely works. The high tide spent as well. Meanwhile, I mean, a big part why this fake works is Meteor breaks, activates all the enemy's Killjoy utility, but there's just no push on it, so Zeta believes it's still a B hit. But it's actually the perfect fake here for GenG as they start the plant. At 15 seconds, Wingman will get it down. Undeterred, sending 3 Blaze just in case for a repeat, but he still has a weapon, so Texture still deadly as ever with that Phantom. Everyone able to back out comfortably. They'll even have the leisure to watch their flanks. So 0 point is actually going to catch Huron. Just nothing going Zeta's way.
They got the plants, though.
They will just have to push in
How's Zeta
and
gonna
clear
do
out
this?
this site man for man. 4v5,
I thought Zeta was like a
Fragment
monster to
already
be
on the
reckoned
way
with,
to
no?
buy time. Meteor has
Or maybe
somehow
G
snuck
was
right
just
under. Huron
really
will
bad.
find him. Even sings out 4-4. They'll start the defuse. Not quite sure if GenG's heard it as they're a little late on the swings. He's just going to eat the snake bite, and it is going to be the Zeta defuse right on top.
Wow.
What?
I mean, with everything working
How did they
against
do
you,
that?
okay, Lakia is going to pick up a couple at
Let's
the
go! I love
Zeta,
Japan!
the money
I
is
love
horrible.
Japan!
And that's not something you want to see there at the end of that round where you lose a couple players. So, okay, now the alts do find their way into Zeta's hands, and maybe they could start stringing some rounds together. It's great you get the Blaze.
I
Storm
love
as well
Japan,
for
let's
Dex,
go.
but the loss in funds isn't the end of the world for this round. Going forward, it could be a problem, but absolutely just unbelievable that with lacking so much
Everyone in the
utility,
chat type I love
getting
Japan.
caught, with those 0 points and things like that, they're still able to break their way through. Still fight left in this Zeta squad just yet. Depp pops the blades. Gonna be getting up,
Japan #1.
really up on those perches that he likes to get up
Yeah, just trying to go for those long-range sight lines.
I love
Wants to
Aimee.
counteract the potential aggression
Aimee
from
Fukuda,
Texture
big
that
fan.
he was on the
I love
receiving end of
Riona
in that previous
Kirishima.
round. Meanwhile, Huron now a little bit more focused on mid. They do have the
I love
turret set up
Yoi
for Zeta Division,
Tsukasa.
but just a little bit of extra reaction available. Also able to keep the eye on that potential window in the tube. So Zeta trying to slow things down. They don't want to get that early contact. They just want to play with the safer defaults, especially with the slew of ultimates they have available. Retakes are on the board for the Japanese squad.
All right, exactly. I mean, lockdown, Viper's Pit, all the things you could want, and that's going to be Depp's knives taken away temporarily, so he's going to have to back out. Flashed up his Lakia, chewing through just a little bit of damage.
Can't find his way out amidst all the colors floating around, but yeah, it doesn't take too much, thankfully, on his end. Could have been a lot worse, and now they'll just leave Munchkin.
Look at this.
You
They're
are
just-
becoming-
they're reading
I
it
love
so
you
well
are becoming.
again. Like, they know that they've gotten Zeta to bite, and this has been Zeta's MO so far today. Euron's going to see that dash
30
from the
seconds
Jet,
left.
and immediately
the
everybody else,
pit.
and he pops the pit. This is pretty smart, I think, if he can hold on here.
Yeah, he's just trying to make it so that the plant is just ever so more difficult. The high tide signifies his backup is here, but Meteors finds him. He's just waiting for more. The trigger discipline is impeccable. He finds one. Not quite sure where he was. Sugar Zero, the comms maybe not just there, or the audio
Huy!
just too muffled.
Hindi mo
As
nakita yung likod
Meteor
mo!
will go through the pit and clear it out. But the timing, can you get the plant in time? He just starts it. I'm not quite sure on the A side. Amidst all this chaos, and it will not go through.
Oh my.
And somehow Zeta will get away with the win
What?
amidst all this
Nice!
nonsense. But
Good job,
I mean, Zeta
Zeta!
Division, these
I
round
love
wins do not feel
Japan!
good.
Well,
I love
that
Japan.
Viper's Pit did
Invested
end up winning
the
them
ult,
the round. It
cuts
bought
off
just
the-
enough time
Nice.
to get them over.
Nice.
Meteor,
Guys, I love
what he does
Japan.
there, he hides for forever inside of that Viper's Pit, completely unaccounted for. It finds a great moment to strike after the chaos caused by Texture, sends everybody scrambling from Zeta. And yeah, somehow Sugar Zero just not responding to Texture's position there. Just walks right back out and gives Texture the refrag. So that's, even though they get the win, very, very head-scratching in a way for the side of Zeta. And yeah, GenG, you'd like that one back for sure, but still, economy very much in your favor. You've got a thrash again for Lakia.
Exactly.
Meteor's not too far away from his ult. Munchkin's not too far away from his ult. So a lot of things could start to swing your favor. That
And
helps.
Yeah,
that helps.
Meteor just digging deep with firepower. Now Laz is there to trade, so GenG not going to keep control of mid, but they do have the thrash to clear out the site. Now, very curious what the post plant will look like in a 4v4, but first they'll have to take out Depp. Huron is by
That flash
screens,
is so
and that's a
annoying.
great flash, but it's actually just a little bit too early for Texture to swing,
Oh,
and that
nice,
allows
Huron.
Depp
Good
to
flash.
swing right back around from under. They'll clear out
Nice!
the site. and
Nice!
Now finally
Let's
finding
go!
some footing in the style they would
Let's
wish.
go!
Yeah, here we go. Now
I
Zeta
love
can get a
Japan.
little bit of an economy going. They've been
Laban
barely
Japan.
scraping by in these last couple of rounds, even though they're getting wins. A lot of the guns were being dropped. Therefore, the economy was just hanging on by a thread.
And we'll crush it.
So now, well, they're even still lacking a
What
little
do
bit,
you mean,
actually.
Pat?
The money's just not phenomenal. They should have enough here for Laz to drop a gun unless this is going to be a timeout.
No, we'll have to wait and see. But like you said, just barely still scraping by one by one, just enough to try to balance out weaponry in one way, shape, or form.
Okay.
It will indeed be a timeout.
No,
I was like, looking at
Bolton
their
just
money, and I'm
posted
like,
late,
why
man.
aren't we buying rifles?
Okay, look at this chat. For those who are confused, I will make it
I
straight.
mean, hey, they did enough damage to bring
Bolton
out
just
this
posted late
timeout
kasi
from
syempre
GenG, who does still have the lead, but they're not liking the momentum they lost. And
I'll
quite
show you how
frankly,
we're
the
gonna
fashion
qualify.
they lost in,
In-explain na
right? I mean,
kanina
if
eh.
it was only one
Mga
or two,
problema
it'd be
Pinoy,
Zeta
walang reading
scratching their heads,
comprehension eh.
feeling
Napapakabay
unfortunate.
nyo ha.
But then it just
Zero
continues
comprehension
into
kayo.
a second and a third, and GenG
Hindi pa over, guys.
starting to feel
Confirm
that
natin
they're
para hindi
just
mawala ang
missing
hype.
something here
Okay?
in these rounds.
Yeah,
Ito ang kailangan
I
natin
mean,
mga kaibigan. Ayan,
my
kita nyo yan.
concern
Kita
for
nyo to.
GenG has been that some of these
If
retakes for
GenG
Zeta have
win,
just been
playoffs.
a little
If
bit
Zeta
strong
win,
at times. Like
Team
GenG
Secret
hasn't
playoffs.
kind of fully
Yes.
dealt with them. We saw that 4v5
Yes.
one where they didn't have a ton of util to work with because their Sova
Oh.
got caught. You know, with
Pinakita
a
yan
0
kanina,
point, they
man.
still made it work anyway with their
Sa mga
gunplay.
nanonood dyan,
So
hashtag,
now you gotta kinda try
hashtag
to find
giveaway
ways to fit
mouse.
around that, whether it be maybe
Pero
trying
syempre,
for
depende sa Zeta
some
kung
of those
mananalo ang
deeper
Zeta,
post
guys.
plants,
Kung kaya ng
you know,
Zeta.
with the wingman setups. Although
Kung kaya ng
Huron's
Zeta
done a
manalo.
really good job
Kaya,
of denying
laban
those
Japan
so
tayo.
far, so that's
Laban
been
Japan
something
tayo
that hasn't
ngayon.
been able to work out just yet for GenG, and
Placing swarm grenade.
trying to find a way to set up some kind of a pick play. But look at this, Zeta's going to get pretty aggressive towards green.
Just trying to push them away into the A site. They've got that reckoning for an A site retake. Just trying to sell the idea that there's a lot of presence on to B, which would not be fake. The high tide to follow suit.
really holding on to. Hey, you even have the alarm and the
Laban
Nanoswarm
Japan,
to
mga
continue
kaibigan.
to delay GenG. One
Gusto
of the
na ng
biggest
mouse?
things is
Giveaway ako
there's
ng mouse.
been a couple rounds
Para
now where GenG
ma-inspire
started
kayo.
to run out of time.
Giveaway ko kayo ng
And
mouse, chat.
Zeta, they are not strangers to that timer. If they can
Mouse
force
giveaway,
GenG's hand at the last minute, it would be huge. Now, Depp aggressing alongside Huron could be seen as a risk given the setup
Guys,
on B.
type 1 if gusto nyo ng
Yeah,
mouse.
and I don't
Mag-giveaway
think
tayo ng
Meteor's
mouse.
Last just gets a double on the side of B,
Nice.
though. It was kind of an instant
Nice!
reaction from GenG.
Ang pogi mo,
Not
Last!
intentionally
Sobrang
timed or not
pogi mo!
off that
Ikaw
alarm
ang
bot trigger.
pinakapogi na...
But they're going to lose 2 members.
Japanese
Depp
na
has
nakita ko sa
wisely
buong buhay
backed
mo. Ang
off.
pogi mo,
They're trying to
Last.
sell a fake over there, and
Chuchupain
they
kita!
kind of overdid it, and it got shut down pretty quick.
Let's
so
go, Japan!
that aggressive
Laban, Japan!
positioning from Zeta's Killjoy utility does cost them a lot. No command going to be popped by Munchkin. Try to get through here. but
Pinakapogi
that
sa
toxic
balat ng
screen in the
mundo.
way, they're not going to be able to push through just yet. And Depp going to tuck himself underneath this box.
Fragment.
Oh, did it go? Did it
Does
get
not
him?
hit him. He's still hiding the S-Box. They are aware that it might not have cleared the entirety of the corner, but a nice swing around out of time. He cannot flick to the second. And Meteor is actually going to recover this round. The lockdown now goes down. Of course, with the Harbor down, that means no reckoning for Zeta Division, but they do have a pinch. 2v2. Euron, can he find the first hit? Will get spotted by the turret. They are aware of one. Now Laz, it's up to him. He needs to push the timing back in Zeta's favor. And GenG will correctly try to make sure that they're covering each other's backs. But they are separated into 1v1s, and Euron finds it. Now the pinch. Onto Karon. He finds one.
My ultimate is ready.
Snappy as ever. Can he be as clean
Fuck, the
against
timing is
the
not on
veteran, the
Karon.
IGL of Zeta Division?
May poison pa
He's
siya.
approaching on a timer, and Carol will find the headshot. 5th round win for GenG.
That is snappy from Karon. He has been really impactful with some of these
Ang
clutches
trivito,
he's
gago.
had so far today. He had a couple
This
big
Karon guy
ones
is so annoying.
against Team Secret earlier today. And now, coming up huge once again. Man, what
I mean,
what ability that he has to
kaibigan.
come in here like this and just find so much value in some of these rounds.
Yeah, I mean, very calm as well. I mean, you can see why they were praising his aim. Sure, he's not putting up the greatest of numbers compared to some other rookies, but he's doing the job he needs. Meanwhile, same can't be said for Sugar Zero, someone who once gained the nickname of Sugar Hero, now with 0 kills so far in these beginning 8 rounds. It's not what you want to see from one of your older brothers on Zeta Division. And that aggression from B, they're trying to remedy that, but GenG not there. The Reckoning still available, so Zeta, the same plan applies. It's a retake with the Reckoning in store.
Nanoswarm trying to buy a little bit of time. A long lurk from the other members of Zeta. Oh, it's not accounted for. Cleared quickly, though.
Well, that's a very big high-low, but that's a good shot from Huron. He's looking for a second. He doesn't really have a way out, and he's just trying to buy time, so no longer a pinch on this retake. Still should be a great angle for the rookie. It's going to be used early just to gain some space to push them back. The pit will be used to delay the approach. Ult for ult. Zeta, they will still have to find the frags, and Depp only has a Sheriff, trying to make sure his feet don't show under him. Now they're trying to get them surrounded, and it's going to be Sugar Zero finding one angle on the right side. Use the cove to try to draw out of reaction.
What's stronger, a person who has everything to win, or a person who has nothing else to
and
lose?
Texture's going to find the last one onto Uran. GenG continue to lead 6-3.
Yeah, great response here from GenG's Karon again, popping that pit right after that Reckoning, making it so difficult to get any value out of that powerful retake ultimate. And they just hold firm. They are starting to get back into it now. Karon helping lead the way. Meteor, of course, still just himself. Texture finding 2. And GenG right back in the driver's seat, and that forces a timeout right away from Zeta. They don't want to see these rounds start to slip. They don't want to see these rounds cascade like they did against Team Secret.
Yeah, I mean, you really think about it, they maybe only really had one round that they won on their own terms. The other 2, things just happening to line up perfectly in favor of Zeta Division. And while that did give them enough breathing room, the coaching staff now saying this is when we have to put the stop. We've got to kind of pump the brakes against GenG's momentum and see if we can claw back to a 6-6 for Zeta. You can see on the right side, I mean, Carlisle just looking a bit concerned, but trusting in Junior's comms here to the rest of the team. Meanwhile, HSK pointing out a lot of things on the side of GenG alongside the head coach Solo.
Yeah, really curious what this is going to look like. We're back to yet another eco for the side of Zeta. They have been really struggling to get an economy going. They did very briefly. Since then, it has fallen apart. So that allows an Outlaw to be sneaked through here for Lakia, knowing that it's likely only going to be half armors at best that he's going up
Pag nanalo
against.
Zeta, wala
Yeah,
ng blur sa
most
mga
likely trying to
dude
use that
bots.
more so for the post plant. You've got to
Bro,
assume.
let's go Zeta, let's go. I
But of
believe.
course, at any point you get
Hashtag I
content,
love
it'll be a
Japan.
very valuable
Laban-
weapon given the situation.
Laban Japan.
Another B stack for
Sugar
Zeta
0,
Division.
0 kills.
But this time,
Galing,
just
true to
waiting
word
for
nga.
a bit of a trap play, just
Oh,
only
ba't
showing
baliktad?
one with the jump
Ba't
peek.
baliktad yung killjoy mo,
And
gago?
only an alarm bot as well. I mean, they're not
so
trying to
what?
preset any sort of the utility because they expect this round to be a tough one. They don't want those creds to go to waste too easily. They'll use it for the retakes. That's an instant cascade to try to push them back. And, I mean, this should work to push them into A site. The real question is, what does your retake look like with this weaponry?
Yeah, I mean, you've thwarted their attempt at B, but is that really what you wanted? I mean, like, there's not much going on here. Like you said, the alarm bot only, and that's just basically to give them a little bit of extra time to call in the rotation. So even then, they're just starting to make their way through. Hiroron going to try to do what he can with the shock darts to displace it, but Lakia went up top, so he's going to be able to dodge. Yeah, he dodged all the damage from that, and that's a huge win.
Texture ready for an early shot as well, and it's lined up perfectly on the peak up the ramp. And Hiroron goes down. That's a lot of info loss on the side of Zeta. They will once again just have to push through. The flashes are flying out, and Texture just catches sight. Here's the Outlaw against the F armor, and Texture with a nice wraparound timing. GenG 7 points on the board, and Zeta still can't find the answer against it.
Yeah, and Munchkin with a great deep flash there to set Texture up for those kills. Landed nicely in the back, caused some confusion, and Texture was just chomping at the bit to get behind backside
Come on,
of
Zeta,
Zeta
let's
strike,
go.
and he certainly did. Another thrash for
I'm gonna
Lakia.
fucking
He's
cry,
been
dude.
racking him up. You do have a lockdown for Laz for the retake potentially, but I mean, again, most of these retakes just really haven't been able to go for the side of Zeta. It's just walking into the open arms of GenG. They're fantastic riflers and shutting them down. And Lakia's just going to stick with the Outlaw.
I mean, it got you decent value. You've got the Thrash, right? I mean, as that Gecko,
Sugar
he's going to
Zero's
provide a
actually
lot of
really
value
good.
to his team
Sugar
regardless
Zero
on this
fucked us up
attacking
last
round.
year.
But he has plenty of money.
Lost some pogi mo,
True. There's only 2 rounds left in the half. I do understand.
Oh, well. I mean, it's a good gun.
Still a
You
decent
can hit
one.
good shots.
But yes, I do agree. A regular rifle probably would have been a bit more valuable. Meteor gets spotted, but there is backup, and Laz is ready for it. A good read coming out from the Zeta Division IGL.
Clean last, very clean.
Still
Ang
only
pogi
one.
mo,
That's a
Laz!
very important one. That 0
I love
point
you.
and the flash drives eliminated from GenG will make their approach a lot harder, but they've now snuck around this cascade. Of course, Yuran's well aware of it. It's his own teammate Smoke, but that puts a lot of pressure for this double angle that he has to be afraid of if there's an approach onto the B site.
Yeah, now certainly that is the direction that they're looking to go is GenG as the spike is shifting towards them. Lakia is going to try to buy some attention with this thrash even. He's investing hard in this fake. It is going to get shut down, and then everybody on Zeta,
Why does Lakia
other
always
than
have a
Euron,
thrash?
has stuck at A, and finally they're coming over realizing, yeah, this ain't it.
Yeah, and I'm curious if Lakia is going to find a kill onto Laz, and he does. He's already switched out to the Vandal as well. Texture with a quick follow-through. Almost gets it, but Depth's there for the cover. Gets traded out by Charon. Euron will push him out. Rookie v rookie on the Vipers. But the spike already ticking down. Now 3 versus 2. Numbers advantage for Zeta Division. They will all enter from the defender's spawn. High tide out. That calls for the early utility. Sugar Zero gets a nice spam, and Charon just thinks that he has a timing to push through.
Yes!
Not be
Laban Japan!
a 4th round win.
I'll call that ambitious.
Gambate ko na
I mean, it's unexpected. I'll say that if you're popping out
Minasan,
through your opponent's
gambate!
highlight and through some
Gambaro!
nanos, that's it. It's unexpected.
One thing we can gather from that is that kid is damn sure of his aim.
That's true.
Because he thought if he pops out and they don't see him first, he will get the
Not
triple
so bad, not so
one
bad.
by
5-7, not so bad.
But obviously, quite a bit of damage taken as well. The slow from the high tide, and they swing right onto the spike.
Ilabas yun na si Gojo Saturo.
Might as well try it.
Tapos talaga kay
gonna be
Gojo
a
Saturo
desperate
tong lahat na
situation
to.
no matter what in that 1v3. Texture
Time
sneaking
for
in
a
and out
field
for
test.
this final round of the half. Again, lockdown, Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, they've got, of course, the Blade Storms for both jets as well, so that long-range availability, but can really push up the tempo. Now, another split, 2-3 from GenG. It's been working wonders for them
except for that one round where the timer just ran too low. But they have been quicker to react to initial contact.
Song Jinwoo.
Last
Gojo versus
that
Song
People Alarm
Jinwoo.
bot doesn't
Gago,
want to give
battle of
away
the
his
century
position
talaga
too
yun.
much. They will trust in that turret to watch mid, and they've emptied the site once again. You have that Undersphere, you have the lockdown. Now, every time they've done this, they did not have the entire squad available for the retake, and Zeta will have to be very cautious on this last round of the half.
Oh boy.
Oh, that timing.
Yeah, that's really fortunate. I mean, if Euron peeks his head out again one more time, could have been it ripped off by Texture. Texture's just going to continue to check out what's going on over here, but you got to suspect there's at least two, of course, with the high tide, and you just know that Euron's feet are firmly planted onto this B site. Toxic screen going to come up, and they might be able to set up a pretty big execute, and no one else from Zeta is here to contest this. Not that I expected them to, the way they've been playing.
And they will send out the Cascade, but the thing is, again, when you have a Gecko and a KO on the other side, you're just not winning that war of attrition. They will still make it all the way onto the site, and Texture's going to push all the way through again with a nice flash drive. He's set up for it. Fine step, he's ready for it. The op at the ready. He wants that opponent jet to peek out, get the shutdown against the enemy superstar, and Texture. Contact for his teammate, he's waiting for the wide swing out, but Depp will get a nice jump peek, a second headshot
They're not gonna win this angle.
Two members left for Zeta Division against the three of GenG, trying to clear out the site.
Let's
They
go,
still have
Depp!
a range,
I
finds
love Johnny
one, but
Depp!
that distracts him away from Charon, and it's all down to Huron. A rough day for the Academy player who had a stint in Challenger Japan, but he won't find the hope this round as the first half ends 8-4.
Yeah, some really nice turret placements at times here from Meteor. It's really bailed him out from some of these tricky situations that could have occurred. But he's able to set up his utility really nicely to give them good opportunities to react to a lot of this aggressive flank pressure that Zeta tried to apply early on, didn't really pan out. This time around, just set up waiting for these retakes. Love that Texture gets aggressive there at the end because what we've been seeing is that the retakes have been attempted by them, so one way to kind of make that more difficult is just disrupt them at the point of attack when they're setting up to use their utility and do all that stuff. Just make it so they can't even get to that stage of the battle.
Exactly. I mean, of course, again, with the ultimates as well, perhaps GenG just had a read, perhaps it's just you kind of expect it when it's that last round when the site's been emptied up that much. You saw the Cascade coming out from so far. Expect things like the Hunter's Fury. You've got that deep flash drive that they've shown off before. And GenG continues to show why they've tried this adaptation, their own interpretation on this Icebox composition. The double initiators, the timings on the flashes have been splendid.
Yeah, Munchkin really good throughout the year so far on this map. He's really found a home on this KO. He's done a great job landing those flash drives, and the Dizzies are always really valuable to gain space, gain information, potentially bait out enemy utility, things like that. That this Gecko that we see on a couple of different maps from GenG has really shown that it has value. And we've seen it throughout the other regions, of course, as well. A lot of teams are really starting to lean into that Gecko, realizing that the ability to, throw out abilities and then pick them back up is extremely potent at the professional level.
It's almost oppressive to a certain point, right, in that skill attrition. And so GenG doing a good job with it. Now Zeta trying to bait out a reaction in mid, but it's much more of a trap play here. Trying to catch anybody who creeps out. Now, this should be an angle from Texture standing on that box on the window, but it's going to be a quick reaction from your end as well, and a swing out from Depp. It's just a bloodbath in mid, but Charon comes out on top, keeps control of it, and will back off for his life.
Is so annoying.
Ooh,
so
man,
good.
Charon, really quick to react. He's had some great moments so far today. Now, Munchkin swinging back in to watch that mid push, which seems to be potentially coming. They're going to be making their way through tube. The real question is he going to be ready for it? Yeah. What awareness from Munchkin.
Yeah, he's still checking both, right? That's exactly the area they gave up. You got the turret helping watch A site as well. So Meteor fairly comfortable on his own. That's a very deep push in. Still 40 seconds on the clock, but Munchkin sniffs something out. He's ready for some skills potentially.
Oh,
now,
boy.
I mean, the A site emptied. So Spike should be able to get planted. And then it's a question of can GenG get the retake. Charon is quite low.
Is this turret going to be angled that it's going to
Nice, they're playing to win.
I don't think so.
Yeah, they'll spot it, if anything, before they take any chip damage.
Pagtalo Zeta dito
Yeah, they'll be able to plant it in the back. And Meteor has a good idea because his turret hasn't spawned any. The question is, does he suspect Huron? Not quite the right angle, but Huron not quick enough on the trigger.
Yeah, that's a nice piece of awareness there from Meteor. Not overextending himself, not giving a free kill.
Oh, and Huron tries to find a timing on it. He will survive with 35 HP, and that might be just what they need as Charon sitting dangerously low at 24 as well. Now grouped up on this retake alongside Meteor, 2v2. They've hidden Huron into a corner. Uran with full health will be the point of first contact. He finds Meteor, turns back around. Can he? No, he cannot finish off the kill. But it's just a one-shot, one kill on either side with the Sheriffs. And Huron, he's waiting for the wraparound. He's just trying to bait him out. He's trying to waste time. Is that enough? Meteor, he started the channel.
Let's go, guys, let's go. I love Japan, I love Japan, I love Japan.
Not close at all.
I love Japan.
Didn't quite catch sight of it and couldn't quite hear it through all that noise, but it's going to be the round
Everyone,
win for
put
Zeta.
your hands up, Spirit Ball.
Yeah, that's huge now for Zeta. Able to get a pistol round win on this map. Something that
I love Japan.
eluded them previously against Team Secret. It's just a scrappy fight in the mid, and Zeta's throwing a lot at GenG, throwing a lot of unique looks that we did not see at all against Team Secret. So trying to keep GenG off balance, and it's been working enough that they've got some rounds. Texture is going to sneak in that Marshall and Sheriff for Meteor back pocket. So
yeah, we are
otherwise,
for
it's
Zeta,
just, you know, the normal accoutrement for the side of Zeta.
Wow, quite aggressive Texture. Really wanted that Marshall to pay off in value. Bit of a dangerous risk, but of course it is the Jet. So Tailwind's out. Does let them know that there is this Marshall purchase.
Japan-Philippines relationship. Japan-Philippines relationship is rising by the moment.
See if Texture can do the same, just going for these long-range spams. But Depp has dug deep. They're not quite aware of his position. The high tide perfectly placed onto that kitchen entrance as well. Further with the Cloudburst, a little too deep. But Depp now focused onto the first opening. Dizzy, he dodges right away from it. The Cascade will provide a little bit more time. He's just holding true on this angle. Behind side of one, he's just keeping them distracted.
Why
He
is
does
so
have a
deep,
bandit.
Depp?
This drops. That
Why?
could be a lot of firepower given over to GenG to at least do some damage. It's Laz on the lurk, though, to really stabilize things.
Frags.
And that's going to be two kills for the side of Zeta Division. That is a kill on the Mosh. But Laz and Huron will make sure Zeta get out with 3 rifles.
Okay.
Nice round. We're good. We're good.
Needed to here for Zeta.
Give them a hard time, GenG. Give them a hard time. Come on.
That's an acceptable round for sure against an Eco. Going up against the full firepower of GenG here on defense. Now we're starting to see Texture come alive, 16 and 10 throughout this. And it's an okay post plant here, but man, it's so risky. I mean, this is just a crisp one tap from Dev. You gotta love to see that.
Yeah.
And then Laz finding a great time. Sneak underneath tube, do some damage, make sure that gun is never able to be picked up by GenG.
That's going to be
Texture,
push out
madapa
onto
kasana
Pipes.
Texture.
2 members to make sure they've got all their angles covered as they often do. You even have Munchkin on the side, ready to provide a flash drive if needed. They'll try to just take the aggro away from this drone, and it should be enough, but that should give Zeta a bit of an inkling of, okay, something fishy's going on here. Main force already on the B side anyway.
Yeah, and looking over, Charon playing in the floor level, waiting for contact. Assuming that Poison Orb is set up on that one way. Yeah, it is, and it's going to delay things a little bit. Depp's going to try to take space. He's going to get it. Take control of the backside of Yellow. High Tide's going to come down. Execute looming here for Zeta. His Texture's already coming in towards under 2.
Nice,
They do still have time to rotate if they so choose, so I'm curious if they go for the hard commit, but Uran will get that first pick. That should be the key. They're still trying to draw out more of the aggression on this bonus. They want to really shut things down, but Lakia's still alive.
Not even
Texture still
planted yet.
popping out from mid. Huron is on the flank.
But
they
the lurk
don't
here.
have quite the idea that he's here. But the question is the Sheriff enough?
30 seconds left.
You will find no. Texture swings around, catches sight of him in the last second. And now a 1v2 for Depp.
Okay, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's
But it's
fine.
going to be across the open field, and Lakia gets another 3K to get the lead 9-6.
Okay. That was not easy by any stretch of the imagination. It looked like Zeta was going to rip that round right underneath GenG's feet. Not quite. Not quite, says GenG. Lakia had something to say about that. That's a nice spray through that smoke as it's coming up. And Texture able to find value there. Even with that late lurk by Huron, that's something that GenG's going to have to be aware of, is this Zeta looking way different than we saw against Team Secret. They are really pressing angles. They are not content to just sit back and play defense. Or, excuse me, not just sit back and play post plant this time around. They are really, really wanting to make things much more difficult for GenG in terms of map awareness.
Yeah, really working the entire map. The Zeta division. Once again, Laz now on the lurk on A site and trying to put some early pressure. They want to draw out that utility once again, and this time it could be a setup for a rotate over to A. Charon shows himself on yellow, has to use that snake bite, but Munchkin with a nice kill onto Depp, and that will slow down Zeta to a halt.
Charon
Now
slow
they
as
gotta
well.
really rethink this. They've only got a few more pieces of utility in the pocket. I mean, yeah, you've got those nanoswarms and things like that, but those are for post plant generally. You gotta wait a little bit here for some of that harbor utility to come back up. Laz going on an exploration mission through mid, but there is an alarm bot. I believe that's underneath the tube. Well, doesn't matter. Meteor's just, yeah, he's just ready.
And he's already taken quite a bit of damage as well, so it seems like GenG a little aware of that possible rotation. And that keeps the rest of Zeta stranded on the site. They try to push through up onto Heaven. Sugar Zero trying to bait out just at least another kill, but that's going to call for the thrash, and they'll try to clear that entire thing out. And Sugar Zero, he gets caught, the cove gets broken, and that's an easy kill for Munchkin as he swings out for a third.
Oh, man, Munchkin
Oh my
so
God,
good with those
done,
Guardians
man.
today. Saw it on the ace earlier. This one also looking very clean. And that's going to give him that null command to boot. Some nasty shooting. Great stuff here from Meteor. Ready for these lurks now, our GenG seemingly. Things that I was just talking about that I was starting to wonder if they might cause GenG some grief. Instead,
Munchkin's really speaking his mind to the global fans today.
He is fired up today, man. I tell you what. He had some words after the match.
I mean, the thing is I gotta believe that he kept it tame for the Emerge video on that interview, right? But I think Munchkin's out to prove something this year.
Yeah.
You know, didn't like the direction that they were taking in T1. They had to split their ways, and he says, I'm given the second chance to lead a squad of, I mean, very talented players. A lot of players that fans around the world have been clamoring to see at the world level once again from Korea. He's at the helm of it, and he wants to prove it was just the ingredients that he was
I always
missing.
wanted to see
Yeah, you
PRX
gotta
versus
think back
TS.
to
It would be
even
a
his
match
Crazy
of a
Raccoon
lifetime,
days,
too.
you know, I mean, as a player who was
Man,
showing up
please.
to international events, you know, being talked about as a guy who was pretty solid, but you know, the Crazy Raccoon team never really able to accomplish too much. Yeah, maybe that Gambit game was something to write home about for sure. But
the thing is speaking of his history, he's one of the few players who had a theme song made for him, right? Because that was at Masters
Oh my
Reykjavik when they
God.
did it for star players of each team. That's how far back he goes.
I forgot about that. That is, yeah, that's true. I mean, he's been here since day one, right? And he's a consummate veteran, just a guy who wants to win so much, and he's been so hyped for his team. Meteor, on the other hand, he's much more mild-mannered, but he's still getting it done. Oh
Yeah,
my
that's
God.
just going to be a spray from Munchkin and Meteor. Quick with it right around the Poison Cloud, ready for more. They're getting spotted, and Munchkin will back out. 2 HP, but he calls for support. Meteor now jumping up from Snowpile. Has his eyes set, the flash drive to support.
Wow.
They hear the spray, and Sugar Zero's quick with it. Finally, a couple more kills onto the board for the controller of Zeta Division. They are trapped. That mosh pit and the dizzy and the wingman. It gets him right through the crack.
Sugar
1 for
Zero.
1 trade, but now stuck. It's up to Huron really to free up the space once again with the Sheriff. And he's already taken too much damage from Charon. He's not going to land his own shots, and Charon knows it. Knows he's won the mental game.
Yeah, nice hold here from GenG. Great communication. Really doing a nice job anticipating some of these mid maneuvers that Zeta has been attempting, and really haven't gotten too much out of them has Zeta so far. Sugar Zero, though, look, this guy can do it. There's no doubt about it. Nobody has any idea where he is, really.
Yeah, just sneaks on right by Charon as well, but a little late on the swing, and Charon not one to miss the second time. Well, picking off right around the corner, 11-6 scoreline for GenG.
Starting to get scary again for Zeta. Still just really struggling to find any momentum, any continuation in the success that they found from time to time on this map against GenG. They didn't find any against Team Secret. GenG is just so
GenG is
stalwart
good,
today.
man. To be honest with you,
We saw it
GenG
against
is
Team
pretty
Secret
good.
earlier that
They're a pretty damn good
GenG,
team. That's
once
all I
they
can
got
say.
firing, it's hard to slow them down.
But I
It
know
is
we're
hard to
better.
stop this freight train.
But we
Lockdown
just lost.
for the side of Meteor. Do have the Viper's Pit and the Reckoning, so some good abilities to get a retake with the Reckoning, or execute with the Reckoning, get a post plant with the Viper's Pit. The Munchkin has a nice little piece of utility of his own.
Yeah,
that maybe play retake a bit.
Can really shut down most of it, so they're just going to use an early Reckoning in fear of that. But that means GenG, they have their choice for retake here. I mean, it could be both ultimates used to try to get to that map point. Wouldn't blame them for it. Getting right up close, and they're actually going to use Null Command now to make sure that that pit doesn't potentially go up. They realize that the site just has not been taken over by Zeta Division just yet. And with a minute on the clock, Zeta has to reconsider depth. Planted on top of the site, gets 1 kill.
4v5.
It's tough now.
You got this,
Both
Zeta.
teams have to take a pause to reset, to reassess how they want to attack this. The initial ideas for Zeta were shut down, but GenG losing Lakia in the trade. Karan going to go exploring to try to retake some space on the A site. Still Zeta content to try to make this one work. Dart cleared. Oh, the shot is nice.
That, and it's on to the Sova as well, so the Huntress Fury not quite there to break apart this lockdown. They're trying to push through. Meteor cleans house as Yura just drops down for 2, trying to push in for the 3rd, as that lockdown will go off. Laz left alone again, but the Spike's stranded. He's fairly aware of one side of the site, but this is such a split angle. Just entirely across it, only 10 seconds on the clock. Laz gets 1, and Meteor, he's actually pushing close, trying to play against him. He wants to set up his utility, and it's just not the time for it. Meteor will pick up the kill.
Not Zeta.
The awareness there for Laz on one of them, good, but just couldn't quite suss out where the final member of GenG was. I'm sure I'm a huge fan of that crossfire there in that 1v2 for GenG, but you know what? It worked. And Meteor so solid here throughout the entire day. Tons of multi-kill rounds against Team Secret. Led GenG in multi-kill rounds actually in that match. And now you got an op for Texture. Lakia gun, there you go.
Yeah, you do want to buy up this time around.
It's like, dog, like you've already done this to me once.
About to try to close out this map, and Zeta, quite a broken buy here. Sure, Bladestorm available, you got some ults, and it's going to be a
Icebox is not
long journey
Zeta's
back
map
if
for
you want to
sure.
climb into
For
it.
sure, dude.
But they don't have a choice. Texture's already cleared out the entirety of the A side. They've pushed out. They have the operator for the long range. Zeta, this is no longer a fake or rotation. This is a commit to that B site. Now, Uran on the lurk will find 1.
Dead.
He's going to try to escape.
Okay.
Barely gets into 2 before the push out
Wala
happens.
na acceptance
Devil
stage
regroup.
now, guys.
You want to take over a little bit more
Hello,
space.
Dev.
He's a little late on the weapon switch. Meteor still alive. On here, they
Acceptance
get the
stage now,
slam in the
guys.
box as well. Karan must have seen his elbow going
Acceptance
through.
stage now, guys.
And they're ready for Lakia's swing, but no, Lakia picks up the kill. Spike ticking down. Hunter's Fury at the ready. And Sugar Zero and Hero Run just need to buy just enough time for that ultimate to matter, but they swing out a little too far. And the Wingman, that's not what you want to use the Hunter's Fury on. He's just sticking on to it. They get the kill. It doesn't matter for the shock darts, but the Wingman will finish the defuse anyway as GenG will take map 1.
Well, certainly Icebox not quite where it needed to be for Zeta coming in to these 2 teams. Certainly a map that I think they had to expect was going to be there with the way that the bans were likely to work, and just not able to really find value out of that double controller. The Harbor at times working okay for Sugar Zero, but it didn't seem like there were really impactful coves and things like that. It didn't feel like oftentimes they were able to play off the cascades as well as you would like. That was one thing that kind of concerned me here for Zeta. I mean, obviously there's a lot to be concerned about. Another very tough time they had going up against GenG. Just like against Team Secret. It's concerning.
Surely, one glaring thing is, of course, the map pull here for Zeta Division, but we'll leave that up to the Jets to break down as we get ready for map 2.
And thus we finish the first game of this final series of today, and it's been absolutely brutal for Zeta. Is this how we thought this was going to play out?
I don't know if it's how we thought it was going to play out, but, you know, that kind of happened. I mean, looking at how it plays out, you start things off with GenG really strong. Again, 3rd round, somehow Zeta can't really convert it, even though they had a full buy. And you were just watching this GenG that felt so much better. Texture was getting some good kills with the Outlaw, of all things. And
I'm going to go take a bath.
Lakia getting 10 kills and only like 1 death after a round like that. After, you know, round 3, round 4, round 5. That says a lot as to how GenG is performing.
Well, okay, I do want to point out, we did just see Icebox not too long ago from Zeta, so this is much better than the last time around. You know, 6 is higher than 1.
1.
So
yeah, but this isn't still obviously what they're hoping for, because
No,
I mean,
this is not the
again, I'm
result.
also on that copium that you know they win and give Team Secret a chance here. But of course, the reality is GenG's just so good. You know, aside from the stuff that Quack mentioned, there's also the point where the Zeta players, they just can't find a break in pushing an angle. For example, how many times have you seen, let's say, Deb, any player of Zeta Division, try to push a corner and be able to win that fight without having to be pushed into a less winnable situation, right? It's either they over-push, they can't really find an angle, Meteor, Munchkin, anybody from GenG here wins the fight, or if somebody wins that fight from Zeta, the next step for them is to find some solid foot ground. For Laz, it was to put up an alarm bot, but then you see Meteor right in front of his face, already going for the kill, and that happened multiple times in different instances that it just felt really bad for Zeta that they couldn't find any solid footing to follow up on any singular play that they try to do.
Yeah, especially like towards the end of that second half, you could really see and feel
the frustration.
Oh my god, like first of all, there was like this round where, if I recall correctly, there was a bit of a fake Zeta was trying to execute, and they managed to get a bit of a numbers advantage against GenG. They had, I think it was Yuran on a lurk or something, and he managed to take out a couple of the GenG players, turned it into a 3v5 situation. Zeta has 5 players. But then Texture comes back in along with the rest of the team, and with the support and the protocols to really kind of take up space and even like push back players like Hirodon, who had a Hunter's Fury, can't deploy it. Viper's Pit came up, everything just went wrong, and it's a 3-on-5 situation. Like, numbers-wise, in all counts, Zeta's supposed to win that, but they didn't.
Now we're looking at our MVPs right now. And you guys made a lot of great points. Meteor, look at his KD.
Yeah, dude is just having the best time right now. And again, it's all akin to just how well they were able to bully Zeta Division into those weirder angles that they were kind of holding. Again, Zeta, I think for the most part, was just trying to always make an aggressive play. They wanted to catch out Meteor here, the rest of GenG, but GenG's just not having it. They were always right on top of things. And I think one of those things is also how well, it doesn't show here because Meteor's the one with the highest ACS, but the first kills were always, I feel, favoring Texture. Every single time that Zeta was about to push, it's the Texture special again. Get that quick contact, get the first pick, even just a tag, even just, again, disrupting the flow for Zeta, and it kept happening over and over again. So really, really hard to be in Zeta's shoes right now.
Yeah, it is. But I do like that Texture is stepping up earlier today. He wasn't quite the Texture that we, know and love as far as kickoff goes. So now he's getting back into full form. I think taking that break just now really helped. And now we're looking at our 2 Killjoys, our Sentinels. And of course, Meteor had incredible stats just now. I do want to see Laz step back up too.
Yeah, I think he's having a bit of a rough day. A lot of the Zeta players are. Again, the matchup against Secret really did not do them any favors, but they did reset a little bit. Coming back into Icebox against GenG, Laz did manage to climb back up a little, putting down the lockdown for his team in certain situations, getting a couple of frags here and there. But again, that's the best that they could hope for. I really admire that they're not just giving up and not like doing anything. It was not 13-1 against GenG. They took away 6 rounds. Still not bad. But at the end of the day, the story always remains that this GenG right now looks like a force to be reckoned with. If the next map goes this way again, and Meteor is putting up such big numbers as an anchor player, especially on a map like Ascent, which can be pretty defender-sided. There are lots of choke points on this one. If he can even stop the Zeta execute, when Dep dashes in, the rest of the team follows up. There's that flash coming out from players like, I think it's Hirodon or Yuran, I can't remember. One of them plays Sova, one of them plays KO. But yeah, if even Meteor can stop that, sorry Secret, sorry Zeta, GenG going up against one of the big three teams, Paper X, DRX, T1. That will be very exciting.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm a little bit excited of the prospect of having all three Korean teams in for the playoffs, but it's not over yet for Zeta. Well, for Zeta today in this series. And as far as Ascent goes, Laz, Zeta historically has been, when they're down, they're usually really affected. They need a lot of time to kind of get that momentum back after they've been crushed. We've seen it happen last year. So it's really up to Laz, especially as their IGL, to kind of boost that morale, get his team back into shape. I mean, he is definitely the brains of this operation. So we kind of need him to help strategize and think out of these really tight situations.
I think that's one of the points that we were kind of discussing a little bit in the green room, is that you're already, you have nothing left to lose.
Yeah.
Right
what
now,
do you
right?
do
Yeah.
when your back is against? You have nothing
Don't
left to
feel
lose,
so
right?
bad. And just go in, play your best game. You still love the game, still have fun. Go in and do whatever you can. Try something different maybe, and give us the best performance possible.
Absolutely. We kind of saw that with Talon at some point last year when they did triple duelists on Split. They just
apparently
against
that
DRX.
was a plan, a composition that worked in their scrims. So you
Yeah.
never know, right?
Team personality-wise, I don't think that's gonna happen, but I wish it will.
I
for
do,
Zeta
I really
Division.
do.
Yeah, like we see Laz back on that chamber. Again, I don't know if it's going to change anything, but at least we see him trying to make highlights.
Honestly, I agree with this. I think Paper Thin might agree with this. Maybe this is the time to pull Chamber out.
Yeah!
Get him out. Show us
Back on the
that
set.
incredible chamber play, Laz. That's what we want to see right now. We want to see how GenG is going to fare against it. But you were right, Quack, when you were talking about a lot of the attacker, when Zeta is on the attacker side, they have amazing executes, especially on the A site, and it's quite formidable. So GenG is going to still have to keep their game going right now.
Well,
no chamber. Are we surprised? No, but we were hoping a little bit.
Also gotta say, Munchkin he plays the Viper for the most part, but when he's on that KO, I feel like GenG really steps up a whole different gear here. Dude performs when he's on that KO.
And also, points still matter. Winning every match in kickoff still matters. Getting points towards champions.
Yeah.
Now we're going to our second game of this final series. Let's go back to Clinton, Paper Thin, and Will.
Going live with map 2 on Ascent. Now, while momentum and everything would point in favor of GenG, these are the moments when, unfortunately, Zeta Division does look strongest, when they're pushed right up against the wall and they're put on Ascent.
Yeah, that's very true. I mean, time and time again, we've seen this Zeta team bounce back from rough starts. Didn't happen against Team Secret, but you never know with them. I mean, there is certainly tremendous talent on that Zeta team, so they can get it done. But so far today, it has been a mighty struggle for the Zeta Division boys. On the other side, though, GenG has looked so darn good today, and now they are one map away from sending themselves into the playoffs.
And that's going to be a quick peek out from Texture. He'll find one, was gunning for 2. But that will stop them, and it's a spike drop as well, so it gives GenG a good idea of the original plan from Zeta Division, and they'll be happy with that Killjoy setup as well, just absolutely planted to delay any sort of execute onto the A side in this pistol. Quick recon to check B main. That allows them to stabilize in a 2-1-2 default once again.
All right. Gonna be checked by the
Ano
drone.
na,
Cleared
guys?
on one side, not on the other. So
Wala na?
remain
Wala
in
na?
his meteor, and he's gonna find value.
Well,
Wala na
that's
to,
just a
tara, Valorant
quick
na lang.
double right click, and it's just trying to hide right behind the wall, but
Ay, wait,
Meteor
wait.
still able to activate that last-minute Nano Swarm.
I got the spike.
That leaves the spike
Wala
down,
na,
but
guys.
gives up the entire site.
Ayaw ka na.
2v3 now. Zeta Division not entirely at full health. Dep quite low at 54.
Ticking that extra damage into depth might be a difference maker in this round. You never know. So just
Spike
able to
planted.
pop something there. Some utility.
Out na, guys,
Going in
out na.
towards the site. Laz down to 67 HP
Hindi pa
as
naman.
well. And
Hindi pa.
this retake setting up
Dapat
potentially pretty
manalo ang ano
nicely here
dito.
for GenG. Gonna try
Dapat
2
manalo
through
ang...
short A, maybe all 3 through
Tama
short A.
na
Oh
mo.
my
That
god!
timing on the door and the recon. I was wondering if Deathwing quick enough. Laz gets a nice kill, but it's a defuse being stuck. He's not quite sure where the remaining member is. He's trying to find it, and Munchkin gets an easy kill onto Laz. What a retake, led by the IGL of GenG.
Yeah, great timing there. Great coordination. Something that felt a little bit off at times against Team Secret for GenG, but here it was really, really good. The bait and switch at the door, not the door that was closed, but the short A tree door here by Texture and Meteor. Nets them a pretty nice kill. Then they're able to find another one for Meteor on the way in. Nano Swarm pop. Then from then on out, it's just Munchkin is so ready, dude. He is so ready to go to playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, he is fired up, and he's trying to prove that they've got another playbook at the ready. Now GenG with another 1-0 lead. It's going to be buying up all the rifles they possibly could, setting up against this anti-eco.
Texture
looking for that peek out, looking for those shots, can't connect.
That's a quick push out. He dashes right into the wall, but he'll get out in time. Uran trying to chase up to it, but he'll miss his opportunity by just a hair. And Munchkin now another bait and switch on tree, trying to make it look like it was weak, but surely you expect backup when the Jet was out all alone like that.
Yeah, I think that's why Euron's taking a moment to pause here. He's just like, wait a minute, fool me once. We're not gonna fall for this again, I hope.
Yeah, the question is do they think a flood's gonna be enough? But because there is a rifle
Dapat
here in
manalo
the hands
Zeta
of
dito.
Munchkin, and I don't think he has any intention to ever pull out his utility, as they already have strong mid control as well. Kept Huron pinned down. They're waiting for it, and that's a dash right into the Vandal's crosshairs. Jumps out, gets to 0 point. That allows Textures to cover his back as well. And that's going to be 2 kills for GenG. The setups around this A site just so impeccable.
Yeah, really, really difficult to get through. Laz is going to try to sneak around this corner. Can't even pull the trigger. Oh, Munchkin.
Yeah, the Guardian has been doing work for him throughout this entire match. And that's a 4th as well.
He is just nasty with the Guardian. I mean, so good today. It is incredible. I mean, it's hard to just articulate how good he is with that gun. It is so devastating, especially on these anti-eco rounds, to make sure that the opponents just don't really get much out of them. Texture that wallbang Sheriff shot. Poor Laz around the corner trying to see if he can catch him a little bit off guard.
Really wanted more than the 4K, it looks like.
Always animated as Munchkin.
Yeah, 1 point away from the no command, carrying forward with that Guardian.
Malakas talaga ang GenG.
Been trustworthy
GenG.
all
Props na lang sa
today.
GenG, malakas sila.
Now, an early drone to try to take some mid control on this buy round.
Wala na akong hope
Usually
dito,
on the buy rounds, a lot of teams
I think I love Zeta, but I think
against
it's not
the bonus or
Zeta's
things
time,
like
though.
that. But they just say we want to pressure mid as early
I mean,
as
we
possible.
destroyed them,
Whenever we
dude.
have this firepower advantage, full armor as well, we'll push into it.
A lot of information gained by GenG out towards Gelato. They
Uy,
were
huwag kayong
peeking
magalit
through
sa
for quite
Zeta,
a while,
gago.
didn't see any contact.
I mean,
Just allowing them to
dude,
fall back.
to be fair,
Really
tayo na
start
rin naman
covering this
natalo
mid
sa
angle.
GenG,
You can
so.
see that the two members, Lakia
Nira-kailan
and
lang
Meteor,
to para
were
sa
covering
Zeta.
it for a little bit. Lakia is going to reposition, but this setup here is initially for main door, but now they know surely it's going to market.
Yeah, and a bit of a tag as well. 2 members still in sight. Only 1 hit by that 0 point, and Huron will find the first kill. A little more spam from Texture, but he's going to have to back out from the Nanosword. It's all
Why
up
is
to
Lakia
Lock if he
still
can
alive?
hold on to the site, but there are a lot of members. He doesn't find the first kill. He's ready for the swing out in depth. Lands the headshot. Site taken over by Zeta Division. All members nearby
They're
for
getting
GenG,
equalized,
but they
man,
will
on a
reset
save.
for a 3-man retake.
Still a lot of damage can be done. That Guardian
Well,
Munchkin as well, and that helps.
Yeah, that's one member
Texture's
down.
Just so good, man.
Yeah, can they inch forward for an
Oh
upgrade?
my.
He doesn't even need it. That's another 3rd kill with the Sheriff.
Morale's
and now
down, dude.
utility being dumped into the site. It's only Huron. He can't finish the kill either.
Yeah, the morale's
a little
down here for
flustered
Zeta.
by
It's
his
like,
own mistake.
I don't
And it
think they're
will
gonna
be
play
the
to win
bonus win
anymore.
for GenG.
I mean, just filthy stuff from Texture with that Sheriff, and now they're going to be able to go around, upgrade guns before they finish the defuse. Just so smart right now is GenG. I mean, they were reading that round really, really well. Able to, again, push out, get information early, utilize that to their advantage to fall back into safer positions to protect against the market push, buy some time for the reinforcements to come. That is just filthy.
Doesn't have bullets. He needed the reload, calling for help. All right. Oh, maybe he's mimicking Munchkin a little bit. I'm not quite sure.
So funny.
Poking a little fun at his own IGL.
That's so funny, man.
I mean,
Zeta, oh, man.
You got to imagine GenG just feels like the win's already in their hands.
Yeah.
I mean, the momentum fully in their favor, and you got to feel for Zeta Division a bit. A lot of people were having high expectations over the course of the year for this roster, and then they came out with some nice ideas, at least stylistic changes that people were excited to see, and it just gets shut down by Team Secret, and they haven't bounced back against GenG.
Yeah, I'm shocked. I mean, I predicted Zeta to win both their matches today. I really thought that this new look that they're showing was going to be able to get them over the line. Not that I thought poorly of the other two teams at all. I mean, obviously they're great.
Oh, good anti-flash for Lakia, and he will find the kill. He even survives long enough. Backup now arrived at the market door. Lakia still holding by stairs. Meteor tries for a swing. He'll buy just enough time for Lakia to go for 3 kills. Good trade setup from GenG as they have now swarmed the last remaining member. And Sugar Zero goes down, 4th round for GenG.
I mean, you just gotta love seeing Lakia
Valorant na lang
back
kaya
on the
tayo,
set.
guys.
The
What
guy
if
is just
mag-Valorant
at
na lang
home
ako
here on
today?
Sova. The classico for him back on new turn. Of course, we all know about his tremendous play at Reykjavik, but this right now is just him just farming on the back alley. So nicely handled, so nicely maneuvered. That initial turn on the flash just follows into him being able to shut that push down. Munchkin also a nice ultimate to back up some of these great plays. I mean, this is something that also is so powerful for GenG, is Munchkin popping on these anti-eco rounds is getting him these ults so quickly that it makes it so much difficult. The null command is so powerful. People don't really sometimes think about it, how it just completely can shut down executes if timed properly, or can really give you a much easier retake, of course.
You know what's sad? That Zeta doesn't even have a chance to qualify
That
just because
timing,
they lost
especially
the
Munchkin
13-1
has been
map.
using it pretty aggressively in some of these rounds that we've seen so far in Kickoff, trying to predict the enemy's movements and their intentions, and it has been fairly successful. So he's happy to hold that
GenG
in
is
his
just pretty
arsenal.
damn strong right now.
No flash drives available left for this round, though, so it's just a 0 point on the fragment alongside the ultimate to provide utility for his teammates. Waiting for a timing onto the 0 point. They want to see if they need to gather information. Uses it at the 50-second mark, and that signifies that this most likely is a B push, and they would be correct. It's a pinch in from Market. The paranoia
Yeah, I mean, the
keeps
format
Meteor
was so
blinded for
brutal,
just
to be
enough
fair,
time
man.
for Jep to dash in. Now they've been pinged. Lakia in Boathouse. Once again, Meteor can't get the
Nice
first
Jep,
kill.
nice
Jep
Jep,
with a
nice
quick
Jep.
swing onto a double. Texture seemingly wanting to hold for his teammates to arrive. No heroics just yet. Jep waiting by the market door. Texture seems to have an inkling about it. Doesn't feel too safe. The paranoia is what he was waiting for, and they'll try to find an angle. Laz gets the first kill. Laz gets the second,
Laz, I'm
and now
pogging
it's
mo.
going to be Charon left all alone. As Jep holds the angle, and Laz gets the third as well.
Great adjustment here by the side of Zeta. This time, telegraphing that they're
I
going
feel
to
bad,
go
man.
for the
Like,
market again.
just because Zeta
but the
got to
paranoia is going to land
13-1,
right where
they
Meteor
can't
was
win
standing
anymore.
in the previous round where he caused some problems.
Like,
They're ready for
they got
Lakia to fall back to
13-1,
Boathouse.
and their next match
Jep
wouldn't
is
matter. You
disgustingly
get me?
fast.
That's crazy.
God.
That's actually crazy.
It's just not even fair how good he is sometimes. And then they're able to get into this nice post-plant setup and just make this retake unassailable.
So if Zeta wins this,
So a nice adjustment here from Zeta,
grabe
learning
talaga.
from mistakes that
Ang sarap ng
occurred on their
format na
last
to.
B hit.
Very much so. Laz also getting some early kills on the board. That's got to feel good, but this is going to be that fast no command, but it gets shut down as Lakia just sends a perfect recon dart and follows him all the way through. The spam coming out for the Phantoms as well. They do not want this KO to get back up, and he saves the Tracers. Zeta Division, I know you want to save your teammate, but this just seems like disaster waiting to happen. 0 point ties them up as well. They know they're still around. Meteor hunting for a couple more kills. Will eventually get taken down. Firing off the op. I mean, Zeta just trapped. They will get out with the spike, and that's the best they could hope for.
Oh, but they're all beat up.
Basta manalo ang
Laz on
Zeta,
13
Lods.
HP, Sugar Zero on 39, Neuron only on 79 with 7 armor left. That was costly.
Hindi dapat panalo yung Zeta,
Zeta.
Lods.
Lakia there with the timely recon dart, getting it out ahead
Wala na.
of that no command, gives him the ability to
Parang hindi
lay
naman
down
mananalo ang
a
Zeta
ton
eh.
of
So,
firepower. Saw it or heard the dash from Depp, able to trap him in the corner.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, this is so difficult.
But
the
they have
Warbot at
used-
least
yeah.
won't catch him out in mid here because Meteor's dead.
And they have spent enough time to disrupt the stack a little bit from GenG. GenG will play it a little bit wiser and safer. They kind of predict the rotate over to A.
Malay
They
mo
just
may
put a
anime
stack
comeback.
on there, and they're just watching for the
Diba?
flank. So Lakia on a
I can't
timer,
believe Zeta.
wrapping around. However, this will allow Zeta to at least get into the site. But as you mentioned, just so low that this Odin...
Yung masakit dito, hindi lang lamang nakapag ano, laban
Fury,
ng Zeta.
and that's just going to be year-round dead. Fishing
Like-
for a last kill, won't find it.
Cover going out.
Now they have to fish them out of this site, but again, the Odin just holding on that left click could be all it takes for Zeta's demise here in the 6th round. Laz feels the pressure. Doesn't want to use the lockdown, doesn't have a real good way to defend it. That's a pop flash coming out. He can't swing away from it. Sugar Zero, he's caught in the back. That's going to be the Odin just pressuring him, but that's going to be Lakia swinging out. The defuse is held. He finds a kill, and Karon will swing out to absolutely guarantee the round.
Oh, we were so close to a Sugar Hero moment. So close
I
there.
feel bad for Zeta then.
We got all day.
Nah, they
Yeah.
only lost the first game. They can't qualify anymore.
It's a little bit awkward here from GenG. I don't think you need to have that first player swing out while the defuse is happening. I think you can just
That's kinda
hold
painful
those
for them,
dice,
you know?
wait for the shots to come out, see if they spam the box.
That's why they don't have the
reveal their
motivation to
position
like
that way,
win
and
the
then
next one.
tighten the noose
Even if
around
they do
them
win, it
from
doesn't
there,
matter.
but
That's a
it works
painful
out anyway.
fucking
Karon has
format,
had
dude.
some amazing clutches for GenG so far today. In fact, I'm pretty sure it was like a 1v5 against Team Secret earlier, something like that. It was on the score line that I saw when I was checking my notes, so I was like, whoa.
It almost feels like he performs a little better when he's left alone, right? Because all you got to do is really focus on your aim. No teamwork,
That's
nothing
true.
else. That's what
a
he's
good
used
point,
to.
yeah.
And there's a couple players that are still getting used to the pro settings, and when left to their own devices, they'll really pull up their entire potential. But this isn't enough to call for that timeout from Zeta Division. Now, as we heard, Zeta Division, this is their last match here in Kickoff, no matter how you do it. But obviously, they would like to spend just a little bit more on stage, show off just a little bit more to have a good start and good expectations preparing for stage 1 later. And of course, somewhere, whether it's backstage or back at their team house, Team Secret, rooting for Zeta to try to claw their way back in this best of 3.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, every one of these rounds that GenG get just hurts a little bit more. It's, you know, death by 1,000 cuts right now for Team Secret sitting watching this match. Just hoping that Zeta can bounce back, that we can see that Zeta that we know they're capable of being. And they have so many ults for this round. Depp has the Blade Storm. You've got the lockdown. You've got the Hunter's Fury. You've got everything you need to get a round win, to right the ship. But so far, Zeta has really struggled to do so. Okay, that's a good start.
Opens things up in Depp style, and that's the entire Killjoy setup on A, all broken down. They see that it's all been set up for A site. Karon now left all alone on site. Depp's just buying time for the rest of his teammates come through. Almost a lineup there, but Sugar Zero will stabilize the kill feed. Texture now going for the speed with the Blade Storm, but Huron's ready for it. The Cloudburst gives a little bit of way, and that's a quick round in favor of Zeta.
Yeah, and I'm totally fine with what GenG wants to try here with pushing the pace on this retake, because they know that a lockdown and a Hunter's Fury are potentially going to be in place. So if you can just rush them down, take those ults potentially out of the equation, you can give yourself maybe a little bit of easier time to win that round, because once that spike goes down, and if you give Zeta Division the time to get into their post plants, this is going to be basically an impossible round anyway. You've got the Blade Storm. You might as well go for it. It doesn't work out, but I appreciate the attempt. But on the other hand, Zeta, a good hold there. Good job on isolating and identifying their targets, knocking them down, and getting that much-needed round win. And the great news for Zeta is you did not have to invest many of your ultimates to get that done.
Exactly. Ult economy still healthy for Zeta, and so is the credit economy. They've somehow been able to stabilize with these past couple rounds, whereas GenG, some of those aggressive swings out have been costly. Now they have a broken buy in this one, but the Ares still strong enough at that range. Depp will trade for a kill onto the A side, and that ties up the reinforcements from GenG, but Meteor, he gets the call that he still feels that it's a B hit. The lockdown should chase Lakia out. The question is does he get out with his life? No one there to watch for it.
They're being so slow to get into B here. Our GenG, or excuse me, Zeta. Yeah, and finally they're starting to put some pressure, but this allowed everybody to kind of get in the same position.
Exactly. The crossfire is still available for GenG. Zeta scared of the ghosts on the B site, and that might be what hurts them. In a round they were looking to win against this broken buy of GenG. The alarm bot chases him through. He's been tagged up. Depp with a nice run out, but it's an instant trade for Karon as well. 2v2, and now it's just Laz left again. The spike down. Trying to isolate the 1v1s, does not get hit by the paranoia. Only 20 seconds.
You see the way they flood into the site?
He's got to get this down, and this is going to give Karon an opportunity to upgrade his gun as well off of that Bucky. So the teamwork could be good. Just got to Make sure you time this right to displace Laz.
I mean, you imagine that he is a boathouse, so it's going to be Karon who quietly creeps up close. Going to be the smoke to isolate it, and another one-way as well. Laz just does not have an angle. Now they're prepared to swing out together. Karon first at low health, and he just gets the headshot on the slow peek out.
My word, Karon.
What an aimer here.
So clean in these late game scenarios. He has been so impactful for GenG today, and it's a thrifty. But what will really hurt Zeta in this round is they take so long after this lockdown comes
Just get
down.
one map, Zeta.
I'm
Just
just
get one
sitting there
map,
watching
man.
the map because I'm seeing if Lakia is going to be able to make
Please.
it out because he was trying to head back towards spawn, towards the alley, and he had all the time in the world. He gets out there, and then Meteor comes in through market. And it's like waiting with the sheriff with open arms.
Gotta imagine that, they were a little bit scared of, holding those close angles until the lockdown pops. And I understand that, but at some point, you do have to capitalize on the last couple seconds. And just the trauma of it keeps Zeta from winning another round. And we did hear Texture calling it out in that replay. He says the opponent have their Huntress Fury online. So GenG very much aware of
we
the
still have
situation.
stage 1, chat. But it's a stage 1, I guess.
Find a pick onto him, then that's going to make
I guess I'll
Meteor's
just see you guys
life all
next
that more
month
easier.
or
Flash,
next month or
a couple
some shit.
members have to use the smoke and the dash, but nobody is actually pressuring off that from Zeta. That's just using a little bit of utility to buy a little bit of time.
Zeta now grouped up on the A side.
But I still feel bad for
not
Zeta,
enough
as a
contact
team.
on the
Damn,
B side.
dude.
That's going to
Like,
help.
they were
Get
really
this
good for
operator
a
all the way
stage.
over. Texture
Like,
has
today
his
they're, like,
sights lined
really
up. The
getting
only thing he's
destroyed,
really
to be
concerned
fair.
about once again is going to be that Huntress Fury. The drone finds him. He'll
They
take
did.
that out, but that allows his teammate Karon to be stable on site. The flash comes through, but Munchkin and Meteor cleaning house, and that gives time for Karon to start firing once again. The forces of Zeta just cannot enter the site, and Laz just waltzing into the smoke without really a clear intention gets sprayed down.
Nah, dude.
Okay, well, Hirodon is going to take out Lakia.
30 seconds left.
That's a consolation prize, most likely. He does have the spike. He can potentially go get it planted. He's not going to get an ult charge out of it because he already has his ult.
Yeah.
So this is just, I mean, extra creds is nice at this point.
For the team, because with the timing, you couldn't wait for more duels. He'll just do whatever damage he can. He finds a target, but he won't land the kill.
Yep.
And GenG not having an inch of trouble in
Watch
this
me
round.
log in
as
my
they pick up a
Valorant,
7th
dude.
win.
It's impressive. But, again, Zeta
I'm just gonna log in my
sells
Valorant, bro. Like, I'm
slight
not even
fake
trolling.
with that flash
Fuck it.
over on the B side, but they don't capitalize on it quick enough. They move over to the other side of the map, but by that point, they've given GenG enough time because they take it pretty slow to get Munchkin into place, to get Meteor there at tree, to all just kind of be ready here for that contact when it happens.
Anti-Zeta, nice
Yeah,
try.
you
I still love Japan.
the operator of Texture from doing too much damage, but the crossfires are absolutely just
I still love
brutal.
Japan.
Good job by Karon on site, by Dice, really keeping that attack from gaining any steam with his initial sprays.
And this is, once again, just the weaknesses of the old Zeta starting to show up, right? Just working off of your own assumptions and not any clear sense of information through utility. You gotta wonder, that drone not quite catching full vision, but they do have their suspicions, so it's gonna be the op pushed
Dude,
out.
Dep
Of course, Alarm
dashes
Bot's
to
still
a
there,
wall
and
all
Dep's
the
ready to take it out. He knows how this works on Ascent. Been here before.
Gonna play like you're playing ISO there off those alarm bots.
Sayang, galing talaga ng Team Secret. Like, they're really good. Like, ano lang talaga.
For it just
They
too
just
much.
didn't work out the way
Thought about
they,
checking for how many
it's
members
supposed to
there
work,
might
you know?
be, but it seems the call is for GenG to back
So
off.
close, always
wait
so
for
close,
a
and
little
yet so
bit
far
more to
moment.
group up. He's trying to bait them in, and he only catches the Sova.
Yeah, they still have to be remembering those rounds.
Go
Oh,
Laz! Texture. I mean, we heard the Odin
Whoa.
spam, and Laz
What a
somehow
shot
gets
by
right
Laz,
around
though.
it. Texture gets a little bit curious, wants to take advantage of his teammate's spam, and that's going to be the lockdown, trying to buy time. This is a little early, but of course, the members of Zeta still grouped up in mid.
What is that?
Well, Dep's gonna just wrap around the entire site from mid all the way back out to B main, and they will choose. If it's gonna be a 2-2 split, we might as well just go to A, where we're gonna be able to clear things out one by one once again, but it's a nice flash from Munchkin, and that's a third! Shuts down the entire entry! The KO of GenG slows things down. 15 seconds and a follow-up from Lakia from behind. The spike safely still on site, but Karon is still here as Meteor jumps down. And it's only Dep. 26 HP, he can't find the first kill. He's waiting for the 1v1s, and Meteor shuts him down.
I mean, Munchkin on this KO, looking so good today. Not just the Guardian play this time, it is setting himself up, using that fragment to buy himself enough time to get that flash into place, and then he peeks the corner and finds 3. Absolutely
It's okay.
phenomenal.
Just stage 1.
That is so difficult to do. It is interesting that Laz kind of got away with a similar play to what we saw against Team Secret. It isn't the exact same formula to find the success, but he's still able to take an operator down. Kind of a tricky little maneuver, but overall, GenG is just working so well right now. This round, though, really, Munchkin is the one that turns this around.
Oh, yeah.
He really ends this for Zeta.
Yeah, it's still kick-off.
Even
It's
if he had
okay.
only gotten 1 kill, maybe
But
even only
Madrid,
2, Zeta
Madrid
still should have
eh.
been able to get into the site safely. But it's
Championship
3.
points ng Madrid
They
eh.
have to spend time on the revive for the KO
You know?
ultimate. That gives time for Lockheed to peep out. I mean, the IGL, sure, he's had some ups and downs throughout his career, but today in all the matches, he has been at the center of it to bring GenG those victories. Now it's a switch up on the setup once again. The Nano Swarms on B to defend against the dash in onto the switch.
Take flight. They clear the bot, but this time around they're not making any pressure towards B. In fact, they're shifting over towards A, so it's going to draw the attention of GenG more towards Laz's turret. Laz playing much further back this time. Going to be cleared by Lockheed, and they're just going to back right off, but
gives them the idea, though, right?
Yeah.
Only seeing that Killjoy, seeing that turret, seemingly should have been the lurk. So now the rotate will begin. Now, of course, with the alarm bot down, you can't go all the way too safely. So Texture going to take his time, checking on mid, just leaning ever so slightly more towards the A side. Now calls for Meteor to swap positions. And Laz should have heard that.
where he's got.
It's getting very antsy, but GenG's not losing sight of this. They know what they've left open. They've pushed him away from Tree as well. So the operator only focused in on A main, and now we're down to 30 seconds. Once again, Zeta, not too much information. Laz did hear one member rotating over to A site, and that's all they have to work off of, hoping that the B site is just a bit weaker. And this is when Munchkin loses track of that one crucial piece of
But can
information.
they take site? That's the real
Seconds on the clock.
question.
Zeta still has to get the plan down. Two members in Boathouse, they're still staying alive,
They're not
and
gonna get
Charon
the
is
plan.
cleaning out, so only 6 seconds left on the clock. Can you get it in time? No, the clock is past the 4-second mark, and the round will be in favor of GenG.
It's good trickery from Zeta, really working the map, but it just takes too long. It just, and a great hold from Charon and Lakia. I mean, Charon has just been absolutely insanely good this map. I mean, look at this, 11 kills, 4 deaths, 8 assists. Topping the charts for GenG.
That's a dream scenario
so
for
many ways.
controllers, right?
Yeah,
So many assists.
God. Yeah, you love this. Like, this is just when you know you're feasting on the defender's side of Ascent, is when your controller is just going absolutely bananas.
Yeah, not enough deaths either, so really being that last man alive to help bring things to fruition on those retakes, and we've seen quite a few of those rounds from GenG, and it hurts for Zeta. I mean, this time they had a little bit more to work with. The Laz on the lurk, even got 1 kill. But at the end of the day, didn't identify the setup on B. Didn't identify the members either, and it's just too much firepower.
Yeah, they just got to go for it at that point. I mean, you get the pick on the Munchkin right as he's popping his ult. That's nice. You took that ult away, but didn't matter. Round still did not go your way, and now you're in danger of going down 10-2.
That would be rough. You're on a nice fire back, though. He's been a little bit quiet compared to the opening matches. That's going to call for an early Hunter's Fury from Lakia, seeing if he can catch anyone in this choke point. Eventually, it won't be it. That calls for the counter from Uran. He's trying to keep them at bay, but meanwhile, the site just not cleared out. The Hunter's Fury not finding the targets nor the clearance that they needed. The door still broken to jump in, and they're not checking for Meteor. Zeta is in shambles as they just cannot find their targets.
He almost had the ace. He almost had the ace. I am just...
They don't even pause for
I'm
this.
floored. It just seems like Zeta can just not find their footing at all. Every time something seems like it might go a little right for them, GenG's just not having any of it. And this individual firepower that GenG has is proving to just be too much in a lot of these rounds.
It's just a perfect storm of GenG playing so in sync, so well, getting such good reads on the timings, and meanwhile, Zeta falling apart at the seams before they even get into the site.
Yeah, it's brutal, dude. It's what can you do? you know, if they're outplaying you like that, you don't see him or don't catch him jumping across that one-way smoke after you try to displace him with the shock darts, and then he just punishes you again, and the communication, the coordination just seems to not be there. And the ability to read the map, like you talked about earlier, Will, they're not really getting the information they need before they make these hits. They're just kind of having to rely on the fact that their executes are just going to have to be good enough, their fire is good enough. Time is always running low, and we're falling back into the same habits of what we saw with Zeta from last year.
You wonder how it could be fixed. We thought the 2 rookies would be enough. It might take some time to make it clean. But so far, Zeta Division seemingly needing this extra time before stage 1 because all of the same weaknesses starting to shine through the cracks once again. But the map's not over. Pistol round. This could be where it begins. Zeta Division with a sheriff in the hands of Depp. If you're trusting anybody with it, it's going to be this guy. He was in the top 3 of the duelists for power ranking so far in the kickoff so far, but after today, you got to imagine he's fallen quite far down.
Yeah, it's been a brutal day for everybody on Zeta. Just hasn't been what you would hope for if you're a Zeta fan. Certainly a lot of hope, though. I do have to say that what we saw earlier in kickoff is extremely encouraging for this Zeta squad. And one bad day does a Zeta squad not make. They will certainly be back.
Sure, Team Secret had a terrible first day, and look at how far they bounced back forward. Of course, Destiny not in their own hands, but the firepower absolutely at the level a lot of people expected coming into kickoff. So we won't write them off for the year, but it is a bit unfortunate as we stare down the last remaining few rounds of Ascent. Zeta just looking to extend it, has to back off of the Paranoia. Texture is following deep through, makes a very quick entrance, but the counter Paranoia is good from Zeta Division. But the flash once again, Munchkin's been so good with it, as Sugar Zero finally trying to be the hero that Zeta Division needs. Spike dropped on Heaven, Meteor brought down Solo. Surely not this time, 1v3.
There's no way this time. There's certainly no way.
Tries to fake the rotation, but he gets spotted, and now down to 7 HP, and that's going to be last picking out the kill. Well, looked a little dicey with the headshot, but Zeta, they get that first step forward.
Really good back and forth utility from both squads here. A great Paranoia initially to get Hiroron out of position, and then a follow-up Paranoia from Sugar Zero,
TS
and
tried
then
their
a flash
best. It's okay.
from
They were
Munchkin.
still
Everybody
good.
doing a nice job.
Actually,
but Sugar Zero, when
TS
he
has
gets down
a
into
lot
hell,
of
he is
TS has a lot of potential. Like seriously,
get
their
out of
team
there.
has
That is
changed.
his home.
They're so strong.
He doesn't want to
They
give it
just
up
need
easily.
to
So now, finally,
have more
Zeta
time in the competitive scene.
get a little bit of breathing room potentially.
games
We'll
sila
see
ngayon. They have
only a
only
share of
1,
Texture. That's it.
2, 3,
As far as purchases
4
go,
games in the competitive
a
scene.
couple people, and they're trying
Yung
to sneak
nag-adjust
in.
pa
They're
si
trying to bait you
NDG.
through here.
Oh, I don't like this
But
look where
at least
Hiroron's
nag-adjust na.
one in wide. He's kind of stuck there. They will thankfully win out of the trade so far, but they will not be able to protect that rifle. A bit of an aggression, just hoping to really close out the round there. Depp with the awareness to switch out onto tree. That does help a little bit.
Pero ang sad lang ng format kasi putang ina.
He's trying to set up a bit of a
TS
trap
didn't have
play
a
there.
chance to qualify just because of the
Didn't quite
second
go,
game.
You know how you would
today.
like if you're a
That's
Gen G
crazy.
player, but Zeta able to get enough firepower down.
Just because we ran down
force the
Zeta,
attempt.
they don't have a
Follow
motivation
up
to like
change
win the third or
direction
some
to the other
shit.
side of the map. Now the utility will be there to alert
Damn. That's
excuse me,
painful,
Zeta,
dude.
as they have placed
They lost.
themselves.
Their first
right
game is their
outside
loss for the
benches.
ticket. Grabe.
Yeah, you got that turret watching down. The Nanoswarms to delay as well.
Bawal din
0
tong
point.
Zeta.
Also, giving a little bit of information. Just waiting to pop those on a timer. That hurts Lakia quite a bit all the way through. You love to see it. Onto that ult orb. Now, last dose, he's been weakened quite a bit. It's an easy kill onto the Spike.
Spike down.
Spike dropped. Munchkin trying to find some wall bangs, but he won't connect. Barely gets out. He just wants to stick the plant. Just a couple extra credits, please. And that's not going to be given to him either. Zeta needs everything they can to try to snowball a comeback.
Yeah, no doubt. It's a good start for Zeta. Still a lot of work to do. You got the must-win pistol. You get the follow-up. You're keeping some guns, a lot of guns, in fact, over into the next one. So still have those outlaws, still have the outlaws, still have the Bulldogs.
Yeah, just that one Guardian draws
Yeah, the
by
Guardian.
Hiroron.
Yeah.
Of course, you know, a big investment for the second round, but they need to. And carrying over 4, I think they'll be happy.
Yeah, no, it has to be pretty much all or nothing the rest of the way. So certainly it is Ascent. See it from time to time where teams are able to come back from huge deficits on their attacker's side. definitely, again, Zeta, no slouches when it comes to those kind of things. And a few tags with that 0 point, but
Yeah, very nice. Make sure that it's not a fake anymore. And with that early 0 point gone, Laz feeling fairly comfortable.
Pure X na lang vote for Pure X
Is
na lang
able to
tayo.
survive, but gets a little distracted by that recon,
What
and
a
Texture's
fucking
already on the
recon, dude.
site. No one else quite there to support. The smoke comes out off of that 0 point from Charon, and now Zeta, they're trying to just shoot blindly into the site, already so scratched up. Dep, Sugars are at half health, getting ready for this retake.
I mean, wala naman talaga eh. Wala nang...
And they do not have
There's no
that
point for
recon
Zeta
bolt
to fight
available
hard.
on your end.
They don't have
So
to
just
pick out their
0 point
secret
and the
strats.
paranoia,
They don't
that's
have
the best
to...
they got. The
You
drone
know,
will
they
try
don't
to
have to pull
sight
out the
a
roadblock.
little
They can just
bit.
hide their
The
strats.
0 point gets
That's
taken
the
out.
thing.
Only one member tagged in A main. That's not the information Zeta was looking for, but it's the information they're going to get, and they will just have to push their way through as all the spam comes out from Meteor. Still all stuck on Heaven. The bounce down into Hell, but it's not enough of a distraction.
Yeah.
As Charon still focused on the drops. That's 2 to his name, and that's going to be the round for GenG.
yeah, this is such a good execute for GenG. The flash catches Laz's turret, so he's not able to play off of that. And then the recon dart throws his aim way off, and they're able to just break the site wide open. From there on out, Texture does a ton of damage through those smokes to a couple Zeta players, and then they just keep spamming them down. By the time Depp gets to this retake, he's like 7 HP or 6 HP or something. It's not going great. And as you can see, they all just start kind of funneling in one by one, and GenG has no problem dealing with it, and it will be a timeout for
Gusto ko sana isakot
really
yung spin eh.
Yeah.
Gusto ko sana
gotta
isakot yung
call it
spin,
here, right? You
gago.
can still buy back in. It's not match point just yet. Once you let it get to that 12, it just feels so impossible. But here, it's a mountain for sure, but seemingly one that you might be able to climb at least to the top. Whether you make it down safely or not in map 3 would be a different question, but they gotta get there first.
anything's possible. Anything is possible, but it's hard to imagine with how good this GenG squad has looked, other than the first map of the day. Ever since then, it has been all GenG. They have been really, really starting to click, and it's been a lot of things that have started to come together. It's not just their shooting, but it's their teamwork as well. Seeing a lot better decision-making in terms of, you know, setting up some crossfires, getting into positions where they can trade off of each other, getting their util to combo a little bit better. That last round, yeah.
GenG, they think it might be that tiles crunch coming out with that timeout, so they're just gonna hang back.
Well, it's probably not a tiles crunch, but definitely could be a push for mid potentially.
They're gonna see that deep recon bolt, and GenG scratching their heads just a bit on what exactly the plan would be, as no solid information gained on either side. But Depp is planted into this cubby. Now, Hunter's Fury available for Lakia as well, so I have to imagine GenG could just consider a full send once the timer reaches a certain point. Just try to get to match point.
If he gets a spot onto somebody here, they know it. See, immediately backing out are the members of Zeta, checking that corner for Munchkin. Mid is safe, so that's going to actually give them the idea that maybe A is the way to go. They didn't see any pressure out at short, and Depp's going to try to use this timing to get out in the open, cover top mid.
I like the
if he can
positioning.
catch anybody out of there. Yeah, I know. I really like this.
The counter drone spotted at least one member from GenG in front of B main, so he expects to rotate after they don't push into mid. He's holding that. The question is can Sugar Zero once again anchor down on the site? Because Hero Run may not be able to support depending on the smoke. There's that Hunter's Fury that pushes both of them out. They will have to exit. At least this will be a safety net, and Depp gets taken out by Meteor on the lurk. That was such a safety idea, and Texture will shut down the two members. The curveball thrown from GenG. So often they'll be playing textbook, but not this time. They really want to put this in the bag.
Yeah, I love the Hunter's Fury just to clear space on the site. Laz would be the shocker of the century, but nope, immediately traded out by Charon. 12-4. We find ourselves in match point, and GenG finds themselves one round away from going into the playoffs of Kickoff for VCT Pacific 2024.
It's been an absolutely grueling journey for GenG, having to have played 9 maps so far leading up to this match, and finally trying to catch a break on a 2-0. As Texture, I mean, that's just enough time that he needed to get back into the top form that we saw.
I mean, yeah, it's crazy to think about that this if they can win this map, will be the first time that they haven't played a full 3 in a best of
Exactly,
3
guys, look at
this
this.
season.
It hasn't been
Look
easy
at
as
this
Depp just goes
store,
for a fast
guys.
push. It's just a Guardian in his hand, though, so
guys,
he'll have
look
to
at
land those
this.
headshots. And Huron leads the way first.
Damn.
Drone will chase him back, but now they're getting pinched upon it, man,
Can
and it's
we
just a
watch out this
massacre
Zephyr's
for
losing?
Meteor.
Yeah, this is-
Only
Let's
Huron
watch the
left in the
Zephyr's
blink of an
losing,
eye.
then I'm gonna
Guardian to his name, but the
Watch
smoke
that.
keeps him at bay. You've got Karon still watching the exit from the smoke. The bodyguard guarding the rest of his teammates of GenG as they funnel into B site. And the spike plant should signify the end of kickoff for Zeta Division. The countdown begins. And Huron, if there was ever a time to prove it, it would be now, but GenG is not taking any chances.
No, might as well. Might as well. Make it impossible.
Huron, what can he do? Just has to land the 3 headshots. That's all he can do. Can't really have the leisure to bring out any utility. No flashes to his name. The alarm bot spots him. Sure, he'll catch one, but the paranoia, he knows the timer's running out, but he's so scared he just wishes someone would peek him. But GenG, they want to be absolutely certain as Meteor gets a 4K, and GenG will be the 4th team in VCT Pacific to make it into playoffs.
Yeah, just a heroic performance from GenG today. Started out looking like they might just get blown out of the water, but they have bounced back and won every map since. They lost the first one of the day. A little bit of a break in between, came back just as strong as we saw them at the end. And heartbreak for Team Secret and for Zeta today. Team Secret, oh, they were so close to beating GenG. They were so darn close. They sent that icebox to overtime. They just couldn't quite get it done.
They were also
Zeta
close, man. Like,
just wasn't their
yeah,
day.
we were also at the
Sometimes you
precipice,
have
man.
days
We were
like
at
this,
the
and
precipice of
that's all there is to it. Sometimes it just,
reaching
yeah.
playoffs.
But
It's okay.
at the end of the day, this has
Still
been a long
kickoff.
time coming
It's
for a
VCT
lot of the
Pacific
Korean
kickoff.
fans.
We
For
have
the
a few
longest
things
time,
to,
DRX led the way for so
refine,
long to put Korea on the
NDG's
map of
first debut.
Valorant,
It's
and
okay.
then they just never could
We
quite
still have
cross the finish
split
line. Meanwhile,
one.
PaperX comes and
Fucking
takes over
clutch.
Pacific. But now,
All good,
in
chat.
the kickoff of
All good.
2024, it's all 3
but
Korean
a lot of
teams
promises for this
making
team,
it to
but
the
they-
playoffs
About
alongside
it
the
is split off
defending
number one,
champions of
so.
PaperX. Well, it just
GenG
shows you
GenG was just
how
also
truly
playing
deep the
out.
talent pool is here.
Sayang din
there's
match
a lot
natin
of
against
really
GenG,
good
no?
players.
Well, and Challengers of
12-10 na pala tayo dun.
Yeah,
because we got Rossi coming
That's a good point. That's true. Yeah. Well, for a while, a lot of these players were playing in other regions.
Sure,
right?
sure.
So now they found a home in Pacific, able to come back and play on their home territory, and look what's happening.
But yeah,
These are
that's
tremendous
esports for you,
players.
chat.
And
Still,
they are
GG's,
showcasing
Laban Piñas
why
pa din.
we've all been so
We still have
high on a lot of
split
them
one.
for so
I'll still be
long.
watch partying
Now,
playoffs, guys.
What a moment
I'll be watch
here for
partying
Coach
playoffs.
Solo
I'll probably
as
watch
well.
PRX
Yes.
battle.
Coming in last minute as the head coach of
Good game
GenG,
pa din, lots of
struggling a bit with
promises. It
DK,
was a
not
fun
able to
match.
get them over the line and
And,
ascend